The system is giving out devil fruits. Mythical Zoan Logia Paramecia, all kinds are available. If you want one, sign in and pick it yourself. See Circle Calendar Year 1518. Malinfanguo Navy Headquarters. It is the graduation season of the elite training camp. The new batch of elite graduates are about to join the Navy. Luo In graduated as an outstanding trainee and was awarded the rank of Lieutenant Junior grade at the headquarters. The headquarters rank is 3 levels higher than a branch rank, equivalent to a branch captain already considered top tier. Based on his past achievements and personal preference, he was ultimately assigned to serve under Admiral Bolusulinuo. Seeing the final assignment report, Luo In nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Bolusulinuo, one of the 3 admirals of the headquarters code, name Huang Yuan. In the current era of the 4 emperors dominating and pirates rioting the seas are fraught with danger. As one of the highest visible combat forces of the world government, Huang Yuan's status in the Navy is self-evident. Therefore, being assigned to serve under Huang Yuan is definitely one of the best positions in the Navy. What pleases Luo In the most is the ambiguous justice that Huang Yuan upholds. Simply put, he is dissatisfied with the actions of the current world government, but does not oppose them either, just working for a paycheck. He has no clear goals, a typical slacker who gives up. As the saying goes, pay is right, 4 emperors are finished. Although it's just a meme, it illustrates Huang Yuan's work attitude. If not necessary, he shows up, but exerts no effort, preferring to slack off rather than work hard. With such a boss, Luo In naturally won't need to exhaust himself in the future. He can enjoy a life of punching in and out on time, slacking off at work, drinking ice-cold cola, basking in the sun, and leaving right on time. A perfect laid-back life. This was the life Luo In had always dreamed of, and he never expected it to come true so easily. So awesome. Although the summit war in a little over 2 years is dangerous, isn't there still 2 more years to go? As long as he secures a logistics position before that, he can avoid direct combat. Or after becoming capable enough, he can choose to station at a branch base in one of the 4 seas where the sky is high and the emperor is far away. Who can control him then? In short, he has plenty of opportunities to stay away from this vortex. If he really can't avoid it, hell, just go out to sea. Forget about bounties or warrants, staying alive is what matters. With that thought, Luo In instantly relaxed. Then, whistling a tune, he cheerfully walked towards the training camp cafeteria. Arriving at the reflective glass outside the cafeteria, he subconsciously stopped. Seeing the handsome young man with black hair and black eyes in training uniform, inside the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Then he laughed and walked into the cafeteria. This last meal he would enjoy with a smile. However, little did he know that the bright future he anticipated was about to face a historic turning point. Elite Training Camp. Cafeteria, first floor hall. Originally, few people came during graduation season, so the atmosphere had been quite quiet in recent days. Unexpectedly today, it was extremely lively. Luo In was stunned as he stepped into the cafeteria. What's going on? Looking around, he saw a crowd of people, each face beaming with excited smiles. There were not only many young trainees such as the talented star trainees like Yun Ke and Gallant, but also officers who had already graduated and been assigned like Kong Ke and Tina, who were already at the rank of Rear Admiral or Captain at such a young age. In addition, even Xios, with his second-in-command of the training camp and a Rear Admiral of the headquarters, came in person. His dark-skinned, long-armed tribe appearance stood out in the center, controlling the whole scene and hosting the banquet. Just as Luo In stood in a corner feeling lost, a gentle voice sounded in his ear. Luo In, you're finally here. He turned and saw Ein and Bins walking towards him. The former had smooth sea blue wavy long hair, was a true beauty, and the shaped scar on her right leg, far from being ugly, added a touch of wildness. What's more noteworthy is her identity as a retrograde fruit user. A time-type Paramecia fruit is quite rare. The latter had ordinary looks, wore a garish ninja outfit, and was a bloom fruit user, considered an inferior version of the future Admiral Greenbull. The 2 of them, along with Xiozhua, are the ones closest to Zifa and know Luo In best, often looking after him. He wondered what they were here for. Why are you here? What is this? Faced with Luo In's confusion, Ein said, as if it were obvious, it's your birthday party, don't you remember? Birthday? For me? Luo In was completely bewildered. Today was indeed his 18th birthday, but he had never thought about celebrating it. But a birthday party on such a grand scale. He didn't know this was a custom. A birthday banquet specially for him. With a whirlwind of thoughts in his mind, Luo In's eyes turned slightly red. He admitted he was moved. However, soon Luo In realized he had moved too early. When everyone had almost arrived, the banquet began immediately. But the crowd paid no attention to him, the guest of honor. Or rather, until now, they didn't even know who he was. Acquaintances gathered together, drinking and eating meat, chatting about various experiences on the Grand Line and boasting about their heroic exploits. There was no atmosphere of a birthday party at all. Instead, it looked exactly like a traditional banquet in this world. Luo In now strongly suspected that these people were using his birthday as an excuse to throw a party without restraint. As everyone knows, the training camp is a place to cultivate Navy elites, usually strict, even harsh, with few opportunities for indulgence. Probably they were using the graduation occasion and his birthday as an excuse to hold a unique graduation banquet. Just as Luo and was losing interest and planning to finish his meal quickly and report for duty, Tina suddenly approached. Looking at the pink-haired female captain before him, Luo and was about to raise his hand to greet her, but she spoke first. Luo and Simiji asked me to tell you that you haven't disgraced his reputation in the training camp. Keep working hard. Tina has delivered the message. Hearing this, Luo immediately thought of that hateful and annoying bully, the Smoke Man. Back then, relying on his age and strength, Simiji had forced Luo to recognize him as his older brother. The reason was that Luo's personality suited his taste. Not only did he want Luo to call him brother, but he also wanted Luo to follow him after graduation. Of course, the truth was that Luo had impulsively caused trouble back then, and Simiji was worried he would be targeted, so he used his remaining influence in the training camp to shield Luo from unnecessary trouble. The intention was good and the result was good, but the process was not pleasant. Luo and Simiji were like Luffy and Garp. He got beaten a lot, but learned nothing useful. In the end, all he gained was a body that could take a beating and indelible emotional scars. If not for Simiji graduating early and being exiled to Low Town due to his personality, Luo probably wouldn't have been liberated even now. That's why Luo worked hard these past few years, training desperately, hoping for a chance to get revenge. Unfortunately, he was still a step away from mastering armament hockey, let alone being just a beginner after mastering it. To pose a real threat, he still had a long way to go. As a Logia fruit user and a hockey master, Simiji was far stronger than Luo. 10 Luo couldn't defeat him. His desire for revenge seemed a distant dream. Seeing Luo staring blankly, Tina blinked curiously and asked Luo, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Luo shook his head, indicating it was fine, and then asked back, "Why didn't he tell me himself? He clearly has my den mushy, yet he chose to pass the message through Tina. What kind of move is that?" Hearing this, Tina was also stunned. That's right. Why didn't he tell you himself?" Tina doesn't understand. Before she could figure it out, the group that had been chatting finally remembered who the party was for, and they gathered around to celebrate Luo. First, Shios with a rough man stretched his abnormally long arms and shouted at Luo from the corner, "Luo, happy birthday." Beside him, smiled sincerely and blessed him happy coming of age. "May you have a smooth and peaceful future." Binz and Tina also offered their blessings, and Tina's first reaction confirmed Luo's suspicion. "So today is your birthday." The rest of the crowd also shouted blessings. The cafeteria was a cacophony of noise, and Luo's ears were nearly deafened. Until a purple-haired figure walked into the cafeteria, the whole place fell silent, then successively shouted, "Instructor Zifa." "Teacher Zifa." "Chief Instructor." The newcomer was none other than the former Navy Admiral, current Chief Instructor of the training camp, Blackwrist Zifa. Although his arms appeared normal, that was because he wore black gloves. In fact, his right arm had been severed in an accident years ago and replaced with a special prosthetic. But perhaps out of consideration for Luo's birthday, he came in casual clothes and did not wear the Seastone Iron Arm Crusher. Looking at this old Navy man who upheld the justice of non-killing, Luo's eyes were complicated but filled with deep respect. Zifa had devoted his whole life to the Navy and to his own justice, yet his end was tragic. This frustrated Luo deeply, but no matter how indignant and unwilling he felt, he was powerless. Zifa valued him not for his talent, but for his character, or rather their shared sense of justice. Compared to ordinary people, he might be gifted, born with observation hockey with a high range, and even able to perceive vague shapes and emotions, etc. But observation hockey is quite mystical. It cannot directly enhance one's combat power, and for those not at the top level, its combat boost is almost non-existent. So compared to the monsters on the sea, Luo was just an ordinary person. Someone who couldn't even defeat Simiji, want to prevent Zifa from meeting a tragic end. Simply a fool's dream. As he was thinking this, Zifa came before him, looked at the lieutenant's uniform he hadn't had time to take off, laughed heartily, and said with relief, "Haha, Luo, happy birthday." "Thank you," Luo said sincerely. Zifa patted his shoulder and said with a chuckle, "From today on, you should take on responsibility." As he finished speaking, before Luo could respond, a strange mechanical sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for reaching the age of 18. The check-in system has been successfully bound." 18. Sign-in system. Luo first froze, then a surge of ecstasy washed over him. 18 years. It had been a full 18 years. Holy crap. A cheat. A golden finger. A system. You're finally here. Do you have any idea how I've endured all these years? Simiji, you wait for me in Roger Town. I'll make you know who's the boss. Master Zifa, feel free to take risks in the future, because I'll definitely save you before you die from your recklessness. Whitebeard Kaido, Big Mama Red Hair. Even Loki, the Five Elders, emo. Countless regrets and hopes from the past emerged in his mind, dreams he'd never dared to entertain. It seemed every obstacle was now surmountable after that single ding. You think you're all monsters. Well, I've got my own cheat now. In that moment, the long-suppressed anguish finally erupted as if all the perils ahead had scattered like clouds before the wind. In that moment, he understood what it meant to be in the prime of youth, full of arrogance and unbridled passion. In that moment, he felt as if his conqueror's hockey had awakened, an ecstasy so intense it was almost explosive. In that moment, he felt he had received the most wonderful birthday gift the world could offer. If the occasion weren't so formal, he would have leaped with joy. But for now, he could only suppress his excitement, first acknowledging Master Zifa's concern, then responding to the well wishes of the others. As for everything else, it would have to wait until the banquet concluded. Marine Headquarters, the office of Admiral Kizuru, bearing the inscription Uncertain Justice. Borsellino, clad in his yellow-striped suit, sat filing his fingernails. He asked the Den Mushi, which had transformed into a frizzy-haired man, Kazan, "Did you need something from me?" From the other end came the voice of Admiral Akiji Kazan. "The sword unit is currently in its preparatory expansion phase. Do you have any suitable personnel to recommend?" Hearing this, Borsellino perked up instantly. "There is a newly assigned officer from the training camp. Let me see. Yes, a lieutenant named Luo-en." He set down the nail file, pulling Luo-en's file from the pile, a troubled expression crossing his face. "I've heard that during a class at the training camp, he openly said that the Navy's justice has strayed from its original purpose. He even said that the CP agents are dogs of the celestial dragons, and many in the Navy aren't much different. Quite terrifying. Really, a soldier like that Master Zifa likes him, but I wouldn't dare to take him on. No commanding officer wanted a time bomb like this by their side, especially someone like Borsellino who preferred to coast along. Therefore, he harbored deep resentment over this arrangement made without his consent. And he did it without even asking me. Master Zifa sure knows how to target me." Listening to Borsellino's exaggerated tone, Kazan, long accustomed to it, showed no unease. Instead, these experiences piqued his interest in Luo-en. "Are you sure? First, forget whether Master Zifa will come after you. Will Luo-en himself agree?" Borsellino replied with exaggerated sincerity, "I think both Master Zifa and he will agree, and they'll be quite satisfied with the arrangement." After speaking, he picked up the nail file again, resuming his grooming, while asking with a flippant tone, "Besides, do they really have a choice?" There were plenty of CP spies within Marine Headquarters. With the rebellious things Luo-en said in the training camp, what kind of future could he possibly have? Sure, Zifa appreciated and liked Luo-en, but he was already a retired old man with no real influence. It was almost impossible for Luo-en to be promoted in the future. Even if Zifa forced it, at best Luo-en could stay in the training camp as a colonel instructor, never higher. While this role was decent for an average person. But Luo-en was a promising junior whom Zifa valued, and the two admirals on the call clearly thought this was too low. Moreover, this assessment was based on the condition that the CP spies didn't cause trouble. If they really wanted to press the issue, Luo-en would eventually land himself in serious trouble. So Lieutenant Luo-en is a hot potato after all. Kazan scratched his head dejectedly, but Borsellino pierced right through his true thoughts. A hot potato. Besides those blemishes, he's a genuine Marine elite. Born with observation hockey mastery of the 6 powers, a solid physique. He can easily take down sea kings, and crucially, he's a devil fruit non-user. If he had enough military achievements, his graduation rank would not have been just a lieutenant. It wouldn't have been that simple. If I weren't afraid of hindering a junior's future, I wouldn't be letting him go. Kazan, don't you act like you're not getting a bargain. He's clearly the most suitable person for the sword unit. The very purpose of the sword unit was as a secret branch of the Navy to resist the world government's control. If Luo-en, this audacious and capable fellow, wasn't a good fit, then there was really no one better suited in the Navy. Kazan was initially planning to negotiate some conditions, but having his thoughts interrupted, he could only say, "I guess you're not wrong." He was cut off before he could finish. "All right, I'm about to head to the new world. I'll keep the man here at headquarters. The rest is up to you." Without another word, he hung up the phone. He then turned to notify his subordinates not to accept Luo-en, ordering them to immediately gather the troops for deployment to the new world. The departure he mentioned was no excuse. The situation in the new world was growing ever more severe, and he was needed there. Sakazuki was currently stationed at the Holy Land, so there only needed to be one admiral-level presence at HQ. On the other side, in an office bearing the inscription Lazy Justice. He's a fine seedling, really. What a pity. Kazan, with his frizzy hair, propped his chin in one hand, while his other hand reached for a Den Mushi dialing the elite training camp. "Hello, pull up a file for me." "Yes, it's Luo-en, a recent graduate." "Correct, transfer him to my command immediately." Borsellino is aware. Good. Elite training camp cafeteria. Zifa had come to the headquarters for a meeting, so he had only stopped by to offer his congratulations before leaving. The pressure in the cafeteria lessened, and the hall soon reverted to its former boisterous state. Yet the celebration didn't last long. Various officers gradually departed due to their military duties. As the cadets' initial excitement waned, they too took their leave. After the crowd had fully dispersed, Luo parted ways with a few young friends including a girl, and made his way to a secluded corner of an old deserted training ground to investigate this system. But before diving into its functions, he first aired a grievance. Why did you bind to me only now? Minor protection mechanism cannot bind. Luoan's mouth twitched in a wry smile, but he didn't dwell on it. What exactly can you do? You have one sign-in opportunity per month. Any unused opportunities can be accumulated. If you sign in at a special location, you can receive a reward related to a person or object from that place. For example, Windmill Village, Logetown, and other such places. People or things. So more than one. For the same location, you can only sign in once a year, and the reward is randomly drawn from that location's associated people or objects. Hearing this, a voracious Luo felt he was getting a raw deal. He asked for more details. Same location. What's the exact scope? The same island nation. Windmill Village is the entire kingdom of Goa. All the various locations in Alabasta work the same way. Luo followed up with more questions which the system answered one by one until he delved into philosophy. Who are you? Where are you from? Where are you going? But aside from function-related answers, the system was utterly clueless, no better than an artificial idiot. Nonetheless, that was a relief to Luo. One last question: can I sign in at Marine Headquarters? Yes. Sign-in attempts remaining 1. Do you wish to sign in? Yes. With Navy HQ teeming with legendary figures, if he drew an admiral, wouldn't he shoot straight to the top? With that thought, Luo shouted in his heart with excitement, sign in. Ding. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Sign in successful. Cradle of countless Marines, convergence of shining stars where legends end. Reward the Gura Gura, Nomi ability. Note: first sign-in grants a special luck boost. Note: system produced, always top quality. The Gura Gura Nomi ability is fully retained with side effects eliminated. The next moment, Luoan's whole body trembled as he comprehended the power of the Gura Gura Nomi, as if he had truly eaten the fruit itself. Holy crap. A single pull, and I got a golden one. Lone selectively ignored the system's notification. His luck was simply that good. Also, side effect removal. Did that mean he was no longer afraid of water and could even swim? With this thought in mind, before even testing his abilities, Lone jumped into the nearby sea and swam a lap. And the result was exactly as he had imagined. Since the fear of water side effect was gone, did it also mean he could now accommodate 2 or even more devil fruit powers? Soon he received an affirmative answer from the system, and this time he truly jumped up in excitement. Holy crap. I'm going to be invincible. Blackbeard with 2 devil fruits, or even 3, was hailed as a legend, earning him the title of the ultimate final boss in many eyes. But with the system at his side, he could wield far more than 3 fruit powers. If that wasn't invincibility, then what was? However, after testing one of his fruit abilities, he felt a sharp sting of reality. Hiss! Why does it hurt so much? Though a single punch from Lone shattered a 5-meter thick boulder, the cost was obvious. His stamina consumption was far greater than anticipated. Moreover, the debris and environmental destruction made him realize the meaning of inflicting 1,000 losses on the enemy at the cost of 800 of your own. Although it was due to unfamiliarity, it still left Lone somewhat shaken. Damn, this destructive power is just too insane, isn't it? No wonder that old geezer Whitebeard could trigger tsunamis with a mere gesture and shatter islands. He had never truly grasped the concept of a monster's physique before, but now he had a rough idea. Wasn't this way over the top? A casual punch drained so much stamina. If Whitebeard could unleash such power freely, his physical strength must be beyond ordinary imagination. It seemed that having devil fruit abilities alone wasn't enough. His own physical prowess had to keep pace, or else no matter how many powers he had, they would be useless if he couldn't use or develop them fully. From now on, physical training must not only continue, but be intensified. With his cheat code activated, his original plans had to change. So we'll just apply for more field missions from now on. What's the difference between slacking off here and there? A business trip with perks sounds even better, right? And if I keep this up, I can conveniently avoid the summit war by being on a field mission. No matter the excuse, it won't seem out of place. TSK. As expected of me, perfect. Of course, if his strength was insufficient, he would naturally avoid the war. If it were enough, that would be a different story. He had wasted considerable time studying the system, so he needed to return to his dormitory to tidy up, and then promptly report for duty. Shortly after, just as he arrived at the dormitory building, he was met by a major. Captain Lone, the Admiral wants to see you. Upon receiving the order, Lone dared not delay, and he was also eager to get his assignment settled as soon as possible, so he could plan for his future blissful life, once everything was stable. Thus, without even changing his clothes, he quickly washed his face and followed along. Guided by the officer, Lone arrived at the door of an office on the top floor of the headquarters building. Knock knock. Come in. As a lazy voice sounded, Lone couldn't help but scratch his head. That voice didn't sound like Kizura did it. Thinking this, he pushed the door open and entered. The sight before him confirmed his suspicion. An afro with dark skin clad in blue and white attire. This person was Admiral Kazan, codename Akiji. Hiss. Wasn't I assigned to Kazar's command? Why was this reactionary here? He knew that in just over 2 years the Summit War would break out. And after the Summit War ended, Akiji, due to ideological differences, lost the race for Fleet Admiral against Akainu, then directly left the Marines, roamed the seas, and eventually joined the Blackbeard Pirates. Well, wasn't that the definition of a reactionary? Lone couldn't care less whether Akiji was a sword member or deep undercover. Once Akiji left in the future, how could those in his faction fare well? Wasn't Smoker, who nearly faded into obscurity 2 years later, a cautionary tale? Wasn't that like joining a certain party in 1949, a complete fool's move? Seeing Lone frozen at the door, Kazan straightened up slightly and asked lazily, "Ah la la, what's wrong? Surprised to see me?" Lone quickly snapped out of it, entered, and closed the door behind him. "No, but I remember being assigned to the Navy Science Unit under Admiral Kazuru. Have you forgotten what you said back then? You can't just pretend it never happened, even if I personally think you weren't wrong." Before Lone could finish, Kazan spoke bluntly. "However, Borsellino can't be ignored. That guy hates trouble, so forget about it." This was a blatant hint, allowing Lone to vividly imagine Kazar's lecherous face twisting into a look of disdain as he refused. As for why he had spoken such treasonous words in public, Lone himself didn't know. Perhaps it was youthful impulse, or a bid to cling to Zephyr's coattails, or simply a desperate attempt to survive, to live a better life. Those days were gone, and Lone couldn't figure it out. Right and wrong were hard to argue, but regret was certainly there. At the very least, he shouldn't have shown his sharp edge in public, leading to today's predicament where he was scorned and left with no way out. With this in mind, Lone could only accept the outcome of being reassigned before even starting his job. Kazan then openly expressed his desire to recruit Lone into the Sword Unit, offering relevant explanations. As for the Sword Unit, it was known as the Blade Unit. Once one joined the Blade Unit, they were both a Marine and not a Marine. In short, members of Sword had already submitted their resignations, and their Marine numbers had been returned. They were not bound by any orders, a guerrilla force, free to act, capable of starting a war with the 4 emperors without superior approval. However, in return, the world government and the Marines would not be responsible for the actions of Sword members, potentially revoking their military status at any time or even actively erasing their existence. This was what Akiji told him. The reality was open to interpretation. At the very least, Lone personally thought that starting a war with the 4 emperors was nonsense. The current Sword Unit was just a handful of people, with only Drake being remotely presentable. This lineup couldn't even provoke the existing warlords, let alone the 4 emperors. Lone believed the Sword Unit's greater significance lay in being an experiment, a Marine leadership's attempt to break free from the world government shackles. After all, look at the future Sword members. Aside from Captain Drake, every single one was a Marine second generation. They were either direct relatives of Marine high-ranking officials or disciples of the disgraced Garp. Moreover, joining the Blade Unit meant becoming a free agent with free fire rights. In other words, they could also turn their weapons against the already decadent world government. And freedom was precisely what Lone valued most. Nevertheless, he put on a helpless expression and retorted, "Do I have a choice?" No. Soon Rorn followed Domino into the examination room. Even if Domino wanted to ignore the large bundle Rorn carried on his back, she simply could not. Under normal circumstances, visiting Marines would leave their personal belongings on the warship. Who would carry them on their person? In any case, out of professional duty and protocol, Domino had to conduct a basic inspection of Rorn. "Sorry, it's the rules. Please understand." Having done nothing wrong, Rorn naturally had no objections. "Understood." With that, he handed the bundle over to her. Compared to the scrutiny the future Empress would endure, Domino's check on Rorn was more of a formality. There was no surveillance via Din Din Mushi, no need to strip for inspection, just a simple pat-down. The physical check ended quickly. Flushed, Domino began examining his personal effects. His blade Qinglan was glanced over, no anomalies. Yet some items in Rorn's bundle puzzled her, her blush shifting to curiosity. Why so many log poses? Unfazed and calm, Rorn improvised. "I still need to head to the New World to meet Admiral Kazuru afterward. You know how it is there. Preparing extra log poses in advance is only reasonable, right?" Domino then pulled out several stacks of berries, pouches of dry rations, and a few large bottles of cola. "Oh, so these are just for being prepared too?" "Exactly." Seeing Rorn's earnest expression, Domino could hardly argue and simply nodded. "Inspection done. They'll take you to see the warden now." Aside from his blade being permitted, the massive bundle was left in the examination room. Via the elevator, they descended to the 4th level, the blazing hell. Exiting the lift, they stood before the warden's office. "Lieutenant Rorn, Warden Magellan is a poison fruit user, a poison man. Please be cautious." As Domino warned, Rorn surveyed his surroundings. He cast a brief glance at the towering throne reserved for the warden before scanning the area. He noticed that not only were the guards equipped with gas masks, but even the Din Din Mushi wore them. a testament to the poison man's lethality. A sudden flush of water echoed, drawing Rorn's attention to the private restroom within the warden's office. Due to the side effect of his devil fruit, Magellan spent 10 hours each day in a state of diarrhea, practically living in the restroom. Another set of footsteps followed, and Warden Magellan finally emerged, clutching his stomach, his figure fully revealed. He was a towering figure resembling a demon, especially with the pair of black wing ornaments on the back of his coat, perfectly fitting the image of a lord of hell. The two horns atop his head were both decorative and detachable weapons. Oh, so bright. How dazzling this room is. If I could, I'd prefer to stay in a darker room. Better yet, seal my heart away too. The moment he spoke, the demonic image shattered completely, as if had been struck by a sudden ailment, catching everyone off guard. Don't talk nonsense, Warden. Domino promptly reminded him, then gestured to introduce. This is Lieutenant Rorn, the inspector sent by Admiral Kazan. Oh, Lieutenant Rorn has arrived. Spotting Rorn in his marine coat, Magellan stepped forward to shake hands, but his stomach rumbled once more. Gurgle. Magellan's face twisted as if something was about to erupt. Seeing this, Domino quickly stepped back, handed a gas mask to Rorn, and urged, "Put it on now." Without needing her prompting, Rorn, seeing Magellan's retching expression, was even more eager than she was, and hastily donned the mask. The next moment, blurg, as poisonous food residue was expelled, a cloud of purple venomous gas burst from Magellan's mouth, rapidly spreading across the entire office. Fortunately, aside from Rorn and Domino, the guards also had the quick reflexes to put on their masks, otherwise a single breath of that poison could have been fatal or at least severely injurious. After a long moment, Magellan finished vomiting, looking utterly drained. He quickly explained, "I ate a bit too much just now. My stomach's really acting up. My apologies." Rorn shook his head, indicating no harm, and said considerately, "I see you're unwell, Warden Magellan. Perhaps Chief Guard Domino could show me around." Before Magellan, who was eager to use the restroom, could not, a sinister voice interjected. "Chief Guard? Since when did she become Chief Guard?" The official Chief Guard Hannibal arrived, late but inevitable. He looked at Rorn as if he were a rare specimen, fingering the sword at his waist rein while eyeing the Qinglong in Rorn's hand. "Hell, Lieutenant, are you a swordsman too? I wonder if you can withstand a single strike from me." Stared down by this bloodthirsty madman, Rorn felt a chill and had the urge to stuff a vibrating fist into his mouth. But Magellan stepped between them, glaring at the unruly Hannibal. "Hannibal, didn't I order you to confinement for reflection? Why are you out again?" 2 days prior, 2 more prisoners had fallen to Hannibal's blade, infuriating Magellan, who locked him away. Yet here, he was escaped once more. Hannibal grinned. "I heard a headquarters lieutenant came to inspect. As chief guard, I had to meet him." Seeing the undisguised mockery and murderous intent in his eyes, Magellan's fury peaked. "You're not needed here. Go back." As Magellan's body began oozing poison, Hannibal curled his lip, daring not to push further. Fine. I'm going." But as he passed Rorn, Hannibal suddenly laughed loudly. "Kid, I like your eyes. That familiar feeling of a kindred spirit, ha." Rorn remained stoic. Magellan bellowed again, "Hannibal." Only then did he finally leave, returning to his confinement. Watching Hannibal's retreating figure, Rorn felt the observation hockey that had been frantically warning him finally calm down. "Shiryu of the Rain, I've got my eye on you." In that moment, Rorn added another name to his mental ledger. One day there would be a reckoning. Meanwhile, Magellan could no longer hold it in. He muttered a quick word and retreated to the restroom. Seeing this, Domino had no choice but to take Rorn to the 5th level, the freezing hell, to meet Vice Warden Hannibal. Rorn had no objections. A moment later, the elevator stopped and they arrived at the freezing hell. Stepping out, they found a group already waiting to greet them, led by Vice Warden Hannibal. "Lieutenant Rorn, welcome to my hell." The Vice Warden, a bizarre fusion of a demon and a pharaoh, came to welcome Rorn, but inadvertently revealed his true ambition. "Oh, let that slip. I'm still just Vice Warden Hannibal. Pleased to meet you." Rorn smiled and shook his hand. "Pleased to meet you. I believe you'll get your wish, Warden Hannibal." He wasn't lying. If the future remained unchanged after the Paramount War, this man would indeed be promoted to Warden. But Hannibal naturally thought Rorn was flattering him. He quickly pulled him to a spot in the freezing hell free of din mushy and said, "There are din mushy everywhere out there. That bastard Magellan," coughed the Warden, "can hear us. Watch your words." Rorn nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, chatting like old friends. It was only when Hannibal mentioned his distress over the Devil's invitation that Rorn gestured for him to investigate first, intending to wander around on his own. Hannibal, who had been swept up by Rorn's flattery and was in a state of euphoria, naturally refused nothing. "Oh, then I'll be off. Call me if anything comes up." With that, Hannibal departed with his men, and Rorn began to survey his surroundings. What met his eyes was a vast expanse of white. Not only was there a real forest, but even mountain peaks loomed faintly in the distance. The icy, snowy landscape seemed draped in silver finery, a special environment forged by the bone-chilling cold far more frigid than any freezer. That is if one ignored the cages, the scattered bones, and the brutal military wolf packs patrolling the area. The so-called frozen hell didn't seem so terrifying after all. Who would have thought this was the interior of a prison? Sigh. Such a beautiful snowscape, what a pity. Lorne shook his head to dispel the idle thoughts, then carefully avoided the wolf packs and began searching for the entrance to level 5. Although every level had an entrance to level 5, 5 of the other levels were monitored by Din Din Mushi, which wasn't secure enough. So to ensure the smooth execution of his subsequent plan, Lorne chose to enter level 5 from here. However, this was a prison after all, and during his search he inevitably encountered some prisoners. In one large cell, a dozen starving, freezing pirates huddled together for warmth. Some were emaciated, looking like hungry ghosts on the verge of freezing to death, yet they still couldn't conceal the purest, most primal evil radiating from within. When they saw Lorne passing by in his black suit and white marine coat, they started shouting, "Hey, Marine brat, come over here and let us out." "What's the matter, little one?" stunned. "Get over here. I bet he scared himself silly, ha." A bald, bearded pirate even brazenly taunted, "Don't see such tender skin every day. Come in here and give your grandpa a good time, he'll take care of you." This remark ignited the excitement of the others. "Haha, Nikuin, your tastes are truly unique. The one you played with until he broke is still lying over there. The flesh you toyed with is already rotting. Do you realize what a huge loss that is?" "Nikuin, grab him quickly. I agree to cut off his ass for you, the rest is ours." Hey, it's all your nonsense. You scared the Marine brat away. Ha ha ha. Elsewhere. Lorne paid no heed to the final outbursts of these doomed men and walked into the forest to continue his search for the entrance to level 5. Perhaps aided by luck and with the meticulous probing of his observation hockey, Lorne quickly located the entrance. At the elevator shaft on level 5. Hannibal, abandoning the investigation, prepared to lead his team away, but received bad news after sending someone to find Lorne. Report, Vice Warden. Lieutenant Lorne has also vanished from the frozen hell. Vanished. Hannibal's face contorted with terror as a thought struck him. Could it be that Lorne also received that devil's invitation? In recent years, the frequent disappearances of criminals from the frozen hell and the spreading rumors of a devil's invitation had already put immense pressure on him. Now Lieutenant Lorne had vanished too. Doesn't that mean Magellan will be held accountable and demoted, and he'll become the warden? Hannibal shouted excitedly. My ambition is laid bare, oh ho ho ha. The surrounding guards nearly stumbled from Hannibal's erratic leap of ambition. Is this really the time to be concerned about that? Domino, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, quickly reminded him. You were the one in charge of investigating the frozen hell, and the last person to see Lieutenant Lorne was you, Vice Warden. If there's punishment, you won't escape it either. What? Hannibal finally turned serious and ordered everyone to immediately split up and search for Lorne. With his position as warden at stake, Hannibal swore to turn the frozen hell upside down. For Lorne, he wanted to find him dead or alive. Elsewhere. Level 5. The Underworld Paradise, or rather the Nukama Paradise. You rotten Marine, give it up. Let me go, I want surrender. Even if you have my body, you'll never have my heart. Ivankov-sama won't let you get away with this. That's right, even if you're handsome, my heart belongs to Ivankov-sama. I'm irreconcilable with the Marines. We sisters would rather die than submit. If this conversation were between two young women, even if they weren't beauties, Lorne could handle it calmly. But these two were goddamn Okamas. Tall and burly with extremely thick body hair. Ivankov, you really have too much free time causing trouble, even in prison. Hearing the nauseating and cringeworthy words from the two Okamas he was holding, Lorne nearly couldn't resist crushing their heads. Shut up. I'm not interested in Okamas. Behave yourselves. These two Okamas were on guard duty at the entrance to level 5. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lorne had to capture them first. But their thought processes were truly abnormal, whether it was a side effect of being an Okama or excessive confidence in Ivankov. He had clearly expressed goodwill, just wanting to ask for directions, but these two idiots thought he was trying to hit on them. Fortunately, Lorne's observation hockey had a wide range. A casual scan revealed the area with the most people. Otherwise, to avoid wasting time, he would have had to resort to harsher methods with these two, which wouldn't have been ideal. And so Lorne carried the two Okamas all the way to the core area of the paradise. Standing outside a bar, or rather a banquet hall, it was more fitting. Through the sight of observation hockey inside, he could see not only fine wine and food, but also a brightly lit stage. Prisoners who should have been suffering were chatting and laughing. Was this a scene possible within a prison? But remembering that even this place had a surveillance room, Lorne let it go. As the three arrived at the door, the once lively banquet hall fell into a dead silence. Lorne had anticipated this. After all, Ivankov was no novice ignorant of hockey's power. So without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. All he could see were Okamas. Regardless of whether they appeared male or female, their upper bodies were dressed normally, but all wore fishnet stockings on their lower halves. A scene truly worthy of the name Nukama Paradise. Even those who looked completely like women might have been transformed from men by Ivankov's devil fruit ability. Knowing that everyone present had been recruited into the Revolutionary Army, Lorne wondered what Dragon would think if he saw this. However, before Lorne could ponder further, a massive figure came flying towards him. He had an eye-catching huge head with deep purple afro hair and heavy makeup, a truly jarring sight. Especially his bizarre outfit, a tight low-cut dress, paired with a cape and fishnet stockings. Lorne didn't even know where to start with the criticism. But what particularly caught his attention were those eyes. Who could imagine that a single blink could produce explosive shockwaves capable of splitting mountains and seas? It was inhuman and terrifying. This was none other than Emporio Ivankov, not only the captain of the Revolutionary Army's Grand Line Force, but also the queen of the Kamabaka Kingdom. Holding the title Okama King, and as a user of the Hormu Nomi, coupled with his exceptional medical skills and past deeds of saving lives, he was known to the world as the Miracle Man. The various incredible effects of the Hormu Nomi made Lorne quite envious. However, Ivankov, mistaking him for an intruder, barked a harsh reprimand that snapped Lorne back to reality. Release them at once. As he spoke, his fists turned into knife hands and struck downwards from above. Nukamakinpo. As Ivankov launched his attack, Roan hurled the Okama aside, and instead of retreating, stepped forward to deliver a thunderous punch. Quake fist. The vibrational force enveloped his fist, tearing through the air as it collided head-on with the handblade, producing a deafening boom. Yet since both parties were merely testing each other, neither had employed armament hockey or exerted their full strength. Thus they parted after a single clash, each retreating several steps without causing any major upheaval. Perhaps sensing that Roan bore no ill intent, Ivankov refrained from further attacks after the brief exchange. He even flashed a grin and praised, "Boy, you've got quite a lot of strength." The peculiar vibrational force left his arm numb, but he never once considered the tremor fruit. After all he had witnessed Whitebeard's attacks, the display was far from this feeble. Just then another figure stepped forward, swirling a goblet of red wine, and asked nonchalantly, "Are you a Marine?" The newcomer appeared split in two, with hair and clothing half orange and half white, styled in a plum blossom shape. He wore glasses with one orange and one blue lens, and the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead revealed his identity. He was none other than Ivankov's deputy, the vice-commander of the Revolutionary Army's Grand Line Forces, Inazuma. His true name was Emporio Ivankov, a user of the snip-snip fruit capable of cutting through any hard substance. Truly fearsome. Most importantly, he too was an Okama, yet currently presented in a female form. Relevant intelligence flashed through his mind. Roan shook the justice cloak behind him and said with neither humility nor arrogance, "I am Roan, currently a Marine Headquarters Lieutenant. I came uninvited. I hope you too will forgive my intrusion." Currently. Ivankov keenly caught on to that point, while Inazuma looked on with rapt attention. Seeing that neither side intended to fight, the Okama present, who had tensed up at the word Marine, halted their movements, awaiting further orders. Roan had no intention of concealing his plans, fully revealing his desire to purge the evils within, impel down, and have everyone break out together. After hearing this, Inazuma sneered coldly, "Purge, impel down. Just a lieutenant like you." In his eyes this was nothing but a joke. Either Roan was here to mock them, or had some ulterior motive. To this Roan offered no explanation, instead turning his gaze to Ivankov, who was frowning in thought. "Do you think so too?" As someone who had exchanged blows with him, Ivankov held a different view, but asked first, "Do you know me? How did you find out about Nukama land?" Emporio Ivankov, one of the founders of the Revolutionary Army, a top executive and the commander of the Grand Line Forces. "I've heard of you." Roan shrugged and spread his hands, speaking half-truthfully. "As for this place's location, so many people have gone missing from the frozen hell, yet the only excuse given was a perfunctory demon's invitation. That was hard for me to believe, so I did a little investigating and found out this happened only after you arrived. The rest goes without saying, right?" However, upon hearing the answer, Ivankov dropped his carefree grin and demanded coldly, "That's far more than just hearing about me. Are you really a Marine lieutenant? Who are you exactly?" At these words, Inazuma and the others closed in, the atmosphere turning tense as a fight seemed imminent. Roan, however, remained unfazed and said nonchalantly, "If I truly meant you harm, I wouldn't be here alone. Magellan wouldn't have let you off the hook." This argument was sound, so Ivankov had no choice but to trust him for the time being, refraining from further action. If the battle grew too fierce, the existence of Floor 5 would inevitably be exposed, a result neither side desired. But trust aside, Ivankov had no intention of joining Roan's reckless plan. "However, I'm not interested in breaking out. It's not time for me to leave yet. After all, that dragon hasn't made his move." Due to the unique nature of Floor 5 of the inmates stole newspapers from the guards every day. By reading the papers, Ivankov could stay abreast of the current balance of power on the seas. The 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, and the Marines locked in a three-way standoff, while the Revolutionary Army had yet to act. Now was not the time for him to emerge. When Dragon leads his army into action, I will return to the seas and plunge into the world's tides. Speaking of this, Ivankov raised his hands high as if reciting a sacred mission and refused sternly. Even if we blindly break out and succeed, we'd still be wanted. It's unnecessary. Roan had anticipated this and smiled slightly. Before you decide, I'd like to share some news with you. You can decide after hearing it. No. Oh, Ivankov's interest was piqued. Roan didn't beat around the bush and said directly, your dear friend Kuma is in a bad state right now. You wouldn't want him to fall completely, would you? Ivankov's expression changed dramatically, and he asked urgently, Kuma, what do you mean? One of the 7 warlords, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, is also a founder and top executive of the Revolutionary Army, isn't he? Roan calmly recounted everything he knew. If you don't go out to help him soon, he'll be turned into a robot. To cure Bonnie, who was suffering from the sapphire scale disease, Kuma was forced to cooperate with Saint Saturn of the 5 Elders. One of the conditions for the treatment was that Kuma would be completely transformed into a robot, losing his consciousness and emotions. Learning all this, Ivankov was overwhelmed with tears, wailing in anguish. Kuma, how could Kuma end up like this? As a dear friend who had escaped from God Valley together, Ivankov was now plunged into grief. Trapped and impelled down, he only knew that Kuma had suddenly become a warlord, unaware of these details, and thus was bewildered. Why didn't he ask Dragon for help? Why did he have to bear all this alone? Dragon, that man who always thinks of the bigger picture. Roan suddenly sneered, speaking without restraint. I think that if the Revolutionary Army keeps hiding in the shadows, playing it safe, and its leader only sweats over newspapers when trouble arises, they'll never accomplish anything. At the mention of the Revolutionary Army and Dragon, Ivankov, who had nearly collapsed, sprang up defensively. You don't understand Dragon's greatness, boy. Even you have no right to judge him. Revolution is no easy feat. Oh, Roan refused to yield, continuing to belittle. An army without true faith can never liberate the people or overthrow the world government. The Revolutionary Army is more like a troublemaking organization than a resistance. It merely liberates countries without freeing the people's minds. Aren't you just repeating past mistakes? Liberating tyrannical kingdoms and overthrowing the world government has never been the top priority. The ideological liberation of the masses should be paramount. I believe. Drawing on the red ideologies from his past life, Roan casually tossed out a few phrases that left Ivankov astounded, drawing the man who had wanted to argue deeper into the discourse. This Marine lieutenant actually understood revolution. For a moment, the entire place fell silent, with only Roan's voice growing more impassioned. At some point, Roan had ascended a high platform, transforming into a lecturer, spreading ideas and knowledge his audience had never heard before. As members of the Revolutionary Army, Ivankov and the others, though not yet ideologically awakened, had some foundation. Thus, upon hearing these words, they instantly became like sponges, greedily absorbing this unprecedented ideological impact. After a long while, Lorne finally concluded his speech. Parched, he sought a drink, and immediately several individuals offered him fine wines. I don't drink, thank you. The moment the words left his mouth, others swiftly handed him juice and cola. As Lorne took the cola, several silently noted, so the mentor likes cola. After quenching his thirst, he noticed Ivankov and the others still gazing at him with adoration. He quickly waved his hand and said, that's enough for today. You can't digest too much at once. In truth, Lorne had run out of material and couldn't fabricate anymore. He planned to think it over again and regale them with his tales next time. Hearing this, even though everyone was eager for more, they had to suppress their emotions and withdraw one after another. However, regarding Lorne's proposal, a disinterested Ivankov still wanted to refuse, although I think you're right, but... Seeing this, Lorne had no choice but to play his trump card. I know the dragon has a son. If you come out with me, I'll tell you. In an instant, Ivankov's eyes bulged like brass bells. A son. The dragon has a son. In shock, he leaped 3 feet high, his large head wedged into the stones, swinging back and forth like a swing. Does Ivan enjoy swinging? Lorne asked with a curious blink. His head is stuck, for crying out loud. The surrounding people explained excitedly as they hurriedly worked together to pry Ivankov free. As expected, driven by curiosity and a love for gossip, Ivankov ultimately agreed. However, the condition was that Lorne joined the Revolutionary Army, for he couldn't let go of someone with such progressive ideas. Yet Lorne firmly refused. Sorry, I'm not interested. It's freer to be a pirate, but a simple cooperation is fine. Lorne had no saintly desire to liberate the entire ocean. That would be too exhausting. He admired all who dared to resist and revolt, which is why he shared his mature ideas to guide the Revolutionary Army in its infancy. But he himself didn't possess such a high ideological level. He was just an ordinary person. However, he did have some interest in overthrowing the world government and beating up him. Although he had just criticized the Revolutionary Army harshly, having operated in the ocean for so many years as a major thorn in the world government side, could it really be that simple? thus having the Revolutionary Army as an ally establishing a cooperative and mutually beneficial relationship was what he desired. Ivankov could accept this as well. With that, both parties finally reached a consensus, marking a crucial step forward in the plan to purge Impel Down. Their relationship drew closer, and Ivankov's attitude towards Lorne changed. He joked, "Lorne boy, do you aspire to become a new human?" As he spoke, his fingers transformed into needles, the female hormones capable of turning men into women surging within them. Lorne quickly retreated several steps, raising his defenses to the max, and refused sternly, "I'm not interested." Seeing the topic drift off course, Inazuma, the only one still composed, stepped forward. "How are we going to break out? We can't really just barge out openly, can we?" After all, Lorne's goal was to purge Impel Down. No simple feat. But Lorne nodded as if it were only natural. "Of course. Well, start the purge from the frozen hell and work our way up." Ivankov's head grew hot, and he was ready to follow, but Inazuma disagreed, strictly forbidding it. "No. That's too reckless." Magellan and Shiryu were both present along with so many jailer beasts. How many were they? Were they going to their deaths? Seeing this, Ivankov immediately proposed, "Then let's release the prisoners first, create a riot and chaos, and we can take the chance to escape." "No." Lorne stopped him at once. "My goal is to purge the evil of Impel Down, not to free these criminals. Perhaps there were innocents imprisoned, but 99% of the criminals deserved their fate. They were not only brutal in nature, but also formidable in strength. If they were truly let loose, they would stir up even greater chaos across the ocean." Of course, the main point was that if he did that, his identity as an undercover agent would be compromised. He couldn't imagine how Zephyr and Kazan would react. This was definitely not what Lorne wanted to see. "Ivan, how could you harbor such dangerous thoughts? Have you forgotten you're a revolutionary?" Although Lorne held himself to low standards, Ivankov, as a revolutionary, could not do the same. If the Revolutionary Army itself didn't know why it was revolting, then it was truly doomed. Revolution. Go back to farming. Ivankov realized his mistake and promptly stood up to apologize in front of everyone. "Everyone, I'm sorry." It seemed that his years in prison had inevitably affected him, and it also strengthened his resolve to leave. He couldn't continue to degenerate. His actions sent the crowd of Okama fans into a frenzy. "Wow." As expected of Lord Ivankov. Mentor Lorne just said that a mistake corrected is a virtue. "Lord Ivankov, you did well." "Lord Ivankov, don't worry about us. To purge the evil of Impel Down, well, do our part." "That's right. This is a necessary sacrifice for the revolution. We don't fear death. Let us fulfill our duty." Seeing that everyone had misunderstood, Lorne quickly stopped the strange atmosphere from spreading further. "Stop. Everyone stop. When did I say I wanted you to die?" Under the bewildered gazes of Ivankov and Inazuma, Lorne swiftly explained, "I can lure Magellan to the infinite hell, and Shiryu is in confinement. As for the remaining guards, as long as we act cautiously, there won't be any danger to their lives." As for the 6th level, the infinite hell, Lorne didn't want to touch it. First, he lacked the strength and feared making a grave mistake, which would be disastrous. Not to mention his conscience wouldn't allow it. If even 1 or 2 great pirates were released, Zephyr would come swinging his mechanical arm alongside Kazan to give him a double beating. Second, the devil fruit abilities of certain pirates in the infinite hell were indeed too overpowered. The world government's decision was correct. Leaving those legendary pirates locked up for now could also avoid introducing unknown risk factors in the future. Mainly, he didn't want to take the blame. He wasn't here to be a hero today. Achieving his goal was enough. Of course, aside from the infinite hell, it might not be possible to completely purge the other levels either. Not only due to insufficient strength, but also because of the difficulty he mentioned earlier. Thinking this, Lorne looked at Inazuma, who had set down his drink. "Leave the main work of purging Impel Down to me. You and Ivan just need to hold off the guards. There's no need to fight to the death. If you're outmatched, retreat in time. Don't worry about me. I have my own way out. On top of that, except for Shiryu, try not to kill the others. I entrust this to you too. Not only because they were former colleagues, but also because most of the guards harbored a sense of justice. Even the most frivolous Hannibal had a bottom line of upholding justice. As for you all," Lorne looked at the crowd whose spirits were low from feeling overlooked and gave them a serious instruction. "Your task is even more arduous. Here is a list of the wrongfully imprisoned. I need you to rescue them before we make our move." With that, Lorne handed over the list he had obtained from Domino, the result of his inspection. Several hundred people. Not too many, not too few. Fortunately, they were all concentrated in the first 3 levels. Once they lured the guards and jailer beasts down, there shouldn't be any casualties barring accidents. Then Lorne designated a meeting point. "This passage connects to the 1st level, right? After you rescue them, go straight to the 1st level and wait for us." Compared to killing, rescuing was more difficult. Lorne was not a bloodthirsty man. The main reason he chose to purge Impel Down today was to gain fame and announce his voyage with a grand opening. Preemptively eliminating future threats was merely a side benefit. Tough luck for those who happened to be in his way. Lorne would not show mercy to those who deserved death, but he couldn't bring himself to harm the innocent. He wanted it all: the infamy of a deserter from the Marines, the notoriety of slaughtering pirate prisoners, the charge of rebelling against the world government, and the righteous fame of saving the innocent from disaster. As he said before, he was not a saint. Everything he did now was simply to do his utmost while ensuring his own interests weren't compromised. Seeing Lorne entrust them with such an important task, everyone's dejection vanished, and they stood tall with pride. So they weren't a burden after all. They had their own mission to accomplish. As expected of Mentor Lorne, leave this matter to us with peace of mind. Just as Ivankov was about to cheer excitedly, Inazuma poured cold water on them again. There are warships blockading the outside of Impel Down and tens of thousands of Marines stationed there. Even if we get out, there's no escape. Before Ivankov and the others could put on a show of changing expressions, Lorne had already solemnly guaranteed, "Don't worry about that. I have my arrangements." He didn't elaborate on what the arrangements were, and since Ivankov nodded, everyone had to choose to trust him. However, Lorne's next words chilled the atmosphere to freezing point. "Ivan, before the operation begins, you'd better call Dragon and have him send someone to pick you up. Otherwise, even if I manage to break you out of Impel Down, the Navy headquarters is nearby, and you won't be able to escape then." Lorne could only guarantee their smooth escape from Impel Down, but with Admiral Akiji stationed at the headquarters, if he gave chase, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? These words instantly put Ivankov on guard. "Is your target Dragon?" But Lorne replied with complete indifference and frankness, "If I wanted to capture you, I wouldn't have come. If I intended to ambush Dragon, I'd be exposed the moment we get out. Judge the truth for yourself." Seeing the purity in Lorne's eyes and recalling the progressive ideas he had just shared, Ivankov's face regained its smile. He flashed a wide grin and made a peace sign, saying, "Since Lorne boy puts it that way, it would be lousy of me to refuse. Let's break out together, hee-haw." Soon, using Lorne's din mushy, Ivankov contacted Dragon, who was reading the newspaper. "Who are you? How did you?" "Dragon, it's me, Iva. Hey, race the situation." Quickly, Ivankov recounted the plan to escape prison in full detail, asking Dragon to come and provide backup. There was a long silence on the other end before Dragon wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied with an agreement. However, he needed some time to make arrangements to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Level 4 Blazing Hell. In the warden's office, Magellan sat on his throne, clutching his stomach, his face dark as he glared at Hannibal. "Still haven't found him." Hannibal stammered, unable to speak, not even daring to reveal his ambition, a clear sign of his tension. Domino looked at the lifeless den mushy in her hand, equally helpless, and shook her head as she reported, "We've thoroughly searched the frozen hell and found no trace of Lieutenant Lorne." Pausing, she then cautiously suggested, "Warden, should we notify Admiral Akiji?" Lorne's visit had been personally arranged by that individual, and now that something had gone wrong, it was only proper to inform him. But before Magellan could respond, Hannibal jumped in to object. "No, absolutely not. As the person primarily responsible for this matter, if the Navy were notified and the case was closed, he would lose all chance of ever becoming warden." Driven by his ambition, Hannibal wanted to cling to a last hope. Watching him wail and throw a tantrum, Magellan found it a headache and finally made a decision. "Search more carefully. This place isn't that big. Where else could he have gone? If you can't find him, well, deal with it tomorrow." Frozen hell. Though Dragon wasn't fully prepared yet, Lorne had no intention of waiting idly. During this time, he planned to clean out the unmonitored frozen hell completely. With the concerted efforts of Ivankov and the others, all the patrolling guards had been knocked unconscious, and someone was stationed at the main entrance to prevent any guards from discovering the anomaly. As for Lorne, he approached the group of pirates who had insulted him earlier. Even without his marine coat, the pirates recognized him at first sight. The moment they saw him, Nikoan with his round face and bushy beard brightened. "Yo, Marine boy, finally come to your senses? Ready to serve me?" No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous crash echoed. Lorne punched the cell door open, shaking the entire prison. Then he strode straight up to Nikoan and grabbed him by the collar. "So you're Nikoan?" Suspended in the air, Nikoan was terrified, writhing frantically, but to no avail. What do you want? Let me go." Witnessing this, the other pirates in the cell fell silent, their mocking smiles vanishing. Yet none of them stepped forward to help, though instead they eyed the open door, plotting to escape. However, as the first one lunged out of the cell, Lorne kicked out a Rankyaku. With a swoosh, a blue vacuum sliced through, severing the man's body in two. Upper and lower half separated, his eyes wide in death. Dead? How is that possible? Is that one of the 6 powers? Rankyaku. This kid is a Marine officer. A Marine officer? I've killed them before. If I weren't so worn down. Chill. Quit your boasting. You want to die? The scene terrified the other pirates, who froze in place, daring not to move. Lorne ignored these jackals and turned back to Nikoan, who was nearly choked out. He sneered, "Wanted a thrill, huh? They'll help you." With that, he raised his right leg and delivered a vicious kick, causing Nikon's groin to burst instantly. Ow! A searing pain shot through his entire body, making his eyes bulge with bloodshot veins and his mouth gape open. The scream had just begun when the tremor power was unleashed, spreading from his neck throughout his body. Wherever it passed, bones shattered and blood sprayed. Finally, Niken's bones were crushed, his internal organs ruined, and he died with blood oozing from all 7 orifices. Before his body turned to pulp, Rorn flicked him into a corner where he happened to spot a mangled corpse. The frozen remains still bore the marks of inhuman torture, fueling Rorn's murderous intent even further. "You call yourselves human?" Armament hockey coated his arms, and a chilling aura radiated, fiercely cutting into the pirates like blades. At that moment, all the pirates felt a sense of powerlessness, their faces etched with terror and despair. Before long, a foot stepped out of the cell, heavily pressing onto the pristine white snow, heading toward the next cell, leaving behind a trail of bloody footprints. Since the innocent on this level had long been absorbed by Ivankov, the remaining prisoners all deserved death, so Rorn showed no restraint and launched a full-scale massacre. At first, Rorn honed his 6 powers techniques, aiming for precise kills to swiftly dispatch the prisoners. Later, tired of using his fists, he drew his fine sword Siren for the first time. Leveraging his strength and understanding of Rankyaku, Rorn successfully executed a flying slash. Instantly, a dense web of sword energy rampaged through the frozen hell, causing countless cells to collapse. Most of the pirates inside, weakened and frail, had no power to resist and closed their eyes forever. Such a one-sided battle was devoid of any honor, truly a slaughter. Thus Ivankov, who was watching, could no longer bear it and stepped in to stop him. "Rorn, isn't this too cruel? Cruel? Why do you think they were locked up here? When these scum committed atrocities against the innocent, why didn't you step in to stop them?" Facing Ivankov's sudden surge of misplaced compassion, Rorn, whose eyes were bloodshot from the killing spree, replied coldly and indifferently, "Justice delayed is not justice, but it is an account owed to the innocent victims. I hope you remember, everyone here deserves death. You're a revolutionary, but I am not. You fear dirtying your hands and tarnishing your name. I don't. Get out of my way." Perhaps due to the sheer number of kills in a short time, Rorn's aura was so overwhelming that Ivankov involuntarily stepped back. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall Rorn's earlier words: if evil was not thoroughly cleansed, how would they face the greater sins these people might commit in the future? Thus, evil must be eradicated without mercy. If one cannot bring themselves to do this, then they should not speak of revolution. Revolution is destined to involve bloodshed and sacrifice, not child's play. In chaotic times, harsh laws and severe punishments are necessary. With this thought, Ivankov chose to back down. Thereafter, the figure, stripped of its marine coat, darted through every corner of the frozen hell. With fists and feet, the 6 powers unfolded, meeting violence with violence. With each swing of the blade, sins were settled and lives withered. Wherever he passed, screams filled the air and blood stained the ground. Until finally, the blinding crimson dyed the accumulated snow of years with countless corpses and rivers of blood. Thus, the prisoners of the frozen hell were nearly all dead. Only then did Ivankov dare to step forward. "Lorn, I'm sorry." Before he could finish, Lorn shook his head, cutting him off. No need for apologies. Their ideologies differed, so he could understand why Ivankov found the bloody slaughter distasteful. After all, he himself felt numbed by the killing, increasingly detached from his humanity, the aftereffects weighing heavily on him. Yet stopping was impossible. Some things once begun could not be halted. He could only be more cautious in the future, avoiding impulsive actions driven by a momentary surge of emotion, and try to kill fewer people. But today, the purge plan had to be executed. During his missions to eradicate pirates in previous years, Lorn had witnessed countless tragedies, but lacked the strength to save the innocent. Back then, he had retreated into himself at Marine headquarters, using the excuse of relentless training to escape these horrors. Now, with the power and opportunity to prevent further tragedies, he would not easily give up. He was no saint, bearing no burden to save the world, nor did he wish to entangle himself in too much karma. But where his strength reached, he would do his utmost. At the very least, he had to honor Master Zephyr's care and live up to the word justice he once bore. Whether his methods were appropriate or accepted mattered not, as long as he could answer to his own conscience. That was enough. Before long, brew. As the din mushy rang again, Lorn knew the operation was about to begin. Answering, he noticed the snail's face now bore a shoe print tattoo. He casually said, "Understood," and hung up. Then he turned to Ivankov and the others for confirmation. "This leads to level 6 infinite hell, doesn't it?" Upon receiving an affirmative, Lorn strolled to a spot, raised his fist, and struck down. Boom! Empowered by the tremor ability, the thick floor shattered instantly, debris plummeting downward. A massive hole connected the levels. Without hesitation, Lorn leaped down, plunging straight into the true hell, teeming with legendary figures. Infinite hell. Unlike the frigid cold of level 5, infinite hell cells were more traditional, though the environment was darker and chains and shackles were forged from unyielding sea stone. Of course, security was far tighter. Patrolling guards aside, surveillance den mushy were densely placed, leaving almost no blind spots. But nothing is absolute. There is always a slip. Poof, poof, poof. With the sound of compressed air, Lorne landed slowly on the floor via moonwalk. He glanced around, confirming he was in a blind spot far from the elevator. Marveling inwardly at the capriciousness of luck, Lorne swiftly picked up debris and with a flick of his wrist knocked out the nearby surveillance snails. Once that area was clear, he pulled out a din mushy and called Domino. "Lieutenant Lorne, you." Before she could question, Lorne's voice rang out, feigning urgency. "Something's happened in Infinite Hell. Get Warden Magellan down here to quell it." With that, he hung up without waiting for a reply. Afterward, Lorne knocked out another batch of snails and dealt with a few foul-mouthed, worthless pirates before returning to level 5. Once he received confirmation from the surveillance room that Magellan had boarded the elevator, the operation truly began. Level 4, Blazing Hell. This level was characterized by boiling blood pools, searing magma, and seas of fire torturing prisoners with extreme heat, a stark contrast to the frozen hell above, like fire and ice. Boom. The floor of a cell suddenly burst open and Lorne, clad in black, leaped out. Scanning the bewildered prisoners, he drew his fine blade Qinglong. This jolted the pirates to alertness. "Hey kid, what's your games? Who cares? That hole must be an exit. Take him out, and we might escape." "Are you crazy? That's level 5 down there. Even if it is, we're not in a cell. This is our chance. We can't miss it. Right? Before the guards notice, let's gang up and kill him." Seeing them suddenly unite to take him down, murderous intent flickered in Lorne's eyes, though he smirked. "What if I'm here to free you? So eager to kill me, so confident." With his blade already drawn, no one believed his lies. A 2-meter-tall, long-armed tribesman charged, his multi-jointed arm spinning rapidly to build momentum before striking like a viper at Lorne's eyes. "Save your breath. I'm a big-time pirate with an 80 million belly bounty." Sigh. Lorne sighed. "Overestimating yourself. Even the pirates of level 5 were no match for him. What resistance could these fools offer?" Soru. In an instant, Lorne appeared behind the pirate, his blade casually thrust backward. Schlick. The tip pierced flesh with ease, striking the heart with lethal precision. A single fatal blow. The remaining pirates, caught off guard, were swiftly claimed by Kingland's edge. No flashy sword techniques, no gory splatter, no brutal torture. Just simple strikes, fast, precise, and deadly. Where the blade passed, life withered. As the pirates in the cell fell, the sword remained pristine, not a single drop of blood staining it. This was the killing art Lorne had honed in the frozen hell. He then smashed through walls, clearing cell after cell, avoiding surveillance as much as possible. Thanks to a stroke of luck, patrol guards were occupied on the other side. So until he had cleared nearly half the cells and was forced into view. The surveillance room noticed the anomaly. They alerted patrol guards to intercept, while Hannibal and Domino were informed and came to investigate. "Lieutenant Lorne, how could?" Domino stared in shock at the monitor showing the perpetrator. Hannibal was even more agitated. "What is Lorne doing? Why is he killing prisoners? Has he gone mad?" But soon ambition clouded his mind, triggering his usual delusional episode. Mass prisoner deaths. That's a serious dereliction for Magellan. If he gets demoted, won't I become warden? Lorne, good work." Thankfully, Domino kept her wits and ordered, "Stop talking nonsense. Notify Warden Magellan immediately." Meanwhile, Shiryu, who had somehow left his solitary confinement cell, sensed the anomaly in Blazing Hell with his observation hockey along with Lorne's familiar presence. He couldn't help but grin. "Huh, I knew you were a kindred spirit." The next moment, he drew his famed sword Thunderstorm and dashed toward Lorne's location. Moments later, on the central bridge above the searing magma, Shiryu finally cornered Lorne, staring at him with the obsessive gaze of a predator eyeing its prey. "Lorne, kindred spirit, fight me. You're kind. You're not worthy." Lorne roared with utter disgust, drawing his blade while signaling his refusal to be associated. Shiryu of the Rain. Merely a mindless slaughterer devoid of purpose and self-control, no different from these scum. Shiryu was inherently brutal, taking pleasure in killing indiscriminately, driven solely by whim, devoid of any humanity. As for Lorne, no matter how others perceived him, his conviction remained unshaken. To kill in order to protect, to meet violence with violence, to end slaughter with slaughter. This was the path he had chosen. This path was unacceptable to the vast majority, especially to Zephyr, known as the Admiral, who kills not, which was precisely why Lorne had never revealed it before. In a sense, such a path was too extreme, barely even qualifying as justice. Therefore, neither the Marines nor the Revolutionary Army were places where he could walk this path. Only the pirates who championed freedom were the most suitable. This was also one of the reasons he harbored no aversion to his undercover mission and even chose to become a pirate without hesitation. From wanting nothing more than to idle away his days a month ago to now acting with increasing extremism, he was practically a different person. Lorne felt as though this twisted world had driven him mad. All he could do was cling to his true heart. Yet for Lorne's casual insult, Shiryu felt no shame, but rather took it as a compliment. "Ha ha ha, you truly understand me. At this moment Lorne was at a loss for words, so he racked his brains to divert the trouble. Don't you love killing? Magellan isn't here with all these pirates around. Go ahead and slaughter to your heart's content. Nonsense. Shiryu bit down on his cigar, breaking it, then raised his blade toward Lorne. Kid, I'm far more interested in you now. Compared to a mob of helpless pirates, torturing Lorne to death clearly brought him greater pleasure. A Marine lieutenant. He had never killed one before. Without another word, the two clashed directly. Swish, swish. Blades of cyan and blood-red light cut through the scorching air, clashing against each other with such force that sparks flew scattering into the surrounding magma and being swallowed. Compared to Shiryu, who stood 3 meters tall, Lorne's 2-meter frame seemed almost petite. Yet Lorne's strength caught Shiryu off guard. Kid, not bad for strength. Shiryu grew increasingly excited while Lorne was utterly exasperated. How did a freak like you become the head jailer? Are the recruiters at the world government all blind? As he spoke, Shiryu's speed abruptly surged, his movements lightning fast, striking at Lorne's exposed weaknesses from every conceivable angle. The disparity in strength between them was starkly evident. Lorne was ultimately too young. His honed killing techniques sufficed for bullying the weak, but were utterly useless in a fight against a superior opponent. Thus, he could only rely on Soru to accelerate and barely evade multiple lethal strikes. And so their figures flickered across the bridge, each movement shattering the floor and leaving it scarred with blade marks. But this stalemate did not last long. Kid, you're not even fit to be a swordsman apprentice. Shiryu smirked, coating his blade rain with armament haki, transforming it into a black blade. As a strike enhanced in both power and hardness came crashing down, Lorne's Qinglan, relying solely on its own durability, let out a brittle sound as if cracks were forming on its surface. Damn it, you're just an old geezer relying on age. Why don't you challenge my hawk and stop pretending? As Shiryu grew serious, Lorne was instantly overwhelmed, forced to retreat and dodge continuously. Not only was Qinglan of inferior quality unable to withstand the relentless assault of rain, but Lorne had also yet to master armament haki infusion, let alone apply it to his blade. Under this double disadvantage, he was naturally no match. Fortunately, Shiryu had recently been confined, deprived of proper food and sleep, and was not at his peak physical condition. Moreover, Lorne was no mere swordsman. His main strengths lay in physical combat and devil fruit abilities. Kid, come back stronger in your next life if you want to cause trouble. Just as Shiryu grew bored and moved to finish Lorne off with a single strike, Lorne seized the opportunity and activated his devil fruit ability. A swordsman is impressive. Try this. One sword style quake blade. As an invisible quake sphere enveloped Qinglan, Lorne, who had been on the verge of breaking, surged back with renewed strength. The moment the two blades met, it was the tremor force that struck rain before Qinglan's blade itself. Crack. A power capable of shattering space enough to bridge the gap in their strength. What is this? You're a devil fruit user. This unexpected move left Shiryu's arms numb and forced him back several steps, nearly falling into the magma. Not only that, but the armament haki coating on rain showed signs of dissipating. Such was the might of the tremor fruit, truly the supreme paramecia for offensive power. Of course, Qinglan was also affected by the devil fruit's power, as the ability resided in Lorne, not the blade itself, preventing him from channeling the tremor force without restraint. If he continued, it might not hold up. But Lorne was never fighting alone. Just as they were locked in stalemate, reinforcements finally arrived. Leave it to me, Lorne boy. Ivankov's large face leaped into the air, his heavily made-up eyes rapidly opening and closing. Death wink. A blast of wind generated from the rapid blink landed precisely on the still and steady Shiryu. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying impact sent the unprepared Shiryu flying, crashing heavily into the cell door. When he stood up, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough, Ivankov. You're not dead. I'd die before you do. He up. After exchanging insults, they vanished from their spots, reappearing as they clashed together. Bang, bang, bang. A battle of even greater intensity than before erupted. Elsewhere, Lorne panted slightly, sheathing Qinglan and frowning at his cracked tiger's mouth. Is the gap still this vast? It seemed that with his current strength, defeating a veteran powerhouse like Shiryu was nothing but a pipe dream. The power of haki could not be achieved overnight. It required ample accumulation. But next time he would not be so pathetic. As the two remained locked in stalemate, and lightning handled the approaching jailers, Lorne slipped away to continue his purge. Simultaneously, he deliberately drew the jailers from other levels toward him, creating a diversion for the rescue plan. Soon the blazing hell was mostly cleared. Get out of the way. After knocking out a jailer beast that served as a speed bump, Lorne shouted to Ivankov and Lightning, who were still entangled in the center. Let's go. Up to the starvation hell. Underground level 3 starvation hell. True to its name, famine was the norm here. As far as the eye could see, yellow sand filled the air, a barren wasteland. Influenced by the blazing hell, this level was also perpetually scorching. Prisoners here were deprived of food and water, scorching heat and starvation were the main themes. Lorne, emerging from below, looked around and couldn't help but marvel that Impel Down's hell was well named. The prisoners in their cells were gaunt and sallow, enduring the torment of high temperatures daily, a fate worse than death. Truth be told, if not for caution, Sake, Lorne would have preferred to let these wretches continue suffering here. After all, compared to a clean death, endless torment was a more fitting punishment for them. Blame yourselves for being devoid of goodness. For even in such extreme circumstances, the prisoners' malice remained undiminished. Under the perception of observation hockey, Lorne found it hard to show mercy to these dark-hearted individuals. Sensing the markers left by the Okama after completing their rescues, Lorne no longer hesitated and resumed his purge. But just as Lorne finished off one cell, the figure he least wanted to see arrived. "Lorne, stop right there." A roar that chilled the prisoners echoed through starvation hell, and they all turned to look at the lift shaft. Magellan, who summoned him? Lorne, who the hell is that? Pissing off the poison man means certain death, right? Hope this doesn't involve us. Ew, I can't stand the poison man's toxins. Hey, come on and kill me. Better a quick death than this endless suffering. If you really want to die, do it yourself. Stop talking crap. While the prisoners erupted into chaos, Lorne was also panicking. In this environment, going up against Magellan, who held absolute dominion here, even with Ivankov's help, would leave him severely battered at best. Yet just as he planned to speed up the prisoner purge and flee, a short imp-like figure accompanied by a troop of guards and blue gorillas blocked Lorne's path. "Lorne, you're under arrest." The newcomer was none other than Chief Jailer Suddy, who possessed the ability to control and command the blue gorilla packs, a formidable foe. But Lorne was undaunted, even coldly warning, "Move aside if you want to live." Suddy, however, remained unmoved and commanded the blue gorillas to subdue Lorne. Seeing this, Lorne no longer held back. Soru. The next moment, instead of retreating, he advanced, his figure a blur as he charged into the enemy ranks at breakneck speed. Outside the iron gate of Impel Down's first level. Freeze right there. The Chief Jailer Suddy, clad in a peach-colored tight-fitting leather top, brandished her whip, blocking the entrance, while emitting incomprehensible sultry sounds. Behind her stood the 4 Mino jailer beasts, who together stopped the Marines attempting to provide support. These 4 beasts were Mino Taurus, Mino Koala, Mino Rhino, and Mino Zebra. Rumor had it they were the failed products of awakened Zoan devil fruit users. They corresponded to the cow, koala, rhino, and zebra Zoan fruits. Thus, they were immensely powerful, with particularly formidable vitality and exceptional regenerative abilities. Blocked at the gate, the Marine Rear Admiral dared not force his way in and could only demand, "Since there's a riot inside Impel Down, why won't you let us enter to suppress it together?" Whoosh, crack. Suddy cracked her whip in the air, speaking in a strange tone. "The instigator is your Marine, Lieutenant Lorne. To avoid misunderstandings, you are not to interfere." Hearing this, the previously defiant Rear Admiral froze for a moment, then asked uncertainly, "Lieutenant Lorne?" "That's right." Suddy finally grew a bit more serious. After confirming it was indeed Lieutenant Lorne, the Rear Admiral's expression shifted several times before he changed his attitude. "In that case, the Marines will absolutely not interfere. If any accident occurs, it will be your responsibility." Suddy replied without hesitation, "Naturally, this is our affair. The Marines need not meddle." "Not even if he comes out?" the Rear Admiral asked again. Suddy cracked her whip, emphatically speaking with utmost seriousness. "He's merely a lieutenant. With Warden Magellan handling it personally, such a situation will never arise." The Rear Admiral quickly nodded. "Fine. Your words." Though he spoke with feigned righteousness, inwardly he was both shocked and somewhat relieved. As a staunch supporter of Admiral Akiji's faction, he had been specifically instructed by Kazan that very morning to disregard whatever Lieutenant Lorne did. In short, treat Lorne as if he were invisible, even if he committed treason. The implication was nearly explicit, so he naturally complied. Had they not been stopped, and had they barged in to find Lorne, he truly wouldn't have known what to do. But now it was simple. He could just take the easy way out. Since they wouldn't let him interfere, he truly wouldn't. Not even if Lorne broke out. With that thought, before Suddy could act up again, the Rear Admiral hastily withdrew his troops and loudly commanded, "Spread the order, no matter what happens next, act as if you saw nothing." To wash his hands of the matter completely, the Rear Admiral emphasized each word. "Especially if you see Lieutenant Lorne. Ignore him. Don't cause trouble for our colleagues and Impel Down." Hunger hell. After a fierce battle, the guards were all unconscious. As for the blue gorillas, after knocking out Saldeth, they became a headless mob, posing no threat. And Scathed Lorne didn't even pause to catch his breath before drawing his blade and swinging it toward the nearby prison cells full of onlookers. "Still watching? I'm coming for you. Enjoying the show? Still clapping? Weren't you shouting happily just now? Keep shouting. Can't even rest in peace while starving. They'll grant you release." What followed was another one-sided massacre. But just as Lorne finished clearing 3 cells, the slightly slower Magellan finally arrived. upon seeing the corpses of the jailers strewn about this. How dare you? Magellan's rage ignited instantly, his body engulfed in venom ready to erupt at any moment. But soon his kinbunchika haki swept through, and he realized his misunderstanding. The surging venom receded. Lorne, don't compound your mistakes. Stop now and everything can still be undone. Seeing that Lorne was only slaughtering pirates and had not harmed the guards or jailers, Magellan's killing intent faded. After all, this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened to Shiryu, had done it many times before. As the warden, he had the authority to execute prisoners autonomously, and the situation could still be contained. However, Lorne immediately took the moral high ground, criticizing bluntly, "These pirates are scum and deserve death. Yet because of pointless concerns they're merely imprisoned. Compared to tormenting them, the resources wasted daily are far more precious. Do you know how many civilians on the seas need them? They create no value. Why keep them? To breed. Instead of letting these ticking time bombs escape and wreak havoc on the seas later, it's better to end it now and be done with it." Hearing this, Magellan momentarily found it quite reasonable, but soon recalled his duty and retorted, "Lorne, this is the rule set by the world government. Stop immediately or don't blame me for being harsh." Lorne slew the last pirate in the cell with a single stroke, then turned to face Magellan below, sneering contemptuously. "Huh, the world government is already corrupt. The celestial dragons are the greatest cancer of the seas, far more detestable than these pirates. What I do is true to my sense of justice. You are the one with blind loyalty." Mentioning the world government and the celestial dragons, Magellan could no longer pretend not to see. Reluctantly, he had to act. "Lorne, you've gone too far." As he spoke, Magellan's entire body turned to venom, and a high concentration of toxic gas rapidly spread in all directions. In the nearby cells, pirates who thought they might be spared collapsed one after another, many instantly poisoned to death. Magellan didn't even glance at the collateral victims, fixing his gaze on Lorne as he admonished, "Have you forgotten you're a Marine? Does this honor the justice on your back?" Lorne found this speech utterly ridiculous. "Huh, you don't think I plan to stay a Marine, do you? I've decided to become a pirate. If you're going to be a pirate, why slaughter pirates?" Facing the question, Lorne instantly slipped into character, crafting his persona to provide a solid reason for his defection. For fame, of course. Storming Impel down and getting away unscathed, riding on your reputation, Magellan. That's immense fame. At these words, Magellan finally struck. Venom cloud. A dense cloud of highly toxic gas converged toward Lorne, causing him to frown. If touched, he would gradually lose his five senses. Jeppo moonwalk. Lorne dispersed the cloud with a vacuum slash, then quickly stepped into the air, easily evading the venom cloud's encirclement. As Magellan gathered his strength, he roared, "What you're doing now? How is it any different from these pirates? At least I have no innocent blood on my hands." Lorne's eyes were bright, his tone resolute. "But right and wrong don't matter to me. I'm just doing what I believe is right. That's all." Lorne always held one saying in his heart, "My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is for justice." To outsiders, he might seem too brutal, but as long as he believed it was right, that was enough. With this as his beacon, he would never lose his way. Seeing Lorne's unwavering resolve, Magellan said no more. "You're no match for me. Surrender." As he spoke, the venom on his body surged. Venom dragon. In the next instant, the venom coalesced into three massive dragon-shaped streams of deadly poison, writhing, as if to corrode even the air itself. At this moment, Magellan was finally serious. The earlier conversation had been out of respect for the Marines. Since Lorne was obstinate, he would simply take him down. Sensing Magellan's disdain and the look in his eyes that had never regarded him as a threat, Lorne's anger turned to a bitter laugh. "Kizaru was like this, Akiji was like this, Shiryu was like this, and so were you. Why does everyone think I'm so easy to handle?" Suddenly, the enraged Lorne abandoned his thoughts of retreat. He didn't want to back down anymore. At least he wouldn't lose without a fight and flee in disgrace. "Don't underestimate me." At this moment, the resentment and fury suppressed in Lorne's heart for years erupted completely. At this moment, the terrifying power born from his will and spirit detonated fully. At this moment, the kingly quality found in 1 in a million finally awakened Haushika Haki. At this moment, the kingly quality found in 1 in a million finally awakened Haushika Haki. A thunderous force erupted from Luo, in an invisible presence radiating outward. The terrifying pressure seemed to leach the color from the surrounding world. At the same moment, every prisoner in hunger hell rolled their eyes white and collapsed unconscious. Even the guards and the prison beasts could not withstand the oppression. They too fell into unconsciousness. At this moment, fewer than 10 people remained standing. Han and I, Ba and Shan Dian, among the few who forced themselves to remain composed, were inwardly aghast. How had Captain Luo and suddenly erupted like this in the midst of combat? Only 3 were almost unaffected. Yuan Kufu, who had just arrived, was visibly excited. "Is that Conqueror's Haki?" "As expected of you, Luo An." "Conqueror's Haki." Mai Lun's face grew grave. "I never imagined you possessed a kingly aptitude. That makes it all the more impossible to let you go. Elsewhere, Shilu, who had arrived at the same time, as Iwan Kofu licked his lips as he stared at Luo on, and said with relish, "Not bad. Not bad. This is how it should be. Now it's interesting." After several seconds, the conqueror's haki that had blanketed hunger, hell finally faded, and Luo gradually recovered. I awakened conqueror's haki. He had once dreamed that if he awakened such a thing, he could ride the seas with armament entanglement, punching anyone who displeased him and tasting a life like kapus. But years of hardship had eroded his original zeal. He had long believed he lacked any royal aptitude, and yet in this moment it had blossomed unexpectedly. Luo felt both joy and exhilaration, but also unease. Having only just awakened conqueror's haki did little to directly augment his combat strength. He could not even control whether the conqueror's haki would affect friend or foe, let alone employ higher applications like armament entanglement. Thinking this, he glanced at the resolute Maijaluan and the murderous Shilu, then hurried to Iwan Kofu and said quickly, "Iwan, I heard you have a thing called excitement hormone. Inject me with one." Iwan Kofu, a little surprised, asked, "How did you know?" "It has severe side effects. The excitement hormone is essentially a substance akin to adrenaline. Once injected, it can drive a person into frenzy or berserk rage, temporarily granting far greater strength at the cost of harsh side effects." With Maijaluan and Shilu approaching together, Luo dared not hesitate. "No time to think, hurry." At Luo's urging, Iwan Kofu did not hesitate. He raised his hand, which had become a syringe, and plunged it into Luo's body. And Puli Ao, excitement hormone. In an instant, Luo's eyes rolled back, as if he could not withstand the sudden surge of power. The next moment, pale vapor seemed to rise from his body, and an unprecedented sense of swelling filled his chest. This feeling is intoxicating. At this moment, Luo felt utterly filled with power. Iwan Yu and Shandian, fall back, I'll cover the rear. With those words, he merely stamped his foot. With a thunderous collapse of the ground beneath him, Luo leapt into the air and charged straight at Maijaluan. "You brat, get past me first." Shilu suddenly accelerated to block the center. As he cleaved the poisonous fog, he brought a vicious slash down at Luo. The uncanny crimson blade flashed like a venomous serpent, pure intent to kill, locking onto Luo, and aimed to fell him in a single stroke. Overstimulated Luo scoffed at everything. "Ha, what are you to me?" Under the excitement hormone, he hardly felt pain nor the fatigue from using his fruit ability. Thus he no longer needed to worry about his bonus limits and could truly risk everything in a single gamble. But he did not seek wanton destruction. His goal was to defeat the enemy before him. He forced down the urge to unleash and demolish the deep-sea prison, concentrating all his power on the blade in front of him. In the next instant, a stronger tremor force than ever before clung to Qinglan. The air around the blade was torn apart, and a trembling resonance rang out. The force was so great the slender blade seemed to groan under the strain, as if it might shatter at any moment. At the crucial moment, Luo employed the armament color Zfa had once taught him. Pure black armament spiraled around the blade. Thin and faint from first use, it was nevertheless enough to keep the blade whole. All of this unfolded within a breath. The once harmless Luo's eyes reddened, and he heaved the most powerful slash he had ever mustered. Single slash style, prison-shattering blade. Boom. A devastating force erupted, as if to cleave everything before it. The so-called crimson blade light dissolved at its touch. Seeing this, Shilu, who had not taken him seriously, was utterly stunned. Hey. No matter how much you accumulate, there's a limit to how fast you can grow in a fight. Who do you think I am? Luo roared. The unconsciously emitted conqueror's haki began to coil around the blade, and the strike's power surged by several-fold. Moreover, the titanic killing intent gathered from ending tens of thousands of prisoners in a short span burst forth, converging into a singular mighty will force. That murderous will, blessing the newly awakened conqueror's haki, stained the blade's azure gleam into a blood-ink hue, more domineering, more savage. Blessing scarcely captures it. It was more a fusion of two distinct wills, conqueror's haki and killing intent. The two intertwined and astonishingly formed a unique aura that spread from Luo on and covered the central ground of hunger hell. Even prisoners merely caught at the edge of its reach felt as if immersed in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A frenzied urge to kill filled their minds, eroding reason. All experienced it. Shilu, the target, felt it most acutely. Breathing itself became difficult. Such concentrated killing intent, this insane will. All from you, a brat. What a joke. In that instant, Shilu's worldview seemed to collapse. Was this brat even human? Meanwhile, Luo's dive only gained speed as he plummeted at terrifying velocity toward the dumbfounded Shilu. Having been confined for days, Shilu was already in poor condition. After emerging, he had fought repeatedly and had been drained by Iwan Kufu's nauseating tactics. Now, as the one locked on, he sensed clearly he could not take this slash. Get speed left him no avenue of escape. This had ceased to be a simple duel of swords and become a clash of wills. The blade was merely the vessel for that willpower. After all, despite that brat's shabby swordsmanship, Shilu of Rain would not have fallen so easily. Even weakened, he would not accept defeat. Yet now he seemed destined to be nothing more than a speed bump. If he lived, he would be grievously wounded. He refused to yield. He would not lose. Shilu, get aside. As Shilu raised his blade to fight for his life, Maija Luan, forced to watch until now, finally stepped forward and stood before Luoan. But in the next moment, Luoan, suspended in midair, simply lifted his leg and kicked. Long kick, thousand sliver rain. The vacuum slash fell like a sudden torrential downpour. Empowered by the special Walora, its force swelled, cleaving the intercepting poison dragon to pieces and scattering it helplessly. Maija Luan snorted, coldly repressed by the oppressive aura, and spat a mere captain dares such insolence. As he spoke, the venom behind him roiled and coalesced into a larger skeletal colossus, and the poison hardened into a more menacing crimson. This was an ultimate technique derived from the dew fruit poison colossus, Hell's Judgment. Compared with the purple venom, the blood-colored toxin's menace was orders of magnitude greater. Such virulence meant death on contact. Yet Luoan did not flinch. With unstoppable momentum, he brought his blade down and struck the skeletal titan Hedon. Boom! When blade met, giant, an impact rippled outward, the blood-red venom turning into a poisonous mist that shrouded everyone's sight. Luoan, Iwan Kufu, who had fled to the stairwell, cried out in alarm at the scene. Han and I Ba and the others who had retreated to the control room watched, each reacting differently. Ha ha ha, indeed the chief is the strongest. Han and I Ba first rejoiced, then suddenly sagged. So, when will I become chief then? And besides that, Luoan seems like a fine kid. It would be a shame if he died. Because Luoan had never harmed the prison guards, Han and I Ba felt conflicted and harbored little hostility toward him, otherwise he would not have remained in the control room. Now is not the time for idle talk. Domino stared nervously at the monitor. Captain Luoan won't be poisoned to death, will he? That would be a real problem. In a corner of hunger hell, Shilu, nearly frightened, senseless, wore a manic expression as he fixed his gaze on the blood-colored miasma, trying to see through it. Taking Maija Luan's poison Hedon, has that brat gone insane? Truly reckless, huh? As his observation Haki detected an anomaly, Shilu's curse cut off, and he broke into laughter. Ha ha, I told you shouldn't die so easily. You are precisely the prey I had my eye on. Hell of hunger. In the central battlefield, a sharp blade's whistle sounded, and the massive skeletal giant exploded, unleashing a dark blood-colored sword light that broke through defenses and slashed toward the already defensive Magellan. Although he promptly defended with armament Haki, the already weakened sword light was unable to breach his defense. However, the terrifying killing intent stunned Magellan for a moment, causing him to stagger back several steps, feeling humiliated and darkened like a piece of charcoal. As the chief warden of Impel Down, he could not tolerate the disgrace of being pushed back by a mere brat, just as he was about to unleash his full power to capture Lorne. At that moment, an unbearable sensation of diarrhea surged toward Magellan's crown, causing his legs to weaken, nearly making him fall to the ground. Not good. Why now? Faced with the fierce side effects, he was too weak to fight. Unable to endure, he directly sat down on the warden's throne that had been pulled over at some point, pulled the curtain, and began. Puff, puff, puff. At the same time, regaining his sanity, Lorne swept away the surrounding poison mist with a slash, taking the opportunity to mock the embarrassed Magellan. Magellan, after eating poison every day, now it's your retribution, you deserve it. Ha ha. While verbally mocking, Lorne himself was also at the end of his strength. As Magellan was incapacitated, he was also suffering with both hands inevitably stained with the venom. Even the armament Haki was corroded by the blood-red poison, revealing its ferocity. If it weren't for the armament Haki, his hands might have been completely lost. In trepidation, Lorne hurriedly controlled his weak shock power to envelop his hands, attempting to dispel the terrifying poison that was rapidly seeping into his skin. Moreover, forcibly using stronger fruit abilities had drained his stamina immensely. Even with the support of adrenaline, he was struggling to cope. Thus, he dared not linger any longer. As the echoes faded, Lorne had already vanished from the spot, punching through the ceiling of the Hell of Hunger, rushing toward the beast hell above. Due to the terrifying aftermath of the poison fruit, the entire Hell of Hunger was enveloped in toxic gas, and the surviving prisoners were likely to be few and far between. With such power, it truly lived up to being the chief of Impel Down. Witnessing this scene, Lorne felt a mix of emotions, realizing that his hard work barely matched the mindless actions of others. Therefore, he silently resolved to focus on enhancing his physical strength and properly developing the shock fruit. One day, he too would wield the true power of the shock fruit, sinking an entire island with a single punch. As for now, the cleansing plan was already 80% complete. Lorne had no intention of continuing with the remaining Hell of Red Lotus and Beast Hell. Apart from the rescue plan not being fully accomplished, it was also unnecessary as the prisoners in those two tiers wouldn't stir up much trouble even if released. In his current poor state, survival was the priority. Soon, with a stroke of luck, Lorne unobstructedly broke through the ceilings of both Beast Hell and Red Lotus Hell, eventually appearing at the predetermined meeting point. Seeing his pale face and tattered clothes, the recently arrived Ivankov hurriedly approached to inquire, "Lorne, are you all right?" As he spoke, he stepped forward to examine Lorne's injuries. After checking, he finally sighed in relief. Lorne appeared disheveled, but apart from the residual toxic gas within his body, the remaining injuries were not severe. He was simply exhausted. For someone like Ivankov, known as the miracle worker, such a condition was merely a piece of cake. Just then, Lightning hurriedly arrived with someone hiding in the shadows, his expression grave. "There's a beast warden blocking the entrance. What should we do?" Lorne immediately guessed that it was those few Minotaur beast wardens, which even made Lightning frown. They were indeed incredibly powerful, but Lorne now regarded them with disdain. Magellan and Shiryu have already fought. Why fear a few mindless beast wardens? "Come fight with me." Seeing his confident demeanor, even Ivankov was surprised and asked, "Do you have a way to deal with them?" "Leave it to me." Lorne patted his chest in assurance. Soon Ivankov and the others finally understood why Lorne was so unconcerned about the beast wardens. Lorne raised his hand and lightly struck the ground. Boom! Under the influence of the shock power, the floor beneath the feet of several beast wardens instantly shattered and collapsed into a pit. Caught off guard and unable to fly, they could only watch helplessly as they fell into the hell of Red Lotus. Witnessing this scene, the small Sati, who was ready to enjoy the screams, was dumbfounded. Where did my giant beast wardens go? Unfortunately, after losing the protection of the beast warden, Sati didn't even need Lorne to intervene. A lightning-wielding two scissors swiftly dealt with her, finally binding her and hanging her in the inspection room. At the same time, Lorne retrieved his belongings, changed into a new outfit, swapping black for dark blue. He also pulled out a large bottle of cola and began to drink heartily. Gulyalu. Huh, refreshing. After an exhilarating battle, enjoying a delightful cola was simply bliss. Then, taking advantage of the fact that the pursuers hadn't yet arrived, he paid no mind to Lightning's constant worries about the warships outside, leading everyone to charge directly out of Impel Down. Outside the deep-sea prison on the flagship, an officer rushed to report. Major, Impel Down has fallen and criminals have burst out from within. The major, leisurely sipping tea and reading a magazine, showed no signs of urgency, casually asking, "Did you see who was leading them?" "Is it that Lieutenant Lorne?" The officer immediately nodded. "It has been confirmed to be him." Upon hearing this, the major raised an eyebrow and instructed solemnly, "You didn't see anything." "Didn't I say it already? I can't see." "You can't see either." He added, "Also, if anyone asks later, just say it was the open request of the chief warden of Impel Down. To avoid conflict, we had no choice but to abandon the defense. Do you understand?" Oh, yes." The officer seemed to grasp it, but thankfully this was previously arranged, and he quickly accepted. Thus, despite the prison gates being in utter chaos, the guarding warships remained completely still. In fact, there were hardly any figures on the deck. Most had retreated to the cabins to rest. Meanwhile, Lorne and his companions swaggered out of the feared deep-sea great prison, having experienced numerous battles and delays. Now it was the next morning at dawn. The sun slowly rose from the other side of the sea, and the warm sunlight shone upon everyone, dispelling the past gloom and bringing an unprecedented warmth. Reuniting with the light after many years, Ivankov and the others were filled with excitement, shouting joyfully. Ivankov's large head stood out, his radiant smile blooming freely. "I see the sea again. Dragon Bear, wait for me, you'll be there soon." Lightning, pulling out a glass of red wine from who knows where, elegantly raised his glass to toast to the distance. "For the cause of revolution, I will continue to strive." As for the others, they were more relaxed and indulgent. "Oh ho, we are finally free. In the future, I will definitely become a member of the Revolutionary Army and overthrow the decaying world government." "Me too." As for Lorne, glancing at the unmoving warships, he finally sighed in relief, secretly thinking that it seemed Kazan was reliable after all. Unfortunately, the snail had perished from the brutal battle, leaving him unaware of where Dragon was or if he was coming to their aid. Otherwise, with just him and Ivankov alone, they couldn't possibly take all these hundreds of people. Until the moment everyone boarded the warship that had long been prepared and was ready to set sail. A strange gust of wind suddenly arose in this windless zone, lifting the warship and rapidly accelerating as if it had been catapulted, disappearing in an instant. In no time, looking at the deep-sea prison that had vanished from sight, Lorne finally relaxed. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the bright sky, gradually dispersing the pent-up anger in his heart, almost feeling a moment of daze. Gently stroking the sword at his waist, he couldn't help but recall a phrase he had once heard: "Break the old shackles of the past, only then do I know who I am." In the calm belt, the naval warship raced at an abnormal speed, causing the iconic seagull flag to flutter violently. The hundreds of people on board, having experienced the initial excitement, were now mostly succumbing to exhaustion. While a few went to find rooms in the cabins, most chose to lie down on the deck and fall asleep. However, Ivankov was not on the ship. Lorne had some guesses about the situation, so he wasn't worried. As for himself, though he hadn't rested all day, he felt no trace of fatigue. It was because Lorne was simply too exhilarated. Not from adrenaline, but from a surge of achievement. He kept replaying the impel down operation in his mind, increasingly feeling that everything had gone far too smoothly. In short, it was sheer good fortune. The cleansing plan was a spuro-themit decision, and the arrangements he made could hardly withstand scrutiny. If anyone had noticed and countered him, causing any link to be off by a single step, everyone could have been doomed. Yet no one found any flaw in the entire chain. What was that if not luck? Of course, it could also be that Magellan and Hannibal were simply dim-witted, which fit Lorne's stereotypical view of most people in this world. That alone might have been a coincidence. But the battle with Magellan was undeniable. If Magellan's diarrhea had struck even a moment later, Lorne would have been finished today with no chance of escape. At that time, Lorne had almost used his special luck to turn misfortune into fortune and flee. Fortunately, it all ended well, and he even awakened the Conqueror's hockey. This time he had gambled correctly. He not only validated the results of his training and rapidly improved his strength through actual combat, but also successfully made a name for himself. With these hundreds of people on the ship as witnesses, he didn't believe the world government could suppress the news. Furthermore, it proved that his Conqueror's luck was not a useless gimmick, but was truly effective. After all, Lorne used to be a true unlucky soul who couldn't even win a 50-50 draw. Now he had truly defied his fate. So he was even more looking forward to that special luck he could only use once a year. If his ordinary luck was this strong, a divine skill usable only once a year would surely exceed all expectations. In some ways, this sign-in reward was even more heaven-defying than the Gura Gura no Mi. Though the tremor fruit was powerful, its effectiveness depended on the user, and there were many abilities that could substitute for it. But luck, mysterious and profound, could not be measured by any standard of value. It was a true divine skill. Thinking of this, Lorne's heart blossomed with joy. What's the difference between this and a protagonist's halo? Looks like I'm half a child of fortune now. Some time passed unknown to him. In the first half of the Grand Line Paradise, in a sea area thousands of miles from Marine headquarters. As the warship left the calm belt, the strange gales gradually calmed, and its speed slowly decreased. Lorne, who had fallen asleep at some point, suddenly opened his eyes. With a swoosh of wind, a figure draped in a green cloak appeared before him, the red square tattoo on his face highly distinctive. It was Monkey D. Dragon, the founder and leader of the Revolutionary Army, who had helped the warship escape over 1,000 miles. At the same time, the long-absent Ivankov reappeared on the deck. As an intermediary, he quickly built a bridge of friendly communication between the two. Dragon, this is Lorne. He helped me a lot, and he's the one who told me about Kuma. Dragon was very interested in Lorne because of the red ideology he had proposed. He quickly stepped forward to shake hands, a broad smile on his face. Lorne, this is our leader. He agrees with some of your views and hopes you'll share your insights. Lorne in turn wanted to learn from Dragon due to his strength and status. Although he had now awakened the Conqueror's hockey, it was currently only being released unconsciously. He didn't yet know how to control it. Dragon, standing before him, was certainly a suitable teacher. After all, as Garp's son, he had witnessed the Three Kings hockey clash at God Valley. I've heard so much about you. The honor is all mine. After a brief greeting before Lorne could ask for advice, Dragon spoke. First, I hear you know I have a son. Where did you hear that? Hearing this, Lorne froze for a moment. He cautiously glanced at Dragon, whose intentions were unclear, then looked awkwardly at Ivankov, who was intently admiring the scenery. Well, I do know, but it was old man Garp who told me. The same day? At the World Economy newspaper. President Morgan's, a user of the Tori no Mi model Albatross, maintained his Beastman form for extended periods. At that moment, he was flapping his large wings, tossing out photos of the impelled down riot he had obtained from who knows where. Big news. This is definitely big news that will rock the world. It must be printed and distributed immediately, and so with the full force of the World Economy newspaper before the world government could even react. A large number of trained seagulls were dispatched simultaneously, spreading this explosive news across the entire sea. Navy Lieutenant bravely storms the world's greatest deep-sea prison. Navy Lieutenant slays over 10,000 in a single day. Is he a deserter's bloody revenge? News headlines like these, designed to provoke the imagination, began to ferment across the sea. In the new world of the Grand Line, on a certain sea aboard a giant whale ship, Gura Gura, the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate or Whitebeard, gulped down a large bowl of sake and casually commented on the explosive news. A mere Navy lieutenant can achieve this. What an interesting brat. The last one was Ace. Diamond Jozu, standing beside him, was unimpressed. The news always exaggerates Pops. You can't take it seriously. He's just a Navy trader. How can he be compared to Ace? He'll be angry when he gets back. Pineapple Head Phoenix Marco also walked over looking exasperated as he advised Pops, compared to these trifles your health is the most important. Didn't I tell you to drink less? Whitebeard chuckled, put down his empty bowl, ruffled Marco's pineapple-shaped hair to brush him off, then sternly corrected Joseph's mistake. That Lorne kid has awakened the Conqueror's hockey. To commit such slaughter, he's no simple fellow. We'll likely see his name again soon. As he spoke, a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. He warned Josu, don't underestimate anyone on the sea. But Josu was stubborn and didn't hide his feelings. Pops, you're the strongest. Who does the Whitebeard pirates need to fear? Even though he was now plagued by illness and still hooked up to an 4-drip, hearing this, Whitebeard still exuded the rare aura of a true powerhouse of the sea. Gura Gura. Josu is right. After all, I am Whitebeard. In Wano country. Gulp gulp. The strongest creature in the world, Kaido of the beasts, drunk and laughing heartily, shouted like a madman, Euro Aro Aro Aro. I didn't expect a rookie to cause such a stir. It makes me want to go on a rampage too. After shouting, he started crying like a child, completely lacking the dignity of an emperor. Everyone present was used to it. King the Wildfire said expressionlessly, a mere rookie cannot be compared to you. He is not worthy. Queen the Plague, while gorging himself, chimed in, didn't the news say he only succeeded by taking advantage of his navy identity to launch a sneak attack? And he didn't break out alone, or weren't there revolutionaries with him? Jack the Drought, a recent addition to the crew, stared intently at the photo in the newspaper, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. A navy traitor getting all the spotlight. If he ever met Lorne at sea, he would definitely pull his ship alongside. In Dressrosa at the Royal Palace on the Plateau of the Kings. Well done. Not only did he massacre the world's greatest deep-sea prison, but he also escaped successfully. The 5 old men of the world government must be feeling the pain now. Whatever the truth behind this incident, that Navy lieutenant must be protected. As long as he lives, it's a stain on the world government's face. As a former celestial dragon, Doflamingo laughed heartily, as if seeing the greatest joke in the world. Fufufufu. And he possesses the qualities of a king. I'm very interested in him. Notify everyone immediately. You must find his location. I want to meet him. The snot boy Treble displayed his utmost sycophancy. Head off, you'll go to paradise myself. I'll ensure his safety and bring him back to you. At Marine Base, G1. On the beach outside the base. Good thing I had the foresight. This hot potato is indeed best left untouched. Borsellino was leisurely sunbathing with the latest newspaper placed on the table beside him. Young people these days. So frightening. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a scorching laser suddenly condensed at his index fingertip, only to vanish an instant later. The next moment, boom, a pirate ship speeding towards the base in the nearby sea was obliterated in a flash of brilliant golden light. On the Grand Line in the first half known as Paradise at Marine Headquarters in Marineford within the elite training camp, Zephyr stared at the latest newspaper, his expression shifting between gloom and uncertainty. Finally, he could only heave a deep sigh. Back then you told me to read the newspaper more often, but you never said I'd see you in it so soon. At this moment, silence was deafening. Zephyr looked up to the sky, reflecting on the bitter sorrow of his past life, and recalled the immense expectations he had placed upon Lorne when bidding him farewell yesterday. He simply could not fathom what he had done wrong. So this is why you wanted me to read the newspaper, Lorne. What a colossal surprise. Well, actually, there wasn't a shred of surprise, only an unbelievable shock. The old man felt as though he now suffered not only from asthma, but also from a heart condition. Around Zephyr, his students, Shizoine and Binz, had arrived upon hearing the news, their faces anxious as they asked what had happened. Master Zephyr, why did Lorne desert? A pirate? Doesn't he hate pirates the most? I refuse to believe he became one. The facts are right before us. It seems we have no choice but to accept it. Nonsense. Why are there Revolutionary Army members involved? There must be a hidden truth behind this. Exactly. Lorne must have been deceived. I think he's quite clever, but shouldn't be that way. What do you think, Master Zephyr? Facing his disciples' questions, Zephyr remained impassive, putting on a cold and ruthless facade. Enough. Say no more. Isn't everything clearly written in the newspaper? Lorne is no longer a Marine. As for the rest, it doesn't matter. You need not concern yourselves. Seeing that the three were about to speak again, his tone grew even colder. From now on, I don't want to hear you mention the name Lorne, that Marine traitor. The new recruits are almost at the camp. Don't you have anything to do? Get out. With that, Shizo and the others dared not say more. They exchanged glances and left helplessly. Once they were out of sight, Zephyr hurled the newspaper to the floor, unable to hold back his fury. Kazan, this is all you're doing. He was such a fine boy before. How did it suddenly come to this? Meanwhile, at an abandoned port, Achut, Kazan, who had been sleeping on the beach, was jolted awake. Removing his eye mask, he happened to see a Vice Admiral running toward him. Admiral Kazan, I finally found you. Vice Admiral Mamanga, Kazan asked, somewhat bewildered. What brings you here? I don't recall any operations recently. Mamanga didn't explain much, merely urging him. Why did you come here alone without your den mushy? Fleet Admiral Sengoku urgently needs to see you. He wants you to wait in his office. Urgent. Go to the office. And wait. So is it urgent or not? At that moment, Kazan's eyelids twitched violently. Instinct told him something terribly wrong was happening. I wonder if it's too late to run now. In the end, he abandoned the idea of fleeing the base on his bicycle and reluctantly headed toward the headquarters building. In the East Blue. At Lobetown, White Hunter, Smoker clenched 2 cigars between his teeth, newspaper in hand, his brow furrowed. It's been a while since I've been back to headquarters. Am I out of touch with the world? Is this really Lorne or not? He had heard that someone with the same name as his little brother had caused a ruckus at Impel Down, and he had mused wistfully that it would be nice if Lorne had such skills. But upon seeing the familiar face in the newspaper, he was at a loss. In his memory, Lorne was still a shy youth. On his first mission, he had trembled, afraid to harm anyone, recklessly opting only to knock them unconscious. Even when he saw someone fall, he had grieved and sought revenge, only taking his first life driven by hatred. But in this newspaper, Lorne was portrayed as a merciless killer and executioner. Was this the same person? Something was definitely wrong. Moreover, Smoker had always recognized Lorne's extraordinary talent, especially his top-tier innate observation hockey, which made him envious, even jealous. But it had only been a year since they last met. Back then, even without using his smoke fruit ability, Lorne couldn't even scratch him. Of course, he could hardly land a hit on Lorne either. But that was beside the point. The important thing was that no matter how hard Lorne trained in that year, he couldn't possibly have defeated Magellan, the chief warden of Impel Down. At that moment, all sorts of conspiracy theories flooded Smoker's mind. Lorne had been targeted by certain people early on. This incident was undoubtedly the work of those cipher pole bastards. Lorne was a scapegoat, a pawn thrown under the bus. In short, the kid had been set up. Especially since the news report mentioned the appearance of the Revolutionary Army officer Ivankov, which further corroborated this. Similar suspicions were not unique to Smoker, but he was the most convinced. With this in mind, unable to reach Lorne via Den Mushy, Smoker grabbed his jit and prepared to set sail, determined to find Lorne and get to the bottom of things. Fortunately, Tashigi and the others managed to stop him in time, pointing out that searching blindly would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was better to wait and see than seek him out when there was more information. Moreover, as the head of a Marine branch base, deserting his post would not only invite punishment, but could also leave civilians vulnerable to pirate attacks. Left with no choice, Smoker could only wait. Lorne, no matter what happened, I'll bring you back myself and figure everything out. Yet he did not remain idle. He contacted his acquaintances at headquarters to gather information and only felt at ease after learning that Lorne was not in immediate danger. In Fusha village, a naive boy in a straw hat stared at the newspaper report, his eyes sparkling. Wow, that looks amazing. I wonder who's stronger, him or Ace. Lorne, he'll remember you. Once I set sail, I'll definitely run into you, ah. The simple-minded youth didn't overthink it. He just looked forward even more to the day he would go out to sea. In Kokoyashi village within Arlong Park, an orange-haired girl was curled up alone in her room, clutching the latest newspaper and sobbing uncontrollably. Killed them all. Those wretched pirates all deserve to die, every last one of them. Lorne, if only you could come to the East Blue. If you just killed that bastard Arlong, everyone would be free and I could finally get some rest. After stuffing the freshly swindled berries into her small stash, the exhausted girl who had been working for a week fell asleep, clinging to a faint, utterly fanciful hope that even she didn't believe in. In an obscure corner of the East Blue, an unnamed village, a swordsman with 3 swords slung across his waist, hopelessly lost, wandered aimlessly in circles. Wasn't there supposed to be an exam? Where the hell are those Baroque Works bastards? They dared to mess with me. The green-haired man was a renowned bounty hunter in the East Blue who would later earn the title Pirate Hunter. He had gone to sea with the ambition of challenging the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk. Baroque Works, the largest bounty hunter organization in the first half of the Grand Line, naturally became his best stepping stone to enter that perilous sea. Unfortunately, things seemed to have gone awry today, and he was oblivious that it was his own fault for wandering off. Just then a newspaper fluttered down and smacked him right in the face. I don't want a newspaper. Is Lorne a Marine or a pirate? What did he do? Who the hell cares? Staring at the contents, the green-haired man roared at the sky. I'm going to the Grand Line to challenge that Hawkeye bastard. Don't you run. Point me in the right direction, damn it. A news coup in midair fled in panic, not even daring to collect the payment for the newspaper. As the latest edition of the news was distributed, the major powers across the sea reacted, generally believing that the pirate world had gained an interesting newcomer, never realizing this was the first tremor in the shifting landscape of the world. And so the incident of the Marine lieutenant slaughtering his way through Impel Down and then deserting spread across the entire sea. From long-established powerhouses who had long echoed across the oceans to ordinary people in some remote corner, it became a household tale. Gradually, Lorne began to earn a certain epithet. As the sun sets in the west, it is already evening. At Marineford, the naval headquarters, an urgent high-level meeting is convened by the Marshal. The Marshal has yet to appear while the high-ranking officials have started to arrive. Kazan, who had been called before the meeting, has fallen into a deep sleep out of boredom. When Zephyr arrives and sees Kazan sleeping, he rushes forward and attempts to deliver a slap. However, just before the hand lands, Kazan, sensing it through observation, hockey catches it. Zephyr Sensei, please don't be so angry. Although Zephyr's attack cannot harm him due to Kazan's Logia-type powers, being slapped by a teacher is still a humiliating affair. Oomph. Zephyr shakes off Kazan's hand and plops down on the sofa, pushing a newspaper on the table toward Kazan. What's going on with Ron? How much do you know about this matter? Kazan shakes his head helplessly. I really don't know. His den mushy is probably malfunctioning, and I can't get in touch with him. Hearing this, Zephyr's brow furrows slightly. He did contact me, but I didn't understand his meaning. Ron told me no matter what I did, first and foremost, I am a Marine, and it is only right to kill pirates. Just then, before the person arrives, the voice precedes him. Pahaha, Zephyr. So that Ron is the junior you mentioned? I honestly didn't expect that. At the doorway, Garp and Tsuru entered together. Garp plops down next to Zephyr, munching on some snacks while staring at him. You say he will change the sea. I have to admit you were right. I didn't expect Ron's actions to shock even me, and changing the sea isn't impossible in the future. Facing Garp's obviously playful attitude, Zephyr clenches his fists and coldly denies. Who is Ron? Not familiar. Don't involve me, you jerk. Garp scoffs and glances at the newspaper, his expression turning pensive. He actually awakened Conqueror's hockey and excels in physical combat. Why did he become a pirate? What a waste. Hearing this, Zephyr couldn't help but retort, what a waste of what? He's just undercover. Ron is still a Marine and continues to uphold his justice. Garp responds in disbelief. Didn't you say you weren't familiar? Enough with the act. Zephyr roars angrily. I genuinely feel like I want to smack you. Garp casually digs his nose. Weren't you the one talking nonsense first? Seeing the two old friends about to argue again, Tsuru suddenly interrupts them, asking, Zephyr, didn't you just say Ron contacted you yesterday? Oh, he said. As Zephyr repeats, Tsuru ponders. I might understand what he meant. Ron is a good kid. Before the three puzzled men could ask, a burly man dressed in a red suit walked in. With his arrival, the atmosphere in the meeting room became noticeably tense, losing its earlier lightheartedness. The newcomer is the hawkish leader of the Marines, Admiral Sakazuki, known for his strict adherence to absolute justice. The relationship between him and Kazan is like their respective powers, ice and fire, inherently incompatible. The clash of their justice philosophies has long persisted, tracing back to the destruction of O'Hara over a decade ago. The three elder Marines lean more towards Kazan's more lenient stance for various reasons. Thus, Sakazuki appears somewhat out of place. However, he himself does not care about this and naturally continues the conversation, stating, Ron is not a good kid, he is a competent Marine, a true warrior. In contrast to the others' reservations about Ron, Sakazuki highly praises Ron's actions against pirates. The slight aftermath is merely trivial. The complete eradication of pirates is the true path of justice. Hearing this, Zephyr looks at him in astonishment. The usually cold Sakazuki actually praises someone. Noting the similarity in their current methods, he couldn't help but ask, his tone not very friendly. Sakazuki, have you interacted with Ron? Ignoring Zephyr's probing, Sakazuki bluntly replies, humph. I do regret not meeting him sooner. The Navy has lost a future admiral. After saying this, he looks at Kazan, whose demeanor is indifferent, his eyes practically spitting fire. Kazan, you let such a good talent go undercover. You really are blind. Facing his lifelong rival's accusation, Kazan straightens up from his lazy posture and retorts directly, hey. Sakazuki, do you think he would accept your way? Ron has never harmed the innocent. Compared to the deliberately exaggerated news, the Navy understands the details of the impelled down incident much better. Ron only killed over 10,000 wretched pirates, yet he has never shed the blood of his comrades. This is the perspective that everyone present shares, complicating their views on Ron. Kazan's implication is clear. He is unhappy with Sakazuki's usual cold demeanor. Finally, it is Tsuru who speaks up, forcing the two to calm down as they quietly wait for the meeting to begin. Until the sky completely darkens and night falls. Only then does Marshal Sengoku finally arrive at the meeting room. Having just returned from the Holy Land, he scans the crowd, already drowsy from boredom, and frowns. Bang! He slams the latest newspaper on the table, waking everyone while furiously scolding, that bastard Morgans, why so soon? This morning, after receiving news from Magellan, he immediately ordered the news to be contained. He had thought he could keep it under wraps for a while, giving himself ample time to handle the situation and minimize the impact of the traitorous Marine and the massacre. However, unexpectedly, while he was heading to the Holy Land, the related news had already been exaggerated and spread throughout the sea by Morgans. When he saw the news, he was still assuring the Goro Gura that he would handle it properly, only to slap himself in the face. These reporters are really relentless. They would even infiltrate Impel Down for a scoop. Don't they care about their own lives? Because of this matter, he was jointly criticized and scolded by the Goro, so it's no surprise that he is in a foul mood. This is why he called for a high-level meeting even before returning to vent his frustration. He only learned about Ron's undercover situation today. This matter cannot be allowed to make him alone bear the blame. Zephyr, Kazan, I just want to know one thing: who ordered him to go undercover at sea? Zephyr shakes his head frantically, directly shifting the blame. Don't ask me, I'm just a retired old man. When did I get to make decisions? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turns to a certain lazy guy only to find him pretending to be oblivious. Is there an undercover Marine named Ron? I haven't heard of him. Saying this, Kazan pulls down his eye patch and calmly plays dead. Looking at his seemingly honest junior, how did he turn into a different person once he went out? This time he has truly been set up. Do you even have a semblance of an admiral? When faced with problems, all you do is play dead. Jerk. What kind of mentality do you have to order the station Marines not to intervene? Who gave you that authority? Is this something an admiral can do? Answer me. All you do is sleep, sleep, sleep. I think you've turned into a pig brain now. After a few shouts, Sengoku also tires out, having vented most of his anger, and decides not to lose his composure any further. Looking around at a few friends suppressing laughter and the two indifferent juniors, he sternly warns, keep this undercover matter under wraps, apart from those present, and Borisolino, I don't want to hear it from anyone else. Otherwise, naturally, everyone has no objections. Ron's incident must be kept secret, or else the world government will blame the Navy, and they will be in trouble. The situation has already occurred. Saying more is pointless. Sengoku waves his hand and brings up another matter. The bounty order. With a crisp sound, Sengoku looks at Garp, who is sneakily munching on snacks, and angrily roars, Garp, if you eat more, get out. Just as Garp is about to joke his way out of it, Tsuru suddenly stands up, and her words immediately attract everyone's attention. Sengoku, actually Ron's cleaning up the prisoners at Impel Down might not be a bad thing. Soon she reiterates Ron's words. Hearing this, Sengoku appears to be somewhat enlightened. As a wise general, he naturally senses the deeper implications in Ron's words, but his anger clouds his understanding. Fortunately, Tsuru does not leave him hanging. Regardless of the truth of the matter, Ron killed pirates in the capacity of a Marine. After emphasizing this point, she continues, based on this alone, the Navy can declare the actions as just effectively mitigating the negative impact caused. Moreover, Ron left the Navy not because he opposed its justice, but rather due to the machinations of petty individuals. Soon everyone present understands Tsuru's meaning, or rather the intent behind Ron's phone call. It is only right for the Navy to kill pirates, and Magellan has the authority to execute prisoners. Thus, what Ron did isn't trivial. It is significant, especially since he defected from the Navy afterward. This can be easily resolved by dissociating it from the massacre of pirates, and naturally the CP department will take the blame. After all, the multiple targeting Ron suffered all had their shadows behind it. As for whether the CP department would oppose the Navy has nothing to worry about. This way both the world government and Impel Down can save face. As for the former, if someone else takes the blame, it naturally won't affect them. The latter is also easy to explain. How could a mere captain like Ron smoothly escape from Impel Down? It was merely Magellan showing mercy due to their past camaraderie. Of course, the reality isn't entirely like that. But the truth has never been important. As long as they can control the news narrative, what is black can be spun to white. Thus, to preserve the positive image and dignity of the world government, Impel Down, and the Navy sacrificing the CP department for overall stability is a necessity they must agree to. By handling it this way, there won't be any negative impact on the Navy, and there are numerous benefits. First, by leveraging Ron's actions, the Navy can further prove its commitment to holding deeply sinful pirates accountable without leniency, which can serve as a deterrent to other pirates. Second, as long as Ron's deeds are packaged correctly, the Navy can also roll out a new recruitment advertisement, and many who despise pirates will surely enlist. Third, this incident itself poses no threat to the Navy, and the significant reduction of prisoners inherently clears certain risks. Soon after determining the feasibility, Sengoku presents this solution to the Goro. As expected, the Goro agrees. Thus, all three factions of the Navy are satisfied, and even Ron to some extent sees his reputation shift, with only the CP department suffering. After confirming the relevant matters, Sengoku brought up the topic they had intended to discuss earlier. The bounty for Luo and will be issued tomorrow. How should the reward be determined? Should it be alive or dead? Normally, such matters wouldn't require discussion. The bounty would surely be a high amount with no restrictions on life or death. However, Luo was considered one of their own. Moreover, given that recent misfortunes had turned into good fortune, Sengoku was in high spirits and felt a sense of care for Luo. Even the strictest among them, Sakazuki, treated Luo indifferently, so the bounty couldn't be set recklessly. especially since that fellow Morgans in his announcement emphasized Luo N's rank as a Navy lieutenant to generate hype, subtly expressing the truth of his weak abilities. Once the bounty was announced, it was foreseeable that numerous bounty hunters would come rushing in. If the bounty were too high and attracted true experts, it would be a disaster for Luo N. However, the five elders were quite concerned and could not simply issue no bounty. At the same time, the reward couldn't be too low. After a heated discussion, Sengoku made the final decision. Then let's set it at 100 million berries with no restrictions on life or death. Additionally announced that 300 million berries will be awarded for a live capture. As for why it was so special, it was naturally not realistic to only allow for a live capture, and the five elders would definitely have objections. Thus, a roundabout method was necessary, using public execution as an excuse to emphasize the Navy's authority. This way no one could find fault. 1 week later, the Grand Line Paradise's first half, in an unknown sea area. Today it was a rare day of gentle winds and clear skies, with a cool breeze brushing across the sea, lifting the sagging sails. A 10-meter-long, entirely black dragonhead sailboat was sailing slowly without a destination. This was the boat Dragon had given to Luo, and after all, a warship was too conspicuous and not suitable for solo navigation. Now, after a week of drifting, Luo had finished his cola, and his dry rations were also gone. At first, he had encountered a few kind-hearted pirates who had brought him some food supplies. Of course, even without these kind souls, he could hunt sea beasts himself. He wouldn't starve. However, the most important item, cola, was something he couldn't acquire. Drifting alone on a boat was already tedious, and now having not had ice-cold cola for 3 days, Luo N felt no joy at all. At this moment, Luo N, having just finished his workout, without wiping off his sweat, lay back on the deck with a face full of worry. Sigh, if I had known, I would have stayed longer back, than waiting to find a qualified navigator before setting sail. What kind of miserable life is this now? Luo N couldn't help but think back to a week ago. After resolving some misunderstandings with Dragon, they had a pleasant conversation. He had planned to stay longer to exchange knowledge, but suddenly received news about an incident at a Revolutionary Army base. Due to this, Dragon had to leave early. Before departing, he gave Luo N his boat, but since he had no extra, he only left a phone bug. To start his pirate journey as soon as possible, Luo N that day proposed to leave to Ivankov, and the others rejecting their many kind offers and support. Thus, Luo N set off with his bag that same day, parting ways with everyone and beginning his drifting journey. The reason it was called drifting was that he had overestimated his sailing skills and underestimated the difficulties of the Grand Line. Not to mention the unpredictable climate and currents of the Grand Line. Each island had a unique geomagnetic wavelength that needed a log pose to navigate. Although Luo N had a log pose, there was a problem in using it. The log pose needed to dock at various islands to absorb and store the local magnetic field. Only when it was fully charged could it point to the next target island. The issue lay precisely here. The logging required time, and with an unknown destination, if the direction recorded was not what he wanted, it would require multiple trial and error. Thus, it would certainly waste a lot of time. Although Luo N had decent luck, it wouldn't significantly help in such unpredictable matters. He couldn't afford to waste time in this way. His next destination was not an island in the Grand Line, but rather the East Blue, one of the 4 seas. Though the East Blue is called the weakest sea, it is also the most legendary sea among the 4. Luo N had long admired it. After all, the East Blue had many suitable locations for signing in. Oh, how could he miss out? Of course, these were secondary reasons. The primary reason was that Luo N wanted to resolve some lingering issues before officially starting his advance into the New World. The first stop would naturally be Lowtown in the East Blue. He planned to find Smoker to catch up and see if there were any good items at the site of the Pirate King's downfall. Additionally, besides revenge, catching up, he had many things to accomplish. On this trip to the East Blue, Luo N also needed to complete a task assigned by Dragon and resolve some old grievances. In short, a trip to the East Blue was essential. However, everything was beautifully planned, yet he was stuck at the first step. How was he to get to the East Blue? Thinking of this, Luo N, who had already wasted a week, felt quite frustrated. He should have brought a permanent log pose for the East Blue. Relying on the log pose to reach the East Blue wasn't impossible, but the time cost was unacceptable. Thus, Luo N pinned his hopes on his luck, intending to drift directly to the East Blue. But after a week of sailing, looking at the still vast and boundless sea, he increasingly felt that this method was unreliable. If he continued like this, who knew when he would be able to escape the Grand Line? If he had known earlier, he would have kept one navigator from the several pirate crews he had encountered. But who would have thought that sailing alone would be this difficult? This wave was truly rash. Should he go to the nearest island and ask for help from others? As for losing face over such matters and leaving a dark history to be laughed at later, he had no time to consider that. Just as Luo N was troubled about what to do next, a small boat suddenly entered his line of sight. A pirate crew. No, wait. Seems a bit familiar, kindred spirits. With this thought, his observation hockey activated. In the next moment, the interior situation of the distant small boat appeared before Luo and instantly revealing everything. Is that a phone bug? The other party was carrying a phone bug. The pirate crews he had encountered a few days ago were all poor and didn't even have a phone bug. Of course it was possible he hadn't noticed. But now everything was unimportant. Capturing that boat became Luo In's only goal. As long as he got the phone bug, he could contact headquarters for support or simply contact Smoker. No matter what, his miserable drifting life was about to end. With that thought, Luo In could no longer hold back, leaping into the air, stepping on moonwalk as he soared. Bang, bang, bang. With the air being compressed and exploding successively, a figure in blue swiftly darted through the sky, approaching the small boat. Moments later, Luo In had arrived above the small boat. Due to his unguarded actions, the people in the cabin had already been startled out. They were not the lecherous pirates he had imagined, but rather a petite girl. With big eyes and light blue long hair, her youthful face suggested she was quite young, around 15 years old. However, she did not look well. Her complexion was pale, and although her body was not emaciated, it was close. It seemed she had been starving for several days, which matched Luo In's earlier guess. Upon seeing her appearance, Luo In was momentarily taken aback. Why did she seem somewhat familiar? After all, blue-haired individuals were not common. Who are you? The blue-haired girl was nervously staring at Luo In, who was bouncing in midair, her face filled with panic, clearly unaware of what the so-called moonwalk was. Luo In was momentarily speechless. He couldn't say he was here to steal the phone bug, could he? Although he was now a pirate, it would be too shameful to rob a minor girl. However, it had come to this, and he could not back down. Do you have a phone bug? Can I borrow it? Compared to stealing, borrowing should be fine, right? Yet the blue-haired girl, unable to recognize the situation, habitually retorted, a phone bug. On what basis? Just as she was about to finish her sentence, a paper package was thrown down by Luo In, interrupting her words and capturing her full attention. What is this? Bread. Upon confirming that there was bread inside, she instantly lit up with greed, instinctively wanting to rush over. However, the ingrained manners held her back from her instinctive desires, swallowing her saliva while looking up to ask, "Is this for me?" Such polite behavior made Luo In start to reflect if his action of throwing the bread was somewhat inappropriate. Damn, why do I feel like I'm really not a good person? Of course. Luo In, regaining his senses, immediately nodded. I can see you haven't eaten for several days. As he spoke halfway, he had to close his mouth. The moment the girl received confirmation, she could no longer contain herself, picking up the bread and starting to devour it hungrily. Om nom nom, om nom nom. Just as Luo In had left at some point, he returned holding a bottle of water and a pack of jerky. He jumped onto the small boat, handing the water to the girl who was clearly choking, and reminded her, "Don't rush, eat slowly. If you run out, I still have more. Otherwise, before you die of hunger, you might choke first." "Alright, I got it. You eat quickly." "Alright, I got it. You eat quickly." Moments later, the girl, having devoured the food, wiped her mouth, and with a satisfied expression exclaimed, "Delicious. This is the most exquisite bread and jerky I have ever eaten in my life. Thank you for your hospitality. I will definitely repay you." Lehen replied non-committally, stretching out his hand to ask, "Can I borrow the phone bug now?" The girl finally reacted, hurriedly pulling out the phone bug from her pocket and introducing herself. "I am Nafru Tali Weiwei." "You?" Lehen was taken aback, realizing Weiwei. "So it's you. No wonder you look familiar. But, did you set sail so early?" There seemed to be an issue with the timing. Seeing Lehen's reaction, Weiwei was taken aback, her eyes clearly filled with a hint of wariness. Could it be? You recognize me. This child is quite clever, Lehen thought to himself, not bothering to refute her. Of course, Nafratali is not an ordinary surname, wouldn't you agree? The Princess of Alabasta. Alabasta is a legitimate superpower in the first half of the Grand Line, and the status of its princess is already beyond excessive elaboration. However, for Lehen, it made no difference. Weiwei, having her identity exposed, retreated in surprise, huddling in the corner, clearly recalling some unpleasant experiences. To him, not the Princess of Alabasta, that was all made up. Sensing her inner fear and unease, as well as the peacock needle hidden in her sleeve, Lehen furrowed his brow and tried to speak as calmly as possible. "I wouldn't go so far as to trouble a child. The princess, I remember, wasn't just a crying child." Weiwei's character is gentle, kind, and brave, embodying an almost perfect princess image. Yet now she appeared so fragile, indicating the significant trauma she had recently endured. However, Weiwei did not believe Lehen's words, as she had seen too many two-faced scoundrels, and continued to appear weak, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "Don't come any closer." In contrast to mere words, Lehen took action. He stepped forward, reaching for Weiwei. What a great opportunity. Seeing Lehen deliberately expose a flaw, Weiwei immediately drew the peacock needle hidden behind her back and fiercely thrust it towards his heart. The speed was astonishing, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. With a shink, her clothing was easily pierced, but she soon realized she seemed to have stabbed a piece of iron, as her weapon could not advance an inch further. How is this possible? Looking at the incredulous Wei Wei, Lehen leisurely grasped the bent peacock needle and crushed it effortlessly. Sigh, does this little trick work? But you certainly have guts. To be honest, standing at 2 meters tall, Lehen found it quite remarkable that the young Wei Wei still had the will to fight. Wei Wei had the potential to become one of the code leaders of the Baroque works in the future, indicating she possessed some strength. Unfortunately, it was nothing against Lehen. As Wei Wei slumped to the ground in despair, Lehen lightly changed the subject, asking casually, "As I said, I'm not interested in you. It was indeed a chance encounter. Can we talk properly now?" Realizing her misunderstanding, Wei Wei sincerely apologized, tossing aside the remaining half of her peacock needle. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood. A pirate knew my identity and tried to capture me." Lehen naturally understood, immediately waving his hand casually. "I see, after all, Alabasta is rolling in riches. Who could ignore you, the best meat ticket? But I am curious, why did you set sail alone?" Wei Wei shook her head and explained, "No, I wasn't sailing alone." With the assistance of his special observation Haki, Lehen quickly learned the reason behind Wei Wei's predicament. She had originally set sail with Icolum, accompanied by a super speedy duck unique to Alabasta named Karu. Not long ago, the island they temporarily docked at unexpectedly encountered a severe storm. At that time, Icolum was still on the island shopping and was at the storm's center. She sent Karu to rescue him, but soon the storm reached the shore. Even though the storm's power had weakened by then, it still caused her and her boat to quickly vanish from the shore. It wasn't until the storm calmed down that she realized she had ended up in the vast sea, unable to find Icolum and the others. Wei Wei did not explain why she set sail, and Lehen was too lazy to ask. Resolving the misunderstanding was enough. After calming Wei Wei, who was in a troubled state, Lehen, unsurprisingly, earned a good person card. "Well, you are such a good person." "Good person?" Lehen smirked, not bothering to refute. "A good person is a good person. After all, it's not an insult. You wait here, I'll bring the ship over, and then I'll take you to the nearest island, and after that you can go home." After giving a few simple instructions without paying any more attention to the clearly heavy-hearted and hesitant Wei Wei, Lehen left alone. Soon Lehen returned to the longship. "Phew. I was hoping to snag a phone bug, but ended up finding a lost princess. Is this good luck?" Casually grumbling, he took out the phone bug and quickly dialed someone's number. "Hello, Senior Brother Kazan." The now explosive phone bug displayed an exaggerated expression, and Kazan's voice came through filled with resentment. Don't call me Senior Brother, I can't handle it." Lehen was momentarily at a loss for words, but Kazan continued. "Why did you only contact me now, eh? Teacher Zephyr has been coming to my office every day. You're not going to give me an explanation?" Ever since the incident, Kazan had repeatedly called Lehen, but regrettably had not been able to get through. For the past few days, Zephyr had been hanging out in his office doing nothing but waiting for news from Lehen. Now that Lehen finally called, he naturally had a lot of complaints to air. Fortunately, Kazan was not a child. After confirming that Lehen was safe, he quickly returned to normal. When it came to work, his first words were to question Lehen. "The situation at Impel Down has caused quite a stir. Why didn't you discuss it in advance before taking action?" Of course, Lehen couldn't say it was due to an impulsive decision. He casually replied, "I couldn't stand that bunch of trash pirates living." Kazan had nothing to say but bluntly stated, "You make it difficult for me, you jerk." Originally, he wanted Lehen to wander around the paradise and reduce Zephyr's worries. Now it's good. He was almost branded a criminal. All of this was due to the release of multiple false news reports in recent days, which indeed turned the Navy's reputation around. But now everyone was privately spreading rumors that there was a conflict between him and Lehen, fostering a CP spy atmosphere, which led to Lehen deserting the Navy. Moreover, due to his laziness and inaction in recent years, the grassroots had some grievances against him, all of which erupted at once, causing him to bear much criticism. And due to Lehen's undercover identity and the fact that he indeed bore some responsibility for this incident, he could only silently endure. Of course, Kazan was merely venting. These minor issues did not affect his state of mind. The matter at Impel Down had already passed, and there was no point in pursuing it further, but there was one thing he had to clarify. What's going on with the Revolutionary Army and Ivankov? How did you get mixed up with them? Lehen fell silent for a moment before answering with a non-answer. Is my pirate bounty notice ready? Is there any nickname assigned? I don't want anything too lame. What's the bounty set at? For the past few days, he had been casually drifting at sea, perhaps due to the small size of the ship. He had yet to see a news bird. Thus, Lehen hadn't even seen the latest bounty notice, let alone last week's newspapers. To say he wasn't curious would definitely be a lie. Kazan, who had not intended to pry, was successfully led off track. After hesitating, he scratched his head and said, "You'll see the nickname when you get the chance. As for the bounty, it's 300 million berry." Upon hearing that number, Lehen was suddenly startled, losing the mood to ask about the nickname he was most concerned about. Just thinking about the trouble that comes with 300 million berry made him start to stammer in dissatisfaction. 300. Hey, it can't be that high all of a sudden. I'm alone, I don't even have a crew yet. Fisher Tiger, who climbed the red line, and set the slaves free only had a bounty of over 200 million, right? How long has it been since then? Could it be inflation? Is Barry depreciating? What a joke. Clearly a bunch of death row inmates were captured but not executed, leading to countless innocent civilians being harmed. Should such a world government really exist? The Navy is enabling their tyranny. Seeing Lahen's increasingly absurd remarks, Kazan, unable to take it anymore, quickly interrupted him. La. Don't go too far. Oh, I didn't bring the white phone bug. Lahen replied expressionlessly. I'm just speaking the truth. To prevent Lahen from saying anything explosive, Kazan had to explain, the 300 million is for capturing you alive. The bounty is only 100 million, which was decided by Admiral Sengoku, and it's also a way to protect you. 300 million is considered protection. Thank you very much. Lahen felt speechless, but also helpless. After all, this would indeed increase the chances of him being captured alive rather than killed if he were to lose. Fortunately, Kazan also had some good news to share with him. Also, since you did quite well this time, I should call you Major Lahen from now on. A promotion is nice, but Lahen still greedily said Major. Isn't that a bit low? It can't be lower than Smoker, can it? Otherwise, it would be embarrassing when they meet later. Kazan, however, couldn't be bothered to deal with him, saying, You just turned 18, why are you in such a hurry? At this point, he actually began to care and give advice. A week has passed since the impel down incident, and it's still fermenting. You'd best keep a low profile lately, otherwise if something happens I won't come to rescue you. Only then did Lahen have the opportunity to express his current difficult situation and seek support from the headquarters. Senior Brother Kazan, I indeed have that intention, I plan to stay in the East Blue for a while, but I've encountered some problems. After listening, Kazan was momentarily speechless, and after a long silence he finally spoke. Alala, I feel that not everyone is suited to be a pirate. Why don't you just come back? Senior Brother, please don't joke around. Lahen sighed helplessly, and Kazan stopped joking. Alright, I'll send someone to deliver a permanent pointer. Don't lose your phone bug again. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Lahen then reminded, this phone bug is borrowed. It needs to be returned after use. The explosive phone bug seemed to roll its eyes. He'll have someone send another phone bug. Having initially planned to buy one later, Lahen was suddenly overjoyed. Thank you, Senior Brother Kazan. Although it wasn't worth much, free stuff is always nice. After everything was settled, Kazan suggested ending the call. Hanging up, let's keep contact to a minimum. Huh. Senior Brother Kazan, do you have to be so heartless? Can't we negotiate about the rank? Your Senior Brother Kazan is dead. When working in the future, remember to use my title. I am Admiral Akiji. If you want a promotion, just lay low for a while. With that, the call was disconnected. On the other end of the phone, Kazan put away the phone bug, though he said that deep down he had already accepted Lahen as his junior. Not just because of teacher's effort, but because of Lahen's first report after going to sea, which greatly pleased him. Initially telling Lahen to infiltrate the Yonko pirate crew was just a joke, but now he felt it might not be impossible. La, it's getting more and more absurd. Now I'm not even as good as an 18-year-old junior. How pathetic. After a moment of reflection, Kazan reclined in his rocking chair, raised his hand to pull down his eye mask to shield himself from the blinding light, yet he still couldn't hide the melancholy in his heart. World government, celestial dragons, Navy, pirates, revolutionary army, who exactly is in the right? Lahen, I hope you can give me an answer. 3 days later, as Loren and Vivi journeyed together toward a nearby island, an unexpected incident occurred. Boom. A massive merchant vessel bearing the world government's flag burst through churning waves, barreling straight toward their diminutive dragonhead sailboat. Had it not been for the line of guards standing at the bow, Loren and his companions might have assumed the collision was accidental, a mere consequence of the vessel's staggering size disparity rendering them invisible to the crew aboard. But now it was clear they had been seen and utterly disregarded. In short, the merchant ship's captain did not deign to acknowledge them, not as people, not even as obstacles. Is that a world government vessel? They clearly saw us. How dare they act like this? Realizing the truth, Vivi abandoned any thought of shouting a warning and turned to Loren with urgent, wide-eyed alarm. Are they really going to ram us? What do we do? Abandon ship? If left unchecked, the impact would crush their fragile sailboat into splinters. No other outcome possible. Don't worry. It's just a ship. Shatter it and be done. Loren raised his fist, prepared to obliterate the arrogant vessel in one strike. Yet his observation Haki suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait. So many faint life signatures. That's... Mid-thought, he reined in 90% of his power. The blow he delivered merely deflected the merchant ship's course, spinning at 90 degrees, so its broadside now faced their vessel. By then, Loren's right hand had already settled upon his waist. Ching Lan unsheathed. With a casual sweep, he unleashed a vast elongated azure slash that skimmed the ocean's surface like a blade drawn across liquid glass. The sea parted cleanly along its path, twin walls of water surging skyward, 100 meters high, like the jagged lips of a newly torn abyss. In the blink of an eye, the cleaving arc carved wind and wave alike hurtling unimpeded toward the merchant ship. In the next instant, the azure light sliced through the hull as effortlessly as a knife through soft tofu. No resistance, no hesitation. Only after the blade's radiance vanished did a sharp crystalline crack echo across the water. Then slowly a hairline fissure emerged down the ship's center, widening until the bow and hull gaped apart, revealing the hollow interior of the cargo hold. The bow sank instantly beneath the waves. Yet the main hull, its keel and structural frame still intact, remained afloat, thus narrowly avoiding total submersion. The spectacle left Vivi utterly stunned. So incredible. A single offhand stroke, parting the sea-cleaving steel. She knew beyond doubt this surpassed even her uncles Kaka and Bell, the two legendary guardians of Alabasta, rare devil fruit users both. Was such power truly within the reach of mortals? After all, they were Alabasta's twin pillars, rare, revered, and feared. In that moment, Vivi, who had spent nearly her entire life sheltered within the royal palace, felt the very foundations of her worldview tremble and shift. Gazing at Lauren's retreating silhouette as he sheathed his blade, a quiet conviction stirred in her heart. If it's him, then yes, he truly can. Before she could dwell further, Lauren's teasing voice cut in. I know that Slash was undeniably impressive, but now is hardly the time to stand there starstruck. Vivi opened her mouth to protest, then froze, struck mute. Following Lauren's gaze, she beheld the grim truth now exposed within the shattered hold. No opulent interiors greeted her eyes. Only rows upon rows of iron cages studded with cruel protruding spikes, each crammed with living beings. None were ordinary humans. Instead, she saw long-armed tribe members, mink tribe warriors, merfolk, and fishmen, exotic sentient races all imprisoned together. As their sailboat drifted closer, propelled by wind and current, Vivi finally grasped the full horror within those cages. Chained like livestock, stripped of dignity, their eyes dull and vacant, devoid of light, will, or hope. A suffocating aura of despair hung thick in the air, punctuated by the ragged, fading breaths of several near-death captives, too harrowing to behold. At the sight, Vivi's eyes welled with tears. Her hand flew to her mouth in disbelief. What is this? Still unclear. Loren glanced at the princess, raised in gilded seclusion, and spoke bluntly. They're slaves, bound for sale. This is a world government slave-hunting vessel. Slaves? Isn't human trafficking banned? Vivi still refused to accept what lay before her. Loren tore away without mercy the benevolent illusion she'd nurtured about the world government since childhood. Banned? You actually believe the world government's decrees? Those lawless, arrogant celestial dragons are the very architects and chief consumers of this trade. Banning is nothing more than empty rhetoric. It's merely lip service. Look no further than Sabaody Archipelago, where such trafficking occurs openly, brazenly. And Sabaody lies just off the coast of Mary Geos and Marine headquarters at Marineford. If slavery thrived so shamelessly there, what need was there to speak of other regions? In that instant, even Vivi, precocious, politically astute, ever mindful of the greater good, was shaken to her core. As they spoke, the lingering force of Lauren's earlier punch carried their small vessel forward, finally drawing them alongside the split-open slave ship. Amidst a phalanx of armed guards, a lavishly dressed man stepped forth onto the swaying deck and bellowed furiously at Loren. You wretch! We serve the world nobles. Daring to attack our vessel, you seek deaths. Celestial dragons. Vivi shuddered violently, recalling the terrifying consequences of crossing them, and instinctively reached out to stop Loren. Loren, please, let it go. He cut her off mid-sentence. I understand your duty as a princess, to safeguard Alabasta above all else. But tell me truly, can you honestly look away from this? Vivi stared at the caged figures, each face a silent plea, and choked on her words. For the first time, she stood paralyzed before moral devastation. In that suspended moment, compassion, conscience, and sovereign duty collided violently within her. Innocence versus nation, empathy versus expediency. How could she choose? Loren made no attempt to force her hand. Instead, he offered quiet reassurance. Rest easy. Today's events will never implicate Alabasta. They don't even know who you are. Even if they did, Loren held no fear for the Nefertari family, descendants of the 20 kings. Freed from agonizing indecision, Vivi finally broke down, burying her face against Lauren's chest and sobbing apologies over and over. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Seeing the two ignore him entirely, the captain erupted in fury, disregarding warnings from two suited men behind him, and shouted orders at his trembling guards. What are you waiting for? Seize them. Deliver them both to the celestial dragons, as slaves. Before the final word left his lips, Loren lifted his head, drew Qinglong, and slashed, casually, lethally. The advancing guards vanished beneath a torrent of azure light. Splash, splash. Shattered rifles and crimson fragments rained into the sea, blooming into countless scarlet blossoms upon the waves. At the grisly spectacle, Loren barely frowned. He gently pulled the trembling Vivi behind him, and inwardly winced too much force. The scene's needlessly brutal. Truly, without proper swordsmanship discipline control is impossible. I'll need to consult a true swordmaster soon. Meanwhile, the captain stood frozen, then shrieked, stumbling backward in panic, "Kill him! Kill him now!" Loren silenced him with indifference. After urging a shaken Vivi back into the cabin, he stomped hard on the deck, launching himself skyward via moonwalk, streaking straight toward the enemy. At that instant, two men, one tall, one short, dressed identically in sharp suits, swiftly interposed themselves before the captain, steadying his nerves. "Phew! Please, gentlemen, subdue him at once." They ignored him entirely, instead locking wary, battle-ready gazes onto Loren as he landed upon the deck. "Moonwalk, who are you? This vessel sails for Mary Geos itself. You truly intend to wage war upon the world government?" Taking in their attire and the precise, disciplined footwork they'd just employed, Loren recognized them instantly. "CP dogs, threatening me. Do you truly believe yourselves worthy?" They were neither CP9 nor CP0, and frankly he cared little which branch they hailed from. All were equally insignificant. Without another word, Loren planted his foot and vanished. Shave. A whisper of displaced air, and he dissolved from sight, sending both agents scrambling into desperate defensive stances. Useless. Thud. The taller agent hadn't even registered movement before a boot connected with his ribs, hurling him clean off the deck. As he plunged into the sea, Loren followed up with a razor kick, a vacuum-edged slash, bisecting him cleanly, blood painting the water red. Iron body. The shorter agent braced instantly, then recognition flickered across his face. "That face, you're the man." Before he could finish, Loren materialized before him and thrust forward his right index finger, now blackened and hardened like obsidian. Armament hockey, finger gun thrust. Schlorp. His finger pierced flesh and bone without resistance, driving deep unerringly into the agent's heart. Impossible, utterly unstoppable. In his dying breath, the agent rued his failure to identify Loren sooner, and bitterly questioned how his years of iron body training had shattered like glass. Knowing you couldn't win, yet you still stood your ground, relying solely on iron body. Did you mistake yourself for Vice Admiral Garp? Frowning, Loren yanked his finger free and flung it sideways to shake off gore, then kicked the corpse downward. A passing sea beast surged upward, swallowing it whole in one gulp. Thus both CP agents fell, dead. From afar, the captain collapsed to his knees, urine soaking his trousers, begging abjectly, "Mercy, great sir. I was blind. I failed to recognize your majesty. Please, overlook my folly and spare my wretched life." He knew the agent's strength, and yet they'd fallen with absurd ease. He'd kicked a mountain, and now trembled beneath its shadow. Stripped of arrogance, he groveled. "These slaves are gifts for the celestial dragons, worth a fortune. I surrender them all to you." Confronted by the captain's quivering, urine-scented advance, Loren recoiled half a step, repelled by the stench. To avoid further revulsion, he waved dismissively, "Relax. I won't kill you. Truly. Thank you, great sir, for sparing my life." The captain lifted his tear-streaked face, relief flooding his features, while his mind twisted darkly. "Once safe, I'll hunt you down. I'll capture you alive, and break you piece by piece." Loren's smile widened, warm, sincere, disarming. Absolutely true. And just as the captain rose elated, "Ahawk." On the rickety slave ship, Loren kicked the leader, who thought he had escaped, into the cabin, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Then he crippled the trembling guards and hurled them into the cabin, piling them up in the center of the slave cages. After doing this, he turned his gaze to those numb eyes, sighed inwardly, and raised his fist. Quake, bone-crushing force. The next moment, a strange tremor spread in all directions, skillfully shattering the cage shells without harming anyone inside. If this punch were to land on a person, it would likely turn them into a spray of blood and powder. Although the power of his devil fruit ability was limited by his physical strength and stamina, showing no great increase, Loren had not been idle. He had not only developed multiple skills, but also gained greater finesse in controlling his abilities. If Whitebeard pursued overwhelming force to shatter all methods, then Loren pursued technique to deflect 1,000 pounds with a subtle touch. What could he do? His stamina simply couldn't match those beings the world called monsters. Though this was a choice born of necessity, it still had its merits. As his control grew more refined, he could use 1 unit of strength to unleash 3. In short, under the same expenditure, the power of his punch might even surpass Whitebeard's. This was the charm of technique. Oldtimers like Whitebeard and Garp relied solely on brute force, and Loren scoffed at learning from them. Well, mainly because he couldn't learn it yet. After testing the results of his training, Loren pointed to the leader placed in the center, and the guards piled into a small hill, announcing to the newly freed crowd, "Now they are yours to deal with." Loren expected the crowd to be angry, excited, and unable to suppress their desire for revenge upon seeing their tormentors. Yet the anticipated scene did not unfold. Everyone stood frozen in place, not even leaving the area of the cages as if they had been struck dumb. Through his observation, Hockey Loren perceived that the people were momentarily unresponsive, a lingering effect of the abuse they had recently suffered. So he called out again, "From now on you are free. You are not slaves. But you must prove this to yourselves." With those words, Loren stomped his foot, channeling the force of his quake ability. A faint ripple spread outward, blasting the piled-up guards into the air and jolting the captives awake. Before they could react, the air trembled slightly. In a series of sharp sounds, long splinters of deck would rain down from above, piercing through the bodies of all the guards, forming a circle and embedding them firmly into the cabin floor. As for the leader, reeking of urine and filth, he was pinned in the center. In this way, Loren turned them into living targets, a key for the slaves present to break their chains of bondage. For to the slaves present, these people were cruel oppressors who had branded the mark of slavery upon their hearts. This was why they dared not step out of the cages, paralyzed by fear and even cowering. Now all the oppressors were jolted awake, their cries of pain and agony constantly stimulating the crowd. "Oh, it hurts so much. What do you want? Spare me. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I'm in so much pain. I'm dying. Kill me. If you have the guts, kill me. Why humiliate us like this? Damn you. You'll die a miserable death. Hawk, the world government won't let you off. It'll haunt you even as a ghost." At this moment, diverse facets of human nature began to emerge. Some were lost and at a loss, others confessed their faults and begged for mercy. No, they begged for life in the face of death. Some, knowing death was certain, cursed loudly, while others remained unrepentant, seeing no fault in themselves. The leader in particular was especially laughable. Knowing he couldn't escape, his ugly true face was no longer concealed, and his boldness even grew. "Ha ha ha. So you're here to play the hero, kid. You're an idiot. They're just a bunch of slaves. You think they dare to act? A slave is a slave. How dare they kill their master? For these nameless pigs, you dare to hijack a ship and offend the world government. Offend the celestial dragons. You're adorably stupid. Even if you kill me, so what? I've enjoyed my life for years. Dying is no loss. But you, how many years have you lived? Do you think it's worth it, eh?" Seeing that his torrent of words had no effect, Loren's eyes remained calm as still water, unmoved. The leader, finally tired, and could only curse viciously, "When I die, you'll die too. They'll be waiting for you." Loren paid him no heed, instead scanning the people standing there and speaking one last time. "If you think he's right, if you yourselves believe you are slaves, then I have nothing to say. Don't worry, even if you don't dare to act, someone will take you home later." Rescuing this group was simply a matter of following his heart. Loren had no grand notion of having to save anyone. So if these people couldn't seize the chance for self-redemption, he would respect that and not force it. With a sigh in his heart, he turned to leave. But just as he took his first step, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. "I dare." Finally, a small, thin figure stepped forward. Perhaps stepped was not quite accurate, for she was not of a land-dwelling race, and her form was quite unique. Her upper body was human, while her lower body was that of a fish. She was a mermaid. She was a young, kissing, gurmy mermaid with short, light green hair, seemingly a minor. Perhaps because mermaids were prized for their appearance, she appeared weak, but had not suffered much physical abuse. Suppressing her nervousness and fear, she walked straight through the shouting guards, her eyes blazing, until she stood before the cursing leader. She stuck out her tongue and spat. Hawk. A thick, wet glob of saliva mixed with blood slid down the leader's forehead, cutting his curses short. He stared in shock at the trembling mermaid before him. Compared to physical blows, he felt the ultimate humiliation. He'll kill you." His roar made the mermaid girl stumble back in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. But at the critical moment, a gentle breeze swept by, and Loren appeared beside her. He steadied her while kicking the leader in the face. "Shut up. No barking allowed." Then he turned to the trembling mermaid and spoke in as gentle a tone as possible. "What is your name?" Perhaps recalling Loren's earlier words, she forced herself to calm down, stared fixedly at the leader in the center, and replied word by word, "Sir, my name is Cammy. I am not a nameless pig, and I am not a slave." Cammy. Another acquaintance, it seemed. Loren's heart stirred, but he showed nothing on his face. He gently patted Cammy's shoulder and said with a reassuring smile, "Good. Cammy, you're from Fishman Island, right?" Cammy nodded emphatically, though she could barely hide her nervousness. Seeing this, Loren assured her again, "Relax. Go rest over there for a while. You'll get home safely." With that, he led Cammy to an open rest area. Then, ignoring the others who seemed tempted, Loren turned and left, returning to the Dragonhead sailing ship. And the moment he left, the previously immobile crowd finally stirred. First came the mermaids, who were familiar with Cammy, followed by a few severely abused fishmen. The stark contrast between the two groups highlighted how unfair this world was to the ugly. As they took their second step, more footsteps began to sound among the crowd. Gradually, more and more figures moved, until finally everyone was in motion, gathering before the now panicking leader and guards. They hurled insults and curses at the human stakes, punching, kicking, beating with sticks, slashing with knives, and even biting with their teeth. At this moment, the pent-up crowd finally erupted madly, venting their fury and grievances. On the Dragonhead sailboat, Vivi emerged from the cabin and gazed at the chaotic scene inside the slave ship. Watching the nearly frenzied crowd, a look of concern crept across her face. Is this really okay? They've endured much torment these past days, battered both in spirit and body, and are on the verge of collapse. To recover swiftly, they must first vent their emotions, so there's no need to worry. Lorne explained casually, then extended his hand. Let me borrow the Den Den Mushy again. Oh. Vivi handed over the Den Den Mushy while asking curiously, what are you going to do? Lorne didn't answer. He gestured for her to watch, and then dialed a number. Hello. I've encountered an illegal slave ship at XX, see area XX coordinates. Send someone to handle it. After a brief exchange, he hung up. Who did you call it? Vivi was stunned. Weren't they fellow outcasts? How could he call for help like this? What exactly was his identity? Hearing this, Lorne gave her a look of pity. Who else? The Marines. To be precise, the nearby branch Marines. Before long, when the silhouette of a warship appeared in the distance, Lorne stepped into the ravaged cabin, ignored the exhausted Cammy and the others, and strode up to the mutilated human stakes. With a single punch, he struck. Quake burial. In the next instant, a shockwave radiated outward, covering the remains, shattered bones, torn flesh, and every bloodstained object. In a flash, everything seemed to shatter into dust, scattering into the vast ocean, leaving no trace behind. After finishing, Lorne paid no heed to the gasps behind him, leaped up, and kicked the flag. Rankyaku. Thus a vacuum slash tore the world government's flag apart, erasing the ship's visible ties to the world government. Though he feared no outright break with the world government, some matters called for a modicum of decorum. Otherwise, a slave ship bearing the world government's flag with only a wretched crew barely escaping would make it obvious what had transpired. Knowing it all involved the world government, yet still forcing them to rescue people. Wasn't that putting the arriving Marines in a difficult spot? Having done all this, Lorne turned to the bewildered Cammy and the others and warned casually, think carefully about what to say and what not to say. Don't speak recklessly or you'll only harm yourselves. With that, he turned and leaped onto the Dragonhead sailboat, planning to leave early. After all, his current identity wasn't suited for a face-to-face with the Marines. But suddenly a cry of surprise rang out, leaving Lorne puzzled. Lieutenant Lorne. Is that Lieutenant Lorne? Lorne looked back to see a familiar captain staring at him through binoculars, shouting excitedly. This scene baffled Lorne, and Vivi was equally confused. Huh? Is he calling you? Lorne shook his head. It seems something happened while I was away. The captain's demeanor was clearly unusual. Despite recognizing him, there was no expected cursing, blame, or panic. Only excitement and admiration, as if meeting an idol. To satisfy his curiosity, Lorne abandoned his departure and chose to wait for the warship to approach, while Vivi temporarily hid in the cabin to make a quick escape if needed. Soon the excited voice rang out again. Lieutenant Lorne, it really is you. The captain leaped off the warship and strode toward Lorne, his face beaming with a bright smile. Seeing the man's warmth was genuine, Lorne released his hand from his waist and asked, do we know each other? As he spoke, he studied this familiar stranger. He wore a helmet with a long red feather on top, a great sword at his hip, armor, and a justice cloak. More striking than his unique attire was his terrifying visage. With a gaunt face and grayish skin, he was the very image of a zombie. This was Vice Admiral T-Bone, fearsome in appearance yet kind at heart, who would one day fall to a civilian's ambush. Of course, he was still just a captain now, yet he already bore the title ship cutter, a force to be reckoned with, and a promising figure among the Marines' middle generation. However, Lorne was deeply perplexed. Though he recognized the man shouldn't have known him. Sensing Lorne's confusion, T-Bone introduced himself before explaining, Lieutenant Lorne may have left the Marines, but the justice you uphold was once praised even by Admiral Sakazuki. I too hold it in great esteem. Lorne was at a loss for words. Sakazuki, a kind who admired him, praised him. Slaughtering tens of thousands of pirates did align with absolute justice. Was that the power of shared ideals? Growing more confused, Lorne still reminded him, but him wanted now. Before he could finish, T-Bone cut him off sternly. Please don't say such things. I know you were forced into this by petty schemers. I won't treat you like a pirate. With those words, though Lorne remained puzzled, he felt the last trace of distance between them vanish. In that moment, they were no longer pirate and Marine, but two kindred spirits meeting. Captain T-Bone, just call me Lorne. I'm no longer a Marine. Then please call me T-Bone. For a while they chatted amiably, finding much in common. Just then trouble struck the slave ship. The ship is sinking. Amid cries of alarm, seawater began gushing through the holes where the human stakes had been flooding the hollow hold. With the slave ship on the verge of sinking from severe damage, Lorne stopped chatting and urged T-Bone, take them home. I'm counting on you. Though most traces had been cleaned, T-Bone had already discerned it was a slave ship and that Cammy and the others were slaves. After all, gathering so many rare races was no easy feat. Yet he neither exposed nor declined. Instead he nodded firmly. Understood. They'll see it done. They'll personally escort each one home. With that, he quickly ordered Marine soldiers to bring Cammy and the others aboard the warship. Then T-Bone touched the great sword at his waist, watched the survivors' smiles of relief, and turned to bow deeply to Lorne. Lorne tried to stop him, but T-Bone raised a hand and said solemnly, "Lorne, this bow isn't for you. It's for the justice in my heart. For such things to happen in these waters is a failure of the Marines, a grave failure of mine." Lorne disagreed. The sea is vast. How much can one person do? Forced upright, T-Bone's face darkened with worry as he let out a weary sigh. I've seen this many times over the years, but I could never stop it. You did what I couldn't and dared not. I truly admire you, Lorne. Seeing such earnestness, Lorne felt undeserving and waved it off. I'm not as good as you say. I just saw something I didn't like and acted on impulse. Don't heap all the blame on yourself. The Marines are riddled with corruption. Those who cling to justice are few. You've done well enough. Hearing this, T-Bone looked up. Do you acknowledge my justice? Due to his appearance, he had faced much criticism and malice over the years, and his justice was often questioned, leaving him insecure. Sensing his low spirits, Lorne straightened up and answered earnestly, T-Bone, of course I acknowledge your justice. T-Bone's face lit up with joy, but Lorne wasn't done. Compared to me, you are a true practitioner of justice. Using his observation hockey, he could clearly sense the fervor and pride in the hearts of the soldiers on the nearby warship. Don't waver. I may not know much, but I can see your men hold you in high regard. You've always done well. There's a saying that's helped me greatly, and I want to pass it on to you. My heart and my deeds are as clear as a mirror. All I do is for justice. At this, T-Bone turned to see his men waving at him from the warship. His lips curled involuntarily, and a genuine smile bloomed on his terrifying face. Perhaps it was Lorne's approval, the soul-stirring counsel, or his men's devotion. In that moment, T-Bone faced yesterday, looked to tomorrow, and the knot of years finally loosened. I understand. Thank you, Lorne. As he confronted his heart, his long-suppressed spirit found elevation, and the power of hockey born of will began to surge. Boom. A presence far greater than before erupted from him. Colorless armament hockey enveloped his body, causing the great sword in his hand to tremble and hum. From this moment, T-Bone's future was altered. He might ascend to Vice Admiral sooner, or even take half a step further. Such was the mightiest power in this world. With a strong enough heart and a firm enough will, infinite possibilities lay ahead. Lorne, the one who guided him, nodded in satisfaction, undergoing a silent transformation himself. Through this exchange, he too had solidified the path he wished to walk. What justice truly was he didn't know, but everyone carried justice in their hearts. Right or wrong, as long as one persevered, the truth would be clear when they met again at the summit. No matter how others saw him or the world judged him, he would press on, seeking only clarity of mind until death. In that moment, Lorne's armament hockey thickened another layer, and his armament hockey coating became truly formidable, temporarily freeing him from worry that Qinlan might be cut. In that instant, his conqueror's hockey seemed to shift. Had his control not improved, and he not suppressed it fiercely, everyone present except T-Bone would have fallen asleep on the spot. Before long, the slave ship had sunk completely. The blood on the sea washed away, and the Marine warship stood ready. T-Bone stood at the edge, waving goodbye to Lorne. As they departed, Cammy and a group of mermaids shouted to Lorne, waving, Lord Lorne, we'll be waiting for you at the Mermaid Cafe on Fishman Island. You must come. Seeing them shake off their gloom, Lorne's lips curled up as he raised a hand. Be careful from now on and don't get into trouble again. They'll come. Meanwhile, the Long-Arm tribe and the Mink tribe all waved in gratitude. Lorne nodded to each in turn, wondering inwardly, when they saw his bounty poster at home, would they still be grateful? If they learned that their savior was actually a heinous pirate, how would each of them react? Just thinking about it was quite amusing. Watching the warship gradually fade into the distance until it became nothing but a speck on the vast ocean, Loren took out an eternal pose that T-Bone had just given him its destination, set to Water 7. He abandoned his original course toward the uncertain island marked by the log pose, deciding instead to turn around and head straight for Water 7. Water 7. The mere mention of this island conjures images of shipyards and shipwrights. It was here that the legendary ancient weapon, one of the three kings known as Pluton, was built. An invincible warship capable of sinking an entire island with a single cannon shot. The world's largest shipbuilding company, and the one under the world government's patronage, Galila, had its headquarters in Water 7. Not only that, but the legendary shipwright Tom, who built the ship for the Roger Pirates, also once lived there. Moreover, countless pirate ships from various crews were constructed here. In short, Loren wanted a pirate ship of his own. After all, he was now a pirate. Without a proper ship, let alone a crew or a Jolly Roger, how could he attract any members to join him? Even he himself found it embarrassing. However, he was currently strapped for cash, which left him rather troubled. Where could he quickly earn enough money to buy a ship? Just then Vivi's voice suddenly rang out. Brother Loren. Loren turned his head at the sound and saw Vivi about to kneel. He quickly caught her and frowned, saying, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't kneel." Her eyes were slightly red as she stammered, Actually, I didn't come out this time just for fun. I wanted to resolve Alabasta's crisis." Soon Vivi recounted the specific reasons for her voyage, which differed little from what Loren already knew. Except for the capital Alyabarna, it hadn't rained in any other region of Alabasta for over a year. Because of this, the citizens on the verge of starvation grew increasingly suspicious of their king and had even formed a rebel army. The situation within the country was escalating, with the royal army and the rebels on the brink of war at any moment. In short, under the relentless drought, the people were destitute, and the kingdom was showing signs of division. King Nefertari Cobra was hailed as a wise monarch. Regardless of his capabilities, his virtue was undeniable. Faced with the rebels, he did not send troops to suppress them. Instead, to avoid war, he actively engaged in negotiations and mediation, while also investigating the true cause of the drought. Unable to bear seeing her father toil day and night, Vivi, who had always possessed a sense of the bigger picture, wanted to contribute. After over a year of investigation, she unexpectedly discovered the shadow of Baroque works behind it all. In the end, Vivi took it upon herself to set sail, planning to join Baroque works for a deeper investigation. For her safety, Igaram and Keru had accompanied her on the voyage. Her opportunity to join Baroque works lay in this year's bounty hunter exam. However, before she even reached the exam location, she got separated from the two. Vivi's meaning was very clear. Having witnessed Laurent's formidable strength and his connections with the Marines, she wanted him to help resolve Alabasta's problem. After laying everything out, Vivi looked at him expectantly and asked, "Will you come back to Alabasta with me?" Listening to her tale, Loren suddenly remembered this incident that would cause a stir in the future. The reason for the drought was actually quite simple. Someone had used dance powder in the capital. Dance powder, a green powdery substance, could create artificial rain by releasing a mist-like smoke. The side effect was that it would cause drought in downwind areas. This was the truth behind why only Alyabarna had rain. And causing the drought was part of Baroque Works' Utopia operation. They were the ones who deployed the dance powder. A drought lasting over a year was far from the limit. Under normal circumstances, it would last at least 3 years, making the conflict between the royal army and the rebels irreconcilable and igniting a full-scale war. Baroque Works could then seize the opportunity and profit from the chaos, finding the poneglyph related to Pluton hidden within Alabastus royal tombs. Behind all this was a warlord of the sea, Sir Crocodile. As the founder and president of Baroque Works, he formulated the plan to obtain the ancient warship, Pluton, and use its power to take revenge on Whitebeard. However, since Alabasta was a member of the world government, and given his status as a warlord, Crocodile usually remained behind the scenes, issuing orders under the codename Mr. Zero. Thus, the actual head of Baroque Works wasn't Mr. Zero, but Miss All Sunday, the survivor of O'Hara, the devil child Nico Robin. She was also the key figure in reading the poneglyph and obtaining clues about Pluton. In short, Robin was in full charge of Baroque Works on a daily basis, and even the other numbered agents didn't know their boss was a warlord. Crocodile remained in the shadows, stationed in Alabasta as a warlord, repelling invading pirates, and even being hailed as a national hero for it. As the relevant information flashed through his mind, Loren hesitated for a moment before politely declining. "You've come to the wrong person. I'm not a Marine anymore." Although Loren did have some intention of going to Alabasta, doing so would conflict with his original plans. Besides, he had just caused a major incident and should lie low for a while, otherwise it wouldn't be fair to Kazan and the others. His strength was still weak, yet his bounty was already 100 million berries, with a 300 million berry bounty for his capture alive. If he stirred up more trouble and increased his bounty, it might attract some shameless Oldemers looking to earn some easy money. If he couldn't win and got caught, the Marines would be baffled and he would be utterly humiliated. It was unimaginable. Moreover, the unique nature of Alabasta itself made Loren want to avoid getting too involved until he was truly powerful, lest he be ambushed by some unknown danger lurking in the shadows, like those CP0 agents. So after rational consideration, Loren decided to give up. In truth, if he were to intervene in Alabasta's crisis, not to mention Cobra's potential gratitude, Crocodile, Robin, and even Baroque Works itself were all worth a trip to Alabasta. But unfortunately, he was still too weak now. It wasn't the time to be too flashy or reckless. He might end up dead. It was better to go to the East Blue, first develop, and then come back. At least for now, heading to the East Blue was Laurent's best option. Upon hearing this, the hopeful Vivi was stunned. She quietly persisted, "But just now. There must be some misunderstanding. I'm a pirate now. You want me to save a country?" To avoid softening his heart, Loren interrupted her directly. "Don't think about it. When we reach Water 7, we'll go our separate ways. You return to Alabasta as a princess, and I'll continue being a pirate." Hearing this, Vivi looked up and asked a pirate, "Then where's your pirate ship? It's not this one we're standing on, is it? And what's your pirate crew called? What does your Jolly Roger look like? Where are your crew members?" Each question struck a nerve, dealing critical blows that made Laurent's face flush red. He rolled his eyes and tried to stop her. Hey, I've just set sail. I'm still in the startup phase, got it. Stop chanting. Chanting? Vivi was puzzled. Nothing, I just thought of a bald guy. Laurent's random excuse led to another misunderstanding as Vivi tugged at her long light blue hair to prove bald. I have hair. Long hair. Laurent felt that being a stranger in a strange land could sometimes be really difficult. Fine, you have hair, okay. Vivi's eyes lit up again. Does that mean you'll come back to Alabasta with me? Laurent shook his head vigorously and waved his hand, saying, dream on. I'm a pirate captain after all. I don't do escort missions. Go back on your own. I don't need an escort. Vivi frowned instinctively, then realized Laurent didn't want to get involved in troublesome affairs. In the end, she could only let out a helpless sigh. Father said that Mayor Icebog of Water 7 is planning to build a ship himself. Alabasta was lucky enough to win the custom building opportunity this time, but we don't know what to do with it, and it's been a real headache. Icebog, a genius shipwright, was a disciple of the legendary shipwright Tom and the senior brother of the future cyborg Frankie. He was not only the mayor of Water 7, but also the president of the largest shipbuilding company, Galila. Just from this status alone, one could see how precious this custom building opportunity was. Hearing something about ships, Laurent's ears perked up. Finally facing Vivi's proud gaze, he didn't even feel embarrassed and immediately changed his tune. Ahem, if you don't know what to do with it, you should pass it to someone who needs it. Can't let it go to waste, right, Princess Vivi? Vivi pretended not to understand, tapping her chin and looking up at the sky with a sigh. But Alabasta hasn't had rain for over a year. If the drought isn't resolved, Father, to ease the pressure, will definitely auction off this opportunity. As she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh, finally covering her mouth to stifle her giggles, not even bothering to hide it anymore. Laurent finally understood. This girl must have overheard his conversation with T-Bone, knowing he needed a good ship, and had set a trap for him. But he had to admit the bait was tempting enough that he had no choice but to take it. He immediately pounded his chest and promised, it definitely has to be resolved. Don't worry, Vivi. As your friend, I won't stand idly by. Not to mention that Laurent had already planned to intervene. Now that Vivi had put it so plainly, it would be utterly improper for him to refuse. Did she not understand what an angel investor was? She had thrown out the ultimate gift package of a pirate ship, especially one personally built by Icebog and his team. That wasn't something just anyone could arrange, and its value was immeasurable. Back in the day, the ship personally built by Tom helped the Roger Pirates reach the final island, Laugh Tale. Now Icebog leading a team to build one with Alabasta's reputation behind it. Even if it wasn't as good as Tom's, it couldn't be far off. If he didn't accept this, what was he even doing out here, starting a career? He might as well go back to the Marines and retire. Alabasta. Would I, Laurent, be afraid? Would I, the proud possessor of Conqueror's hockey, be afraid? Damn it, did they not know what it meant to have the qualities of a king? Head call Kazan right away and tell him it was time to uphold Marine justice. The Marines couldn't openly break ties with the warlords, but if he took out Crocodile, well, killing him might be a bit difficult. After all, who knew if Crocodile had really lost his edge by now? But exposing his scheme shouldn't be too hard. If he as a Marine spy went this far and headquarters didn't give him some support, that would truly be unrighteous. After all, who knew if Crocodile had really lost his edge by now? But exposing his scheme shouldn't be too hard. If he as a Marine spy went this far and headquarters didn't give him some support, that would truly be unrighteous. After all, who knew if Crocodile had really lost his edge by now? But exposing his scheme shouldn't be too hard. If he as a Marine spy went this far and headquarters didn't give him some support, that would truly be unrighteous. After all, who knew if Crocodile had really lost his edge by now? But exposing his scheme shouldn't be too hard. If he as a Marine spy went this far and headquarters didn't give him some support, that would truly be unrighteous. After all, who knew if Crocodile had really lost his edge by now? But exposing his scheme shouldn't be too hard. If he as a Marine spy went this far and headquarters didn't give him some support, that would truly be unrighteous. Lorne picked up the den mushy once more. Hey, senior brother, don't hang up. What's the matter? And address me by my rank during work hours. The plant situation has changed. What plant? Forget it. Just call me normally. What do you mean the situation changed? I warn you, don't do anything reckless. I'm not being reckless. Do you know Alabasta? I do. Senior brother Princess Vivi is here with me. Upon hearing this, Kazan, who was about to mount his bicycle for a stroll at the Marine headquarters port, instantly braked. His eyes widened as he warned with grave seriousness, what exactly is going on? Alabasta is a member nation of the world government. You must not do anything rash. The incident at Impel Down still had lingering effects, and he had barely found a chance to relax. Now his junior brother was causing trouble again. At that moment, Kazan felt like freezing Lorne solid, or else he feared he might die from a heart attack. Fortunately, things were not as dire as he imagined. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Lauren briefly recounted the situation in Alabasta. This is what happened. As Lauren narrated, the expression on the Afro-sporting Din Din Mushy gradually turned serious. Finally, it confirmed, you think this is related to a warlord. After Lauren embellished the story, Crocodile's suspiciousness skyrocketed, compelling Kazan to take it seriously. Facing the inquiry, Lauren, who already knew the truth, naturally didn't flinch and asserted, yes. I believe that Sand Crocodile is definitely involved. Before Kazan could deliberate, he shifted his tone. But the specifics still need someone to investigate in person. So are you going to handle it or not? If not, I'll send the person away and pretend nothing happened. After all, I'm not a Marine. This tactic of retreating to advance forced Kazan to abandon his hesitation. He nodded hastily. I'll handle it. You investigate first. If it's really as you say, I'll come over. It's settled. Lauren thought to himself, but his words carried a pointed tease. Oh, could it be that senior brother is coming over for something else? As everyone knew, Nico Robin became the sole survivor of O'Hara because a Marine who once adhered to burning justice momentarily relented. Kazan was taken aback. Guilty as charged, he didn't catch the insinuation in Lauren's words and responded stiffly, that's none of your business. Just do what you're supposed to do. You won't be disappointed afterward, Captain Lauren. Hearing this, Lauren was pleasantly surprised and replied with a smile, finally decided to promote me. I was saying how being a lieutenant commander was just too lame. Don't get too happy. It won't be confirmed until at least the Alabasta matter is resolved. With that, Kazan hung up and continued his stroll, though his destination had changed. Meanwhile, on the other side, aboard the Dragonhead ship, Lauren jumped down from the mast. As he returned the Din Din Mushy, he finally gave her a definite answer. Vivi was visibly excited, showing immense trust in Lauren as if the problem was already solved. Great. Thank you, Brother Lauren. Lauren didn't see any issue. He had broken out of Impel Down alone, and now with the Marines backing him up, what was there to fear about stirring things up in Alabasta? At that moment, he completely forgot his earlier worries, remembering only the arrogance of one possessing the qualities of a king. But his pride lasted barely 3 seconds before reality brought him back down to earth. So the question is, how do we get to Alabasta? Let me warn you, my navigation skills are terrible. No wonder you drifted at sea for a week. Vivi gave a playful smile and pulled out something she had hidden in her clothes. I have a permanent pointer for Alabasta. Huh. Lauren wasn't surprised she had one, but then why had she ended up in such a state before? I wanted to go back and find Igram and the others, but I kept losing the right direction. Vivi's face flushed slightly, her voice growing softer until she awkwardly lowered her head. Clearly, she wasn't good at navigation either. Lauren didn't mind, however, and actually felt relieved. Good, then we won't need to ask the Marines for help. It would be too weird for a pirate to seek out the Navy. Hearing this, Vivi blinked her big eyes, suddenly realizing something. So I could have asked the Marines for help all along. It was only then that it dawned on her. I'm not a pirate. I could have had the Marines find Igram and the others to take us back to Alabasta. Earlier, she had been so focused on not worrying her father that she kept the Din Din Mushy as a decoration, intending to call for help only when she absolutely couldn't hold on. She had overlooked the option of seeking help from the Marines as a princess of a member nation. Even when the Marines had come to deal with the slave traders earlier, it hadn't occurred to her to ask for their aid. The truth was, the Marines near Alabasta were so useless that she had subconsciously dismissed that possibility. However, Lauren rejected this idea. Having the Marines find Igram was fine, but having him travel to Alabasta on a Marine battleship was absolutely out of the question. Vivi, am the captain now. In the end, Vivi conceded, only asking for the Marines to locate Igram and bring him back to Alabasta. As for herself, she would naturally stick with Lauren to ensure this ally didn't run off alone. Guided by the permanent pointer, the subsequent journey was quite smooth, sailing straight to their destination. Half a month later, Rainbase, the port city of Alabasta. A Dragonhead ship that had traveled from afar finally docked. Lauren, dressed in blue robes, stood at the bow, stretching his sore muscles from training. Phew. Finally here. Because the Dragonhead ship was so slow, it had taken over half a month to arrive. Turning to look at the slightly flustered Vivi, he couldn't help but tease, what? Nervous about returning home. Vivi, who had just changed into a light sleeveless dress, emerged from the cabin with a worried expression. Igram said father is very angry and told me to come back immediately, or else he'll never let me out again. Oh. Lauren couldn't help but comment, in situations like this, it's usually hard for you to get out again. Before Vivi could sigh, the Dragonhead ship officially docked, and Lauren dropped anchor and disembarked. Vivi threw a cloak over herself and put on a hat to hide her face. Lauren was taken aback for a moment, then rubbed his chin and considered, could you get me a set too? Although he hadn't seen his wanted poster yet, he figured it must be plastered everywhere by now. He recalled that time when T-Bone had recognized him at a single glance. If someone were to recognize him and cause a commotion, that wouldn't be ideal. I don't have another set. I only brought one. Vivi looked at him quizzically. I'm afraid of being seen by the rebels. What do you need a cloak for? I'm afraid of being recognized too. Never mind, I'll buy one later. Lorne waved his hand and strode towards a nearby market with Vivi following closely. Soon after, Lorne didn't head to a clothing store, but went straight to a restaurant. After quickly ordering, Lorne patted his empty stomach and said expectantly, "After eating sea beast meat for half a month, I can finally have a decent meal today." Vivi, resting her chin on her hand, looked at him and pouted. "Didn't you just eat a sea beast this morning? How are you hungry again so soon?" Lorne was helpless. "My training has been too intense lately. I can't help it." To quickly improve his physical constitution, a weakness of his, he had been training madly for nearly a month, feeling as if he could comprehend life return at any moment. It was worth noting that although he had mastered the 6 powers, he had not yet grasped the higher-level ultimate techniques. And perhaps due to a lack of innate talent, life return, a bug-level ability, also eluded him. The reason he ate so much and got hungry so quickly was purely due to the immense daily training volume, which sped up his digestion. Just then, Vivi, who was looking around, suddenly let out a gasp. Shocked, her large eyes contracted into tiny dots, transforming into a hawk-eye expression. The butcher. Lorne followed her gaze and finally saw his own pirate wanted poster plastered on the wall. The poster was for Butcher Lorne. The bounty column was quite unusual, featuring 2 different amounts: dead, 1 berries. Alive, 3 berries. Butcher. Me. You've got to be kidding me. What kind of crappy epithet is that? Who came up with it? Lorne was furious upon seeing the long-awaited alias chosen so carelessly. No wonder that bastard Kazan didn't tell me. Which idiot gave me this? Are they illiterate? It had already happened, and days had passed. Even if the Marines could change it, it wouldn't matter much. People tend to remember the more familiar names. Thus, no matter how dissatisfied Lorne was, he seemed to have no choice but to accept it. Butcher it is. You'll regret this later. That said, compared to the epithet, Lorne was more concerned about the photo on the wanted poster. Who had taken it? Had there been a journalist at the scene taking pictures? The photo showed Lorne enveloped in a poisonous mist, likely taken when his conqueror's haki was fully unleashed, making him look more sinister and domineering, full of tension. However, this meant his features were unclear, even quite blurry. Because Lorne usually kept his aura restrained, the resemblance between the photo and his actual appearance was minimal, at most a 30% likeness. At that moment, he finally understood why no one had recognized him along the way. It wasn't that he wasn't famous enough, but that the photo on the wanted poster was too abstract. Yet Vivi, who had spent so many days with him, had instantly recognized that it was Lorne. Coupled with the matching sword and name, there was no need for further doubt. She turned her head to look at Lorne, who was innocently waiting for his food, and stammered, You. Is that you? Lorne smacked his lips, but ultimately didn't deny it, nodding in admission. Yeah, it's me. I told you I wasn't a good person. Do you believe me now? Seeing him acting as usual, Vivi inexplicably felt relieved. She calmed down and managed to smile. How could I? In my eyes, you're a good person. Though she said this, there was a hint of forced cheerfulness in her tone. After all, what good person gets called Butcher? Even though they had spent some time together, her heart still raced with unease. Thinking this, her body instinctively moved away, her bottom almost hovering off the seat. Lorne stared at her expressionlessly. Come back. Oh. Vivi wilted and sat back, properly explaining softly. Regardless, seeing is believing. I trust you. Before Lorne could say more, the owner brought over several large plates of meat and piled them in front of him, effectively shutting him up. Nothing matters more than eating. Let's dig in. Lorne first chugged a glass of iced cola, then voraciously devoured the fragrant meat. Vivi's appetite was also whetted, and she buried herself in the food, forgetting all her worries. So delicious, they both exclaimed in unison. Just as Wei Wei was finishing her meal, a sudden commotion erupted outside the restaurant, followed by a series of hurried footsteps. A group of pirates barged in, brandishing knives and guns, forcefully slamming them onto the table. The one-eyed pirate captain shouted loudly, Bring all the food you have, I'm starving. The bald second-in-command scanned the room and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his gaze locking onto the strikingly attractive Wei Wei. Hey, you come here and drink with me. Startled by the approach of the corpulent bald pirate, Wei Wei quickly grabbed Lorne's arm and shrank back. Lorne, annoyed by the disturbance to his meal, turned around only to be confronted by the bald second-in-command. What are you looking at? Do you want me to gouge out your eyes? Before he could finish his sentence, Lorne's eyes narrowed and a flash of red lightning erupted, activating his conqueror's haki. This time the conqueror's haki did not disperse, but struck precisely at the bald pirate, causing him to roll his eyes back and collapse. Having dealt with him, Lorne intended to take care of the rest of the pirates, but then suddenly sat back down. It seems I don't need to intervene anymore. Before Wei Wei could ask, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a voice she recognized well. Dare to create chaos here, apprehend them all. Glancing at the commotion outside the restaurant, the one-eyed pirate captain, ignoring the need for vengeance for his comrades, shouted anxiously, Not good, the king's guard has arrived, retreat quickly. The pirates, who had just intended to rest for a while, were forced to stand up and flee in haste. However, bang, bang, Bang! As gunfire rang out, the fleeing pirates all fell to the ground, leaving only the scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. Seeing this, Wei Wei was not afraid. Instead, she stood up to look at the imposing figure that entered. With a head of peculiar golden curls, he spoke with an odd accent, dressed in royal attire. The newcomer was none other than Ikelam, the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard. The other members of the guard did not enter, but surrounded the restaurant, ensuring the prince's safety. Upon seeing Wei Wei, Ikelam rushed forward and bowed. "I greet your highness." Seeing him again brought Wei Wei joy, and she completely ignored the fact that she had been eating too quickly, which affected her appearance. "Ikelam, what brings you here?" Ikelam pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the grains of rice from Wei Wei's mouth, and explained with a pained expression, "Both the king and I are very concerned about your safety. To prevent you from being deceived by certain individuals, we naturally must bring you back to the palace as soon as possible." As he spoke, his eyes occasionally darted toward Lorne, causing his words to carry an edge, obviously implying something. The main issue was Lorne's gluttonous eating style, which Ikelam found hard to respect. Moreover, having heard Lorne was a pirate, he worried about what would happen if he led the obedient Wei Wei astray. Thinking of this, Ikelam stepped forward to interrupt Lorne, who was still eating, and scrutinized him with a forced smile. "I presume this is the little pirate that Princess Wei Wei mentioned." Hey, what kind of expression is that? Don't you know it sounds like I'm trafficking underage girls? And what do you mean by little pirate? You're the little one. Your whole family is little." Unable to endure being stared at, Lorne reluctantly handed over his plate, scratching his head as he asked, "Are you hungry too? Would you like some?" Ikelam smiled and raised his hand to decline. "That won't be necessary. I've already had lunch." While he could not hide his dissatisfaction with Lorne, he also had to sincerely thank him for bringing back the princess. After a serious bow, he finally got to the point. "The king has learned that you brought back Princess Wei Wei and has prepared a grand banquet, hoping you can attend. There will be further generous rewards afterward." At this point, Ikelam's expression turned serious, and he spoke frankly. "It will be more than enough for you to live without worry for the rest of your life, and you need not venture out to sea for a livelihood. I hope you won't disturb Her Highness in the palace in the future." His meaning was clear: to draw a line between Lorne and Wei Wei, ensuring they would have no further interactions. This moment resembled a father-in-law seeing a young man pulling out a check and casually sending him away. But unfortunately, Lorne was no ordinary young man, and he and Wei Wei were not in that kind of relationship. "Ikelam." Wei Wei finally could not hold back frowning as she reminded Lorne, "is my friend. How can you speak like that? Quickly apologize." Hearing this, Ikelam was taken aback, suspecting his ears had malfunctioned, and hurriedly asked Lorne, "Does he go by Lorne? Is he really named Lorne?" The name had become too popular recently, making him somewhat sensitive and unable to ignore it. But the foolish-looking big guy before him did not seem like that infamous butcher. Thinking of this, Ikelam, who considered it just a misunderstanding, was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he witnessed an unforgettable scene. Wei Wei pointed at the bounty notice not far away, confirming again, "Yes, Lorne. That's the one." "Is it really? Butcher Lorne?" At that moment, Ikelam's mouth dropped open, nearly dislocating his jaw, and his eyes bulged, as if they would pop out at any moment. Especially when he inadvertently glanced at the sword at Lorne's waist, he felt a bone-chilling coldness wash over him, as if he might split apart at any moment. Ikelam trembled, pointing at Lorne, stuttering, He. Then pointed at himself, I. However, as the captain of the royal guard, he was certainly not one to crumble easily, quickly digesting this shocking news. "Butcher, I won't let you harm her." He blocked Wei Wei, displaying a look of despair, as if he were ready to die, his gaze resolute. "Your Highness, I will cover for you, run." In the next moment, his curly hair suddenly transformed, revealing several concealed machine guns inside, and even a cannon. Who would have thought such deadly contraptions were hidden within that fluffy golden hair? In the grand line, anyone with a bit of fame is a ruthless character. This statement is not an exaggeration, for those who aren't ruthless have long been dead several times over. Just then, the restaurant owner who had fled from the pirates pushed the door open and walked in, only to be stunned by this scene and fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Lorne frowned slightly and warned, "Put the guns away, don't force me to act." He hadn't even filled his stomach yet, and the chef had fainted from fear. It was too much. As Lorne unleashed his conqueror's haki, Wei Wei quickly stepped forward to grab Ikelam, stating that it was all a misunderstanding and urging him to apologize. Upon learning Lorne's identity, Ikelam dared not refuse. He promptly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "Sorry, it was my arrogance and rudeness. I hope Lord Lorne will not hold it against me." Initially thinking Lorne was just a lucky little nobody, he never expected him to be a formidable character, no, a wolf of destruction. For the safety of Princess Wei Wei and the stability of Alabasta, he had no choice but to accept the situation. However, this time it was indeed his presumptuousness and rudeness that came first. Thus the misunderstanding was resolved. At Lorne's request, Ikelam left some money for the owner before leading his team away. Thus Lorne and Wei Wei boarded the royal carriage, heading towards the palace. On the way, Lorne witnessed what a desert kingdom was like, encountering cities that had become desolate due to drought, and even coming across several rebel troops. Fortunately, the guard led by Icolum was not weak, sparing him the guest from having to intervene personally. The group walked from afternoon until dark, ultimately arriving at the capital of Alabasta. In the royal palace of Alyabarna within the prince's chambers, Cobra finally laid eyes on Vivi, whom he had not seen for days. Tears welled in his eyes, a testament to the depth of his worry. Vivi, never pull a stunt like this again. I wasn't being reckless. Vivi pouted, then clung to Cobra's arm, unable to resist coaxing. Didn't I bring you a powerful ally, father? Gazing at his daughter, so easily taken in, Cobra felt a mix of heartache and concern. He handed her the newspaper from nearly a month ago, which he had kept ready. He is far from the simple man you imagine. So you should see for yourself. Taking the paper, Vivi was immediately drawn to the headline. Navy lieutenant who slaughtered tens of thousands of prisoners and calmly escaped impelled down. As she read the detailed account of the impelled down incident, Vivi's expression grew increasingly grim. Seeing his daughter fall silent, Cobra nodded with a wry smile and spoke at the opportune moment. Now do you understand that one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature? Stay away from him from now on. What are you talking about? Why should I stay away? However, to Cobra's surprise, Vivi showed no fear or apprehension, but rather agreement. I think Brother Lorne did the right thing. Those pirates deserve to die. Especially after witnessing the interaction between Captain T-Bone and Lorne, she was even more convinced that Lorne was not purely evil and the title Butcher was a ridiculous rumor. Cobra argued with righteous indignation. He violated the laws of the world government. This is a blatant act of defiance and rebellion. Vivi retorted, the celestial dragons themselves don't obey them, father. Why must you care so much? Cobra, well aware of the world's ugliness, found himself unable to refute her. He fell silent at a loss for words, staring at Vivi, who had suddenly matured so much. What exactly had his daughter experienced during this trip? A terrifying thought then surged into his mind, prompting him to ask anxiously, Vivi, did you encounter a celestial dragon out there? Seeing his panicked expression, Vivi guessed his thoughts and immediately shook her head in denial. No, I just witnessed some things. Since it was not a serious matter and his daughter was unwilling to elaborate, Cobra did not press further. However, his unease about Lorne persisted. Vivi, the point isn't whether Lorne was right or wrong, but that his actions were excessively brutal. We must be wary of him. Vivi, however, was dismissive, retorting, how much of the news is ever true? Father, you are too cautious. Brother Lorne came to help us solve the drought. Cobra asked angrily, and how does he intend to do that? Vivi chuckled, tugging at his arm. I told Brother Lorne everything. He also believes someone is behind it. Based on recent developments, the Baroque works is the prime suspect. At this, Cobra finally showed some interest. Oh, and then what? What does he plan to do? Vivi shook her head, but said with conviction, I don't know. Brother Lorne didn't say, but I believe he can do it. You? I'll forget it. Cobra felt a pang of disappointment. Wasn't this just empty promises? He had seen plenty of tricks used to deceive young girls, having used a few himself in his youth. Yet seeing Vivi's firm stance, he knew he could not sway her and had to give up. It seemed he would have to make that young man understand that state affairs were no child's play and force him to back down. Compared to Igaram, he knew the true story behind Lorne's forced entry into Impel Down. Comradeship was indeed precious, but it was ill-suited for the cruel world of today. The enemy Alabasta faced was hardly his fellow Marines. The ministers and think tank of Alabasta also believed that Lorne's reputation far exceeded his actual strength and that he was a dangerous figure who should not be allowed to meddle in state affairs. Furthermore, the wanted posters for Butcher Lorne were everywhere, practically drawing hatred upon himself. Rather than hoping he would help resolve the nation's crisis, it was better to have him leave as soon as possible. Lost in thought, Cobra quickly strode out of the chambers, summoning the nation's two guardian deities. Pelshaka. As the sun set and night fell, the grand royal banquet long prepared finally commenced. Unlike the usual relaxed and joyful atmosphere, the banquet hall was flanked by two squads of guards on high alert, casting a tense shadow over the entire event. Moreover, Pel the Falcon and Shaka the Jackal, both of whom were rarely present together, had arrived. The former wore a white turban and robe, while the latter was draped in a green overcoat, his expression stern. Both were tall and muscular, with large swords at their hips, clearly formidable opponents. This setup made it obvious who they were guarding against. It was clearly a precaution against the Butcher making a sudden move. Dressed in his royal robes, looking aged, but kindly, Cobra sat in the main seat, raising his glass in sincere gratitude towards Lorne. Thank you for bringing Vivi back. I toast to you. Lorne, who was busy devouring meat, waved his hand dismissively. I don't drink, only cola. But it seems there's none prepared, so let's skip the formalities. They'll just eat. In the past, Lorne might have engaged in some pleasantries. After all, no one could escape social niceties or respect for elders. But now he was a lawless pirate. The freest man on the sea. Coupled with the pure hostility emanating from the guards and the two guardian deities, he had no inclination for hypocritical small talk. Haha, it seems you are a man of straightforward character. As the ruler of a kingdom and a wise king, Cobra showed no embarrassment. He downed his own drink and sat back down chuckling. Then we'll skip the alcohol tonight. Let's eat, everyone. Eat your fill. There's more than enough. Vivi, sitting beside Lorne, said with a smile, Lorne, take your time. I made sure they prepared plenty of meat. Lorne was thoroughly enjoying the feast. He intended to eat until he was completely full. He paid little mind to Cobra's attitude. After all, his identity as a pirate was too sensitive, especially given the major stir he had caused a month ago. It was no wonder Cobra was alarmed. Still, he was determined to handle the matter of Alabasta. His promise was to Vivi, not to this wise king. As for rewards, as long as he could solve the problem, he knew Vivi would not break her word. By then, Cobra would likely not dare to refuse either. So Lorne was completely unconcerned. And so an unprecedented palace banquet began. Before long, Cobra and Vivi could eat no more, but Lorne continued to devour plate after plate of meat. His stomach seemed bottomless, leaving the cooks utterly baffled. After a while, seeing Lorne's pace slow slightly, Cobra finally found an opportunity to speak. Ahem, I hear you came primarily to help Alabasta resolve the great drought. I truly appreciate your arrival. As Lorne looked up to see what he would say next, predictably Cobra changed his tone. However, this matter was merely Vivi's whimsical idea. You need not take it seriously. We will handle the state affairs ourselves, so as not to waste your precious time. With that, he silenced Vivi, who was about to protest, and gestured to the side. Igaram stepped forward with several maids pulling back the black cloth from the trays they carried, revealing gleaming treasures of gold and jewels. Whoa, so many valuables. Lorne admitted he was dazzled. Without hesitation, he gathered them all, wrapping them into a large bundle and placing it at his feet. Ignoring Igaram, who was both wary and disdainful, he looked at Cobra, whose expression was clearly strained but also relieved, and said with a light laugh, Since you insist, I'll accept. Cobra was quite pleased and quickly hinted, When you leave tomorrow, I will send someone to escort. Before he could finish, Lorne interrupted him with a wave. Just call me Lorne. Sir sounds awkward. Having finally eaten his fill, he wiped his mouth, casually tossed the napkin onto the table, leaned back in his chair, and chuckled. Also, who said I'm leaving tomorrow? Cobra's face darkened instantly. What do you mean? Igaram shielded Vivi, a machine gun faintly emerging from his hair. The two guardian deities stood on either side of Cobra, and the guards drew their swords. In an instant, the atmosphere was tense, on the verge of battle. Vivi tried to stand and intervene, but Tira Gatton rushed over, embracing her and pulling her aside to avoid accidental injury. Sigh. Lorne, utterly unbothered, looked helpless and kicked the bundle at his feet, asking, What do I mean? Wasn't this your gratitude for bringing Vivi back? What does it have to do with me setting sail tomorrow? Cobra, projecting his worst suspicions onto Lorne's intentions, rose in anger, displaying the majesty of a king. Do you truly intend to interfere in Alabasta's state affairs? Huh. Interfere in state affairs? Me, eh? Lorne pointed at himself in surprise, then responded with a look of disdain. Sorry, I have absolutely no interest. No beautiful scenery, no chance to build a green estate. You can keep ruling this desert kingdom yourself. Cobra was clearly unconvinced and pressed. Then what do you want? Do you think solving the drought is that easy? Whether I can solve it or not is one thing, but you claim you can handle it yourselves, eh? Lorne chuckled, pointing to the two on Cobra's sides. Relying on these two guardian deities of yours. To be honest, they'd be like mantises trying to stop a chariot, just throwing their lives away. Without needing observation, the hostility from the two was palpable, so Lorne no longer minced words. Enraged, Pell and Shaka burst out. Bastard, what do you mean by that? Enough talk. I've had it with you. Compared to the more restrained Pell, the impulsive Shaka had already transformed into his jackal hybrid form, lunging and swiping at Lorne. Swish. The force was so immense that his sharp claws seemed to tear through the air, producing a faint sonic boom. Yet facing such a fierce attack, Lorne sat calmly in his chair, not moving a muscle, as if he hadn't seen it. Everyone present thought he was frozen in fear. Vivi, panicked, shouted anxiously, Stop. Lorne, dodge. As Shaka's claw was about to crush Lorne's head, she closed her eyes tightly in terror. However, the anticipated scream never came. Only a dull thud resounded, as if pressing a pause button on the scene. Thud. When Vivi opened her eyes, she saw Lorne blocking Shaka's attack with just one hand. Shaka strained with all his might, his face turning purple, yet he could not advance an inch. I can't budge him at all. How is this possible? After all, his physique was enhanced by his Zoan-type devil fruit. Strength had always been his forte. After all, his physique was enhanced by his Zoan-type devil fruit. Strength had always been his forte. After all, his physique was enhanced by his Zoan-type devil fruit. Strength had always been his forte. Lorne watched Gaka with a cold, indifferent gaze, as if observing a clown's performance, a sight that pierced deeply into the latter's heart. How did you skip dinner? Need me to feed you? Though he often considered his physical constitution and strength as shortcomings, the objects of his comparison had always been those monsters from the New World. If Lorne was merely an ordinary man, then Gaka belonged to an even lower class, the disabled. Thus, even with the enhancement of a Zoan-type devil fruit, Gaka was utterly beneath his notice. Gaka, however, was seething with rage. Bastard! Before he could finish, Lorne had already grabbed an empty plate and hurled it at his head. Quake concussion. Crack. As the plate shattered, Gaka's supposedly sturdy skull split open, crimson blood gushing forth. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the spot unconscious. Fortunately, the vitality of a Zoan-type ability user was formidable. Such an injury, though agonizing, was far from fatal. Bell hurriedly checked Gaka's wounds. Seeing they were not severe, he let out a soft sigh of relief and quickly suppressed the rising hostility within him to prevent the conflict from escalating. Witnessing their guardian deity being defeated in a single blow, Icolum and the others all fell silent, standing frozen in place, utterly at a loss. How could this man be so formidable? Cobra stood dumbfounded, unable to believe what had transpired. Only Vivi, upon learning that Gaka was unharmed, rushed to Lorne, seized his hand, examined it repeatedly, and whispered her gratitude for his restraint. Lorne turned to the bewildered Cobra and said calmly, "If you think a year of severe drought is nothing, and would still have your people bear the cost for your so-called royal dignity, continuing to suffer under this calamity, then I can't be bothered to meddle further." With that, he paid no further heed to Cobra, who had slumped back into his seat, questioning his existence. After softly bidding Vivi farewell, he left the palace alone, gradually vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, at the central clock tower, standing at its summit, one could easily overlook the entire landscape of Alyabarna. This very spot was where Crocodile would later detonate a bomb, an explosion whose countdown would accompany a brutal war. Why bring me here? Lorne stood at the edge, gazing at the myriad lights of the city below, then glanced at Vivi, who had sneaked out. You slipped out again. Aren't you afraid your father will think I've devoured you? I brought you here so we'll take full responsibility. Besides, father has already realized his mistake. He sent me to apologize to you. He shouldn't have judged you based on the news. Vivi explained first, then looked around the familiar, yet strange clock tower, lost in memory. This was the secret base of the Sand clan. I used to come here often as a child, but they never allowed it. Because there's an ammunition depot here. Once I was caught, and Uncle Bell slapped me out of worry. I still remember it vividly. Vivi touched her cheek, her thoughts immersed in recollection. Lorne, who knew something of this, chuckled softly. Are you remembering the slap or the friends from the Sand clan? Princess Vivi was the vice-commander of the Sand clan, while the commander Koza was now a member of the rebel army. In the future, and possibly even now, he might become the rebel leader. The other members of the Sand clan were also among them. Thus, Vivi had striven so hard, even venturing out to sea to resolve the drought crisis in Alabasta. This was not only due to her duty as a princess to safeguard the nation and its people, but also for the sake of friendship, hoping to bring back her former comrades. Otherwise, the thought of former friends meeting on the battlefield, swords drawn, was something Vivi could not and would not accept. If war broke out between the royal army and the rebels, how could Vivi, caught in the middle as a princess, bear it? Vivi wiped away the tears that had unknowingly fallen, then turned to Lorne and sincerely thanked him. Lorne, thank you. Thank you for being willing to help me to help Alabasta. Seeing her about to bow, Lorne quickly stepped aside and said with exaggerated refusal, Hey, I'm doing this for money. Bringing up feelings now. Are you trying to get a free ride? His comical expression made Vivi burst into laughter, laughing and crying so hard she nearly snorted. Don't worry, how could I forget? Vivi leaned against Lorne's shoulder, feeling a sense of peace. Gazing down below, she said very seriously, I've already told father about the shipbuilding quota, so even if you can't solve it, it's okay. Don't push yourself too hard, just do your best. Lorne rolled his eyes. What do you mean? I'm not a freeloader. But after speaking, he received no response. Turning his head, he found that a soft snore had already begun. Having tossed and turned at sea for over half a month without a single good night's sleep, Vivi had unknowingly fallen into a deep slumber. Lorne carefully took off his coat and draped it over her. Gazing at the desolate desert in the distance, he murmured to himself, Don't worry. I'm the butcher after all. Tomorrow I'll help you root out that bastard. Otherwise, being accused of seducing an underage girl or something. He wouldn't be able to rest easy. As the night deepened, all was silent. Unbeknownst to them, the clock had struck midnight, the early hours of the next day. A full month had passed since the check-in had impelled down. In other words, the check-in count had refreshed. Lorne curled his lips into a faint smile and let out a soft breath. Phew. Finally, the time has come. Tomorrow, he'll be facing a warlord of the sea. Even if he's a has-been, he's no simple character. It's good to increase my odds of victory before I go. Remaining check-ins, 1 check-in now. Check-in. Ding. Alabasta. Check-in successful. At the capital of the desert kingdom, where the crocodile awakens and the three-sword style finds its proof reward enlightenment of the iron-cutting swordsman. Note all insights gained by a certain three-sword style swordsman before comprehending iron-cutting are granted. The host must integrate them on their own. Iron-cutting swordsman. Zoro's experience. This. Before Lorne could react, a torrent of consciousness suddenly flooded his mind, forcing him to immerse himself in it. Thus Lorne experienced the life of sword training of that three-sword style swordsman from a first-person perspective, the stubborn dojo challenges of his childhood, the progression from one-sword style to two-sword style, and finally to three-sword style. The sparring with his senior sister, repeated failures, a lifelong promise, until the supreme grade blade brought an end to everything beautiful. From then on he trained his swordsmanship relentlessly until he set sail to challenge Hawkeye, got lost, and bumped into an unreliable captain, and suffered a crushing defeat upon encountering Hawkeye. Until he reached the Grand Line and faced the overwhelming dominance of a dice fruit user. At the brink of life and death, he finally understood the realm of iron cutting that his master had once taught him. At that moment, everything seemed to freeze, with only the sound of his heartbeat clearly audible. At that moment, the breath of all things seemed to fill his ears, and the experiences of his past sword training surged into his mind. At that moment, the sword in his hand moved with his heart. With a single swing, it shattered stone and severed metal. Clang. In reality, Lorne suddenly lifted his gaze, his hand reaching for his waist, as Qinglong sang as it left its sheath. At this moment, there was no armament halo hockey imbued, no devil fruit ability applied. Only the flash of the blade revealed the essence of iron cutting. One slash fell, and even metal split open. Clatter. The scabbard that had somehow appeared behind him along with the blade within was severed. The tip of the sword and the tip of the sheath fell to the ground, breaking the silence. Vivi was startled awake. Turning to see Belle standing frozen with his sword drawn, she asked in confusion, "Huh? Uncle Belle, what are you doing here?" Gulp. Belle involuntarily swallowed saliva, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, glanced at the clean break in his blade, then looked at the expressionless Lorne. He barely suppressed a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, well, I saw it was getting late, so I came to call you back to rest." Lorne might have misunderstood something. Well, to be honest, he had suddenly seen the little cabbage he had watched grow up leaning against a wild man. Ahem, he had seen Vivi sleeping against Lorne's shoulder. He couldn't help himself, so he raised his sword as a warning. Who would have thought Lorne would react so quickly? Did he have eyes in the back of his head? Fortunately, he had no ill intent, merely raising the sword as a gesture, and the blade hadn't left the scabbard. Lorne paid no attention to Belle's overacting. After sheathing his sword, he helped Vivi up and reminded her, "It's cold out here. If you're tired, go back to sleep." "Oh, okay." Vivi rubbed her sleepy eyes, not noticing anything amiss, and followed Belle, who was trying hard to act natural, as they left the clock tower. Lorne glanced at the fallen sword tip and scabbard, stepped on them, and with a surge of quake power they disintegrated and vanished from the world. Not bad. At least the foundation is solid. No need to seek advice from other sword masters anymore. Taking advantage of the solitude, Lorne began to review the reward and gains. Although the so-called enlightenment wasn't a real experience preventing him from truly mastering it, he already had some foundation. Using this as a springboard, he gained insights, and his swordsmanship improved dramatically. From this moment on, he could truly be considered an iron-cutting swordsman. An iron-cutting swordsman might not sound particularly powerful. After all, Lorne could already destroy mere iron and stone, just with more force and greater expenditure. Thus, this special enlightenment served as a perfect complement to the foundation he lacked, paving a broader and smoother path for his future. Take flying slash, for instance. Previously, Lorne's technique possessed only the form, not the spirit. In simple terms, it looked like a flying slash, but it was merely a powerful swing that produced a very diffuse slash. Now, with his swordsmanship reaching the level of an iron-cutting swordsman, not only had the power of his sword techniques and flying slash increased dramatically, but his control had also improved significantly. At the very least, he wouldn't end up like before when dealing with the slave ship's guards, slicing a person to pieces and creating too bloody a scene. This reward was not the best, given that the sand fruit had been presented earlier, but it was by no means poor. As for the other devil fruits, each had its own merits and flaws. However, he had yet to fully master the tremor fruit ability, and the principle of biting off more than one could chew was universally understood. Moreover, developing devil fruit abilities required time and effort, which did not significantly enhance immediate combat strength. Thus, this was the most suitable reward for Lorne at present, proving that luck could indeed play a role. The fabled conqueror's luck lived up to its reputation. As he pondered, a grating song reached his ears. Lorne furrowed his brow and turned his head, catching sight of Icolum approaching with an awkward expression. Lord Lorne, His Majesty the King has instructed me to arrange your lodging." The next day, the blazing sun rose high, scorching the earth. The great drought in Alabasta showed no signs of easing. Instead, it grew more severe with each passing day. In a certain palace chamber within Alyabarna, Compared to the harsh conditions aboard the ship, the royal palace's grand bed was incredibly comfortable. Thus Rorn indulged in a rare late sleep. He did not rise until the sun was high in the sky. Hearing the commotion, the waiting maids entered to attend to Rorn's washing and dressing with meticulous service. Afterwards, they seamlessly arranged his breakfast. A cola, and it's iced. How thoughtful. Feeling refreshed, Rorn sat at the large dining table gazing at the sumptuous feast before him and could not help but sigh inwardly. This decadent feudal and royal lifestyle was truly exhilarating. Once he was strong enough and the world was at peace, he would surely find a small island, build a private estate, and live the life of a lord that countless people dreamed of. But for now, revolution. His strength was not yet unrivaled. Rorn still had to strive. Learning that Rorn had finally risen, Vivi and Icolum arrived together. Seeing the table laden with delicacies, Vivi, who had already eaten her fill, suddenly felt hungry again. Wow, why is it so lavish? I didn't eat much this morning, and is cola really that good? Give me some too. With that, she sat down naturally and began eating alongside him, gradually adopting the same unrestrained manner as Rorn. Watching this scene, Icolum frowned deeply but dared not voice his displeasure, forced to watch the once graceful princess he had raised from childhood become tainted with a ruffian air. At that moment, Icolum regretted not training harder in his youth, leading to his present helplessness. Some time later, a large pile of empty plates now lay before Rorn. Finally satiated, he looked at the maids coming to clear the table and said casually, "Thank you for the hospitality, sorry for the trouble." After the flattered maids had left, Rorn turned to Icolum, whose expression was sour, and joked, "Weren't you the one who invited me back? Now you're complaining that I eat too much." "No," Icolum quickly denied. "I was just feeling a bit hungry myself. Was it just because I drew my gun yesterday? I didn't even fire it. Why is this kid so petty?" "Stop teasing him," Vivi interjected, fearing Icolum might be pushed too far, and quickly came to his rescue. "Go on, father needs you." Icolum felt a surge of relief and turned to leave, but Rorn stopped him with a gesture. "Hey, wait. I have a few questions." Icolum's face fell as he looked at Rorn, suppressing the urge to sing in frustration, and nodded in response. "They'll tell you everything I know." However, Rorn's next words left him puzzled. "I heard your hero dealt with some pirates yesterday. He hasn't left Alabasta yet, has he?" As the captain of the guard and de facto steward, Icolum was privy to nearly all intelligence in Alabasta, hence Rorn's inquiry. After a long pause, Icolum scratched his head and said, "You mean Sir Crocodile?" "Sir?" "Humph." Rorn offered no explanation, merely nodding with a smile. "Yes, that's him. Do you know where he is now?" Hearing the mention of the national hero, Vivi also grew interested and looked curiously at Icolum, who was deep in thought. After a moment's recollection, Icolum remembered something. "I heard that after dealing with the pirates yesterday, he was seen near the Rainbase area. Sir Crocodile seems to have some interest in casinos." This matched the information Rorn had obtained from Kazan the night before, and he nodded with relief. "Good, that settles it." Icolum, however, frowned deeply. Considering Rorn's identity, he couldn't help but warn, "You're going to see Sir Crocodile. He's a warlord of the sea, and you're a pirate now." "Huh, warlord of the sea. Even if he changed his title, it doesn't change the fact that he's a pirate at heart." Icolum disagreed with Rorn's assessment. "Crocodile is now a hero of Alabasta. I won't allow you to belittle him like that." "Huh, you're a diehard fan too." Rorn looked at the curly-haired steward in surprise, then glanced at Vivi, who seemed about to say something and couldn't help but sigh. Now he finally understood why Crocodile hadn't revealed his true colors until 3 years later. Even the royal high-ups trusted him so deeply. No wonder he was hailed as a villainous hero. With that thought, Rorn saw no point in explaining further. Empty words couldn't undo the Sand Crocodile's year of effort. "Forget it, it's nothing. You can go." Hearing this, Icolum abandoned his attempt to defend the hero and hurriedly left, as if fleeing from a flood or a beast. Seeing Rorn already packing his belongings, Vivi dropped the subject and asked instead, "Are you heading out now?" Rorn stuffed a few million berries he had on him into his pocket. "You want to come?" "Of course." Vivi nodded without hesitation, turned around, and went back to her chambers to change and pack. A long while later, at the palace gates, Vivi had shed her princess attire, now wearing a short-sleeved top and shorts with a coat draped over her shoulders and a sun hat on her head. She was accompanied by 2 super spot-billed ducks. "This is Karoo, and that one's Cowboy." Super spot-billed ducks resembling ostriches matched the speed of ostriches and were the fastest animals in Alabasta. Karoo and Cowboy were similar in size, the former wearing a blue cap, the latter a cowboy hat. Karoo was Vivi's partner, so Rorn's mount naturally became Cowboy. Rorn stepped forward, touching the duck's hat, and then feeling its genuine down feathers, remarking with curiosity, "Never thought I'd ride a duck one day." "Quack." Cowboy felt insulted, fixing Rorn with a sharp glare. "I'm not scolding you, I'm complimenting you," Rorn quickly said. After finally pacifying Cowboy and building some rapport, the 2 humans and 2 ducks set off. On the way, Vivi finally had the chance to ask, "Rorn, are we going to see Sir Crocodile?" "Who said I'm going to see him?" Rorn denied it. This piqued Vivi's curiosity. Then where are we going? Isn't this the direction to Rain Base? It is indeed Rain Base. Roran nodded, then shook his head, inexplicably brimming with confidence. But we're going to a casino. To be honest, I once dreamed of getting rich overnight. He was a man blessed with conqueror's luck. Not to gamble would be a waste. And this was one of the reasons he had chosen to come to Alabasta. Since setting sail, he had realized that having enough berries was essential, and an empty pocket was unacceptable. Seeing Roran suddenly fired up, Vivi asked with some displeasure, "Are you a gambler too?" "Huh, gambler." At that moment, Roran felt insulted and immediately retorted, "Only the unlucky are called gamblers. Haven't you heard of a lucky one? You should call me the gambling god instead." Rain Base, an oasis in the northwestern desert of the Alabasta Kingdom, was known as the City of Dreams and was one of the most prosperous areas. In truth, it was a city of gambling with casinos everywhere. 9 out of 10 visitors were gamblers. Under the guise of dreams, it attracted a flood of tourists, all hoping to strike it rich. Roran was no exception. After arranging for the 2 ducks, he headed straight for a casino topped with a golden crocodile statue, the so-called Rain Dinner Casino. This was not only the largest casino in Rain Base, but also Crocodile's stronghold. Watching the gamblers being thrown out, Vivi asked with concern, "Do we really have to go in? Don't you believe in my skills?" Roran assured her confidently, "With my luck, I could win this entire casino." Of course, that was under the assumption of using special luck. In reality, he wouldn't waste it here, so it was pure bravado. Yet Vivi seemed to believe him. And so a newly turned adult boy led an underage girl into the casino together. At the Rain Banquet Casino. Won again. How many times has he multiplied it? I heard he started by exchanging a few million in chips, and now he's won over 100 million. Brothers, I crown him the gambling god. Gambling god. He's the god of wealth. Protect him well. Don't let the casino pull any tricks. Dare they? I'd like to see who dares. Whoever cuts off my fortune, I'll go after. Damn, what are you waiting for? Follow the bet. Roar, place your bets. I'm all in. The gamblers, who had been fighting their own battles, converged into an unprecedented frenzy. The instigator Loren sat at the gambling table draped in a black leather coat. Someone had given him an unlit cigar clamped between his lips, exuding an air of a big shot as he casually pushed his chips forward. Big. The next moment, the onlooking gamblers also piled on their bets, intensifying the dealer's pressure, making it impossible to cheat. Big. Big. Wow. We won again. Vivi shouted, her face flushed with excitement, clutching the small mountain of chips before her. Loren, you're amazing. We've won so much money. Loren ignored the gambler's excitement and gratitude, his gaze fixed on the clearly captivated Vivi. He couldn't help but say, "Vivi, between the 2 of us, aren't you the one acting like a gambler now?" Winning money was important, but it wasn't his goal. His objective had already been achieved, so he couldn't let Vivi continue like this. "Calm down. You're a princess of a kingdom. What's a little money like this? Have you forgotten the fate of those gamblers we saw at the entrance?" At these words, Vivi jolted awake as if doused with cold water, the euphoria quickly dissipating. How could I be like this? Once clear-headed, Vivi shuddered at the memory of her transformed state. Is this why father told me to stay away from casinos? Loren patted her head. Pack up your chips. The game is about to end. And indeed, as the gamblers urged the next round to begin. Move aside. Get the hell out of the way. Step back. Don't block the path. Several burly men suddenly appeared, forcefully parting the crowded throng to clear a path. A beautiful woman in a cowboy hat walked straight up to Loren, a faint smile on her lips. "Our boss invites you both upstairs for a chat." Vivi immediately tensed, eyeing her warily as she stepped in front of Loren. "What do you want?" "I am." Before she could finish, Loren covered her mouth. "A chat upstairs. Lead the way." Impressed by Loren's composed demeanor, Robin offered a smiling appraisal. As befits the gambling god, such courage. As a user of the Hana no Mi, she could manifest parts of her body anywhere within her line of sight, including her eyes. Through her covert observation, she had determined that Loren's wins were pure luck, not cheating. That was why she hadn't approached him earlier, otherwise she would have dealt with him as a cheater. Afterward, Loren and Vivi followed Robin upstairs. The gamblers, who had been howling moments before, dared not utter a word. Soon, Loren and Vivi were led to a room. Before entering, Robin turned to Vivi. "Could this young lady wait outside for a moment?" Vivi looked at Loren, who peered into the room. Using his observation hockey to confirm someone was inside, he chuckled meaningfully. "Wait for what? What's so secret?" With a bang, he kicked the door open and pulled Vivi inside. Robin, unable to stop him, could only sigh helplessly. "I hope you won't regret this." Loren shrugged. "He's the one who'll regret it." As they stepped through the doorway, Vivi's eyes landed on the figure hailed as a hero across many lands. Sir Crocodile. The slick-back hair, horizontal scars, cigar fur coat, and massive golden hook on his left hand. All of it unmistakably identified him. The current Shichibukai, known as the Desert King, Sir Crocodile. Recalling Loren's words, Vivi jumped to conclusions. "How could it be? Is it really you?" Robin frowned at first, then smiled. Why are you so surprised, miss? It's not wrong for Sir Crocodile to run a casino, is it? Vivi realized her reaction was indeed unwarranted. Running a casino wasn't illegal. Apologies, I was out of line. Crocodile, annoyed that Vivi had entered, shot a displeased glance at Robin for her incompetence. His plan wasn't yet ready to be set in motion, and he didn't want to clash with the royal family of Alabasta. So he forced a fake smile and rose to greet them. I didn't expect Princess Vivi to honor me with your presence. This is my oversight. As the national hero, he had visited the palace and met Cobra and Vivi. He couldn't pretend not to know her, and before any fallout he had to appear warm. His ability to adapt showed he was a man of great ambition. But before he could approach, Loren stepped between them, speaking casually. Mr. Zero. At the familiar code name, Crocodile's expression shifted and Robin's eyes narrowed. After a dramatic pause, Loren finished his sentence. Have you heard this name? No. Irritated by the taunt, Crocodile suppressed his anger for the sake of his plan, forcing a smile. Lieutenant Loren, are you trying to win my casino from me? You subtly reveal my identity, so I'll reveal yours. Fair enough, isn't it? Yet to his surprise, Loren showed no shock, responding naturally, Lieutenant. I left that behind long ago. I'm a damn pirate now, just like you. As for winning the casino, I did consider it, but then I thought of a better method. The gambling was just for fun. I have another way to take the casino. From the moment he saw Loren, Crocodile felt an instinctive unease reminiscent of the warning signs from his observation hockey. With Princess Vivi present, he forced himself to be patient. Oh, what method is that? But Loren showed him no respect. It's simpler to just rob it. His luck was good, winning 9 out of 10 times, but how much money could that make? Nothing compared to the speed of theft. Seeing Loren's serious expression, Crocodile's face darkened. Kid, you seem to have forgotten your place. Without Vivi here, you wouldn't even be worthy of speaking to me. As he spoke, he conjured a sandstorm in his hand, a miniature calamity brimming with destructive power that inspired awe. At the sight, Vivi cowered behind Loren, and Robin frowned inwardly. Yet Loren was growing weary. Even after all this, Crocodile still held back for Vivi's sake, or rather to avoid a complete break with Alabasta, suppressing his true nature and desires for the sake of his so-called plan. Frankly, this Sand Crocodile was disappointing. Thus Loren lost all patience and dropped the pretense. Sand Crocodile, I'm done wasting words. Your game is up. Will you surrender or resist to the bitter end? With that, he handed Vivi to the bewildered Robin and took a step forward, unleashing his full presence. With a thunderous roar, his conqueror's hockey and killing intent erupted, dyeing the surroundings in a blood-red hue suffused with a suffocating pressure. In that moment, the violent, blood-colored thunderbolts flickered faintly, transforming into an aura of malevolence that flooded the entire room. In that moment, Ron proved with his actions what it meant to be the Butcher and why he could dominate the news headlines. The might of one man, his bloody aura like a living hell before them. Good, so formidable. What kind of power is this? Vivi and Robin trembled, just standing nearby, and as the one on the receiving end, Crocodile naturally felt even worse. Conqueror's hockey. This power. How is it possible? The overwhelming presence forged from 10,000 lives made the current Crocodiler unconsciously step back half a pace. He even nearly fell to one knee, and the sandstorm technique he had been concentrating in his hand directly dispersed. That half-step caused Ron's heart to ease, yet it also stirred an indescribable complexity within him. Though he had anticipated it, and felt from their first meeting that his opponent was far inferior to his imagination. But only now could he confirm. This former supernova pirate who once dared to challenge Whitebeard Hedon, now the renowned warlord of the sea, was truly finished. He had the makings of a villainous hero, yet ended up in such a state. With his spirit broken and his hockey gone, it was both pitiable and lamentable. Overcoming his initial shock, Crocodile broke through the aura's suppression with a hook swaying as he straightened up, forcing calm. What's the matter? Kid, I am the warlord, the Desert King. How dare you act insolently here? As he spoke, the floor beneath him gradually turned to quicksand, leaving hollows through the layers. His lower body had already become a mass of quicksand, allowing him to stand in midair. Ron ignored it, his hand resting on his waist as he slowly drew his blade. Did you think you could hide what Baroque works did from anyone? Huh, Mr. Zero. Yet Crocodile still stubbornly denied it. You slander my honor with empty words today. I'll show you what a warlord is. With that, he lunged forward, his right hand rising as it turned to sand, and enlarged, forming a crescent-shaped sand blade. Crescent moon, sand dune. Ron neither dodged nor avoided, drawing his blade to clash. Hedon. Clang. As Blue Gale hummed softly, the sharp blade sliced cleanly through the crack-ridden sand blade. Then the blade swung onward, and as the azure sword light burst forth, the pressure of the bloody aura bore down forcefully, driving back the overconfident Crocodile. How is this what they call a warlord? Nothing more than a stray dog. Facing Ron's contemptuous mockery, Crocodile roared in anger. Do you think I'm like those weaklings from Impel, down at your mercy? Seeing Ron silent, merely charging forward with his blade, He grew even more furious, spreading both arms as they turned to sand. Having felt no pressure for so long, Crocodile nearly forgot he was a Logia, and the more he thought about his instinctive retreat, the angrier he became, roaring bastard him a Logia. Relying on his Logia intangibility to ignore physical attacks, he neither dodged nor avoided, quickly turning the surrounding area to sand and gathering it forward, intending to bury Ron alive. But the next moment, as the sharp sword light slashed toward him, Crocodile instinctively recoiled in fear. No, this is. But it was too late. The cold blade tip pierced straight through his abdomen before he could fully transform. Blood sprayed as Crocodile's arms quickly transformed into even sharper desert blades, crossing to slash at Ron's head. Desert Diamond Blade. Ron chose not to meet it with armament hockey, instead retreating swiftly, while Crocodile also staggered back in pain. Regaining his footing, seeing the blade that had inexplicably turned black, Crocodile exclaimed in surprise, "Armament hockey coating. From a brat like you." He had long known of Ron's Conqueror's hockey awakening, but a mere Navy lieutenant using armament hockey. Was this what the news called weak, only bullying the feeble, slaughtering thousands out of bloodlust, escaping impelled down by sheer coincidence and luck? Damn it, those who spread fake news deserve to die. Morgans, if I ever run into you. Reining in his scattered thoughts, Crocodile calmed down from his flustered panic. Do you think armament hockey can handle me? Who gave you that courage? The next moment he cast aside all restraint, his entire body turning to sand, spreading in all directions like a canopy. Everything it touched was instantly drained of moisture and turned to sand, even the walls and rocks. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a desert. If not for the remaining traces of architecture and the fact they were still in the casino's upper floors, Ron and the others might have thought they had arrived in a desert. Such was the power of a Logia. Every move could affect the environment, wielding strength akin to a natural disaster. Yet facing this terrifying scene, Ron's focus was oddly peculiar. Looking through the cracked floor at the lower levels also being affected, he cried out in anguish, "My casino! Stop it, you bastard!" In that instant, his Conqueror's hockey seemed to materialize, blood-colored thunderbolts gathering to strike at Crocodile's location. Under this spiritual shock, it unexpectedly forced him out of his Logia form, though only for a brief moment. In that instant of solidification, Soru, Ron appeared before him in a flash, his right leg reinforced with armament hockey, hardening, kicking him far into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. After crashing through multiple walls, Crocodile finally tumbled into the desert outside Rain Base. At the same time, on the casino's top floor, Ron didn't immediately pursue, instead turning to look at Robin, still stunned by Crocodile's injury, and warned sternly, "Take good care of her, or I'll send Akiji here." At these words, Robin, who had been planning to slip away, froze on the spot. Her little schemes dissipated entirely, replaced only by confusion. Akiji? How does he know? But Ron clearly had no intention of explaining, turning and leaving the casino to chase after Crocodile into the desert. In the desert at the newly formed crater, Uft, a giant gold hook suddenly emerged from the desert pit, and a disheveled Crocodile climbed out. Huh, huh, huh. After spitting out the half-smoked cigar and sand from his mouth, he tore off his already tattered coat and couldn't help but roar to the sky. Bastard! Who would have thought that he, a warlord of the sea, the desert king, a powerhouse of his generation, could be made so miserable by a fledgling Navy deserter? Especially now in the desert, his own domain as the Desert King. How could he tolerate a newcomer's insolence? In his fury, he no longer cared about any plans. He had only one thought left: to save face and kill that Navy traitor. Boom! The sand beneath him suddenly collapsed, and Crocodile shot into the sky, hovering in midair. The next moment, the surrounding sand shifted under his control, as if alive, gathering around him and growing ever larger. Whoosh! The wind and sand accelerated into a whirlwind, forming multiple sand tornadoes with destructive power brewing within. In an instant, the sky was filled with yellow sand, quicksand, like a prison, a catastrophic sandstorm sweeping the area and rapidly approaching Rain Base. As the disaster loomed, chaos erupted in Rain Base. Hey, I think I see a person. Isn't that the national hero Crocodile? I heard he's a terrifying devil fruit user. Is he really this fearsome? Is he fighting someone? Looks like he's heading this way. Who cares about that now? Run for your lives. We're surrounded by desert, where can we go? And at that speed, we can't outrun it. We're doomed. Damn it. You're stealing my money. Locals stared in shock, tourists trembled, and gamblers seized the chance to cause chaos. Until a figure in azure robes swiftly dashed out of Rain Base, charging toward the sky-covering sand curtain. Many strangely calmed down, even turning into spectators. Who's that guy? Looks fierce. No kidding, I think I just saw the Grim Reaper in hell. The outskirts of Rain Base. With the last vestige of sanity intact, Crocodile refrained from descending into madness and obliterating Rain Base. Instead, he roared first. "Lorne, show yourself, now." Yet no reply came. Only a panicked stampede of fleeing figures. His impatience flared like tinder in dry wind. Just as Crocodile's wrath surged to its breaking point, his sandstorm coalescing poised to swallow Rainbase whole, Lorne arrived at last. No words wasted, blade already drawn and slashing. One sword style chaos, domain of tremoring demons. His speed defied perception. Hundreds of blade flashes bloomed in an instant, weaving a luminous net meant to withstand the cataclysmic onslaught of the sandstorm itself. Yet this was no mere defense. It was assault incarnate. Each blade stroke surged forward, sheathed in tremoring force, shattering the advancing dunes like swarms of locusts devouring the land. Boom, boom, boom. Where the blade light passed, all crumbled to dust. The sky-choking sand curtain fractured, disintegrating strand by strand, collapsing upon itself. At the sight of that familiar power, Crocodile's pupils contracted violently, shock freezing his breath. The tremor fruit. No, that's impossible. Whitebeard still lives. Even as he spoke, the blinding slash closed in, forcing him to evade, halting the sandstorm mid-roar. The suspended sands fell vertically, dense, silent, blinding, a torrential rain of dust veiling the battlefield. Pooh! Crocodile clutched his chest, blood spilling from his lips as fury toward Morgan burned white-hot. That brat is a devil fruit user. Not a single word of it appeared in any report. That wretched Morgan, chasing sensationalism over truth, had fabricated everything shamelessly, recklessly, utterly. Before he could unleash his fury upon that accursed birdman. Clang! A flash of azure shattered the sand wall. Hockey coiled tightly around the blade, its shriek echoing across heaven and earth. In the next breath, a streak of indigo-black cold light tore through the sand veil, piercing Crocodile in that one fateful frozen instant when his body betrayed him, leaving no time to react. One sword-style elegy. As Lorne sheathed his blade, a slender razor-thin gash split open across Crocodile's chest. Blood erupted, gushing forth, while the scarred Sandyman, battered beyond endurance, rolled his eyes back in surrender. With a dull thud, he collapsed, motionless, defeated. Lorne turned, approaching Crocodile's fallen form. Wait, was that still a pulse? No hockey left, but your vitality is astonishing. It seems fate has not yet claimed you. Without another word, he drove his boot hard into Crocodile's wounded abdomen, again and again. Thud, thud, thud. Aff, stop kicking me. The agony jolted Crocodile fully awake. Yet before he could rise, Lorne's foot pinned him down, hockey binding him immobile. Now answer me. Do I have the right to speak to you? Do I, The sudden, unprovoked question left Crocodile momentarily stunned, until after a long pause memory returned, and with it profound existential doubt. Cough, cough. You hold grudges well. Huh. Lorne pressed harder, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Still blind to your predicament. Yet even in utter ruin, the king of the desert refused to yield. Gritting his teeth, he spat, Damn brat. If you hadn't ambushed me, I'd have dodged that strike without breaking a sweat. Such childlike posturing earned no denial, only a quiet scoff. Humph. That's called tactics. Everyone knows the sand fruit's greatest weakness is water. Not just seawater or pure water. Blood too carries moisture sufficient to disrupt its power. In short, sand fears water, blood contains water. His abdominal wound prevented instantaneous reformation, causing that fatal frozen moment, exploited flawlessly by Lorne. TSK. In some truly pitiful. With his head crushed beneath a boot, Crocodile had no choice but surrender, yet he still demanded clarity before oblivion. Cough, cough. How did you know? Lorne, deep in thought about what to do with him, bent low, eyes locking onto Crocodile's. Know what? Crocodile twisted his neck with effort, gaze burning into Lorne's. How was my plan exposed? Do you think I tell you there's a traitor among your ranks? The moment the words escaped, Lorne theatrically clapped a hand over his mouth. Oh dear, I may have just slipped up. Such exaggerated mockery ignited Crocodile's humiliation, veins pulsing violently across his forehead. You insufferable brat. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Lorne lifted his foot, crouched beside him, and poked idly at the crumbling sand clinging to Crocodile's body. And aren't you? Look at yourself, pathetic, desperate, a stray dog with no master. You're less than a child. Humiliated beyond endurance, Crocodile's eyes bled crimson as he snarled, Brat, you've grown reckless. As he spoke, he seized his chance, launching his final gambit. Boom. The ground beneath them, hollowed out unseen, collapsed instantly, erupting into a colossal sunflower-shaped crater spanning dozens of meters. Its sheer scale trapped Lorne irrevocably, every step toward escape now futile. For the sands within the crater began to writhe, alive, hungry, consuming all within their grasp. In that instant, the dunes became swarming insects, devouring Lorne, buried alive in quicksand. Desert sunflower. Ha ha ha, bitch. You walked right into it. Amid Crocodile's manic laughter, Lorne seized his throat, voice icy calm. You're still in my grip. Do you wish to die with me? Pock. Crocodile spat blood, voice raw with fury. Are you mocking me? As he roared, the sandswarm surged, distracting Lorne, siphoning his focus and strength. Meanwhile, from the shifting dunes, the golden hook, long vanished from Crocodile's left arm, erupted anew, guided by a thread of concealed sand, striking Lorne's back with lethal precision. Gleaming with metallic luster, it carried virulent poison. Contact meant certain doom. Whoosh! It pierced the air like an arrow. Too swift, too sudden, Lorne, mired in quicksand, had no time to evade. In that life-or-death instant, Lorne instinctively released Crocodile, face contorted in panic as he bellowed, "Scorpion venom needle. Poison." I never imagined a pirate bold enough to challenge Whitebeard would sink so low, resorting to such despicable, dishonorable treachery. Armament hockey, iron body, steel. Seizing the opening, Crocodile liquefied into sand, slipping free, and laughed wildly. "Futile. Your armament hockey is too shallow to block this, or resist the toxin's seepage. Despicable. Dishonorable. Let me teach you one truth today. To claim victory, one must sacrifice everything. There's much more for you to learn, brat." In that moment, he was already imagining the exquisite torments he'd devise once Lorne succumbed to the venom. Yet, just as Crocodile believed his scheme perfected his triumph absolute, Lorne's panicked expression melted away, replaced by serene stillness, then unexpectedly laughter. As the golden hook struck his skull, he calmly shook his head, amused, almost playful. "All right, I'm done playing." At that instant, the thin, resonant film of tremoring energy encasing his body expanded, effortlessly repelling the clinging parasitic sands. The restraining dunes shattered. Lorne vaulted upward, unsheathing his blade midair, cutting cleanly through the golden hook and the torrent of sand behind it. Clatter! The uncontrolled hook tumbled helplessly to the ground. Lorne stepped forward without hesitation. He retrieved the undamaged hook, expelled the venom with a pulse of vibration, then ran his fingers over its surface, testing its composition, before exclaiming astonished, "Truly forged from gold. You're wealthier than I thought, but now it belongs to me. This? You? Huh." Crocodile stared dumbfounded at the unscathed Lorne, unable to believe what was before his eyes. He, a proud warlord of the sea, had been tricked again, to be toyed with so thoroughly by a rookie. He was no longer merely furious, rather he had no energy left for rage. He was weary, truly weary. As his spirit deflated, gravely wounded and exhausted, he lacked even the strength to flee, losing control and plummeting from the air into a sand pit. At that moment, the desert crocodile was tired. He only wished to give up. "Why, have I fallen out of step with the times?" Watching the bewildered crocodile, Lorne couldn't help but scold. "I think you've lingered in paradise too long. Not only has your strength waned, but your mind has deteriorated. Have you forgotten what observation hockey is? Still trying to launch a sneak attack? What a fool. Frankly, I'm starting to disdain you. I hope you'll cooperate properly later." Did he truly think his innate observation hockey was mere decoration? That someone's intent to ambush him was far too glaring. His barrage of cold mockery received no reply, and Lorne paused to catch his breath, exhausted. Yet it wasn't mental fatigue, but sheer physical strain. Crocodile was, after all, one of the original 7 warlords. Even with his will broken and devoid of hockey, the might of his Logia Suna no Mi was not to be underestimated. To resist the erosion of the sand fruit's power, coupled with the continuous use of his own devil fruit ability and hockey, Lorne's current stamina could barely keep up. This battle revealed that while his explosive power was adequate, he still faltered in prolonged engagements. Thus, compared to his recently honed swordsmanship and his developed devil fruit abilities, future training must focus on bolstering his physique and hockey. Soon Lorne dragged Crocodile, who resembled a lifeless dog, to the casino's first floor. Due to the earlier battle, the casino had shut down and its patrons had been dispersed by Robin. Now only Robin and Vivi remained. Upon seeing Lorne and his captive return, the hesitant Robin was stunned, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Crocodile, the esteemed warlord and king of the desert, a terrifying Logia monster like that man, was now being dragged back in such a state. For a moment she wondered if she was dreaming. Could the Navy traitor and rookie pirate, so often ridiculed by various factions, truly possess such formidable strength? Snapping back to reality, she regretted not fleeing earlier. Hesitating merely because she heard the name Akiji had cost her the perfect opportunity. Now escape seemed impossible. The darkness of her past echoed in her mind. Recalling Lorne's reputation, she felt her life on the run was truly at an end. In stark contrast, the previously anxious Vivi beamed with a radiant smile and rushed forward. "Lorne, I knew you were the strongest." Lorne gestured for her to get the den mushy while replying with a smile. "I told you not to worry. What I promised is done. Just remind your father not to welch on our deal." With that, he hauled Crocodile before her. Sand Crocodile, time to come clean. Yet Crocodile kept his eyes shut, maintaining a defiant demeanor of refusing to yield. "Playing dead, are you? Final deal with you later." After a single slap that dispersed his sandy head, Lorne turned his gaze to the dazed Robin. Robin, tell Vivi everything you've learned over the years, especially about Baroque work's use of dance powder. Off. Robin looked up at him bewildered. Me. Lorne shrugged, stating matter-of-factly, if you don't want Akiji to be the next one looking for you, you'd better comply. With that, he took Crocodile away to a corner. Bang. After flinging him aside, Lorne delivered a swift kick. The blow to his abdomen sent excruciating pain through Crocodile, who gritted his teeth and declared, Bastard, the winner takes all. I admit defeat this time, but you cannot humiliate me. If you've got the guts, just kill me. Humiliate you? Lorne nearly laughed in anger. You need me for that. You're a self-abandoned waste. You? Crocodile started to retort, but was cut off. For a so-called great pirate, you pin your hopes of revenge on a mythical ancient weapon. Never mind whether Pluton exists where it is, or if it can truly destroy an island with a single blast. Even if you used Pluton to defeat Whitebeard, would that truly be what you desire? It's nothing but the self-deception of a coward who has lost a warrior's will. Silence, nothing but silence. At that moment, Crocodile dared not face his own heart, for he knew Lorne was right. He had never been able to let go of his grudge against Whitebeard. Yet having witnessed the might of that strongest man, he knew that relying on his own strength to seek vengeance was a distant, almost impossible dream. Thus he had pinned all his hopes on an inanimate object, deceiving his own heart, ruling over paradise to satisfy his pathetic pride. So what? Enough with the useless chatter. Crocodile lowered his head, his voice growing hoarse, utterly despondent. If proving my weakness is how you intend to humiliate me, then you've succeeded. Just kill me. Slap. An unexpected slap landed squarely on his face, leaving Crocodile stunned. He had begged for death, yet this bastard was still using armament hockey to strike his face. But Lorne's next words left him silent once more. Kill you? Why would I? What good would that do me? Do you think I said all this just to humiliate you? How naive. Utterly naive. For a Shichibukai who built Baroque works, and even shamelessly played the hero, can't you think more maturely? I've wasted all this breath and held back from killing you, you fool, because I have designs on you. Frankly, you're very lucky to have met me now. Otherwise, you might never have gotten this chance. As the future captain of a pirate crew, doing everything myself is beneath my station. So I'm in need of a capable enforcer. Are you interested? Lorne's sudden candor left the suicidal Crocodile at a loss. Why didn't you say you were recruiting from the start? Coming in with all this fighting. Couldn't we have sat down for a proper talk? Of course, an agreement would have been impossible without a trial of strength. But whether an agreement was reached wasn't the point, the process was what mattered. And he calls me immature. You're the one who's an ignorant brat, petty-minded, a mindless brute. Slap. Another slap landed on his face before he could erupt in anger, followed by Lorne's impatient urging. Stop your idle thoughts. Are you interested or not? Give me a straight answer. That simple question sent a chill down Crocodile's spine. How did this kid know what he was thinking? Did he possess the observation hockey that reads minds? No wonder he was so petty. Rumors of Queen Odoheim flickered through his mind before fading. Whether it was true or not, what did it matter to him? He, a proud warlord, had been beaten by a brat and was now being asked to serve as his crewmate. Where was his dignity? Absolutely not. He, Sir Crocodile, would never yield. With that thought, Crocodile, still lying on the ground, sneered. Heh, you want to be my captain? What do you take me for? But as the tip of Siren pressed against his neck, he quickly changed his tune. If you can defeat me in a fair fight next time, then I'll give you that chance. Watching the contradictory yet self-preserving sand crocodile, Lorne was nearly amused. Quite Sundra, aren't you? But that's fine. I hope you'll make the right decision when we meet again. I'd rather not have to send you to impel down. In short, those who follow me shall thrive, those who oppose me shall perish. If you're not with me, then go to hell. Hearing such a blatant threat, Crocodile's face twitched as he couldn't help but retort. Is that why you massacred 3 levels of hell? In his view, that was the one truth in the newspaper reports. This kid was not one for idle threats. Lorne's non-committal attitude made Crocodile's scalp tingle. He stubbornly insisted. If you can beat me again next time, then I'll acknowledge you as my captain. After all, aside from Baroque works, he was practically a lone wolf now. Having been defeated so publicly, the world government would surely come to settle accounts, and his position as a warlord was as good as lost. Given that setting sail again with this petty-minded brat didn't seem entirely unacceptable. Having already read his emotions and thoughts, Lorne remained non-committal. He delivered another slap while reminding him, I will definitely enter the new world in the future. If you still seek revenge on Whitebeard, then I hope by the time I return you will have found your former self. Mind your own business. Crocodile retorted stubbornly, clutching his swollen face. When we meet again, I'll make you my crewmate. Lorne couldn't be bothered to argue. He kicked him, sending sand flying, and cursed. You're almost out of blood and still thinking about that. If you don't want to die, get up and come with me to find a doctor and clean up the mess you've left behind. On the other side, Robin had already divulged everything she knew about Baroque Works' Utopia operation plan and Crocodile's ambitions. Vivi picked up the Den Den Mushi which had been connected at some unknown moment and asked with trembling lips, "Did you hear all that, father?" Seeing that the situation was beyond salvage, Robin was torn between fleeing and staying with no time to mind what she intended to do, let alone stop her. Thus, after receiving an affirmative reply, Vivi asked again, "You're already on your way, right? Where are you?" "Huh?" The Den Den Mushi's face was full of panic, but Cobra still insisted stubbornly, "No, what makes you think? Brother Roran spotted you long ago." Vivi couldn't help but smirk at his reaction, teasing him. "Fine, we're coming over now." And so Vivi and the others soon rendezvoused with Cobra and Igaram, who were disguised as ordinary passers-by at the entrance of the casino. The moment he saw Robin, Cobra, finding her vaguely familiar, asked uncertainly, "Vivi, who is this?" Recalling Roran's instructions, Vivi said with a smile, "Brother Roran said not to worry about her. He mentioned she's the niece of one of his senior brothers. She's been undercover beside that despicable crocodile for years, and she provided all this intelligence." Hearing this, Robin, who had been in a daze throughout the journey, suddenly tensed. Niece. Undercover. Intelligence. What does he really mean? He was a former Marine, and he specifically brought up Akiji. Does that imply? Not only was Robin bewildered, but Cobra and Igaram were also taken aback. Undercover. Intelligence. After recovering, Cobra expressed his sincere gratitude. "My child, you've worked hard." Faced with a king's bow of thanks, Robin wondered if she was still dreaming. In all her years on the run, when had she ever received such treatment? What exactly is that Roran trying to do? But before she could ponder further, a familiar figure appeared before her, making her shudder with inexplicable fear. Soon Vivi and the other two also noticed the newcomer. "Crocodile, how did you? Where is Brother Roran?" Sensing their misunderstanding, the recently broken crocodile had also learned to be mischievous. "Had that brat. He's already been." His voice trailed off as he made a throat-slitting gesture, causing their pupils to contract and them to tremble in fear. Fortunately, Roran appeared in time, instantly putting everyone at ease, though it made Crocodile's face darken. "Sand Croc, why are you still so childish?" Crocodile pouted, touched his freshly bandaged abdomen, and ultimately dared not retort. He only cursed inwardly, "You're the childish one. You're the most childish." Ignoring Crocodile, who seemed mentally addled, Roran turned to the astonished Vivi and the others and began to explain, "Well, how to put it, it's like this. In short, he's my enforcer now." After a brief explanation, Vivi sighed in relief, patting her chest and saying, "You scared me." So he's been beaten into submission by Brother Roran. No wonder his face is so red. Hearing his daughter's bluntness, Cobra quickly suppressed his complex emotions and covered her mouth. Being gossiped about by a child made Crocodile's face flush instantly, but he couldn't reprimand her, feeling utterly aggrieved. Finally, he just snorted, left a few words, and turned into sand, swiftly departing. "Cobra Baroque Works will cease all operations against Alabasta and will fully assist you in resolving the drought and rebel army issues. He'll discuss the details with you at the palace." Cobra opened his mouth to speak to Roran, but before he could say anything, Vivi tugged at him and shook her head, signaling him not to say more. However, Igaram couldn't help but complain indignantly, "Are we just letting that bastard off? Lord Roran, why didn't you just kill him?" Before he could finish, Cobra interrupted him. "Igaram." Ignoring Igaram's confusion, Cobra walked up to Roran and bowed once more to express his gratitude. "Thank you for everything you've done." But Roran waved his hand to cut him off. "No need to thank me. I didn't do this for you. If anyone deserves thanks, it's Vivi. And don't forget the reward we agreed upon beforehand." To be honest, what happened to Alabasta had nothing to do with Roran, especially considering Cobra's arrogant and prejudiced attitude when they first met yesterday. He understood it, but he wouldn't forget it. So this was the greatest goodwill he could offer for Vivi's sake. If they truly wanted to kill Crocodile, Alabasta would have to rely on its own abilities. As for whether Cobra was satisfied, he didn't care. And he would certainly claim the due reward. After all, starting a pirate crew required Barry. Cobra had no reason to refuse and nodded sincerely, naturally. "I will coordinate with Mayor Icebog as soon as possible. Also, I hope you can attend the banquet tonight, so I can formally apologize and express my gratitude." Roran neither agreed nor refused. He would go if he had time. Cobra didn't insist. Seeing Roran didn't want to talk more, he didn't press further. Perhaps before, due to Roran's youthful appearance, he had scoffed at the title slaughterer. But now, having made Crocodile submit, he knew Roran was no pushover. Now, it wasn't that he was unwilling, but rather he dared not get too entangled with him. Soon Cobra took Vivi back to the palace to handle state affairs. Now that the conspiracy had been foiled and Baroque Works was offering full assistance. As long as Cobra didn't be stubborn or hold things back and accepted everything openly, Alabasta might soon shake off the shadow of the Great Drought. And so only Roran and Robin remained at the casino entrance. Before Roran could speak, Robin asked first why. Roran knew what she meant and didn't play dumb. He said frankly, "Because I want you to join my crew." Robin frowned, still puzzled. "Why?" Roran scratched his head and told the truth. "Although my senior brother said he'd help if needed, you know his lazy nature, so I naturally need you as insurance." Robin, who had been pondering for a long time, didn't believe him. Akiji, then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. He said he would capture me without mercy if we met again. Roran shrugged non-committally and explained casually, haha, you don't know him well enough. He's all bark and no bite. If he really wanted to catch you, he wouldn't have let you go back then. Robin still didn't believe him. It was because of Saul. To defend his senior brother's honor, Roran said righteously, are you saying it was out of friendship? That's even more absurd. In a way, Senior Kazan is a very gentle person. In simple terms, the O'Hara incident shook the justice he had always upheld, and he has been in a state of confusion ever since. The root of it all is that he doesn't want to involve the innocent. Don't ask, you are that innocent one, or rather the first. Unsurprisingly, Robin fell silent. She didn't know how to refute him. The man in her memory had never really harmed her except for what happened to Saul. However, Roran's next words made her feel like she was dreaming, stirring her deeply. Oh right, Saul might be the second. The second. Robin's pupils contracted as she seemed to realize something. Are you saying Saul is still alive? Roran shrugged and chuckled lightly. Join my crew, and one day you'll see him. You'll also get access to many poneglyphs. I promise you'll be satisfied. Hearing this, Robin felt as if cold water had been poured on her, and she immediately became wary again. So you do have an ulterior motive. You know where the poneglyphs are. Is it for Pluton too? There's no free lunch in the world, nor kindness without reason. She knew her own value well, and was extremely sensitive to this. If she were so easily deceived, she wouldn't have survived on the run since she was 8 without being captured. However, Roran, now parched, was getting annoyed. Being able to read poneglyphs, while I don't care much about it, there's a difference between not having it and having it, but not using it. So I want to deny that point, but talk of Pluton is nonsense. I don't care about it. Looking into Roran's eyes, Robin wavered for a moment. She could tell he wasn't lying, an instinct honed from nearly 20 years of living amidst deceit. But Roran wasn't done yet. Besides, having only that brute crocodile on the ship would be an eyesore. I naturally need someone nice to look at. And there can be many enforcers like him, but there's only one archaeologist like you. Robin bit her lip and lowered her head, not daring to reveal her slightly trembling eyes. Roran's verbal barrage continued. I understand that your experiences have shaped your personality, and you don't trust me. I fully understand. But if you still harbor suspicion and distrust, even after my honesty, then I have nothing more to say. At this, Robin broke her silence and looked up. Do I have a choice? How that sounds familiar. From a rational standpoint, I do have to say no. Roran mused that the world was a cycle, then changed his tone and said casually, but I never force anyone. If you really don't want to and prefer to continue your life on the run, feel free to do so. With that, he turned and walked away, waving his hand. If you change your mind, go find Crocodile. I think you know where he is. Hope to see you again. After Robin safely departed from Rain Base, Loren avoided the tardy Marine branch forces and arrived alone at a small alley behind the Rain Dinner Casino, where he met his direct superior. Senior Kazan, you're early, huh? Where did those masked man-eye sculptures come from? Kazan, with his afro, leaned against his bicycle in a blue-striped suit flanked by 2 humanoid ice sculptures radiating cold air. Inside, the twisted figures wore white masks and white suits, their panic and confusion evident from before being frozen. With such iconic attire, Loren instantly recognized the members of CP0, known as the Celestial Dragon's mightiest shield and the world's strongest intelligence agency. From the current state, it was clear they had been instantly defeated, showcasing the Admiral's terrifying strength. Kazan, however, wasn't swayed by Loren's antics, his deadpan eyes fixed on him. Don't change the subject. I didn't expect you to know so much about me. Loren scratched his head awkwardly. Ahaha, just a little all hearsay. But Kazan's expression turned serious. How did you know about Saul? He had never told anyone about letting Saul escape. Loren had a ready excuse. Senior, if you don't want others to know, don't do it. The Revolutionary Army told me. The Revolutionary Army. Kazan couldn't verify the truth, but didn't bother dwelling on it. Ahara, I wonder if your words are praise or calling me a coward. Of course it's praise, Senior. Seeing Kazan drop the matter, Loren pushed his luck, shamelessly overstepping. You saw that Robin agreed to join my ship. He'll protect her from now on. Senior, any support? Kazan was taken aback by Loren's audacity. She didn't seem to agree. She will, Loren said with certainty. Kazan fought fire with fire, starting to act crazy. Should I unleash a buster call on you? Loren's face paled as he quickly shook his head. No need. I can't handle that, Senior. But his jokes couldn't dodge the inevitable question. Loren, what devil fruit did you eat? Why do you have the tremor fruit's power? Kazan had issued the fruit, so he needed to account for it to the Marines, the world government, and the world. Others' fruits had distinct traits, but Loren's was strange. Whitebeard wasn't even dead yet. Hearing this, Loren's expression shifted, and knowing he couldn't avoid it, he gave an answer. The imagination fruit. In short, everything relied on imagination. From now on, he could use this to cover any situation without flaw. The world was vast and full of wonders Loren believed no one would suspect. After all the pirate world was full of. After a long silence, Kazan seemed to accept it, not pressing further. He sighed softly and said, "I hope the next time we meet you want cross swords with me, senior," after forming your pirate crew. Kazan hadn't come just to support him after Laurent's call. He wanted to see Laurent himself. Since Laurent went to impel down, Kazan felt this junior was becoming stranger. Now he saw it clearly. Laurent's choice to go to sea wasn't just for an undercover mission. He had his own goals and resolve his aura increasingly like the great pirates of the New World. Watching Laurent adapt so naturally, even thriving in his new role, Kazan felt conflicted, wondering if his initial decision was right or wrong. He seemed to have unleashed an extremist. Should he deal with it now? Sensing Kazan's troubled mood, Laurent feared for his life and laughed it off. How could that be? You'll always be my senior. Hearing this, Kazan sighed in melancholy, ultimately refraining from striking him down. He scratched his head. Ahara, seems like lack of sleep has made me muddled. Since you have a den mushy, keep in touch. If you need me, you'll come. With that, he turned to leave. For me, or for Robin? Laurent didn't ask the irritating question, but looked at the two frozen CP0 agents. Aren't you taking these ice sculptures? Kazan, already on his bicycle, waved. Dispose of them as you see fit. Then he rode out of the alley. Meanwhile, with a crack and a bang, Laurent didn't hesitate. He drew his sword and shattered the two humanoid ice sculptures with a single strike. Staring at the debris and the broken masks, his thoughts wandered. The title Celestial Dragon's mightiest shield was no exaggeration. CP0 members were not only skilled in espionage, but also formidable in combat. At least from Laurent's knowledge, every CP0 member was a master of both color of armament and observation, as well as the 6 powers. They also often possessed devil fruits, making their individual and collective strength not to be underestimated. So even he couldn't guarantee a sure victory against a CP0 member. Yet here they had died silently. Thinking this, Laurent couldn't help but praise himself. Calling Kazan beforehand was truly the right move. This was the feeling of having backup. It was undeniably satisfying. Still, rather than having someone back him up, he preferred to be the one backing others up. But that goal was still far off. He had to keep striving. He hoped the East Blue trip would yield great gains. The sun set, and the moon rose. A night had fallen. At the Spiders Cafe, once the Baroque Works headquarters in Alabasta, it had just been disbanded that day. The original owner, Sarah, codenamed Miss Doublefinger, had left Alabasta with her members to start new operations. Hence a closed for business sign hung on the door. Tonight was the last bit of use for this stronghold. Here Crocodile met Robin again and sneered him. As expected of a woman who survives by betraying others. Laurent knew so many details about Baroque Works that he couldn't believe there wasn't a mole. And the only mole he could think of was the woman before him. This wasn't just his opinion. Cobra and others thought so too, boosting Robin's reputation among Alabasta's high circles. Rumor had it that some ministers, after hearing the news, nearly negotiated with the Marines to revoke the Devil Child's bounty. It only died down when someone pointed out that the world government wouldn't let her go. In short, Robin was caught in an impossible situation and couldn't clear her name, so she accepted it without protest. This severely worsened relations between the former boss and secretary, each holding contempt for the other. Luckily, Laurent intervened in time, preventing a fight that would harm unity. Well, perhaps it would have been Robin getting beaten. Laurent immediately stepped in as captain to mediate between his two crew members. Let's all get along from now on. The past is past, old sand. Don't be so petty. Me? Petty? Crocodile stared at Laurent in disbelief, nearly losing his temper. Holding a grudge over a wrong word and beating someone half to death. Who's the petty one here? Recalling the day's events, his body still ached, but he gritted his teeth and held back. I'll endure. You remembered to get yourself wine, but you gave me coffee. From now on, remember, I only drink iced cola. Laurent glanced at the coffee and wine on the table, losing interest in staying. He turned to the black-haired beauty who had taken off her hat. Robin, pack up. We're setting sail. Crocodile frowned. So soon? Laurent replied matter-of-factly, business is done, so it's time to leave. What will you miss me? Crocodile's mouth twitched. Aren't you going to the East Blue? Why bring her along as a burden? Robin, who was packing, froze mid-motion. Laurent immediately corrected him. Watch your mouth. We're all on the same ship now. A burden. She's far more useful than you. Find yourself first. Humph. Crocodile's face twitched, and he ignored them, walking aside to drink alone. Robin, without asking any questions, put on her cowboy hat, grabbed her luggage, and silently followed Laurent out of the cafe. Robin, without asking any questions, put on her cowboy hat, grabbed her luggage, and silently followed Laurent out of the cafe. At the port, by the shore on the Dragonhead sailing ship, a blue-haired girl and a duck had been waiting there for a long time. Upon seeing the arrival of Lorne and Robin, she swiftly jumped off the ship and ran over. Brother Lorne, must you leave right now? Facing Vivi, whose face was filled with reluctance, Lorne responded with rare gentleness. Yes. Once word of today's events spreads, countless hyenas will catch the scent. If I stay, it will only cause you trouble. Upon hearing this, Vivi felt a sting in her nose and rushed over. I'm sorry for not hosting you well. Lorne patted her head, speaking with great ease. Vivi, all feasts must come to an end. Our journey together concludes here. However, after he finished speaking, there was no response for a long time. Lauren looked down and only then realized that Vivi's eyes were brimming with tears, her sobs silent, which made him feel a pang of reluctance. "What are you crying for?" "I'm going out to sea, not to my death." Yet Vivi did not move, still clinging to him and coaxing, "Let me hold you just for a moment." Her tearful voice carried a childish nasal tone, and Lauren could not bear to push her away, so he simply let her be. Robin, who had been watching with curiosity from the start, eventually broke into an unconscious smile. She then boarded the ship, first not wanting to disturb the young girl's final farewell. Not far away, Karu was also pulled away by the golden-haired, curly-haired man, leaving enough space for the two. Lauren and Vivi had met by fate, and their time together had not been long, merely a month. But the stumbling journey they had shared was deeply etched in memory. Two navigation fools getting lost and taking detours. The daily training of a workout maniac amidst raging waves and tsunamis. The daily astonishment of an innocent girl filled with expectation and reliance. Her requests and considerations, his promise and single slash. Friends exchanging hearts, fulfilling each other. A gentle evening breeze came dispelling the discomfort of the desert's alternating heat and cold, and also carrying away the melancholy of parting. After a long while, Vivi wiped her tears, stood up, and quickly stepped back 2 paces, looking up at the towering Lauren. Forcing herself to calm down, she squeezed out an awkward smile and pretended to be lighthearted. "All right, you can go." Lauren ruffled her head one last time. "You gave me the den mushy. Remember to contact me if anything happens." Vivi nodded, emphatically opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing more. Lauren, long accustomed to partings, showed no hesitation. He turned and was already on the ship. Whoosh. The sails were hoisted, and they set sail once more. As they left the shore, looking at Vivi, who was struggling to hold back her tears, he waved with a smile. "Vivi, don't go out to sea alone anymore. Responsibilities are important, but safety comes first. Princess Vivi, become a worthy queen soon." Who? The night grew darker, the sea wind suddenly picked up, and the dragonhead sailing ship drifted further and further away, disappearing into the mist that had rolled in unnoticed. Only after he could no longer see the graceful figure on the shore did Lauren turn his head to look at Robin, who was watching the drama with her chin resting on her hand. Thinking of all the mushy things he had just said and knowing he had been watched the whole time, his face flushed with embarrassment. He snapped in anger, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and steer the ship." Robin couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing that Lauren the butcher had such a side to him. The tension and unease in her heart eased slightly, and she couldn't help but tease. "Captain, abandoning a minor isn't right, you know." As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized her mistake and quickly covered her lips, inwardly cursing herself for being too relaxed. At the same time, she secretly checked Lauren's expression. Finding that he seemed not to have heard, she let out a soft breath and quickly changed the subject. "Am I to steer? I'm not a navigator. I only know a little." Embarrassed, Lauren couldn't be bothered to deal with the sly Robin, who was revealing her true nature. He simply chose to wash his hands of the matter. "Oh, my navigation skills are even worse. Leave the sailing to you." Hearing this, Robin was taken aback. So this was the reason he brought me along. With this thought, watching Lauren scurry into the cabin, she curled her lips, barely suppressing her laughter, and called out, "I guarantee he'll complete the mission, Captain Lauren." 3 days later, the commotion from defeating Crocodile was so great that a reporter managed to snap photos, stirring up another major headline. The butcher Lauren, whom countless had written off, reappeared and clashed with the Desert King, one of the 7 warlords, and unexpectedly emerged victorious. Afterward, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was stripped of his title. Following the defeat of the Lizard King Hanzo by Fire Fist Ace, the balance of the 3 great powers was once again shattered. For a time, the seas boiled over once more because of the same man. However, compared to the first time, this uproar did not last long before it was overshadowed by another huge piece of news. The Revolutionary Army, which had been silent for a long time, stirred up a major commotion in the East Blue, one of the 4 seas. Several kings in a certain sea area were overthrown, and no new monarch succeeded them. The parliamentary system made its debut on the stage of history. At the same time, a new wave of ideology emerged for the first time and was widely proclaimed, causing a great stir. Another week passed. In a certain sea area in the first half of the Grand Line, on the Dragonhead sailing ship, taking advantage of the calm weather, Robin took out fruit from the refrigerator Vivi had prepared on the ship and cut a fruit platter. Then she walked to the bow and handed it to Lauren, who was lying in the sun after his workout. "Captain, would you like some fruit?" "Well, thanks." Taking the exquisite fruit platter, Lauren smiled in gratitude and was about to give a thumbs up when the den mushy in his coat, which he had taken off during training, suddenly rang. Brew, brew, brew. After answering, Lauren looked at the den mushy, which had suddenly taken on a very fierce expression and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Smoker, where did you get my number?" This was a new den mushy given by Vivi. He hadn't told anyone except for Kazan and a few others. Yet in just a few days, even that bastard Smoker who was far away in the East Blue knew about it. So much for being a secret agent. Don't you worry about that. Smoker dodged the question, glaring as he demanded, Lorne, why did you leave the Marines? Wait for me in Alabasta, I'll come find you soon. Seeing him still acting so impulsively without regard for the consequences, Lorne said irritably, don't bother looking for me. My next stop is the East Blue. You just wait for me there. Smoker was first stunned, then nodded, and finally realizing what had been said, he threatened viciously, is that any way to talk to your big brother? Haven't seen you in a year, it looks like you need another lesson. Seeing this familiar guy, Lorne smiled knowingly and laughed back in threat. Ha, don't worry, this time I'm here to loosen your bones, you rabid dog, Smoker. You little brat. Smoker ground his teeth. Idiot, Smoker. Lorne gave no ground. Ha ha ha. Finally they both looked at the den mushy and burst into laughter, laughing like madmen. Lorne, how much longer until the East Blue? Hearing Smoker's question, Lorne stood up and gazed into the distance at the island whose outline was already visible. Oh, we're almost at Cactus Island. Shouldn't be long now. Smoker frowned and warned, Cactus Island. I've heard there's a whiskey peak on it, and it's full of bounty hunters. Are you alright? A bunch of bounty hunters. That would indeed be troublesome for Lorne, who is now a pirate. But for Lorne, the actual controller of Baroque Works, there was only one thing to say: they're all on our side. Thus Lorne replied with a smile, Relax, I've arranged to meet someone there. Hearing this, Smoker stopped worrying. Don't get careless and capsize, you brat. They'll be waiting for you in the East Blue. Lorne, who had been waiting for this day for a long time and was certified as petty by a certain sand crocodile, warned meaningfully, get yourself mentally prepared. After hanging up the phone, Luo In finished the fruit in a few bites. He handed it to the extending hand rode next to him, then looked at Robin, sincerely praising delicious. Thank you for your hard work. Robin put away the book in her hands, showing a slightly shy smile. It's what I should do. After all, the captain has taught me a lot and helped me a lot. Luo In's requirement for crew members is quality over quantity. Even for Robin, who was specially recruited, it remains the same. Thus Luo In was highly attentive to her improvement and strength. Compared to the pain and time-consuming physical training, developing her fruit ability was far more suitable for her current situation. Moreover, Robin was quite intelligent as she grasped concepts quickly. In recent days, her development of the Hana no Mi had been remarkably swift, and she was becoming adept at using it. Additionally, before leaving, Vivi had specially brought Robin a historical text replica because of Luo In. This allowed her to learn more about history, while Luo In never inquired further, giving her respect and a sense of security. Therefore, her gratitude was genuine and sincere, but her smile was ultimately a bit forced. Luo In did not mind the barrier between them. After all, Robin had been on the run for nearly 20 years, and they had only spent a little over a dozen days together. How could they truly open their hearts? Primarily, he had secretly observed Robin with his Kinbunchika haki, and her emotions were undeniably complex. As the saying goes, it takes more than one day of cold to freeze 3 feet of ice, so he needed to give Robin more time to adapt. As they were about to reach their destination, Luo In asked, is everyone here? Robin switched to work mode in an instant, reporting truthfully, Mr. 1 arrived the day before yesterday, and Mr. 2 just arrived yesterday. We are just waiting for you, Captain. With Luo In's nod, the Dragonhead sailboat had already entered the island. The enormous cactus rocks on the island came into view, and the densely packed tombstones sent shivers down one's spine. As the ship sailed into the central river of the island, towns on both sides gradually emerged. In this moment, not only was the atmosphere filled with the scent of smoke and fire, but there were also faint sounds of music and singing. This was the only town on Cactus Island known as Whiskey Peak, the town of welcome. Anyone who had visited here would praise the local people's warm hospitality and inevitably get immersed in it. However, if pirates unfortunate enough to arrive chose to stay, they would experience the first lesson of the Grand Line, becoming the prey of bounty hunters. Those with good luck would lose all their wealth and barely escape with their lives. Those with worse luck would end up with nothing, and their heads would be claimed for a bounty after death. As Smoker had reminded, the residents here were not ordinary civilians, but rather frenzied hyenas targeting bounties. Similarly, few knew that this was one of the many bases of the legendary Baroque Works. Thus, as the Dragonhead sailboat officially arrived when Luo In and Robin disembarked. Having received news in advance and cleared out the pirates, the bounty hunters waiting on the shore cheered excitedly, welcoming the arrival of their boss. Facing the enthusiastic crowd, Luo In responded with a smile, but raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. Immediately after, without waiting for him to say much, several figures emerged from the crowd. They were all executives of Baroque Works, each possessing code names like Crocodile and Robin. The leader, sporting a monk's hairstyle and dressed in monk attire, was muscular and named Des Bones. Now holding the codename Mr. 1, he was a quick-cut fruit user capable of transforming parts of his body into blades. He referred to himself as a killer and looked down upon swordsmen who could not cut iron. Based on this, he eventually became Zoro's master on the Grand Line. With his extraordinary fruit abilities, he carved out a path as a sword master capable of cutting iron. To his left stood a robust figure wearing heavy makeup and dressed in a swan ballet outfit. Her real name was Bon Clay, but she was more widely known by her female codename Mr. 2, or simply as Bon. The male codename Mr. 2 was a shapeshifter. By touching the target's face with his right hand, he could mimic their appearance and physique, while touching his own face with his left hand would revert him to his original form. Not only was he a transvestite not accepted by society, but he was also a little fan of the transvestite King Ivankov. Although viewed unfavorably, he was rated as one of the most courageous men, showcasing his charm. Luo-en also had a deep impression of him. Not judging between good and bad, but merely considering his loyalty to his friends, he truly was a real man. Besides the two called by Luo-en, the other executives present included Miss Monday, Miss Valentine, Mr. 50, and others. They were either stationed here or had fortuitously passed by a few days ago, having heard that Luo-en would come, and were waiting here. At this moment, as everyone curiously observed Luo, and they also respectfully bowed, shouting in unison, "Welcome, Mr. Boss," to provide guidance. It is worth mentioning that Crocodile's identity as Mr. 0 has already been exposed. Luo-en, as the new actual controller, did not wish to continue using the codename 0, so he simply took on the title of Boss. As for Crocodile, he remained Mr. 0. The smooth handover was largely due to Robin's years of management and control over Baroque works, which had deeply ingrained in the people's minds. Since the actual manager did not change, the replacement of the actual controller did not bring about significant changes, resulting in a stable transition of power. Realizing that everyone present belonged to his under-command, Luo, and couldn't help but feel emotional. The pirate crew he had been talking about had yet to be formally established, and it could not even be considered a prototype. Yet he already had a considerable subordinate force. This was the allure of reaping the fruits of labor. "Well, you all have worked hard, you may disperse now." After Luo-en nodded, he signaled everyone to disperse, leaving only the executives responsible for reception. Soon, under everyone's guidance, Luo-en and Robin arrived at the largest bar in the town. Looking at the iced cola that had been prepared in advance, Luo-en smiled and highly recognized everyone. "With such excellent subordinates like you, the future of Baroque works is bound to flourish." After a round of toasting and small talk, Luo-en finally mentioned the main business, scanning the relaxed crowd and finally looking at the two who had been specially called. "Bon, you should have some prior knowledge of the matter. Come with me to the East Blue." The two called exchanged glances, nodding, but still puzzled as to why they were going to the weakest sea. To this, Luo-en did not hide. "First, Bon, I need you to go to East Blue to find someone and bring him back for personal training. I have high hopes for you, so do not disappoint me." As he spoke under Robin's gesture, the muscular Miss Monday placed the collected photo on the table. Bon picked it up and instinctively frowned. A three-sword-style swordsman. As everyone knows, he despises swordsmen the most. The photograph depicted a young man with green hair, none other than the future legendary figure Roronoa Zoro. Recalling the entanglement between Bon and Zoro, Roran chuckled softly. "Bon, do not underestimate him. He is a swordsman of exceptional talent. The secret art of cutting steel is merely a life-or-death battle away for him." This was not his peculiar taste. It was truly the insight from before that etched their destined conflict into his mind, coupled with Zoro's worthiness of cultivation, that led to his current plan. Would having Bon personally train Zoro forge a sword saint of steel cutting ahead of time? The very thought was immensely intriguing. Furthermore, Roran wished to see with his full support how far Zoro could go by venturing into the magnificent grand line ahead of schedule. Bon was unaware of Roran's intentions and had no desire to inquire. Though somewhat reluctant, he nodded and said, "Boss, I will bring him back to see you." He dismissed the talk of Zoro's extraordinary talent as exaggeration, harboring no belief in it. Roran had no intention of dispelling Bon's displeasure. Teaching with such emotion might yield better results. "No need to bring him to me. Take him to Whiskey Peak instead. Pirates arrive there daily. I'll let him hone his skills there first." "Understood." Bon nodded firmly. Roran then turned his gaze to the eagerly expectant Mr. 2. "I heard you greatly admire Emporio Ivankov." At these words, as if a switch had been flipped, he not only sprang up to perform a dance, but also began recounting Ivankov's greatness in an exaggerated tone. Unlike Bon, who was taciturn and stern, silently following as a loyal subordinate. Mr. 2, being a Rokama, was naturally gregarious and often lacked discretion, which explained why he later befriended Luffy. Until the end, Mr. 2 lay on the ground in sorrow. "Alas, I have never had the fortune to meet him." At that moment, Robin seemed to recall something and turned to Roran for confirmation. "Captain, didn't Emporio Ivankov escape, impel down with you?" Roran nodded. It was a stroke of luck." Reminded by Robin, everyone present instantly recalled the news report from a month ago, which indeed mentioned Emporio Ivankov. However, what left a deeper impression on them was undoubtedly Roran. And thinking of the title The Butcher, they looked at their current boss, who was gentle and courteous, respecting talent. A sense of dissonance arose in their hearts. But before they could dwell on it, Mr. Two had already scrambled up from the floor in excitement. Boss, why did you suddenly bring this up? Could it be? Facing his subordinate's anticipation, Rorn smiled and nodded. I recommended you to Ivankov. He is very interested in you, and said he will wait for you in the East Blue. At that moment, Mr. Two doubted his ears, his eyes nearly bulging out. Really? Of course. Upon receiving Rorn's reaffirmation, he did not jump for joy as expected, but instead covered his face and wept. Boo-hoo, this humble one. Boss, this humble one is overjoyed. Boss, is there anyone you wish to see? This humble one can fulfill your desire. Rorn offered no comment on this bizarre face-changing act, and strongly prevented him from acting out. Absolutely not. Calm yourself. To avert his frenzy, Rorn quickly stood up and declared, since it's a lively day, let's start a banquet. If there was anything that could divert the attention of people in this world, it was this traditional event. Robin covered her mouth with a light laugh. Very well. Bonus also showed rare anticipation, while Mr. Two was equally captivated, clamoring to dance personally in celebration. The others chimed in, laughing and shouting, great, it's party time. Soon dusk fell. Whiskey Peak Town was brightly lit as usual. Yet tonight's festivity was different. There was no hidden danger, only genuine smiles of joy. In the banquet hall, specially tidied by everyone. Rorn, still in his inner blue shirt, donned a black overcoat and sat boldly in the main seat, holding a substitute for strong liquor. Iced cola? Gulp gulp. Oh, so refreshing. I really don't get what's so good about alcohol. Isn't cola great? Robin approached slowly with a glass of red wine, her spirit full and vibrant. She had changed into a fitted purple gown that accentuated her dignified elegance, and her face was lightly made up. It was evident she was truly happy. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, she met Rorn's gaze as he stared at her with his chin propped. Instead of retreating, she confidently straightened her chest and stepped forward. Captain, staring at a lady isn't very gentlemanly. Gentleman? Rorn looked puzzled. Since when did I become a gentleman? Besides, the appreciation of beauty is universal. I'm admiring you, Robin. TCH. Robin downed her wine in one gulp, a blush seeming to tinge her cheeks. Swirling the empty glass, she rare teased. Captain, alcohol may not be good, but isn't cola usually for kids? Hearing this, Rorn, who had been lost in her beauty, immediately retorted, huh, kids? Let me tell you the taste of cola. Blah blah blah. Dragging his favorite into it, Rorn argued vehemently. After a bout of reasoning, he brought up another matter. Oh, I know a freak who built a ship and uses cola as fuel. As he described it vividly, Robin couldn't help but be drawn in. Really? A coup de burst? A ship that can fly? I'd love to see that. Oh well. Rorn scratched his head guiltily, then quickly patted his chest to assure her, it will happen. Our future pirate ship will be bigger and more luxurious with better fuel than cola. Well, kidnap Vegapunk to design it, you'll love it. Amidst the banquet's revelry, Rorn and Robin opened their hearts to each other, the invisible barrier between them gradually dissolving, bringing them closer. At moments of amusement, they smiled at each other. Ha ha ha. Not just them, but the Baroque Works officers rarely gathered, and the bounty hunters enjoyed a truly genuine feast. For a time, laughter and joy filled the banquet hall. Such a serene and beautiful moment made one wish to linger forever, never again, facing the cruelty of the sea. Alas, just as the party was at its peak and everyone was rejoicing, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside Whiskey Peak Town. A bounty hunter on duty rushed in, frantically shouting, "Boss! A pirate ship flying the flag of the Don Quixote family, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, has entered the island." Before the disgruntled Rorn could react, another person came to report, but this one bore fresh bloody wounds. Before the disgruntled Rorn could react, another person came to report, but this one bore fresh bloody wounds. The battle-scarred bounty hunter reported, that person claims to be an officer of the Don Quixote family and has disregarded all obstacles to come to the town specifically looking for Lord Lorne. The brothers who tried to stop them have all been injured, and the leader is gravely wounded and unconscious. We ask you to take charge, my lord. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, with everyone looking towards Lorne at the main seat. Mr. One Bonus and Mr. Two Xiao Feng stood up, eager to volunteer. Boss, I will handle them. I will also go to meet them. Robin frowned and stood up, looking to Lorne for his instructions. Lorne remained silent, his indifferent gaze and the veins bulging on his forehead indicating his displeasure. After a long-awaited banquet, he had hoped to fully relax and enjoy himself. But just when he let his guard down, such a huge incident occurred outside, it was impossible for him to feel at ease. At that moment, as he looked up, he activated his observation hockey. In the next instant, the entire island was within his visual range, and he discerned the identities of the outsiders. Although his observation hockey could only perceive vague shapes, some individuals had features that were too obvious. particularly the prominent snot bubble and the emaciated figure hidden within, which were strikingly noticeable. There was no need to guess the identity of the visitors. It was none other than Torpal, one of the highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family. Well, Flamingo, you really are a dog. He had no grievances against Doflamingo, nor had any interactions with him. Therefore, Lorne initially thought that it was the kind of rogue pirate like Bellamy who would come looking for trouble. But to his surprise, it truly was that Flamingo's man. Soon enough, the reality confirmed his suspicions. Before the excited crowd even made it out, the banquet hall doors were kicked open and a throng of people rushed in. As the iconic laughter rang out, Robin and the others turned to look, instantly stunned. The newcomer wore a cloak resembling a circle or quilt, appearing quite rotund, and was holding a cane adorned with a plum blossom symbol. If one only considered the clothing, it might have been acceptable, but his visage had reached a level that was utterly nauseating. His beard was unkempt, his teeth were broken, and his nose perpetually dripped snot. Especially with the shackles on his feet, which clanked noisily as he walked. Compared to the image of a high-ranking officer of the Seven Warlords, he utterly resembled a disheveled uncle who traffics children. Uncertain of Lorne's attitude, Robin did not initiate a declaration of war, but instead loudly questioned, "Are you from the Don Quixote family? Why are you here, you?" Before she could finish, Toripol interrupted her. "Lorne, so you are indeed here." He had seen photos of Lorne during his Navy days, so he recognized the person seated at the main table at a glance. Ignoring Robin's grim expression, Toripol continued with a grin, "I told you, why do you love to wander so much? I couldn't find you in Alabasta." "Stop right there." As Toripol casually approached the main table, seemingly intending to sit down, Bonus and Xiao Feng immediately blocked his path, but their warnings were ignored as Toripol quickly made a move to subdue him. Despite Toripol's poor appearance, he was after all a high-ranking officer under Doflamingo, and in the New World there were virtually no weaklings. Thus, given the disparity in strength before Bonus and the others could truly make a move, they were covered by two blobs of slime flying and instantly immobilizing them. They only managed to escape with the help of Miss Monday and Mr. 5. Meanwhile, feeling that his show of force had been quite successful, Toripol looked at Lorne, who had remained seated and unresponsive, speaking in a casual and arrogant tone. "Now your bounty is flying everywhere outside. Ooh, I've heard that many people from the underworld have their eyes on you. If you want to avoid being caught, just come with me. Once in the New World, Doflamingo will protect you." However, Lorne merely frowned at him, offering no response, which left Toripol feeling humiliated. I said. Toripol began another lengthy monologue. What happened at Impel Down was already outrageous, and now he has completely incapacitated Crocodile. The situation has escalated dramatically. It's not a big deal for Crocodile's reputation to be tarnished, but mainly the overall deterrent effect of the Seven Warlords is diminished, which will affect the balance of the world. The government will definitely not let this go. As he said this, Toripol sniffed, smiling as he reminded, which was in fact a warning. "Doflamingo told me that CP0 has already been dispatched. You were lucky not to encounter them in Alabasta, but luck won't always be on your side." Listening to this mindless guy getting more and more excited, Lorne couldn't help but lament why such foolish people existed in the world. He truly feared getting his hands dirty with such individuals. Although his pirate crew had not been officially established yet, he did have crew members. Therefore, he was technically the captain of a ship, and dealing with such small fry personally would be beneath him. Thus, he had refrained from taking action and allowed the other party to ramble on, all in search of Doflamingo. What was the point of hitting a dog? If he were to strike, he would aim for the master. However, he had used his observation hockey to scan the entire Senine Island 3 times, yet found no traces whatsoever. After confirming that everyone was present and that Doflamingo was not personally in attendance, he finally could no longer endure. "Hey, do you realize that you look very disgusting, and it really affects my mood?" He finished his ice-cold soda in one gulp, and as he put down the cup, he stared at Toripol with indifference and said, "You hit me and expect me to be your dog. Who gave you the audacity?" "That stupid bird. Why didn't he come?" No, the young master wouldn't come." Sensing that the atmosphere was turning sour, Toripol did not act stubbornly, but instead waved his hand to explain, I said. After all, Lorne's achievements were well known. Even if Crocodile was useless, he was not someone Toripol could handle. After days of traveling, he had not realized that the person before him was the one who had just defeated a warlord rather than the Navy traitor who had simply been lucky before. Moreover, accustomed to bullying others, he instinctively believed that everyone should give face to Doflamingo's young master, almost forgetting that this person was referred to as the Butcher. However, now that he finally understood, it was too late. Lorne, uninterested in hearing any more words from him, waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Attack." In the next moment, the tense atmosphere finally erupted. Everyone immediately drew their firearms and aimed them at Toripol and his group, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Rat-a-tat. A flurry of flames spewed forth. Several unsuspecting pirates fell to the ground, but many more managed to escape toward the exit. However, awaiting them outside were the bounty hunters who had long been waiting along with Mr. 1 and Mr. 2, who had already arrived and were eager to engage. Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 took the lead. Micro dust slash. Bonus transformed his feet into blades, sliding into the crowd like a pair of ice skates, and with a flurry of slashes, blood spattered everywhere amidst the cries of agony. Human demon fist technique, elegant swan dance. Xiao Feng executed a series of graceful moves, knocking out a string of disoriented pirates. Because Tori Pole had come out in a hurry this time, and initially did not take Lorne seriously, he did not bring any officers with him, only a few crew members to man the ship and perform menial tasks. While they were certainly stronger than ordinary people compared to the bounty hunters on this island, they were merely on par. Thus, with the assistance of Miss Monday and the bounty hunters present, they swiftly captured all of Tori Paul's subordinates. Inside the banquet hall, Treble, the wielder of the sticky fruit, casually waved his hand, conjuring a viscous shield that effortlessly deflected ordinary bullets devoid of any added abilities. Lorne, the young master, holds you in high regard. Don't go too far. Sensing the looming danger, he ceased his aggressive stance, shouting Doflamingo's name while retreating steadily. The captain has spoken. Where do you think you're going? Robin chuckled softly, eager for action, as she crossed her hands before her face. 30 flircautious lock. In the next instant, 30 arms sprouted from Treble's body, and the ground swiftly locking his throat, binding his hands, restraining his torso, and tripping his feet. Caught off guard, Treble collapsed instantly, his sunglasses shattering upon impact. Not only was he pinned to the ground, but his entire body was twisted into a contorted position, threatening to snap his bones at any moment. Bastard, who do you think you are? The cowardly bully, Treble, mucus dripping, glared at Robin as viscous fluid surged from his body, forcing back the fragile arms that restrained him. Sticky. As he rose to counterattack, Lorne's gaze locked onto him. The next moment, a murderous conqueror's hockey struck with precision. What the? Treble's eyes rolled back as a searing pain split his head, his screams of agony leaving him utterly defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, Robin delivered the final blow. Cien Fleur Wing. Countless limbs emerged from the ground surrounding Treble and attacking simultaneously. Strikes targeted eyes, ears, temples, and even the groin. Hundreds of hands and feet pounded relentlessly, aiming for every vulnerable spot. Unable to master lethal physical techniques due to her frail constitution, Robin had to compensate by attacking vital points. A creative alternative. This strategy of targeting weaknesses proved highly effective. When the dazzling flurry of limbs subsided, Treble lay foaming at the mouth, his sticky secretions dissipated, revealing a gaunt, emaciated frame, utterly defeated. After the fight, Robin looked down at Lorne, her deep blue eyes trembling. I'm sorry. Before she could finish, Lorne raised a hand to stop her. No need. You did well. He had witnessed her progress. She had improved remarkably, though she still couldn't defeat Treble at this stage. She hesitated about to speak when Bonus and Mr. 2 entered with the captured pirates. Robin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, saying nothing more, silently resolving to grow stronger. Just as Treble and his men were subdued, a strange laugh echoed, silencing the room. Fu. Looking around, everyone's attention turned to Treble. Robin used her ability to retrieve a din mushy wearing sunglasses and a pink fur coat from beside him. It was connected. The familiar, nauseating laughter revealed the caller's identity. Doflamingo. The din mushy responded immediately. Fu. It's me, Lorne. I admire you. Do I need your admiration? Lorne narrowed his eyes. This fool actually wanted to recruit him. But what nerve did he have? Fu. Doflamingo laughed unfazed. Do me a favor and let them go. His presumptuous tone infuriated Lorne. A favor? Who do you think you are? He walked to the din mushy and stomped on the now awake Treble. Dofla. Ugh. A tremor wave enveloped Treble's body, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Under Lorne's deliberate control, Treble's bones shattered throughout his body, yet he remained alive, barely breathing. He couldn't speak, his eyes filled with despair and regret. If he could turn back time, he would never underestimate Lorne. No, he would never have volunteered for this mission. But there was no remedy for regret. The next moment, Doflamingo heard Lorne's cold verdict. Drag him out, and let our wounded brothers take turns carving him up. Death by 1,000 cuts. And hang the rest outside. Remember to take pictures and send them to this clown. He was indeed heading to the East Blue to lay low and grow stronger, but that didn't mean he was afraid. Did this underworld jester think he was made of clay? Had it been so long since he last killed that they thought the title butcher was undeserved? Treble. Even through the din mushy, Doflamingo's rage was palpable, veins bulging. Yet separated by thousands of miles, he could only hurl threats. Lorne, they'll be waiting for you in the new world. TCH. Lorne sneered. If you chase me now, I respect you. Waiting for me in the new world. Coward. Before the enraged Doflamingo could respond, Lorne crushed the din mushy underfoot and turned to the stunned Robin. Robin, tell Crocodile that our first battle in the new world will be against Doflamingo. He'll handle it. If he thinks he can't win, he needn't bother joining the crew. Lorne had no interest in a coward like the Flamingo, but if he insisted on making a nuisance of himself, he'd be the first target. By then, Lorne's strength would far surpass his current level, so he might not even deem Doflamingo worthy of his attention. Better to leave him to the hired muscle. Crocodile. Doflamingo. Robin's lips twitched at the quick nicknames. But she only nodded in agreement, though when she tried the din mushy, there was no answer. Seeing this, Lorne waved dismissively. It's late, he's probably asleep. Contact him tomorrow. Time to rest. After instructing Bonus and Mr. 2 to handle matters, he led Robin out of the banquet hall toward their prepared quarters. We'll be traveling again tomorrow with limited facilities on the ship. Rest well tonight. But while Lorne and Robin slept soundly, others across the world lay awake. That night, the usual music gave way to screams and wails, and the welcome town was stained crimson. That night, in the distant New World kingdom of Dressrosa, Doflamingo raged. That night, the underworld trembled as the intermediary Joker placed a 10 billion berry bounty on Lorne's head. That night, the news mogul Morgan, seemingly driven mad, hugged Lorne's wanted poster and kissed it fervently like an obsessed fan. That night, the lights in Marine headquarters blazed again as a lazy admiral was roused from sleep for a scolding. In short, it was a sleepless night. Countless powerful figures and factions monitoring world events were jolted awake by Doflamingo's sudden outburst, unable to fall back asleep. Far away in Alabasta, at the heart of a sandstorm deep within the desert, the howling winds echoed like the roar of a dragon. 9 enormous sand dragons, as if piercing through the heavens and the earth, surrounded a massive sandball at the center, relentlessly assaulting it like 9 dragons playing with a pearl. Each sand dragon was composed of forcibly compressed sandstorm, and the violent power contained within was sufficient to annihilate any town. If they united, they could easily obliterate even a small island. Yet amidst this onslaught, the sandball remained steadfast, seemingly indestructible. Until a certain moment, the cataclysmic sandstorm that swept through this place suddenly ceased, and the raging sand dragons quieted down. With the tumult abated, the high-density mass of sand comprising the sandball abruptly tore in two. A tall figure emerged from within, swinging a golden hook from his left hand, angrily exclaiming, "Bastard! Petty-minded! Who do you look down upon?" Receiving a call from Robin, Crocodile felt insulted, running his right hand through his slicked-back hair while cursing uncontrollably. "A mere flamingo, am I unable to defeat him? Nonsense. A worthless fool who dares not challenge Kaido. I could take him down with just one hand, and he would still be left searching for his teeth." Living in the underground world where light is scarce, and calling himself a clown, to think such a useless thing could awaken Conqueror's haki is truly a waste. Until a moment arrived when his gaze sharpened and the torrent of curses abruptly ceased. With a swift motion of his golden hook, a sand dragon darted forth. In the next instant, a desert lizard behind it was devoured in one gulp, instantly turned into jerky, and finally disintegrated into dust. With unseeing eyes, he delivered a precise strike. This was the power of observation haki. After being beaten awake by Lorne, Crocodile had honed his skills through training, finally regaining control of his haki, and believed it wouldn't be long before he returned to his peak. Moreover, with certain guidance from Lorne, his training had already shown early results, and perhaps surpassing his peak was just around the corner. By then his goal would be to challenge Whitebeard. A mere flamingo was nothing to worry about. If I want to see what progress you make while vacationing in the East Sea. When you return, let's see who becomes captain. Half a month passed in a blink during their voyage. His superior Kazan called again. Have you reached the East Sea? The same question had been asked 2 weeks prior, and asking again now was naturally due to concerns that Lorne might do something reckless in some corner of the Grand Line. Lorne understood his worries, standing at the bow of the ship, gazing at the blurred red soil continent, and replied truthfully, "I've crossed the reverse mountain and reached the East Sea. I estimate I will arrive at Lowtown in a couple of days." The reason for the delayed arrival in the East Sea was that Lorne had lingered at Whiskey Peak for a few extra days, during which he dealt with several waves of hyenas and pirates seeking the underground world's bounty. Only after swaggering away and diverting some people's attention did he leave to prevent bounty hunters from suffering unwarranted calamities after his departure. Furthermore, misfortune struck as they encountered a massive storm during their journey, causing them to deviate from their intended course and leading to issues with navigation. The drawbacks of not having a navigator became evident, leading them to take a considerable detour before finally returning to the correct course, wasting a lot of time. Regardless of the process, hearing that Lorne had finally reached the East Sea, Kazan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. Old Man Carp is on leave back in the East Sea these days, so those people won't dare to do anything. You can relax and enjoy your vacation, but make sure not to cause any trouble. Upon hearing this, Lorne couldn't help but feel delighted. With his fighting prowess, what was there to fear? But hearing the final warning, he became a bit sheepish. Haha. It was an accident. Just an accident. He had not expected Don Quixote Doflamingo to be so ruthless. After all, he merely dealt with an old fool who had deceived him since childhood. Directly a billion berries. Truly someone with money to burn. Damn it, when I reach the new world, I will be the first to take him down, rich, yet powerless. If he doesn't perish, who will? Before hanging up, Kazan finally revealed another purpose of the call. Although you probably don't care anymore, I still want to congratulate you on your promotion, Colonel Lorne. Upon hearing this, Lorne, who had been worried about pirates, instantly became excited. Not care? How can that be possible? Senior brother. Though we who stand for justice are duty-bound, we cannot be heroes without food to eat. As he spoke halfway, Kazan interrupted with a wry smile. Cut the nonsense, what do you want? Just say it. Lorne coughed lightly and spoke plainly. I remember that a colonel at headquarters can have his own dedicated warship, right? Kazan did not refute naturally. Strictly speaking, a headquarters officer could already possess his own warship. However, it's rare for a major to be a commanding officer. Typically, it's colonels who begin that journey, like Tina T-Bone Smoker and others. Nevertheless, Lorne's situation was special. Kazan, not understanding his intention, could not help but wonder. Allah, while I don't want to dampen your enthusiasm, it seems you may not be suitable to command a warship right now. How could that be? I don't want a warship, I just want to exchange it for a similar benefit. Lorne quickly shook his head, filled with anticipation. I want Dr. Vegapunk to help design a pirate ship fully equipped with defense and propulsion, and the best, it can also have some weapon systems. Is that possible? The more Lorne spoke, the more excited he became, proposing various demands, nearly letting slip the words Pluton before deciding to stop, still filled with eagerness. Upon hearing discussions about warships, Kazan's cycling appeared somewhat befuddled and initially did not want to agree. But as soon as Lorne said, Robin mentioned that the current ship lacks a sense of security, Kazan swallowed his words of refusal and could only scratch his head, saying, I can't guarantee this, Dr. Vegapunk has always been under the protection of Borsellino. I can only ask for you when I get back. Lorne, however, took the opportunity. Thank you, senior brother. His level of shamelessness shocked Kazan. Allah, truly becoming more and more brazen. 3 days later. Lobetown. The sunset was exceptionally beautiful, creating a golden coastline. Boom, screech. With the sound of a roar and break, a cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing Smoker's figure. With white short hair and brown-red eyes, his fierce face truly lived up to the name Mad Dog given by the outside world. Wearing a thick white jacket with justice printed on the back, he carried the weapon Shikishitai, embedded with sea prism stone, also living up to the name White Hunter. In addition, a row of cigars rested on his chest, and the 2 burnt cigars in his mouth also matched Lorne's, calling him Smoke Man. After turning off the motorcycle, he leaned forward and replaced the 2 cigars in his mouth with 2 new ones. Z. Who? After a round of puffing out smoke, Smoker calmly gazed at the distant sea as if waiting for something. This wait lasted a while. Finally, just as the 2 cigars were about to burn out, a dragonhead sailboat appeared in the distance. It even flew a nascent blood-colored skull flag, seemingly heralding the birth of a new pirate crew. Looking at the flamboyant blood-red skull, Smoker's already fierce countenance darkened. This kid is really determined to become a pirate. Regarding Laurent's undercover mission, Smoker, given his rank, was naturally not privy to such information. Thus, he still believed Laurent had been forced out by CP, and while feeling disgruntled that Laurent had become a pirate, also felt a sense of injustice for him. But despite his sympathy, he still didn't want Laurent to stray down the wrong path. He intended to knock some sense into him and make Laurent stay in Lobetown to rejoin the Marines. As for the bounty issue, Laurent was now far away in the East Blue. Who could control him? If anyone truly had the authority, he wouldn't be stationed in Lobetown as a headquarters captain, which was a gross underutilization of his talents. As the rickety sailboat drew closer, Smoker noticed its battered appearance and couldn't help but frown. Sigh, this kid must have gone through a lot. Thinking this, he secretly decided to go easy on him, just enough to make the boy change his mind. Well, before the fight, he'd give him a hug to comfort the brat, so as not to break him completely. However, as the Dragonhead sailboat docked, the anticipated reunion of friends and brotherly affection never materialized, nor did the scene of an elder brother disciplining a younger one. Instead, Smoker, who had opened his arms for an embrace, was immediately scolded by the jumping Laurent. Tisk tisk tsk. A Marine personally welcoming a pirate. Is this a specialty of the East Blue? Laurent's teasing words carried a meaningful gaze, leaving Smoker bewildered as he retorted, What do you mean? To this, Laurent casually fabricated, I ran into quite a few refugees on the road who said that some Marines in the East Blue are colluding with pirates, committing plenty of shady deeds. I thought you might be one of them. Hearing this, Smoker felt insulted. He clenched his fist, transforming it into a smoke fist. You bastard. Are you insulting my justice? Though unsure of the truth, he hadn't forgotten the main purpose of his welcome. Moreover, Laurent's expression was just too infuriating, Smoker couldn't stand it. Loren, it's been a year, and it seems you've forgotten how you should address your senior brother. Putting other matters aside, head teaches Junior a lesson first. Boom. White smoke rapidly expanded and surged toward Loren like a cage trying to imprison him. Loren was not to be outdone, smirking coldly. Hey, you old smoke dog, do you still think it's a year ago? Out there everyone calls me the butcher now. With that he drew his blade, and a cyan sword light easily tore through the smoke blockade pressing toward Smoker. Ha ha, when did you learn to use a sword? Not bad power, but have you forgotten him, a Logia type? Ignoring the threat of the blade light, he advanced instead of retreating, letting it cut through his smoke-like body. Seeing Smoker, whose lower body had already turned to smoke, pull out his jit and strike at him, Loren smiled. He smiled at Smoker's arrogance, his ignorance, and the fact that he could finally get his revenge. Smoker, you're regressing more and more. Smoker snorted, still trying to stall for time. I'm telling you it's too late. As he spoke, he swung the jit down, fiercely aiming the seastone tip at Loren. I know you're a devil fruit user now too, so let me teach you this lesson well. Remember to avoid the seastone. To prevent Loren from dodging, Smoker trapped him with denser smoke. However, this time was different from before. Loren, who once could only evade, now surprisingly chose to stand his ground. I told you, you're just not good enough anymore. A fierce light flashed in Loren's eyes as he unleashed his haki. Armament haki hardening. His right hand, now pitch black and solid, grabbed the smoke, while his Conqueror's haki assaulted Smoker's mind at close range. Armament. Conquerors. At this level. Seizing the moment Smoker was stunned, Loren snatched the jit and thrust its seastone tip into his abdomen, brutally cutting off his words and turning them into a cry of pain. Ow! Forced out of his Logia state by the seastone, and left weak, Smoker clutched his stomach, howling in agony. You bastard. Let me go. Loren chuckled lightly, pulling the jit away, and asked, Now what should you call me? Say big brother. Smoker was hardly one to give in so easily. You little brat. Before he could finish, Loren, having anticipated this, casually raised the jit and swung it down, knocking him flat again. With a loud crash, the force was so great that it shattered the floor. If not for Smoker's quick use of armament haki and immediate Logia transformation, he would have been seriously injured. Before he could speak again, Loren shook his head and sighed, Smoker, you've fallen. At this moment, he felt no joy of vengeance, only endless regret and lament. Those simple words struck deep into Smoker's heart. Life in Lowtown was indeed comfortable and easy, but he was a Marine headquarters captain. Staying here was undoubtedly a form of self-degradation, indulging in pleasure. Though much of it was involuntary, given his connections, if he didn't want to waste away in the East Blue, he could return to the Grand Line at any time. Thus, Loren continued to twist the knife in his heart. If you keep guarding the East Blue, you'll be left behind sooner or later. Forget about upholding your justice. You'll be lucky if a pirate doesn't kill you. Thud. Smoker didn't respond, but collapsed to the floor in utter dejection, no longer having the heart to argue over who was the senior brother. It was hard to imagine that he who had set out to teach Loren a lesson ended up not only physically beaten, but also emotionally crushed by a few simple words. Seeing this, Loren couldn't help but scratch his head. Had he gone too far? Still, if this poor kid stayed in the East Blue, his future would truly be ruined. After a moment of silence, Smoker selectively forgot the embarrassing topic and instead asked, Was what you said about corrupt Marines true? Seeing that the words had hit home, Loren didn't press further. He nodded in agreement. Of course. They're everywhere in the shadows. Though his earlier words were all nonsense based on his knowledge of the East Blue, the reality was even worse. Whether it was the Arlong pirates and Captain Nezumi in Kokoyasi village, Captain Morgan and his son Helmeppo in Shell's town, or even the legendary Deserter King. In Loren's eyes, none of them were any good. Arlong and Nezumi needed no explanation. Morgan was a tyrant, and Helmeppo had always bullied others. Just because he happened to run into a suddenly blind Garp and became sworn brothers with the Deserter King, he ended up rising to the rank of headquarters officer. It was outrageous. Of course, Loren didn't tell Smoker all of this. He only mentioned the situation in Kokoyasi village, emphasizing that it wasn't an isolated case. The East Blue has such things. Smoker was furious and immediately said, I'll notify. But before he could finish, Loren waved him off. No need. It's not convenient for you to act, but I can. I'm not a Marine anymore. Taking care of a few scumbags isn't worth all this trouble. According to Navy protocol, the headquarters would need to dispatch someone for an investigation. Even without unexpected complications such as bribery, the entire process would take over a month. As for Smoker personally intervening to resolve the matter, that was equally impractical. His current duty was to oversee Lowtown. If pirates invaded during his absence, villages like Kokoyasi village might be saved, but wouldn't the citizens of Lowtown be innocent victims? Thus, pinpointing the exact location and entrusting the task to Loren was the optimal solution. Well, it was precisely because he only knew the village name, not its specific location, that he informed Smoker to have it investigated. Is that so? I understand. Although Smoker felt somewhat reluctant, he didn't refuse after calming down. After using a din-din mushy to relay the search orders, he turned his gaze toward Robin and the other two descending from the ship. Seeing Robin's uncovered face and recalling the recent news reports, he couldn't help but frown and murmur, "The devil child." The Navy. Robin, now dressed in a cowboy outfit suitable for a quick escape, narrowed her eyes. Her professional habit nearly drove her to flee. Fortunately, Lorne quickly stepped in to block Smoker's line of sight, patting his shoulder with a grin. "Don't stare at my crew member, little buddy." Robin let out a laugh, genuinely amused. Bonus and Mr. Two exchanged smiles as well. Only Smoker was so irritated that his eye twitched. Trembling, he raised his finger at Lorne and retorted through gritted teeth, "I wasn't staring. You rebellious bastard." Whether it was because he could no longer defeat Lorne or because he knew the truth behind O'Hara, he harbored no hostility toward Robin. Turning a blind eye was the best course of action. Being able to coexist so closely with the Navy was a novelty for Robin, who was accustomed to fleeing at the sight of them. Since meeting Lorne, she had experienced many things she had never dared to imagine. She had to admit that her world had become more vibrant, more comfortable, and happier. In that moment, Robin's eyes trembled as she secretly observed Lorne for the umpteenth time, a sense of confusion stirring within her. So could he be that person? Night fell. Lorne and his three companions were arranged to rest in an abandoned training ground at the Navy branch base. In the dead of night, Lorne quietly left his room, using Moonwalk to ascend to the rooftop and sit down. Arriving at Lobetown, he couldn't forget the most important matter. Taking advantage of the solitude, he silently thought to himself, "Check in." Ding. Lobetown, East Blue. Check-in successful. The convergence of beginning and in the place where the Pirate King met his demise, the era of great pirates. Reward sword technique. Divine evasion. Note insights related to the sword technique will be granted simultaneously. Divine evasion. Divine evasion, I don't evade that. As the signature sword technique of Roger and Shanks, its immense power needed no elaboration. Lorne was initially overjoyed but quickly realized, wait, I don't have Conqueror's Haki infusion. What use is divine evasion to me? As the saying goes, the same sword technique yields different effects when used by different people. Could a novice Zoro using divine evasion compare to Mihawk using it? Just as Lorne was about to be deeply disappointed, a stream of consciousness surged into his mind, and he suddenly understood. Divine evasion seemed to be more than just a sword technique. The next moment, a familiar wave of exhaustion washed over him, preventing him from dwelling on anything else as he gradually sank into it. In an instant, Lorne experienced many things, not only Roger's entire process of developing divine evasion during his prime, but also various battle scenes where he later used it against enemies. This included records of clashes with legendary figures of the old era, such as Whitebeard, Shiki, and Garp. Beyond the classic Battle of Edwar, there were even momentous scenes from God Valley over 30 years ago. Facing Roger's Conqueror's infused divine evasion, Garp directly countered with Iron Body. Divine evasion, I don't evade, I surpass the divine. Wrong channel. In any case, this wasn't merely like watching a movie. Lorne relived these fragments from Roger's perspective. What he gained wasn't just the thrill of legendary battles, but also Roger's genuine combat insights from that time. This was akin to acquiring a portion of a peak great swordsman's battle comprehension. And the subject was none other than the legendary Pirate King Roger. As the system's insights concluded, the dazed Lorne finally regained clarity. Though only a moment had passed in the outside world, Lorne felt as though an eternity had gone by. In that instant, overwhelmed by the influx of insights, he felt his head grow exceedingly heavy. The mental burden this time was even more severe than during the incident in Alabasta. However, compared to the gains, this small price was insignificant. Recalling all he had just experienced and understood, an involuntary smile spread across Lorne's face. What an unexpected delight. Though limited by his lack of Conqueror's Haki infusion, divine evasion had to be shelved for now. The insights alone were worth it, even surpassing the sword technique itself. After all, once his strength was sufficient, could he not create his own mere sword techniques? What mattered were the skills, the insights. Compared to the technique itself, the insights into swordsmanship and the overall mastery of combat details were what truly delighted and surprised Lorne, benefiting him immensely. This wave was pure profit. Perhaps having witnessed too many grand scenes firsthand, he now felt terrifyingly strong. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he felt he could take on 10 of his former selves. Just as he itched to test his blade, a wisp of pungent white smoke drifted up. Lorne frowned and looked down, annoyed. "Didn't I tell you not to smoke?" Looking for a beating. Smoker, who had jumped onto the rooftop, rolled his eyes without retorting. He extinguished the cigar in his mouth and asked instead, "Can't sleep in the middle of the night. Why are you sitting alone?" As he spoke, he handed over a bottle of liquor. "Want a drink?" "No thanks. You know I don't." Lorne shook his head in refusal. Smoker wasn't surprised. He pulled out a bottle of cola from his pocket. "Well, you're an adult now, right? Here. I brought this especially for you, chilled cola." After that, the two brothers who hadn't seen each other in a while finally had a chance to pour out their hearts and chat about everything under the sun. Huh, great. Cola is still the best. Psy kid, you've grown so fast. Have you decided? Are you staying in the East Blue? No, you're right. If I stay in the East Blue any longer, it'll be completely wasted. I've already filed a report requesting a transfer to the Grand Line. The Paradise in the first half. No, if I'm going to change, you'll do it thoroughly. I'm heading to the New World, G5 branch. Can your subordinates keep up? I'm not taking them, just one adjutant. Just as I thought. What? Nothing. They'll head to the New World in the future too. Hope you can take a hit by then. Huh, don't talk big. Next time we meet, it'll show you that the big brother is always the big brother. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at, bastard? I'm laughing at your overconfidence. Just you wait, it'll definitely. The next day, at dawn, the sky was just beginning to lighten. To complete their respective tasks as quickly as possible, Bonus and Mr. 2 had already departed by separate ships, after obtaining the exact locations of Kokoyashi Village, Shell's Town, and other islands. Lauren and Robin boarded the Dragonhead sailboat, hoisting the sails, and setting course toward their destination. 3 days later, Coco West Village. In the orange orchard on the outskirts, the sheriff Ajien with a small windmill toy on his head visited and saw the blue-haired girl tending to the orchard. He asked, Noki Gao, has Nami returned? Ajien, uncle. Noki Gao turned at the sound, her face filled with worry. Nami hasn't returned yet. Ajien felt a sense of confusion and couldn't help but ask, didn't she say she had asked someone to come? Upon mentioning this, Noki Gao's expression turned grim. Seeing this, Ajien's heart sank, knowing that something unexpected must have occurred. What exactly happened? Did something happen to Nami? Seeing he misunderstood something, Noki Gao immediately shook her head. No, Nami is fine. Ajien breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help frowning. Then what exactly happened? Noki Gao, are you hiding something from me? Under Ajien's persistent questioning, Noki Gao finally stammered an explanation. The person she asked for help is not from the Navy, nor is it a bounty hunter, but... What is it? Ajien asked anxiously. It's a pirate. After saying this, Noki Gao closed her eyes in pain, as if all her strength had been drained, collapsing weakly onto the ground, crying as she began to recount the events leading up to this moment. Inspired by the news about Ron's deeds and losing hope in the Navy, Nami first turned her attention towards pirates. After much difficulty, she ultimately found the Buggy pirates who dominated Orange Town. Captain Buggy the Clown. Bounty of 15 million berries. Though not as high as the 20 million berries bounty on the Dragon Buggy, was still a devil fruit user. As the most mysterious existence on the sea, each devil fruit user has been mythologized by ordinary people. Especially in this weakest sea, devil fruit users are extremely rare. And this was the fundamental reason why Nami sought him out. Initially, Buggy was reluctant to acknowledge her request, but upon learning that Nami had saved up a lot of berries, he readily agreed. However, the outcome was clear. Buggy didn't show up at all. Or rather, he never intended to deal with the dragon, only wanting the money without doing any work. Perhaps Nami had long known that the clown from the Buggy pirates was unreliable, but she had no choice and could only choose to believe. Nami, who usually deceived others for berries, was scammed for the first time, and the amount was quite significant, exceeding 10 million berries. This was what Nami had spent years of effort and gone through many hardships to obtain in order to save her village. Though this incident did not send her back to square one, it dealt a heavy blow to her. Nami had set out a few days ago to demand an explanation, and now there had been no news returning. It was likely that her situation was dire. Whoa, I should have stopped her back then. At this point, Noki Gao was already in tears, the worries of the past few days pushing her to the brink of collapse. Now that everything was said, her deep-seated worries and fears finally erupted uncontrollably. In such a situation, Ajien couldn't help but forget about worrying for Nami, feeling flustered and unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a strange female voice caught their attention. Captain, it seems we've heard something quite significant. Ron scratched his head, which seemed to be ready to sprout a brain, and commented truthfully, looking for pirates to deal with pirates. Quite interesting. To be honest, this was the first time he had heard of such a strategy. Since he hadn't arrived here before the conversation, Ron was unaware that it was due to his presence that Nami had developed such an idea. This ultimately led to such an incident. Therefore, to him, Nami was nothing more than a stranger whose name he had heard and whose photo he had seen. The current outcome was merely her own choice, unrelated to him, and when he spoke, it naturally sounded indifferent. Mainly, he didn't expect Nami to be so foolish. She was quite different from his impression. However, compared to the seemingly pointless side quest of finding Buggy to rescue Nami, resolving the dragon was merely a matter of raising his hand, and it was also the purpose of his trip. Ron smiled and asked, "We are also pirates, so would you like to ask us for help in dealing with the dragon? It's free of charge, but we do need meals." Noki Gao finally reacted, wanting to respond, but saw Ajien already standing in front of her, questioning Ron. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Robin was about to explain, but was interrupted by Ron waving his hand. Forget it, since they aren't welcoming, let's go find the dragon first and take care of him. There are other matters to attend to. Just as the two turned to leave, Noki Gao suddenly called out to them. Wait, are you really here to deal with the dragon? Robin smiled politely, of course. Touching his empty stomach, Ron hesitated slightly and didn't leave immediately. If he could get a free meal, he also wanted to eat well before working. After confirming that Ron and the others meant no harm, Noki Gao exchanged glances with Ajien and decided to invite them. With renewed spirit, Noki Gao led Ron and the others to the living room while earnestly persuading. If you want to eat, then please stay and wait a bit, but the dragon is very formidable. You shouldn't make unnecessary sacrifices. Though she meant well, Ron felt insulted. However, realizing that this was merely due to her limited understanding, he didn't blame her and quietly followed behind into the living room. On the other hand, Robin didn't want her captain to be underestimated, so she cheerfully reminded, our captain came from the Grand Line to the EC. Our mere fishman is nothing to worry about. The Grand Line. Ajien could not help but be shocked. Even though he had spent his whole life in the EC, he knew that it was a place where strong people gathered, and the dragon might indeed not be a big deal. Noki Gao also understood this point, and Robin's serious demeanor made her shudder. While confirming, she instinctively pleaded, really, can you help me bring Nami back? Before she could finish speaking, Ron politely interrupted, you should look for the Navy for such matters. I can recommend someone to you, they will definitely help. But as they entered the living room, his gaze swept over a closed door, and Ron's voice abruptly halted. He saw a familiar bounty notice posted on the door with the name Ron written on it. Moreover, it was the latest version with a bounty of 300 million berries with no regard for life or death. This was updated after Ron left Alabasta, and it was also the reason why Kazan had been keeping an eye on him. A public bounty of 300 million and an underground bounty of 1 billion. Such intensity made Kazan genuinely fear that he might face a downfall. However, this was not the main point. The main point was why this bounty notice was posted here. Additionally, next to it hung a newspaper, the first edition, related to the impelled down incident. Seeing this scene, Ron was momentarily stunned, feeling as if his brain was about to crash. What was going on? Was Noki Gao his fan? It didn't look like it. However, he quickly understood everything. Apologies, I forgot to clear these things away. Upon seeing the items on the door, Noki Gao suddenly seemed to have a brain freeze, forcing a smile as he explained. In a fit of madness, he angrily stepped forward, tearing down the bounty notice and newspapers, muttering insults. It's all because of you, you bastard pirate, that Nami has ended up in this situation. I told you the news was unreliable. Pirates are not to be trusted. Why didn't you listen? At that moment, Lehen was bewildered and could hardly believe that this involved him. Meanwhile, Robin sensed something amiss and hastily pressed Noki Gao for more specifics. However, Noki Gao had lost the will to continue and said he would go cook, burning the bounty notice and newspapers before leaving. In order to convince Lehen to rescue Nami, she had to prepare this meal. Fortunately, Ajien was aware of the background and informed her of the situation. That was Nami's room. She had snuck back once before, holding the bounty notice and newspapers, exclaiming that she had come up with a plan. Since the Navy wouldn't intervene, they would turn to pirates for a solution. The situation is like this: the evil dragon pirates put too much pressure on her and this child. Damn. Without waiting for Ajien to finish, Lehen couldn't help but curse. It turned out that he was indeed involved, and he wondered why he didn't remember that Nami faced this ordeal. So the root of the problem lay with him. He hadn't expected this butterfly effect could alter the fate of someone thousands of miles away. Robin cast a complex look at her captain. Captain, your charm seems quite formidable. Ajien was somewhat confused, wondering what this had to do with him, yet no one answered his queries. As the reasons unraveled, and with Nami's constant longing, Lehen's attitude towards the matter shifted instantly. Upon learning that Nami was now trapped, and that he was involved, the smile vanished from his face. Jester. Buggy. This guy is really quite faithful with me. He hadn't planned to seek out Buggy in the EC, having forgotten that Buggy was originally in the EC. But now, today, not only Evil Dragon and Rat, but Buggy too was finished, as Lehen stated. Captain, where are you going? Dinner is about to start. Lehen walked out without turning back, waving his hand and saying, you guys eat first. I need to blow off some steam. What dinner? My little fan is in peril, and you expect me to have an appetite. Am I even human? Observation hockey activate. In an instant, the evil dragon paradise appeared before him. After counting the mermen inside, he saw a group of armed figures, and Lehen's gaze grew increasingly indifferent. Everyone's here, that's good. Bang, bang, bang. He stepped into the air with moonwalking, the shockwave of force amplifying his speed as he vanished into the horizon. Evil Dragon Paradise. Today, the evil dragon pirates had gathered because a group of guests dressed in justice attire had arrived. Sitting at the head of the table was none other than the infamous evil dragon, a tall merman in a floral shirt with a long, jagged nose. Beside him, a figure dressed in justice attire featuring a rat hat with shifty eyes and whiskers resembling a rat was none other than Colonel Rat from the branch. At that moment, the two were enjoying a lively conversation, having just finished dividing their spoils and beginning to plan beautiful blueprints. Under the evil dragon's command, the octopus merman Xiaoba, the needlefish merman Yu Keluobi, and the kissing mermaid Jiu were all downing bottles of liquor, reveling in the moment. However, just as the atmosphere was thickening, boom! With a resounding crash, a terrifying tremor shook everyone to their core. Evil Dragon immediately stood up, suppressing the fear and shock in his heart, waving his hand. "Everyone follow me outside to take a look." As they stepped out of the banquet hall, they saw a tall young man in blue clothes by the swimming pool wielding a sword. Coincidentally, Lahen turned to look as well, and amidst their eye contact, cries of alarm erupted. I think I just saw hell. Boss, is that even a human?" Just a hint of killing intent was enough for the crowd to stop daring to meet Lahen's gaze. Some even got so frightened they stumbled back and fell to the ground. The Colonel Rat, standing at the back and unaffected, was the first to react. He boldly stepped forward, counting on his justice to accuse. "Who are you? Leave immediately. Do not interfere with the Navy's case." As a stakeholder, Rat did not want this mysterious figure to disrupt their long-standing benefit chain. However, this immediate accusation did not scare Lahen. Instead, it made him want to laugh. Not a bit of justice in your heart, yet you learn to use justice as a backdrop. You really ought to be punished. Without waiting for Rat's grim response, Evil Dragon, swallowing the copious saliva he was producing, grinned while suppressing his fear, saying, "It's just a show. Everyone, don't be afraid. Let's all go together and take him down." Looking at the reckless merman charging forward, Lahen merely shook his head in disinterest, saying, "I actually like to fish, but unfortunately am in a hurry today and have no time to play with you." As he spoke, he activated his conqueror's haki. The invisible pressure suddenly expanded, and it felt as if red lightning surged through the air, filling the paradise with a murderous aura. In just a moment, everyone fell to the ground. Except for Evil Dragon and the Navy, no one could remain conscious, all foaming at the mouth and passing out. Seeing this scene, Colonel Rat's pupils trembled, and a sense of fear and despair welled up within him. The young man was clearly not here with good intentions. He wouldn't naively think he could escape unscathed, especially after he had just carelessly said those words. Lahen stepped down hard on the struggling Evil Dragon and turned his cold gaze towards the rat who was planning to sneak away, saying, "I'm really angry right now. I don't want to hear any nonsense. Do you know how to get to Orange Town?" As soon as he finished speaking, Rat, who was tiptoeing to sneak away, froze in place, trembling as he replied, I know. I've been there before." After saying this, he disregarded his loss of control and quickly took 2 steps forward, kneeling and banging his head on the ground, pleading loudly, "My lord, spare my life. I will take you there and do my utmost to fulfill all your requests." Looking at the crawling rat, Lahen quickly covered his nose and gestured for him to stay away, instructing, "First, take this group of mermen outside and tie them up at the door. Give them a good beating. Do you understand?" As soon as these words were spoken, without needing Colonel Rat to issue orders, the Navy soldiers, already scared to the point of trembling, hastily complied. "Understood. Rest assured, my lord. We will ensure the task is completed." As the crowd shouted, they each grabbed the already unconscious merman pirates and rushed outside like they had been pardoned. "Understood. Rest assured, my lord. We will ensure the task is completed." As the crowd shouted, they each grabbed the already unconscious merman pirates and rushed outside like they had been pardoned. After the crowd had dispersed, Luan finally released his foot, fixing his gaze on the malevolent dragon that stared back at him with eyes full of hatred. "You mongrel, feeling sore? Roar." The dragon lunged like a mad dog, jaws agape, but Luan stepped forward instead of retreating, meeting the attack with his arm. The shark-tooth blade could easily pierce bone, yet Luan's arm felt like steel, leaving the beast stunned, its teeth unable to close. Startled by this hardness, the dragon's eyes went wide with disbelief. "This? Oh." Before the words faded, Luan gave a slight shake, shattering every tooth in its mouth. Had truly a shark mongrel, so many teeth. In mere moments, the dragon's mouth grew a new set of teeth, sharper than before, a unique talent of the sawshark fishmen. One must admit the fishmen were the ocean's darlings, yet they squandered their fortune, turning a good hand into a mess. Luan's gaze shifted to the sun mark on the dragon's left chest, recalling the world-shaking turmoil at the Holy Land over a decade ago, and couldn't help but sigh. The Sun Pirates. Tiger was a brave adventurer, even a hero. You've tarnished it. The look of pity, regret, and disdain pierced the dragon's heart, provoking a furious retort. "Bastard. Don't you dare mention Brother Tiger." Seeing the dragon's bluster, Luan kicked him again in irritation, then shook his head. "You're blackening his name now. Do your actions honor Tiger's teachings?" The dragon spat a mouthful of blood and foamed defiantly, snarling, "Pa, kill me if you can." Facing this pitiful wretch, Luan lost all interest in conversation and sighed. "I know you rely on Jinbi being a warlord to run rampant here, but not everyone will spare you for his sake. Besides, I'm in a hurry." As the words fell just as the dragon boasted of relying solely on his own efforts, not the soft Jinbi, ow. With a casual tap from Luan, the dragon's newly grown teeth shattered once more, the sudden agony overwhelming him. The dragon glared at Luan, intending to curse once his teeth grew back, but Luan struck again. Crack, ow. Grow and strike, strike and grow. Shatter and regrow, regrow and shatter. This cycle continued until the dragon, driven to the brink by excruciating pain, could no longer produce teeth, his eyes rolling back, foam spilling from his mouth. On the verge of unconsciousness, the dragon heard a whisper like a demon's murmur. If I weren't in a hurry, you wouldn't get off so easy. I'd keep you for a year to see your limits. At that, the dragon's eyes snapped open in terror. Another year. Limits. Are you the devil? As his bloodshot eyes focused, he glimpsed a blade, its swing whistling through the air. In the reflection of the blade, he saw his own face twisted like a demon's. Eyes bulging like a dead fish, skin shriveled like an old man's, the tip of his sawtooth nose limp as mud. No trace of life. In his final moments, memories flooded back like a lantern show until Brother Tiger appeared before him, filling him with regret. Swish. One slash, and head and body were parted, eyes wide in eternal shock. Whether the dragon died of sheer terror or decapitation remained unknown, but thus his sinful life came to an end. Outside Arlong Park. Oh-ho, ow. Colonel Nezumi and his Marines flogged the fishermen pirates, their screams echoing. The soldiers' strikes grew weaker, and the pirates' screams softened as if they had grown accustomed. After all, Marines from branch offices in the Four Blues were no different from ordinary folk. Fishermen, even without training, were naturally stronger and more robust than humans. A racial gap. So when Luan emerged with the familiar head in hand, fury erupted. The terrified, uncomprehending deadfish eyes and the tragic, unclosed gaze drove the fishermen pirates to struggle and roar. Nezumi and his men stood frozen, unable to believe that before them was the mighty pirate who had terrorized dozens of villages and islands for years. Arlong. As Luan impaled the head atop the park gate and turned with a frown, how can they still make noise? What are you good for? At those words, Nezumi and his men shuddered, and the exhausted soldiers mustered all their strength to discipline the fishmen. Yet it proved futile. The fishmen pirates grew more spirited with each blow, their curses louder. Seeing this, Luan's mouth twitched, and he decided to take matters into his own hands. Soru. In an instant, Luan moved like the wind, invisible to Nezumi and his men, who only felt the noisy environment suddenly fall silent. When their vision cleared, Luan reappeared. They noticed the pirates tied to the posts had gone limp, their bones seemingly shattered, reduced to a puddle of flesh, beaten half to death. At this sight, Nezumi wet his pants again, the shadow in his heart growing heavier. His head spun, but he dared not faint, fearing he might never wake. Great one, what next? Luan didn't answer. He leaped into the air, raising his right hand, where a radiant light pulsed like a sun. He punched down toward Arlong Park. Boom! The blow, imbued with tremor power, shattered the air itself, tearing and annihilating everything in its path. In moments, all was destroyed, vanishing with the wind. Thus, except for the intact gate, everything else turned to nothing, and the Arlong pirates became history. When the villagers led by Genzo and Nojiko rushed over, Luan and his crew were already gone. They found only a massive pit dug 3 feet deep, the gruesome head of Arlong hanging at the gate, and the barely alive fishermen pirates. Luan had left them to the villagers' judgment, but these dying wretches wouldn't survive the day, even if spared, so no accidents were feared. Thus only the people of Kokoyashi village could exact their revenge for years of grievances. When word spread, other villages rejoiced, yet regretted missing the chance to personally beat the pirates. On the other side, Luan had already hauled Colonel Nezumi onto the marine ship and issued orders, set course for Orange Town. Full speed ahead. Having witnessed Luan's ruthlessness, the Marines responded in unison, "Aye, sir." As the ship departed, Robin stood alone on the shore, her face dark as a pot. "Saul, I was wrong. This bastard is definitely not the man you spoke of. What rotten luck to end up with such an unreliable captain, who even abandoned his crew. If she hadn't agreed to board, might she have met a more dependable captain?" Robin's mind wandered. After an unknown time, when she reached Arlong Park, she began to understand. The past conversation echoed. "Robin, why are you so afraid of me?" "Captain, you're called a demon, who wouldn't be?" It was an accident. Well, we'll try to stay out of your way." Thoughts flickered in and out. Before her, the frenzied crowd and brutal scene made Robin's lips curl into a faint smile, her resentment melting away. Since the captain was saving people, she as a crew member would wait obediently. Yet Robin didn't idle. She continued developing her abilities and trained her body daily. She longed to possess haki and power. She didn't want to always stay behind while the captain charged ahead alone. That wasn't a crew member's role. She only hoped that in the near future she could stand by the captain's side to face everything together. Night fell. The stars were sparse, the moon cast a pleasant glow, yet a certain sea in the East China Sea was exceptionally turbulent. Outside Orange Town, the sea wind howled and monstrous waves raged. A naval warship gradually emerged from the violent storm. As it was about to dock, a figure in azure robes stood at the prow, fiercely punching toward the raging sea. Boom! In a trance, a ripple of shockwaves seemed to spread rapidly in all directions. The very air along its path appeared shattered, dense cracks spreading until they engulfed the storm and the sea. At that moment, wherever the fist's edge reached, the gale ceased, the tsunami flattened, and everything fell into dead silence. One punch, and the waves were calmed, the sea subdued. And so, with Lorne using his devil fruit power to summon a tsunami for swift propulsion, the group finally arrived at Orange Town. As the warship docked, Lorne ignored the naval soldiers who had long fainted from the journey. He simply carried a rat who was on the verge of vomiting even last night's meal off the ship. The once imposing Lorne revealed his true state upon disembarking, nearly stumbling due to weak legs. Using his fruit's power throughout the journey had drained his stamina, and the final large-scale exertion had pushed him to his limits. Thus, while grimacing and pretending to be fine, Lorne inwardly cursed. Damn it, overusing the fruit's power really drained stamina. I want show off like that again. As for this time, circumstances compelled him to act. Meanwhile, at the port of Orange Town, the entire Buggy Pirates crew, awakened by the tsunami's onslaught, had gathered ready to flee. On the comical big-top ship at the highest point stood Captain Buggy with his conspicuous red nose and dressed in a jester's costume. His body was already separated and floating in the air as he loudly commanded his men to take good care of his feet, ensuring they never touched water. But as the tsunami suddenly subsided, Buggy, startled into pieces, was bewildered. Scratching his floating head with a detached right hand, he still couldn't comprehend what had happened. That scene felt oddly familiar, yet he dared not confirm it. Hesitantly, he muttered, "Could it be? That old man Whitebeard has come." No sooner had he spoken than he slapped himself. How could that be? Why would that old geezer come to the East Blue? I'm just scaring myself. In the end, he could only attribute it to the sea having a fit. After all, such phenomena weren't rare in the Grand Line. An occasional occurrence in the East Blue was nothing special. And recalling his recent streak of good luck, Buggy couldn't help but laugh, hands on his hips. Ha! It seems the sea knows the Buggy Pirates are about to hit the jackpot, and is celebrating for us. Faced with such an absurd statement, the pirates, having just survived the ordeal, gasped for air, without responding, craving only rest. Yet Buggy's right and left hands dared not feign ignorance. Vice Captain and Beast Tamer Moji, dressed in a lion plush toy outfit, was grooming his hair, which resembled a doll's wig. Chief of Staff and unicycle swordsman Kabeji, flicking his distinctive hairstyle that covered his left eye, was adjusting his scarf. Seeing their captain suddenly exude charisma, the two, still shaken, set aside their concerns and quickly chimed in, "The captain is right. Moji is right." Buoyed by his lieutenant's flattery, Buggy grew even more arrogant. But soon, remembering someone he had overlooked, his expression shifted drastically. He asked in alarm, "What about that female pirate? Why hasn't anyone brought her along?" The female pirate, of course, referred to Nami. This pirate from the Arlong Pirates was truly a great fortune for Lord Buggy. A casual remark had not only netted him tens of millions of berries, but also a clue to a treasure map. Information Nami had stumbled upon. Moreover, the details were credible and even seemed to involve the legendary Captain John, compelling even the experienced Lord Buggy to believe. She brought money and a treasure map. Truly, heaven favored him. His luck was incredible. If only Shanks could appear before him, head shout brother, him on a roll. Unfortunately, at their first meeting, Nami insisted he deal with Arlong before she would reveal the treasure map's clue. Despite his cunning reputation, Buggy had foolishly thought only of freeloading without action, never considering that capturing and torturing her for the information was also an option. Thus, after Nami left, he was filled with regret for missing the opportunity. After all, once his freeloading intentions were discovered, would Nami ever return? Would there be such a fool in the world? Yet as it turned out, there was. A few days ago, he watched Nami arrive alone, angrily confronting him. She was simply too adorable. At that moment, Lord Buggy laughed and ordered her captured to extract the treasure map's location. Unfortunately, the female pirate named Nami was not only foolish, but also stubborn, refusing to speak despite beatings and abuse. Afterward, Nami was imprisoned. In the chaos of fleeing, he had forgotten to bring this golden goose. Now recalling this, Buggy was momentarily terrified. He had nearly missed out on the treasure again. Before the bewildered crew could respond, he shifted his expression and demanded, "Why haven't you extracted the clue yet? Bring her to me immediately." As two pirates hurried to fetch her, Moji lowered his head, smoothing his fur, and said helplessly, "That girl is too fiery. Last time we put Richie in the cage with her, she nearly got eaten, but still didn't talk." Seeing Captain Buggy frown, Moji quickly changed tack, assuring him of the measures taken. "To break her, well, I've had her starved for 3 days. She probably won't last through today." Buggy frowned. "Will that work?" Facing his captain's doubt, Moji revealed a cruel grin. "I think she'll talk now. I don't believe anyone in this world isn't afraid of death." Kabeji, with a sly look, suddenly had an idea and stepped forward to offer his counsel. "Captain, what if we try a different approach? It's rare for the brothers to see such a fine female pirate. His flattering smile and suggestive gestures made everyone instantly understand. Instantly, all the pirates responded enthusiastically, erupting in lecherous laughter, dispelling the gloom of the sudden tsunami. Yet Buggy hesitated, not because the method was vile or cruel. He was a pirate after all. To achieve his goals, he would stop at nothing. But if pushed too far, even if she died, what about his treasure map clue? Kabeji, sensing his concern, added, "If she still won't talk, she'll starve to death anyway. The outcome is the same, so why not give it a try?" Hearing this, a flicker of ruthlessness passed through Buggy's eyes, and he immediately agreed. "Fine, let's do it." Moji shot a resentful glance at Kabeji for stealing the spotlight again. How annoying. He turned to a suitable target for venting, a lion that had just emerged from a corner, and scolded, "Richie, you're such a failure." Time ticked by, and the two pirates sent to fetch Nami had not returned, cooling the once lively atmosphere. As the night deepened, an eerie silence fell over Orange Town. Moji finally spoke up. "Captain, could something have gone wrong?" Orange Town, the Buggy Pirates base. In an unguarded cage at the rear, a young girl with short orange hair sat slumped. Nami, who had rashly come to confront Buggy. Gone was her usual youthful radiance and lively charm. Her eyes were now vacant, though not exactly gaunt and sallow. She could only be described as emaciated. The scant fabric clinging to her frame only made her appear more bloated. It was evident she was starved beyond recognition, perhaps a true portrait of utter exhaustion. If not for her moist lips proving she had water daily, she would have surely starved to death. Two bloodied holes on her shoulders, though scabbed, remained horrifyingly stark. Having not eaten for over 3 days, coupled with such injuries, left her utterly weak. Extreme hunger had nearly robbed her of consciousness, and reason plunging her into a deepening stupor. When the tsunami struck moments ago, everyone abandoned her. Yet instead of anger or fear, she felt a light sigh of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. Because she had long wished to die. If she had overheard Buggy and Moji's conversation, she would have mustered her last breath to curse who would want to linger in this wretched world. But fate defied her. The roaring gale inexplicably ceased, and the tsunami likely wouldn't come. Yet Nami's will to live had already crumbled. Even without the tsunami, nothing could deter her resolve to die. Heaven, are you pitying me too? I don't need your pity. Just as Nami leaned against the cage bars ready to bite her tongue and end her life, footsteps, clear and resolute, sounded. Nami didn't look up, as she lacked the strength and couldn't be bothered with whoever approached. After days of hellish torment, she knew, without seeing, that it must be either the vice captain or the chief of staff of the Buggy Pirates. Their relentless interrogations over the past days had left her weary and numb. Yet, soon she sensed something amiss. The footsteps grew clearer, accompanied by a faint dragging sound and intermittent feeble whimpers of pleading. At one moment, a wisp of breeze seemed to pass, followed by the thud of a falling object and the subtle hiss of liquid splattering. Not from the Buggy Pirates. Doubt flickered in Nami's mind. Too weak to even frown, she forced her head up, her brown eyes straining beneath heavy lids to peer ahead. But a soothing, gentle voice came from behind. "Nami no Jiko sent me to save you. Don't be afraid." Hearing this, Nami realized that hunger had robbed her even of basic direction. For a genius navigator, this was a devastating blow. But at this moment, she cared nothing for death, let alone her disorientation. Yet the name, Nojiko, stirred her deeply. "Nojiko, my sister sent someone to rescue me." As Nami struggled to turn and see who it was. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, a figure in blue robes appeared before her. In his hand, he held a rat-like, sleazy man who begged with a hoarse throat. "Sir, I was wrong. Spare me. I'm a Marine after all. For the sake of the Buddha, spare the monk." The familiar voice and face made Nami's pupils contract. "Captain Nozumi. What happened in Kokoyashi village? And who came to save me?" Suppressing her unease and dread, she shifted her gaze upward with curiosity and hope. The blue-robed figure was taller than she imagined. Even straining, she only saw up to his waist. At his side hung a sword with a unique bird-shaped tsuba and a gradient sky-blue scabbard. A sword so familiar that Nami couldn't tear her eyes away, her gaze trembling. "Breathe. In. Out." At that moment, her breathing quickened and a strange strength surged within her. She forced her gaze higher, finally meeting that face. Blurred yet distinct. More handsome than she had imagined, a face she had seen countless times, even if only on wanted posters. Yes, she instantly recognized him. The infamous Butcher Lorne. And that recognition shattered her completely, unleashing her deepest dread. She had hoped, she had dreamed, but never dared to believe it real. She knew this was either a dream or a deathbed illusion. The Butcher. Why would he come to the East Blue? Why save her? As Nami prepared to close her eyes and drift off, a curse jolted her back. "You've been yapping all the way. Shut the hell up." Unable to bear it, Lorne slapped Captain Nozumi, knocking out several teeth and silencing his whining. As Nami smiled, dazedly thinking even a dream like this was beautiful, boom. Lorne, who had moved close, shattered the cage with a single punch. Nami found herself free in a daze. Seeing the girl tougher than he remembered her battered state and wounds, and recalling the conversation he had overheard between Buggy and the others along with Nami's emotional turmoil. Even Lorne was moved. With rare gentleness and patience he reminded her, "Stop grinning like a fool. This isn't a dream, it's real. I've come to save you, Nami." Saying this, he handed her a bowl of hot rice soup, a donation from a kind soul he met on the way. "Drink a little first. When you're back in Kokoyashi village you can feast with your sister." Nami in a stupor reached out instinctively. The warmth of the ceramic bowl jolted her awake. She took a sip, the heat flowing through her reviving her slightly. Only then did she gradually accept that this was real. Is it real? Not a dream, she stammered in disbelief. "Are you Lorne?" The butcher Lorne. He seemed different from her imagination, but he was so handsome, so reassuring. Under her hopeful gaze Lorne nodded. "Yeah, I am." Hearing this, Nami broke into a radiant smile, her complexion brightening. She almost gasped, but her weakness nearly caused her to spill the soup. Seeing this, Lorne showed no intention of coddling her or giving her time to adjust. "I know it's hard for you to accept everything so quickly, but now isn't the time for explanations." He placed Captain Nezumi before her. "Arlong. I got carried away and couldn't bring him along. His head is still hanging at the entrance of the park. You can see it yourself when you return. This rat bastard, you know him. Eat first. When you have strength, he's yours to deal with." Hearing this, the beaten Nezumi struggled, desperately forcing Lorne to act. Shurgon dismember. Pop, 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 pop. Using his finger like a gun, Lorne struck, swiftly leaving 4 bloody holes at the joints of Nezumi's limbs. Before he could scream, Lorne cut off his hat and stuffed it into his mouth. MMPH. Nezumi writhed in agony, his face and forehead slick with tears and sweat, on the verge of fainting. Lorne casually tossed a sword he had picked up beside Nami. Seeing her conflicted expression, a mix of joy and reluctance, he chuckled. "If you can't do it, then." Before he could finish, Nami interrupted urgently. "No, I can do it. Leave it to me." At that moment, the reborn girl's resolve was absolute, her eyes blazing with the fire of vengeance. "Excellent." Seeing Nami's bravery, Lorne nodded approvingly. After glancing at the situation with Buggy, he instructed, "Then finish your meal slowly. They'll leave him to you and deal with the other pirates. We'll meet at the town entrance." Rather than wasting time on close protection, Lorne preferred to eliminate all potential risks. In simpler terms, slaughter the enemies to the last. As long as there were no enemies, Nami would naturally be safe. Thus, ignoring her pleas and attempts to stop him, Lorne vanished from her sight in an instant. Vanished. So fast. Having regained some strength after half a bowl of rice porridge, Nami looked around in vain and couldn't help but complain, "What's this? What kind of man leaves a beautiful girl all alone? Not gentlemanly at all." Feeling a lack of security, she set down the porridge and clutched the knife to her chest, bracing for any danger. Yet the surroundings were eerily silent save for the faint, pitiful whimpers of the wretched mouse. Whoa! Looking at the mouse writhing like a maggot, Nami suddenly felt relieved. After all, that man was known as the Butcher, famous worldwide for killing pirates. And that was precisely why she admired him. As long as he killed pirates and eradicated evil, being gentlemanly or not didn't really matter. Taking advantage of her regained stamina, Nami staggered to her feet, approached the mouse, and aimed the blade at him. "Mouse, you've got what you deserved. This is karma." With that, she brought the knife down fiercely. The sight of flesh splitting and blood splattering made Nami stumble back in fright. But the blow missed a vital spot. Looking back, she saw the mouse glaring at her with bloodshot eyes. This, however, only infuriated Nami further. "You dare glare at me? How dare you glare at me?" With a sharp blade in hand, murderous intent arose. Fueled by rage, she closed her eyes and slashed wildly until no sound came from her ears. Clang! After finishing the mouse with several strikes, Nami let go of the weapon and sat down wearily. Looking up at the sky, she seemed to see the strong-willed woman from 10 years ago in the bright moonlight. With deep crimson hair and a peculiar hairstyle with short sideburns, a cigarette perpetually dangling from her lips, she was rough yet gentle. Women need courage. Her mother, who could face death with a smile for her daughter, Belmir. "Belmir, can you see this? Your wish has come true. Kokoyashi village is finally free. I am also free." After a long moment, Nami snapped back to reality. Avoiding the gruesome corpse, she stood up again. As she turned to pick up the bowl, she noticed 2 figures lying in a pool of blood behind the prison. She recognized them at once. They were the pirates who usually watched over her. Their purpose here was obvious. Recalling the sound she had heard not long ago, Nami realized how close she had come to death. Having survived and regained hope, tears streamed down her face. Cherishing everything before her, she slowly savored the rice porridge, now soaked with her tears. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the port of Orange Town, shushu, ink green blade lights rained down like a sudden storm over the big top, enveloping the entire pirate ship. This sudden attack threw the pirates of the Buggy Pirates into panic, scattering in all directions. But the blade lights were not only dense, but also incredibly sharp. Everything on the ship was sliced through like tofu, leaving them no escape. Even hiding in corners or the cabins, they still saw the relentless blade glow above them. Thus the pirates could only watch in despair as the sharp blades closed in, effortlessly tearing through their skin, flesh, bones, and even consciousness. In that moment, the ink-green rain of blades was like death's scythe, mercilessly reaping every life it touched. In an instant, the pirate ship was filled with cries of agony. Just hearing the sound was enough to send chills down one's spine, as if falling into a hellish abyss. Let alone the one experiencing it firsthand, Captain Buggy himself. Bastard! Stop! Stop it! Standing amidst the curtain of blade light, Buggy, who had also been sliced countless times, roared in fury and terror. Run, all of you! Who is this coward hiding in the shadows? If you have the guts, come at me. But no one heeded his hysterical cries. Given his own limited strength, Buggy could only watch helplessly as his crew died one by one. Although he appeared to move freely through the blade light, displaying an air of charisma, in truth, he was only barely surviving thanks to the Bara Bara Noma's ability. Once the ship was compromised and his lower body touched water, he would lose his power and die too. Now unable to leave the ship with his lower half, he was trapped there, forced to witness the unbearable tragedy. Even if he closed his eyes, the agonized screams of his crew filled his ears, steeped in pain and despair. Thus his floating upper body split and merged, repeatedly bobbing like a spring, resembling a lifeless object, reflecting Buggy's gradually despairing heart. Only the blood seeping from his tightly clenched fists betrayed that he was not entirely numb. Not long after, when the rain of blades finally ceased, Buggy slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze were torn sails, broken masts, a deck riddled with countless blade marks, cabins seeping with blood, and more horrifyingly familiar faces mercilessly torn apart, limbs scattered everywhere, everything stained red. The sea around the ship was also tinged with crimson. Pirates who had tried to escape by jumping overboard were now mutilated corpses drifting around the hull, as if held by some force refusing to sink. You bastard! Who could be so ruthless? Is there no humanity? At this moment, Buggy's earlier pride from his turn of fortune was gone, replaced by impotent rage on his face and fear and despair in his heart. At this moment, aside from Captain Buggy, no one who stayed on the pirate ship survived. Tap, tap, tap. Then unguarded footsteps sounded from the shore. When all was done, Loan, the perpetrator, finally showed himself. In his hand, he held a rope dragging 3 gruesomely dead bodies. With the blood still wet, a crimson trail stretched behind him. Buggy, now a lone commander, looked over with a dejected expression, but his eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his glare like a demon's. You bastard actually dared to show up. Moji, Richie, Kabeji. Clearly those 3 corpses were his right-hand men and pet. Vice Captain Moji was left without a trace of his fur, his body appearing as though scorched by fire, covered in a charred blackness. Had Buggy possessed the ability to see through him, he would have discovered the organs already fully cooked hidden beneath his cracked skin. His miserable state resembled that of a body ignited from within by a sudden surge of internal heat. Richie the lion was in an equally wretched condition, his fangs shattered, and his body bearing the marks of 3 piercing wounds, likely having bled to death. It was Chief of Staff Kabeji who resonated most with Buggy. His lower body wounds were explosive in nature, suggesting he had died from sheer agony. They had met such a fate only because they were too hasty, insisting on personally checking on Nami's condition. To prevent any unexpected complications, Loren had no choice but to eliminate them first. As for why their deaths were so peculiar, it was naturally related to their words and actions in life. As the butcher, Loren naturally sought to fulfill the wishes of each deceased from their lifetime. Watching Loren, radiating murderous intent, offer no reply, but only draw closer step by step, Buggy realized his situation was dire. Therefore, casting aside his rage, he completely cowered. However, as a man of great fortune destined to become one of the 4 emperors, he was not entirely without merit. No matter how panicked his heart, he outwardly maintained a facade of calm, swiftly commanding his lower half to flee this perilous place, while shouting recklessly, "The Pirate King is my captain, and Red Hair is my brother." The terrifying sword techniques displayed moments ago were certainly beyond the capabilities of the lowly pirates of the East Blue. Thus Buggy had long understood that his enemy must hail from the Grand Line. He could not fathom why such a formidable figure had come to the East Blue, nor why upon encountering him the man had drawn his blade without a single word. He had not even been given the chance to announce his name or invoke powerful allies. Did the man not know the rules? Despite the grief and fury churning within him, Buggy's mouth continued its ceaseless chatter, desperately trying to increase his chances of survival. "If you dare lay a finger on me, Shanks will never forgive you." At this moment, he could only hope that his long-unseen brother's reputation was formidable enough to intimidate this petty scoundrel before him. However, he had ultimately miscalculated. The power of the Mara Mara Nomi was not ineffective against everyone. A buggy's only answer was 3 mutilated corpses hurled through the air. Before he could dwell on old times and catch them, a gentle breeze seemed to sweep across the sea. As a chill touched his neck, a whisper like that of the Grim Reaper followed, echoing in his ears. Luck always runs out, Buggy the Clown. Today is your day of death. As he spoke, Loren threw a punch. Crack, crack. A translucent shockwave erupted, tearing through the air and spreading across the distant sea surface. In an instant, it precisely reached and engulfed the lower half of Buggy, who had quietly set sail on a boat, tearing it to pieces. Within moments, both man and vessel were reduced to dust, forever buried in the sea. Simultaneously, aboard the pirate ship, Buggy let out an agonizing scream, his eyes rolling back as he plummeted from midair, crashing straight into the cabin. Before losing consciousness, he seemed to see a large hand reaching directly for his head. Inwardly, he prayed for heaven's favor, as usual, hoping to survive the great calamity. He believed that upon waking it would be a new day, all would pass, and what did not kill him would only make him stronger. But contrary to his wishes, he fell asleep and never woke again. The scene shifts. At the port of Orangetown, a battered pirate ship slowly sank. A bloodied head hung from a broken mast, its hideous face complementing the red-nosed pirate flag. A crowd surged from the town, initially moving slowly, hesitantly, as if gripped by fear. It was only when the leaders caught sight of the bloody scene on the shore by moonlight that the situation changed. Their eyes held no trace of fear, only mounting excitement. Their pace quickened, and soon they were running outright. Upon reaching the pirate ship, exclamations erupted from the crowd. It really is Buggy the Clown. He's dead. He's actually dead. Huh. I recognize them all. They're the officers of the Buggy Pirates. All wiped out. Amazing. The pirates are gone and we're finally free. But their deaths are too brutal. These were despicable pirates. What the hell are you sympathizing with? All right, everyone, stop arguing. Let's find our benefactor. They were the original residents of Orangetown who had hidden away due to the approaching tsunami. Among them were some of the town's founders. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, horizontal wrinkles on his forehead, and a pair of small round glasses. He was Mayor Boodle, the very leader who had founded the port city of Orangetown. Additionally, there were familiar faces to Loren, the bookstore owner, the pet food store manager, and the little dog Chow Chow. As founders of Orangetown, Boodle and the others were long accustomed to pirates and death, so they felt no fear, now only the exhilaration and joy of regained freedom. Apart from the residents, there was Nami, whom they had met along the way, or rather she had led them there. Having personally slain Nezumi, Nami looked upon the brutal scene with no fear in her eyes, only tears of joy. Boodle approached Nami and sincerely thanked her. Nami, thank you. Initially skeptical of Nami's claim that the Buggy Pirates had been slaughtered, Boodle and the others were now not only convinced by the truth, but also held her in higher regard. After all, the benefactor had come to save her, and Boodle wished to know his whereabouts to offer his thanks in person. I wonder where the benefactor is now. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Mayor, look. It's the Marines. At these words, everyone's expression changed, and they turned to look in the direction pointed by the speaker. There on the distant sea, a warship flying the seagull flag was slowly approaching. Upon seeing the figure in blue standing at the bow, Nami's expression shifted from worry to joy. It's Loren. Watching her run to the shore laughing to greet him, Boodle and the others realized the situation and followed suit. At that very moment, aboard the warship, silence reigned. Not because the Marines were dead. Loren was not so insane as to do such a thing. With the primary villain Nezumi eliminated, most of these men had acted under duress, not out of inherent malice. However, weary from a night's work, Loren was too lazy to judge them individually and decided to leave it to the Marines' internal affairs. Thus, under his coercion, all the Marines had bound themselves and remained in place, silently awaiting their future judgment. Their obedient behavior saved Loren much trouble, and he promised not to kill as long as they caused no disturbance. Having witnessed the horrific fate of Arlong's crew, the soldiers naturally dared not resist and chose to cooperate docilely. When the warship finally docked, the bizarre scene left the residents of Orangetown frozen in confusion. This benefactor didn't exactly look like a good person. Fortunately, Boodle was no fool. He could discern the hidden truth at a glance. Marines were not necessarily virtuous, nor were pirates inherently evil. Right and wrong depended on one's actions. Thus, with Nami's subtle reminder, Boodle quickly realized that the young man in blue robes before him was the one who had taken down the Buggy Pirates tonight, and likewise the savior of Orangetown. As for other matters, they were none of his concern, and he had no desire to probe deeper. Under Boodle's leadership, the residents of Orangetown likewise accepted the current situation. The next moment, the silent harbor erupted in thunderous applause, mingled with the townsfolk's most sincere gratitude and support. Though his initial intent was not to rescue them, the outcome had indeed bestowed a favor upon all. Hence, Lorne accepted it with grace. Upon learning that Lorne intended to stay for a while to wait for someone, and was in no hurry to leave Mayor Buttle to express gratitude proposed the world's traditional custom. "Let's throw a banquet." The others chimed in, shouting, "A banquet it is." In an instant, everyone's spirits soared. Even the mess left by the buggy pirates in Orangetown was left untouched as they busied themselves. Bonfires were lit, ambient lighting was set, various cooking utensils were brought out, and meat and vegetables were prepared. Finally, Lorne himself took action, catching 2 medium-sized sea beasts and a lord of the coast, their sheer size dwarfing everyone present combined, enough to ensure a hearty feast. Thus, in the dead of night, a unique banquet unfolded. Glasses clinked, cups were raised and exchanged, and joy filled the air. Even the soldiers on the warship were fed, ensuring they wouldn't starve. At least before their trial, they were still Marines guarding the sea, deserving of respect. Only Lorne, breaking the mood, called out, "I don't drink alcohol. Any ice-cold cola." His words brought the entire gathering to a momentary halt. Yet there was no malicious mockery or confusion. Instead, hearty laughter filled with goodwill erupted at seeing Lorne's childish side. Heike, the pet shop owner, even had Shoshio dash into town to fetch a bottle of cola. Taking the slightly chilled cola from the little white dog's mouth, Lorne mused, "When can I get a freeze fruit?" While joking with an exaggerated expression, Hey, this isn't for Shoshio, is it?" Heike, also a cola enthusiast, quickly denied it. "It's mine. It doesn't drink it." But before he could explain further, Lorne was already gulping it down with eager abandon. The others exchanged knowing smiles, basking in the harmonious atmosphere. Exhausted from the night's travel-heavy use of his abilities and the slaughter, Lorne was ravenous. After downing the cola, he grabbed the piled-up food and devoured it voraciously. In a short time, he consumed twice his usual amount, and his belly swelled visibly. Though his body was already signaling distress, the weary Lorne inexplicably felt he could still eat more. Wait. This feeling. Perhaps having reached a certain threshold, Lorne suddenly grasped something and acted on instinct. Driven by instinct, his hair began to float on its own, imbued with a faint tremor force that pierced the air like spikes, emitting a puffing sound. Not only could it move independently, but it could also use his abilities, for Lorne's consciousness had been infused into it. This was the secret technique he had long failed to comprehend: life return. Life return allowed one to freely control the body, hair, internal organs, and more. By channeling consciousness into any part, one could manipulate it at will. Especially in digesting food and recovering stamina, it was a special skill worthy of being called an ultimate art. Nami, watching curiously, remarked, "Hey Lorne, did your hair just move?" "Ah, a sudden insight. I couldn't help it," he explained casually, his eyes gleaming with surprise. "What an unexpected blessing. Truly, good deeds bring good fortune. When luck strikes, nothing can stop it." Physical constitution had always been Lorne's weakness, but with life return, he could recover stamina quickly, enabling him to increase daily training intensity, thus indirectly accelerating the growth and limits of his physique. Though it might not match the monstrous physiques of Big Mom Kaido, or even Loki, it at least granted Lorne the qualification to step into the top tier. It was akin to having the ability for comebacks, much like Luffy's future resilience against despair. How many enemies did Kaido take down while carrying Onigashima and fighting a battle of attrition? Yet in the end, he was worn down by Luffy's repeated comebacks. At that moment, the food in his stomach was rapidly digested, and his swollen form shrank at a visible pace. Feeling his fatigue ebb and stamina gradually replenish, Lorne grew excited and shouted, "Bring me 10 more. No, 100 bowls." However, reality was harsh. After just 20 bowls, Lorne was defeated. "Burp. I'm so full. I need to work out." With that, amid the admiring gazes of the crowd, Lorne dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups. 1, 2, 3. 10,000, 10,001. Unbeknownst to all, dawn had arrived. The first rays of light pierced the horizon, illuminating the harbor. The banquet had lasted nearly the entire night. Those who had eaten their fill and reveled in freedom did not return home. Most sat on the ground, sleeping in their clothes. A few lay sprawled out, using the sky as a blanket and the earth as a bed, completely letting go of all burdens. Only Lorne had not slept a wink. The excitement of mastering life return left him without a trace of drowsiness, so he dove alone into the deep sea to train with abandon. He ate when hungry, digested when full, recovered stamina after digestion, and resumed training, until a marine warship appeared on the horizon. Only then did Lorne reluctantly leap out of the deep sea. As he stepped onto the shore, a faint light emanated from within him. Swoosh. A subtle tremor force enveloped his body, instantly shaking off all water molecules, leaving him dry and fresh with no trace of having been submerged. Such precise control reflected that Lorne's mastery of his devil fruit ability had reached a new level. At least in fine control, he had far surpassed the brute Whitebeard. Not to mention large-scale stamina-draining techniques, but in terms of single-target destructive power, Lorne's strength had ascended another tier. After all, a punch imbued with concentrated tremor force would have power far exceeding one that scattered in all directions. Lorne felt that in single-target destruction, he might now be able to match Instructor Zephyr. Well, provided Zephyr didn't have an asthma attack nor immediately unleash his full power. Lost in thought, Lorne made his way through the crowd and gently roused the soundly sleeping Nami. Huh, is it morning? Nami stretched, yawning in confusion, clearly not fully awake. Having barely rested in days, she had finally let herself relax and sleep, but this short slumber was far from satisfying. Yet the next words from Lorne instantly jolted her awake. Your ride is here. Go back to sleep once you're home. Home. Nami's eyes widened as she shot to her feet, startling Boutel awake in the process. Boutel rose and glanced at the warship nearing the shore, immediately grasping the situation. Lord Lorne, are you leaving? After a night together with Nami, having kept no secrets, he already knew Lorne was the infamous slaughterer. Yet instead of fear, he felt deeper gratitude and scorned the false news. Yes. Lorne smiled gratefully. Thank you for the warm hospitality last night. The feast had granted him insight into life, returned filling him with sincere appreciation. Lord Lorne, Orange Town, and all of us owe our rebirth to you. You humble this old man. Boutel waved his hands repeatedly, his face full of shame, bowing in gratitude while apologizing. Everything was too rushed yesterday. We prepared little and nothing lavish. It was only thanks to your intervention that the sea beast was taken down. Please forgive our poor hospitality. After the exchange of pleasantries, Lorne led Nami to Smoker, who had just disembarked from the warship. Thud. Lorne suddenly kicked out, and caught off guard, Smoker dropped to one knee. Before he could vent his anger, Lorne pointed at Nami and said, see the victim. Apologize now. Apologize. Smoker wanted to say that Kokoyashi village wasn't under his jurisdiction, but the words stuck in his throat. Lorne then gestured toward the gradually waking crowd. Orange Town also suffered pirate raids. As a Marine, shouldn't you apologize? Grit. Smoker ground his teeth, suspecting Lorne was settling a personal score, but he had to admit the Marines had failed in their duty. In the Grand Line, perhaps it was understandable, but in the Four Seas, where pirate strongmen were rare, such incidents under Marine watch were inexcusable. Especially in the East Blue, known as the weakest sea. He couldn't even claim the Marines were blameless. Worst of all, that bastard Lorne was no longer a Marine. Having a pirate remind him a Marine to apologize, where was his dignity? Thus, with a sour face, Smoker bowed earnestly and apologized to Nami, Boutel, and the others. His fierce expression made the crowd think he was angry, and many grew worried until Lorne quickly explained, that's just his face. Ignore him. Though they couldn't understand why a slaughterer like Lorne had such good ties with the Marines, Boutel and the others finally felt at ease, and their negative impression of the Marines softened. Soon Smoker ordered his men to detain all the Marines under Mouse's command while Lorne and Nami boarded the warship. As they departed, Boutel roused all the residents who stood at the harbor, waving a warm farewell. Lord Lorne, come back and visit often. Lord Lorne, safe travels. Lord Lorne. Aboard the warship. Smoker recalled leaving Logtown without such a send-off and felt a twinge of envy. Lorne, you're a pirate now, yet more popular than a Marine. Unbelievable. Before he finished, his adjutant Tashigi suddenly gasped. Siren, one of the 50 fine-grade blades. Pushing up her glasses, she approached Lorne, eyes fixed on the sword at his waist, and said earnestly, may I see this sword? Looking at the 19-year-old Tashigi, whose face mirrored that of the supreme-grade victim, it was no wonder Zoro had been stunned at their first meeting. Lorne, while wondering if Bonus had found Zoro, generously unclipped Siren from his belt. I've heard from Smoker about your love for swords. Take a look. When Lorne had last arrived in Logtown, he left after just one night, and to avoid trouble, Smoker hadn't let them meet the Marines. Thus, they had never crossed paths before. This was truly their first meeting. Tashigi had been personally mentored by Smoker, so he had to show some courtesy. But Tashigi showed him no courtesy. So many cracks. Lorne, you're wasting such a treasure. Seeing Tashigi bristle, Smoker crossed his arms and watched the spectacle. Lorne, you don't cherish your blade at all. You're no swordsman. Lorne looked bewilderedly at the spot on the blade Tashigi pointed to. Wait, how can you even see that? Due to his earlier lack of proficiency in armament hockey, the blade did have fine cracks from his devil fruit ability, but they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Yet Tashigi spotted them instantly. Lorne wondered if her glasses were magnifying lenses. Fortunately, Tashigi wasn't unreasonable, just deeply passionate about swords. After Lorne explained it was an accident and repeatedly promised to care for the blade in the future, she frowned and said, I hope you keep your word. But until then, leave it with me for a while. With that, she carefully took out a cloth to wipe the blade's stains and returned to the cabin to maintain it. Seeing this, Lorne swallowed the urge to scold her for taking his sword. After all, free maintenance was something he wouldn't refuse. Ha ha ha, even you get humbled. Lorne turned to Smoker, who was mocking him. What are you laughing at, you useless smoke addict? Hiding behind a little girl? Shameless. Smoker flared up. Little girl. Tashigi is older than you, you brat. Mad dog. Idiot. After the brief spat, Lorne and Smoker moved to a corner of the warship to save face. chatting while enjoying the sea breeze. Finished the handover so soon. Heading to the Grand Line next. No, I want to purge the chaos in the East Blue before I leave. Huh, that's a massive undertaking. You'll be busy. Just doing my small part. Compared to what you've done, I'm far behind. Hey, I'm a pirate, sir. Saying that is pure slander. Stop pretending in front of me. Pretending what? I'm serious. I'm going to be the pirate king. Huh, they'll be waiting for that day. TCH, where's your next stop? Well, I've got a rough plan. Heading to the 153rd branch in Shellstown first. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm going too. I'd just say you want to hitch a ride on my warship. Abandoning that little boat of yours. Can't we just tow it behind? Mainly the warship's faster, the food's better, and the quarters are decent. Enough stop. They'll take you one stop. Spending too much time with you will make things hard with the press. One stop is enough. After that, I'm heading somewhere you'd better not get involved. TCH, arrogant brat. Weak smoke addict. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, by the second floor railing watching the two chat, cheerfully Nami's lips curled, slightly a gleam in her eyes, as if contemplating something. As Lauren chatted, the world was in an uproar. The World Economy newspaper dropped another bombshell. Perhaps because trouble followed Lauren wherever he went, or because he had generated so many news stories in such a short time involving no small matters. Thus, after much deliberation by his fanatical follower, Morgan's The Slaughterer column quietly launched. The first edition covered events from a month ago with the headline, "The Man with a Billion-Berry Bounty from the Underworld." The second edition was today's explosive news. The weakest sea East Blue stirs again. Former crewmate of the Pirate King meets a violent end. The culprit is that man. Following that was an even more shocking headline. Investigation reveals the deceased had close ties with Emperor Shanks. Will the Red Hair Pirates strike? Additionally, there were other hot stories. Former Sun Pirates member Arlong found dead at home. Is it moral decay or human depravity? Warlord Knight of the Sea Jinbe known for righteousness. Will he seek justice for his former comrade? Fishman pirates oppressed villagers for years. Relations between surface humans and deep-sea Fishman Island deteriorate. World Economic News Agency. Top floor president's office. Ha ha ha, I knew it, I knew you. Lauren would never be content to remain idle and passive. Breaking news. Morgan's reveling in his masterpiece couldn't suppress his laughter as he looked up to the sky. On the front page of the news was a striking photograph. The severed head of the red-nosed pirate hung in midair while the shattered pirate ship slowly sank into the sea. Set against the backdrop of a moonlit night, this photo was clearly taken during someone's operation the previous night. It had to be said the efficiency was astonishing, as if someone had been watching the spot all along. A staff member who had just entered to report muttered inwardly, while speaking respectfully, "President, the newspapers for those specific locations you emphasized have all been distributed." Morgans nodded calmly and then asked, "Have the identities of the dead pirates been confirmed?" The staff member's face immediately showed hesitation. The situation is mostly true. Arlong goes without saying, and there was indeed a red-nosed apprentice crew member on the Roger Pirates. However, whether Buggy and red-haired Shanks were closely connected is impossible to verify, as they were only two interns. To ensure the timeliness of the news scoop, Morgans had chosen to publish without verification, a remarkably bold move. Fortunately, it was mostly accurate in the end, which brought relief to those in the know at the news agency, though it also left them in confusion. President Morgan's intelligence sources remained a mystery, and everyone was curious about who the photographer reporting this was. This was way too fierce. Not hearing the news he wanted, Morgans was somewhat displeased, but didn't care much since it had already been published. Pirate King Roger is already dead. An apprentice crew member alone holds little value and lacks impact, but Red Hair is still alive. Now he's an emperor and absolute news magnet. Whether true or false, as long as it's connected, this news will explode. Upon hearing this, the staff member also felt anticipation. Perhaps there's a chance to witness a war between emperors. I wonder if that butcher can hold out. Morgans, however, was not optimistic. Although the newspapers have spread across the sea and public opinion will drive the outcome. That's only under the premise that the Navy isn't patrolling the seas. Now that the balance of the sea hasn't been broken, Red Hair won't dare and can't make any major moves. At least until Lorne arrives in the New World. Once he's on the pirates' home turf, that's when he'll have no restraints. So for now, don't think about it. However, a personal attack is impossible, but targeted revenge is not out of the question. I wonder how he'll handle it. Morgans analyzed at length, but seeing his subordinate's confused expression, he lost interest. You may go. Distribute this issue's newspaper across the sea and push public opinion to its peak. Yes. The staff member turned and left. Afterward, Morgans began a call with the frontline reporter. Well done, Photoman. Photoman, originally the head of the Navy headquarters photo department, was responsible for photographing wanted posters. Known as Flame Snapper, he infiltrated any location with fiery passion to take pictures capturing criminals' faces anywhere. He was also the one who would later draw Sanji's wanted poster. In the original timeline, he was fired at that time and later joined Morgan's. But now with Lorne's appearance, Photo Man greatly admired him, and Morgan's urgently needed an experienced war correspondent, so they quickly reached a collaboration ahead of schedule. Photo Man resigned from the Navy and devoted himself to following and recording all of Lorne's feats and crimes. At that moment, drifting on the East Blue Sea, Photo Man reported truthfully, Lorne has already left with the Navy. No matter. Lorne's fame and prestige in the Navy are well known, that's not news. Morgan's was indifferent to anything other than explosive news, so after a brief chat he solemnly instructed, continue to follow Lorne closely. I believe that man didn't go to the East Blue for no reason. He'll make a big move soon, and it'll be swift. A flame seemed to ignite in Photo Man's eyes. Of course, elsewhere, on an island under the protection of Emperor Red-Haired Shanks, a group of pirates attacked the place. Their captain Demon Bull was a great pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. Just arriving in the New World, he challenged Shanks' authority, burned the pirate flag, and lured the red-hair pirates away. Standing in the center of the town, Bull watched the approaching red-hair pirates with growing disdain, especially their leader Red-Haired Shanks. With an ordinary build, a scar on his face, a slovenly appearance, and lacking any aura of an emperor, he was also missing an arm. Could someone like this truly become an emperor? It seemed too inflated. Bull, towering at 3 meters, sneered contemptuously. So you're Red-Hair, an emperor? Humph. Facing the mockery, the usually jovial Red-Hair intended to toy with the arrogant newcomer. Ben Beckman and the others exchanged smiles, ready to enjoy the show. But at that moment, a uniquely sized news coup flew overhead, and without asking for berries, dropped a newspaper for free, an unprecedented event. Shanks casually caught the falling newspaper. After a single glance, his expression darkened and his smile vanished. Beckman and the other Red-Hair crew members sensed something was wrong, exchanging confused looks. But Bull, lacking awareness, frowned at Shanks' silence and demanded, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? I said this emperor position should be mine. Before he could finish, in the next moment, Red-Hair erupted with a thunderous fury. Sorry, I don't have time to play with you now. Boom. The pinnacle of Conqueror's hockey radiated instantly like divine might, descending with dense crimson lightning, ravaging in all directions, cracking the ground around them. Beckman and the others were not greatly affected, but all of Bull's crew members fainted. Bull himself couldn't withstand it for long. His eyes rolled back, he spat blood, his legs gave way, and he collapsed with a thud. Confronted with the tangible, terrifying Conqueror's hockey, he finally understood his own weakness and how limited his perspective had been. In that moment, he realized what it meant to be an emperor. Only then did Beckman approach Shanks, looking at the nearly crumpled newspaper in his hand. Is that Red-Nosed Buggy? Red-Hair nodded silently, his eyes fixed on the Navy trader in the photo. The severed head Lorne held was that of his close friend Buggy, the Barbara Nomi user who used to separate his head to joke with him. But based on his understanding, the bloody image wasn't a result of the devil fruit's ability. Buggy's head had truly been cut off. The butcher, Lorne. A fierce glint appeared in Red-Hair's eyes, his murderous intent undisguised. For the stability of the sea, this destabilizing element must be eliminated. To convince himself, he recalled the seed he had planted in the East Blue years ago. The appointed time hasn't come yet, he hasn't set sail. At this stage, I will not allow any accidents. Seeing their captain's rare display of anger, Yassop and Lucky Roo also became solemn in an instant, as if ready to go to the East Blue and kill Wen at all costs. Fortunately, Beckman, with his rationality intact, would not blindly follow the captain's orders and promptly stopped Shanks. The East Blue is Garp's territory. Have you forgotten how he's been watching you ever since? Calm down. Once the Red-Hair pirates left the New World, the Navy would surely catch wind of it, and Garp would come after them. Even if Shanks and Beckman joined forces to repel Garp, the rest of the crew would suffer heavy losses, a cost too great to bear. Besides, for an Emperor of the Sea to personally deal with a rookie would be to grant him too much honor. After the initial fury in Beckman's words, Red-Hair finally calmed down, but still asked with a deliberate smile, what if I insist on going to the East Blue? Beckman took the cigarette from his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said with a calm smile, then go. After all, you are the captain. At this, the man often hailed as the strongest first mate also revealed a rare sharpness. Besides, if someone truly provokes our captain, what do we care whether the seas remain balanced or not? His words brimmed with confidence in the Red-Hair pirates. But Shanks twitched the corner of his mouth, looking at his suddenly aggressive vice-captain, and his tone softened. Well, it does matter a little. Before the appointed time arrives, the balance of the seas must not be broken. Otherwise, haven't all my years of effort been for nothing? After deliberately lightening the heavy atmosphere with casual words, Shanks shifted his tone and declared with resolve, since Buggy chose to become a pirate and set sail, he was destined for such a day. I can accept his death. But this Luen has broken the rules. I don't care if he kills the scum from Impel down, but if he goes to the East Blue to bully the weak, I will never let him off easily. Understood. Beckman, as if anticipating this, offered a strategy. Although we cannot leave the New World, there are many who can freely travel the four seas. Marineford Navy Headquarters. Since the news from the East Blue spread, an emergency meeting was again convened at the headquarters building. Involving an emperor and a warlord, all high-ranking officers were present, with Fleet Admiral Sengoku presiding. Among the older generation, aside from Garp, who was on leave visiting his grandson, and the East Blue consultant Tsuru and chief instructor Zephyr were already there. The three admirals of the middle generation also arrived together. Sakazuki, just back from duty at the Holy Land, wore a grim expression, clearly having encountered some troublesome celestial dragons. Borsellino, recently returned from the New World, leisurely clipped his nails, revealing a carefree work life with no hint of grievance. As for Kazan, who had just returned from a stroll, he was being carried to his seat by two people, clearly trying to escape, but failing, his lazy expression twisted into one of misery. In truth, as soon as he heard that the butcher's column in the newspaper had been updated, Kazan sensed trouble, and without even bothering to check, hopped on his bicycle to flee. But he happened to run into his two returning colleagues, who dragged him straight to the meeting. Now that he was forced to attend, he couldn't remain completely clueless. With that in mind, he picked up the newspaper on the table and quickly scanned it. After reading the detailed report, Kazan was stunned, scratching his head vigorously, doubting his own eyes. Era Arlong. Brother Jinbe. Buggy. Brother Red Hair. The East Blue truly hides dragons and tigers. Are you kidding me? They're causing that much trouble in the East Blue. The only two connections he had were both killed. Those two bastards had been fine in the East Blue for years, but the moment Luen arrived, trouble struck. Such precise, targeted kills. If this wasn't intentional, not even a ghost would believe it. I'm tired. Let it all burn. Bang. Seeing his lackadaisical attitude, the already furious Sengoku slammed the table and stood up, demanding, Kazan, is this what you meant by no problem? What exactly does this Luen want? Didn't you tell him to lie low once he got to the East Blue? His movements were so violent that the seagull hat on his head flew off, and the paper shredder goat picked it up. Seeing this, Sengoku forgot his reprimand and hurried over to retrieve his hat. Oh dear, you can't eat that. However, when he turned back, he found that the promising Kazan had completely given up. Era, what does a heinous pirate have to do with me, a Navy Admiral? Marshal, how can you treat me like this? The meaning was simple. He was done with Luen, and he resigned as the head of the sword unit. Whoever wanted to handle it could, he simply couldn't anymore. Seeing Kazan like this, Borsellino's glasses nearly fell off in shock. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, he put down his nail clippers and pursed his lips. How terrifying. It's a good thing I didn't take him in back then, or this old man might have to retire. Watching the furious Sengoku and the defeated Kazan, Sakazuki let out a cold snort and said, Marshal Sengoku Luen himself did nothing wrong, did he? How much evil have those two pirates wrought in the East Blue over the years? This newspaper makes it crystal clear. As he spoke, the Admiral grew increasingly dissatisfied with Sengoku's obsession with maintaining the overall situation and voiced his support for Luen. They got off easy with just execution. Luen did a fine job this time. Well done. His admiration was undisguised, and he turned to the mournful Kazan, speaking sharply. Luen was unlucky to have a superior like you. Being an undercover agent was beneath him. Let him come back and serve under me. At this, objections erupted. I disagree. For except for Borsellino, the other four nearly voiced their disapproval in unison. Some felt it unrealistic for Luen to remain a Marine, while others distrusted Sakazuki himself. However, despite his disagreement, Zephyr expressed support for a kindness viewpoint, backing his own student. Luen's sense of justice has never wavered. As long as he kills pirates and harms no innocents, everything he does is right. At this moment, the Admiral of Non-Kill was a thing of the past. He was now the teacher of the butcher. Unable to change it, one could only accept it, and once fully accepted it, even became a kind of enjoyment. Kazan lowered his head, reflecting on whether he had been too lazy and unreliable. His subordinate had done nothing wrong, so what was he afraid of? With that thought, he straightened his back instantly and conveyed his stance to the grim-faced Sengoku with his eyes. Seeing this, Sengoku let out a bitter laugh. Fine. You're all saints, and I'm the only one who doesn't see that he's done nothing wrong. But when he keeps blowing things up like this, what am I supposed to do? In his position, he had to act his part and fulfill his duties. As the fleet admiral, he was responsible not only for himself, but for the entire organization. Especially on matters concerning the stability of the seas, there was no room for personal feelings, and at times, he had to be ruthless. Even if Luen was blameless, this matter had to be dealt with severely. If handled poorly and it sparked a war among the emperors, failing to answer to the five elders was one thing, but causing turmoil across the seas and dragging innocents into it would be far more serious. Regarding Lorent's matter, chief advisor, he did not wish to express an opinion, merely analyzing the facts. As for the intelligence on Buggy and Arlong, the news reports contain even more details than what the Navy has grasped, and they deliberately highlighted Red Hair and the Knight of the Sea, clearly fanning the flames. A single news report encompasses both an emperor and a warlord likewise aiming to drag our navy into the fray. This big news truly seems to fear a world without chaos. But have you all forgotten who is stationed in the East Blue? As long as he remains there, nothing can go awry. He naturally referred to Garp, who had returned on leave. Chief advisor, his meaning was clear: let Garp hold the East Blue to smoothly navigate this period of public opinion. At this, Sengoku's eyes lit up, plagued by the troublesome brat. How could he have forgotten that old rascal? Excellent. Inform Garp, now tell him to rest another month in the East Blue, no need to rush back. Kazan, after his reflection, also declared his stance promptly. Alala Laurent's strength is far too weak. He'll ask my teacher to give him some special training for a while. The training was a pretext. Keeping an eye on Laurent was the true intent. He truly didn't want to continue if Laurent stirred up any more major incidents. If not for Robin entrusted to him by a dear friend being on Laurent's ship, and to some extent tricked onto it by him, Kazan would have thrown in the towel long ago. As for now, he still wanted to lay low. Next, he'll take command at the G1 branch. After Sengoku nodded in agreement, he further instructed, Sakazuki, you go as well. Gion and Tokakake are enough to cover the Holy Land. Understood. Sakazuki donned his naval cap. Sengoku turned his gaze to the one who always seemed least conspicuous. Borsellino, you remain at headquarters ready to provide support to the East Blue at a moment's notice. Although it was unlikely that Red Hair would dare to personally set foot in the East Blue, Sengoku couldn't risk it. He had to guard against that possibility. Got it. Borsellino shrugged in acknowledgement. Thus, the high-level meeting officially concluded. Subsequently, the Navy secretly deployed troops and mobilized forces everywhere to ensure the seas remained calm. The next day, at Kokoyashi village, as the warship arrived, Robin, Nojiko, and others were already waiting at the port. The moment Nami appeared, Nojiko embraced her emotionally, and a tearful reunion between the sisters was inevitable. Upon learning the truth, Jin and the villagers also offered sincere apologies and blessings for her safe return. Meanwhile, as Loren stepped off the ship, he encountered the seductive and scheming woman approaching him. Ah, if it isn't our esteemed captain. Robin raised the den mushy she had been holding, uttering icy words with her 37-degree mouth. Not a single call in 2 days. I was beginning to think you'd encountered a shipwreck and fed the sharks. Knowing he was in the wrong, Loren intended to brush it off with a laugh, but Robin gave him no chance. She pulled a newspaper from her bosom and laid it before Loren, inquiring seriously, "A mere warlord is one thing, but what's this about provoking an emperor? Are we disbanding our pirate crew before it's even officially formed?" As for the matter of the 7 warlords of the sea, there was precedent with Crocodile and Doflamingo. Robin had grown accustomed to it, or rather numb to it. But an emperor's level, wasn't this just asking for trouble? She regretted more and more ever boarding this ship of misfortune. In a single day, they had managed to offend 1 warlord and 1 emperor. The list of enemies was growing longer. When she saw the news, she had already been pondering when to jump ship. This ship seemed on the verge of sinking at any moment. Before even entering the new world, they had eliminated 1 warlord and offended 2 warlords plus 1 emperor. Even if Crocodile were to join the crew in the future, their prospects remained grim. Sensing that his sole crew member was considering leaving, Loren couldn't afford to take it lightly and hastily explained, "Rest assured, there's a formidable figure stationed in the East Blue now. Red Hair wouldn't dare come." By the time they reached the new world, his strength would have multiplied several times over. Even Red Hair's arrival would be nothing to fear. As for Jinbi, given his character upon learning of Arlong's deeds, he likely wouldn't harbor hatred. Though uncertain of Laurent's source of confidence, Robin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed it wasn't yet time to part ways. However, she still harbored confusion. If someone like Crocodile could be accepted, why did Arlong and Buggy have to die? Why must they be killed? After over a decade of fugitive life, she was no longer the innocent girl she once was. Compared to executing justice, personal gain and survival mattered more. Moreover, she didn't believe Loren was an impulsive person. To this, Loren answered truthfully, but his response was surprisingly simple to Robin. Why kill them? Firstly, I can't stand senseless slaughter. Secondly, they're too weak. I don't even consider them worthy. I've said it before, anyone who boards my ship must be the elite of the elite. Sensing Robin's change in mood, he shifted his tone and added, "Your role is different. An archaeologist doesn't need overwhelming strength, and besides, your potential is immense." Having pacified his sole crew member, he cleared his throat and returned to the main topic. Of course, compared to Arlong, Buggy does have some value, but he refused to cooperate and wouldn't join as a subordinate. I had no choice. If I hadn't dealt with them and they escaped from prison later to cause more trouble, wouldn't their sins be pinned on me? What a hassle. If Buggy had heard this, he would have crawled back from the depths of hell. Did you even ask me, damn it? Loren, that's your problem. Who told you not to kneel? Unaware of the truth, Robin was taken aback and asked curiously, then I. Before she could finish, Loren had already given the answer. You were just an archaeologist, no real threat. As for Crocodile, if he hadn't cooperated, he'd be in hell by now. Robin blinked, stammering slightly, not joining. All killed. Of course. Loren nodded matter-of-factly. At this, Robin didn't know whether to be pleased or worried. Truly, only the name is wrongly given and nicknames never lie. Yet thinking of how well Loren treated his own people, she couldn't help but curl her lips. Having such a captain didn't seem so bad after all. Another day passed. The moon retreated and the golden sun rose in the east. At Nami and the villagers' warm invitation, Loren, Smoker, and the others stayed for last night's banquet. Thus their departure was postponed until today. Early in the morning, Loren had already tied the dragonhead sailboat to the rear of the warship and boarded with Robin. For her first time aboard a naval vessel, Robin couldn't help but remark, "Following you, Captain, truly broadens one's horizons." A pirate using a navy warship as a free ride. Perhaps this was a unique sight in the world. As the two boarded the warship, Smoker and Tashigi, who had remained on board, emerged. Before the former could greet them, the latter stepped forward, cradling a sword in her arms, and said sincerely, "I've done my best to restore this blade. Please cherish it from now on. I beg you." Loren immediately wiped away the grin he had intended for teasing Smoker, his expression turning solemn as he received the Qinglan sword. "Rest assured I will. After all, compared to acquiring a supreme grade sword, forging one's own black blade is the ultimate pursuit of a swordsman." Loren indeed harbored such intentions, though it would be immensely difficult, requiring extensive time and effort, not to mention issues like the quality of hockey. But one must have goals, or whether they can be achieved is another matter. Seeing his earnest expression, Tashigi was reassured. After some pleasantries, Smoker was about to order the ship to set sail. Suddenly shouts came from the shore. "Wait!" Nami rushed over anxiously, followed by Jin and Nojiko, their expressions grim. Seeing this, Loren and the others had to disembark to greet them. Upon meeting, Nami gathered her courage and declared, "Loren, let me be your navigator." At the word navigator, Lawrence's lips twitched. Having drifted at sea for days, he instinctively retorted, "Oh, do you think I'm short of navigators?" Robin, who had anticipated this and was already stifling a smirk nearby, mercilessly stripped away his dignity, feigning bewilderment. "Then why, Captain, did you murmur in your sleep about urgently recruiting a navigator?" Lorne felt utterly speechless. He had indeed come to Kokoyashi village with the intention of recruiting Nami, the prodigious navigator, into his crew. After all, he had long since experienced firsthand just how indispensable a navigator truly was. Even the first half of the Grand Line was staggeringly complex. Beyond the Red Line in the New World, it would grow infinitely more treacherous. A seasoned navigator was irreplaceable. Yet upon meeting her in person, he changed his mind. First and foremost, because Nami was far too young, barely a year older than Vivi, still a minor. Secondly, she had endured unspeakable hardships for her village, nearly perishing under Buggy's tyranny, yet refusing to yield even once. Such a girl, fiercely loyal, unyieldingly courageous, deserved better than being led astray. Piracy was scum. Few would willingly embrace it unless driven by circumstance or born with a twisted moral compass. To set sail in pursuit of freedom, to become an adventurer, that certainly was noble. Yet clearly this world held no place for mere adventurers. Luffy's future path stood as stark proof which of the trials he faced along the way could possibly be resolved by an ordinary adventurer. Moreover, Lorne himself was a pirate, not an adventurer, and taking Nami aboard would only doom her. She would bear the weight of a bounty, endure unforeseen perils, and walk a razor's edge every day. He dared not promise he could shield her completely, never letting her bleed, never letting her break. And so after careful deliberation he declined. "I'm sorry, my crew has no place for you. Stay home and spend more time with your sister." At these words, Nojiko's sullen expression instantly brightened. Nami had been rejected. Nami, however, reddened, eyes brimming with tears. She hadn't expected rejection. This wasn't what Robin had promised. Robin, equally stunned, opened her mouth to speak, only to be quietly silenced by Lawrence's raised hand. Nami swallowed her tears, voice trembling but defiant. "Do you think I'm useless?" Seeing her like this, Lorne hesitated, then spoke with quiet sincerity. "Haven't you suffered enough as a pirate? Why not join the Marines instead? No, better yet, go home to your family." He'd nearly suggested the Marines as a viable alternative. But then he remembered the Marine Corps' current decay, no longer a sanctuary of stability. For someone like Nami, still powerless to protect herself, distance was the wisest course. How can you just drop it like that?" Smoker objected fiercely, his fierce visage straining to soften into something almost kind. "Miss Nami, what say you join my crew?" Having observed her closely the day before, he knew full well she was a once-in-a-generation navigator prodigy. He was soon bound for the New World, a realm where shifting currents, volatile climates, and labyrinthine archipelagos demanded a master navigator at the helm. True, Nami lacked experience, but did the Marines lack structured training? What they lacked were precisely those rare raw talents. Such brilliance belonged in the Marines, preferably aboard his ship. Watching Smoker's shameless persistence, Lorne shot back without hesitation. "Join what? Are you some West Blue crime syndicate? And that face. You look exactly like a lecherous old man trying to abduct a little girl. It's revolting. Smoker's attempt to appear gentle shattered instantly. He erupted, "You bastard. I'm doing this for her. What if another Arlong appears? What could a girl like her possibly do standing alone here?" Lorne didn't flinch. "Didn't you vow to purge the East Blue? If Kokoyasi village suffers another pirate incursion, that's your failure. Gross, unforgivable negligence." Smoker exploded. "You insufferable." Neither could sway the other. After exchanging a few quiet words with Robin, Nami turned and walked away alone. Nojiko, heart heavy with conflicting emotions, hurried after her, leaving Jin waiting to bid farewell to Lorne and the others. Thus, the gathering dissolved in mutual disappointment. Soon Lorne and his companions boarded the marine vessel and sailed slowly from Kokoyasi village toward Shell's town. Meanwhile, Nojiko stared in disbelief as Nami, luggage packed, stepped onto a small boat, reaching out instinctively to stop her. "Nami, what are you doing?" Already aboard, Nami grinned and waved cheerfully as she drifted away, "Pursuing my dream, of course. I'm Nami, the prodigious navigator destined to chart the world's seas." Reborn with renewed purpose, she set sail in her tiny vessel, rocking gently upon the waves. Bathed in the golden light of dawn, she chased the horizon, the very shape of her dream. 3 days later, off the coast near Shell's town, a peculiar ship glided silently through the water, its bow carved into the elegant form of a swan, its hull adorned with countless hearts, even its Jolly Roger featuring a love-struck skull. Its name, Miss Labadaku. It belonged to the infamous Alvida pirates of the East Blue. On the foredeck stood Captain Alvida, pockmarked, grotesquely obese, clutching a spiked iron club with a bounty of 5 berries. Once destined to consume the slip fruit and later join Buggy's cross-guild, her fate had now irrevocably shifted. Buggy was dead and history had veered onto a new course. Terrified of confronting her own reflection, she forbade mirrors aboard her ship. Now basking in the cool sea breeze, she declared grandly, "I am without question the most beautiful woman in the world." Just then, oof, a pink-haired deckhand scrubbing the planks stumbled headlong into Alvida, his frail frame rebounding with a pained cry as he collapsed. Alvida whirled around, her gaze sharpening into pure venom as it locked onto the diminutive pink-haired boy, her slave Kobe. "Kobe, what in blazes do you think you're doing? Can't even handle this simple task. Do you want to die?" The boy struggled upright, offering a wry, bitter smile as he adjusted his crooked glasses and scratched his head. "I'm sorry, Captain." This was Kobe, the future disciple who would tarnish Vice Admiral Garp's legacy, the one who would stain the title hero of the Marines. Like many, he'd been kidnapped by pirates. Yet when freed, he betrayed the very man who saved him, even obstructing his savior's grandson, the legendary coward king who fled battle after battle. Timid, fearful, trembling uncontrollably, he stammered, "Sea Captain, I, silence, you worthless worm." Alvida hefted her iron club, ready to strike, when suddenly a thunderous surge echoed across the sea. Whoosh! Both turned sharply, the ocean parted before them, colossal walls of water rising dozens of feet on either side. Before Alvida and Kobe could cry out in bewilderment, a flash of blade light suddenly consumed their vision, followed by an overwhelming force that rapidly closed in, engulfing the entire pirate ship. In an instant, the strike, imbued with the power of tremor, shattered the vessel into pieces, reducing everything to oceanic debris. Alvida and her entire pirate crew perished under that single blow, never knowing who they had provoked. Although Kobe was fortunate enough to survive the initial strike, he could only thrash about after falling into the water. "What's happening? Why can't I get up? Why?" Ugga. His short legs kicked desperately, but failed to swim upward, and his hands couldn't break through the surface. It felt as though a membrane was pressing down on him, and touching it sent tremors of numbness through his entire body. Just as he was about to drown, a massive, beastly shadow suddenly appeared, its silhouette enveloping him completely. In Kobe's terrified and despairing gaze, the colossal figure opened a gaping maw and swallowed him in one gulp. When it emerged from the sea, its true form was revealed. It was the Lord of the Coast, which Lorne had recently devoured. Having stumbled upon a snack right after leaving its lair, the beast was in high spirits, thanking the heavens for the bounty. But after chewing a couple of times, its eyes bulged, and its twisted expression resembled that of one who had tasted filth. Tui. A lump of filth mixed with pink hair was spat out. Carried by the current, it drifted into a submarine volcano where it was consumed by magma, reduced to mere ash and cinders. Thus, the future legend, the Deserter King, met his silent end without a proper burial. Not far away on a naval warship. Watching Lorne wipe his blade, Smoker asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why the sudden ruthlessness?" Without looking up, Lorne replied, "I simply despise ugly fat women." Oh, I couldn't hold back. Inwardly, he mused, "I also detest the short and incompetent Deserter King. Let him rot in hell." The pent-up frustration from his past life, which he could never vent, was finally released today. Killing that bastard left Lorne with only one feeling: pure exhilaration. As for the fact that Kobe wasn't yet the future Kobe, having committed no wrongs, what did that matter to a pirate like him? Am a pirate now, oh right or wrong be damned. Let my thoughts flow freely first. In high spirits, Lorne sheathed his blade and teased what feeling sorry for him. Bullshit. Don't slander me. Looking at the bounty poster for Alvita just handed to him by a subordinate, Smoker's face turned as sour as if he had eaten a fly, and he cursed to defend his image. I just think you are becoming more extreme. Lorne ignored him, turning his gaze to Robin, who approached after finishing her training. How is it? Any progress? Having witnessed the power of hockey, Robin refused to fall behind. Lately, she had been training in the dodge the stick exercise to awaken her observation hockey. Previously, Lorne had assisted her since boarding the warship Tashigi had taken over. Now Robin was slightly sweating from training, with red marks visible on her exposed skin, a testament to her hard work. Unlike a certain departed one who claimed 200 times the effort, Robin tidied her disheveled hair and nodded. Yes, I've caught a hint of it. I think I'll master it soon. Sensing her confidence, Lorne encouraged her. Later, I'll introduce you to some friends. One of them can teach you fishman karate. If you learn it, you'll have decent self-defense capabilities. As for the difficulty of fishman karate, even Koala had learned it, and Robin had mastered it in the 2 years of the future. Based on that, she should have no issues. Moreover, physical techniques enhanced the body, laying the foundation for Robin to awaken her armament hockey. If she could master both types of hockey and reach the awakening stage of her Hana Nomi, such combat strength would rival some warlords. Given Robin's talent and potential, she was truly promising. Hearing this, Robin felt both excited and slightly annoyed. Just self-defense. Captain, even if I'm a non-combatant, you shouldn't underestimate me like this. I believe in you. Lorne didn't elaborate, instead saying, while hockey is important, your devil fruit ability also has great potential. Never give up on it. Seeing Lorne's attitude, Robin frowned and pouted instinctively, but said nothing more, merely snorting and ignoring him. Since you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. Who said an archaeologist can't fight? Sensing Robin's newfound determination, Lorne felt quite helpless. He truly hadn't looked down on her. It was just that in his eyes, true opponents were either warlords or pirates comparable to emperors. Without enough time to grow, Robin couldn't intervene, and merely surviving was already commendable. Sometime later, at the port of Shellstown, a warship, far more imposing than Captain Morgan's own, slowly docked. The sight left onlookers stunned, sparking murmurs. That warship is unfamiliar. It's huge. It's clearly an outsider. I once saw a ship this big. That was a higher-ranking officer than Captain Morgan, who came to inspect the 153rd branch. I know. The previous captain was removed after that, and Morgan took over. Shoo. Saying his name. Do you have a death wish? An inspection? Does that mean Morgan's tyranny is over? We're saved. How long has he been in charge? Stop shouting. If anything were to happen, it would have already. Don't get your hopes up. Hey you. Enough, the Marines are coming. Leave now. As a Marine patrol approached, the crowd's faces paled, and they scattered as if fleeing a plague. Meanwhile, Lorne and his group disembarked from the warship. Smoker, did you hear them? With Lorne's reminder, Smoker had already used his observation hockey to catch the crowd's words, his face darkening like a bottomless pot. Tyranny. A mere branch captain acting without restraint. The patrol also spotted the warship and, sensing something amiss, led a squad over. Accustomed to bullying civilians, the squad leader instinctively started to question, which base are you from? But upon noticing Smoker's insignia, his expression shifted. Dropping his vile demeanor, he stepped forward, saluted respectfully, and asked ingratiatingly, Sir, may I ask your purpose here? Bang. Lorne, unwilling to waste words, kicked him before Smoker could speak. Ouch. The squad leader stumbled and fell flat on his face. Seeing Lorne dressed as a civilian, he wanted to curse, but was silenced by the murderous glare in Lorne's eyes. Sensing his turbulent emotions, Lorne suppressed the urge to kill him and simply ordered, take us to Morgan. Sensing his turbulent emotions, Lorne suppressed the urge to kill him and simply ordered, take us to Morgan. The 153rd branch of the East Blue Navy. A tower with interwoven green stripes stood its base, a vacant lot adorned with crosses and other structures. This was where Captain Monka dealt with dissenters. The bloodstains bore witness to his brutal cruelty. Lorent's group passed by with Tashigi and Robin missing from the ranks, only Smoker and a squad of Navy soldiers accompanying them. Loren couldn't help but pause, murmuring, how familiar. This was where Zoro had first been punished, a place that not only held his youth, but was also etched in Lorent's memory from reviewing Zoro's past life. This was the future site where the king's left arm would board the ship. But now with Lorent's presence, whether Luffy could even set sail was uncertain. A Zoro boarding was no longer a possibility. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the tower, as Smoker's team entered branch, Captain Monka felt a sense of unease. Hearing the commotion outside, he went to the window to look. That's White Hunter. In some respects, Smoker was quite renowned in the East Blue Navy, practically a rising star among the Marines. Moreover, a headquarters captain demoted to a branch was 3 full ranks above them, the branch captains. Such a scandal was impossible for the East Blue Branch leaders to ignore. For this reason, Monka knew he was no match for Smoker, whether in devil fruit abilities or physical combat. Smoker's group seemed aggressive and clearly meant trouble. Fighting was out of the question. Thus Monka made a swift decision run. Without time to pack much, he hastily stuffed the office's gold, jewels, and berries into a bag and fled toward the base's back gate. At the same time, Loren, having activated his observation hockey, saw a figure scurrying away in panic within his sight as his eyes flashed red. Smoker beside him frowned as well. They exchanged glances and said in unison, "He's running." With that, Smoker wasted no time, transforming into smoke and darting toward the back exit. Seeing this, Loren, who had been about to shatter the base, withdrew his fist reluctantly and sauntered after him. After a couple of steps, he turned back to the stunned Navy soldiers and reminded them, "What are you waiting for? Follow me." Soon enough, by the time everyone reached the back of the base, it was all over. Under the absolute disparity in power, the outcome was clear. The legendary Axe King, Captain Monka, lay battered and bruised on the ground, utterly defenseless. Having vented his frustration, Smoker lit a cigar and stood there puffing smoke. It was evident that Smoker had been under pressure these past few days, showing no mercy in his beating. Aside from not killing him, there wasn't a single spot on Monka's body left unharmed. Death might have been kinder. Seeing the Axe King, who had once made even Garp's full-power divine avoidance bleed with a single axe strike, Loren couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Was Garp just too old, or was that axe a supreme-grade blade? Soon he found his answer. As he examined the shattered axe fragments on the ground, Loren withdrew his hand, muttering, "This thing can't take a hit either." "You bastard." Monka roared in fury. "You can insult me all you want, but why destroy the axe?" He looked as if the axe were his very life. With that thought, Loren's butcher instincts kicked in, and he offered to grant any death wish. And then go keep it company. Being buried with the axe was a death fit for a king. However, after finishing his cigar, Smoker blocked him, saying, "Loren, he's not a pirate. I need to take him in." Having witnessed the oppressive atmosphere of Shellstown, Loren disagreed, sneering at Monka. "Take him in. A scumbag like this. Killing him is simpler." Smoker stood his ground, warning sternly, "Loren, he's a Marine. This goes against the rules." "I'm a pirate. Isn't it normal to kill Marines, eh?" Loren shrugged nonchalantly. "Besides, my rules are the only rules." With that, he moved to finish off Monka, who was already weak, but still glaring fiercely at him. Smoker's hands turned to smoke, blocking Loren's path. "You? How are you more extreme than Sakazuki?" The Loren before him was becoming increasingly unfamiliar, and he could no longer indulge him. "Huh." Loren paused for a moment, then teased carelessly, speaking in Admiral's name, "So freely, be careful I don't tattle on you." Smoker erupted in rage, his smoke enveloping the area. "I'm not joking." Loren's smile faded as he replied calmly, "Neither am I." As he spoke, he threw a punch, and the tremor force instantly flattened the expanding smoke. Ouch! Smoker went numb all over and collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The Navy soldiers were stunned, exchanging glances before quickly making a decision. "I need to be going." Same here, same here. I just remembered a mission." Before they could finish, a tremor descended from above, pinning them all to the ground. "What's it to you?" Trying to steal the scene. Ignoring the nervous soldiers, Loren turned his gaze to a resentful Smoker. "Tell me, how did you forget who's the boss again?" With that, he casually drew a sword from a soldier's scabbard, stepped over Smoker, and stabbed Monka clean through the heart. "Guh. You up." On the brink of death, Monka could only curse Loren silently, but then he heard the devil's whisper. "I hear you have a son. He'll make sure he joins you soon." Monka's son Helmeppo was also the deserter Kobe's best friend. How could Loren forget? Though Monka cared little for his only son facing his own death, and the prospect of his lineage being wiped out was unbearable. Thus, the tyrannical East Blue captain, the legendary Axe King, died with his eyes wide open in regret. But it wasn't over yet. Loren turned to the soldiers who had picked themselves up and ordered, "Take this bastard to the front gate and display him for 3 days." The soldiers, not daring to disobey, quickly moved Monka's corpse and hung it at the branch's entrance. Another squad was dispatched to spread the good news throughout Shellstown. Hearing that Monka would be put on display for 3 days, the entire town came to witness. Initially, without seeing Monka's body, everyone was confused and fearful, suspecting a trap. But when they arrived at the branch gate and saw the figure swaying like a rag, they erupted in excitement. Someone from the harbor earlier shouted, "See, I told you." It must have been someone big from the warship. Monka got what he deserved. That bastard is finally dead, ha ha. Meanwhile, not far from the crowd, Smoker, the big shot, watched the heartfelt joy of the people, a look of shame creeping onto his face. "Sorry, I didn't think it through." After his observations and the reports Tashigi brought back, he finally understood how oppressive Shellstown had been in recent years and what the people truly wanted as a resolution. Compared to imprisoning Morgan and keeping the residents in constant fear, a clean execution was far more effective in soothing the public's heart. Watching Smoker mutter to himself, Tashigi, busy counting the swords in the branch, scratched her head in confusion. Who are you talking to? Lorne. He left just a moment ago. What? Smoker snapped back to reality, looking around to find that Lorne had vanished without a trace. Recalling Lorne's words before Morgan's death, a thought struck him, and he immediately activated his observation hockey, rushing out in pursuit. Tashigi hugged the swords and called out, "Hey, we're not done counting yet. You handle it, we'll deal with it when I get back." Smoker replied without looking back, disappearing in a flash. By the time he caught up to Lorne, he found not only Lorne and Robin, but also a yellow-haired boy lying on the ground, scared out of his wits. His sleazy face screamed for a punch, and his gaudy gold accessories were an eyesore. Lorne glanced at Helmep's soaked pants, his face twisted in disgust and confusion. He couldn't fathom how such a wretched person later transformed into a Marine headquarters officer. Or was it just because he was Kobe's friend? Garp is a soon old fool too. Seeing murderous intent flash in Lorne's eyes, Smoker quickly intervened. That bastard Morgan is one thing, but he's just a child. What fault does he have? Lorne turned his head in disbelief, retorting, did Morgan not use the wealth he extorted? Did he not oppress the people? You tell me, is he innocent? Glancing at the high-end clothes, gold rings, and necklace, Smoker was left speechless. Lorne pressed on relentlessly. I've already killed the father, leaving the son as a future menace is just asking for trouble. Are you trying to sabotage me? Smoker wanted to say those words sounded villainous, but after just getting beaten up, he raised his hands in surrender, signaling he would leave it to Lorne to decide. Lorne chuckled lightly. Hey, you know what's good for you. Watching Smoker's suppressed anger, Robin couldn't help but smirk. Seeing a Marine at a loss before a pirate was a first. As Lorne kicked out, Helmet broke down, begging, spare me. But before he could finish, a swift, precise, and ruthless kick ended his life. Thus, the tyrant father and son of Shellstown were both dead, and the deserter king brothers had also died for love. A week later, the 153rd branch of the East Blue had undergone a complete transformation, with a new base commander arriving. Shellstown itself was revitalized. Without oppression, everyone was beaming with joy, savoring the air of freedom and happiness. Lorne, who had been forcibly kept to help restore the town's livelihood, felt a sense of accomplishment. Just as he finally decided to leave Shellstown, Smoker once again braced himself to stop him. But this time Lorne's resolve was firm, and Smoker ultimately failed to hold him back. In the end, Smoker had no choice but to tell him the truth. Lorne, Tina said that Instructor Zephyr wants you to go to Windmill Village first to find Vice Admiral Garp. Stay there for a while until the public outcry dies down before setting sail. His voice grew more agitated. Instructor Zephyr really looks out for you. Why would you ever choose to become a pirate? Hearing this, Lorne finally understood. No wonder you insisted I stay in Shellstown to help. So someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Instructor Zephyr wouldn't be this idle in telling him to find Garp. The one who sent the message must be Kazan. No wonder he hadn't answered his calls these past few days. Was he sulking? How petty can he be? Still thinking about the arrangements ahead, Lorne didn't outright refuse and answered vaguely, got it. They'll be careful. Soon at the harbor shore, Smoker and Tashigi saw Lorne and Robin off. As Lorne boarded the ship, Smoker couldn't help but say, Lorne, I hope you never forget justice. Otherwise, next time we meet, I will capture you. Seeing his serious expression, Lorne didn't joke back and gave a rare solemn promise. Don't worry, you won't get the chance. Smoker snorted, putting on a fierce face, but the corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Watching the two bicker, Tashigi and Robin exchanged glances, a smile flickering in their eyes. Let's go. Goodbye. As the Dragonhead sailboat set sail, a commotion erupted near the harbor gate, followed by a crowd. Nearly all the residents of Shellstown had come to see them off. As they shouted, farewell, Lord Lorne, Smoker suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. He's become a pirate, yet he gets this treatment. This kid. Meanwhile, on the sailboat, watching Shellstown fade into the distance, Robin finally voiced her doubt. Captain, didn't you say you had important business to attend to? Could it be that coming to Shellstown was just to punish evil and promote good? Lorne, preparing to fish at the bow, didn't hide the truth. As he cast the line, he said casually, I've already finished. Robin was even more puzzled, carefully recalling the past few days. I didn't see you do anything special. Lorne, however, didn't elaborate. You wouldn't understand. It can only be felt, not explained. I see. So I'm still an outsider. Robin put on a crestfallen face, about to put on a show, but Lorne immediately stopped her. Hey, that's too much. If you're an outsider, then who isn't? Fine, to be honest, my real purpose here was to save the world, to take out a certain jinx. Naturally, Robin didn't believe such an absurd claim, instead looking as if she knew the real truth. Captain, you may have left the Marines physically, but your heart has never left, has it? In truth, she had seen how he helped restore livelihoods and train Marine soldiers. How could she not know that in the hearts of most Marines, Lorne was a role model, even an idol? Believing she had found the answer, Robin stopped pressing and turned to watch Lorne, who was fishing with an air of nonchalance. Captain, how can you possibly catch anything like that? You don't get it. Your captain fishes not for the fish, but for the willing to bite. Yes, whatever the captain says is right. Several days later at the port of Shimatsuki village, 5 figures stood waiting, as if expecting someone. If Lorne were here, he would recognize them all as old acquaintances. There was Ivankov with his huge afro and heavy makeup, and Bon Clay, who had just parted ways with him not long ago. These two need no introduction. Besides them, there were 2 women and 1 man. One of the women with a fiery figure had short purple hair in a bob cut with bangs covered by a red top hat adorned with goggles. Her name was Bello Betty, the user of the Gura Gura Nomi. Originally from the East Blue, she had joined the Revolutionary Army early on. After the death of Ginny, the previous East Blue commander, she succeeded as the Eastern Army commander. Now she wore a pair of Wynard sunglasses, a cigarette dangling from her lips, and a bold red outfit. Not only did she go braless, but she also left her coat open, exuding a sense of abundance and generosity. Her personality was as straightforward as it appeared, with no trace of weakness. The other woman was her deputy Ahiru, who looked more ladylike in contrast. With long black hair and a mechanical prosthetic for her left hand, she also wore a windproof eye patch, seemingly a standard accessory for the Revolutionary Army. The last figure was the most heavyweight of them all. Tall and burly, he wore a white hat with bare ears weighing down his long black woolly curls. Paired with rimless glasses, his overall demeanor was that of a silent, unsmiling man. But the paw pads on his palms created a stark contrast, revealing his identity as a user of the pawpaw fruit. His appearance made his identity unmistakable. He was one of the Revolutionary Army's top officers and a current member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Bartholomew Kuma, or rather the Tyrant Kuma. Time ticked by, yet the figure they awaited remained absent from the distant sea. Betty withdrew the cigarette from her lips, exhaled a puff of smoke, and asked with palpable impatience, "Ivan, is that butcher really coming?" "Of course," declared Queen Ivankov without hesitation. "Didn't you hear the call just now, Mr. 2? Bentham, who had undergone a dramatic transformation, chimed in. "That was indeed the boss voice. I can vouch for it." Hearing this, Betty couldn't help but frown. After all, he's just a pirate, ruthless and bloodthirsty. Why is he still entangled with us? It was clear she held a poor impression of Rorn, or rather the butcher. At these words, Bentham erupted. "How dare you speak of the boss like that? He's a truly gentle soul." Ivankov also explained solemnly, "Betty, have you forgotten what I told you? The news is all fabricated, well, at least grossly exaggerated." He had intended to say it was all false, but recalling Rorn's demonic aura, he felt a pang of uncertainty. "Ivan, you were too impulsive. Why didn't you consult me before involving such a man in our plans?" Ever since the coup in the East Blue, the world government's relentless pursuit had cost the Revolutionary Army dearly. As the Eastern Army commander, Betty was under immense pressure and found it hard to trust a stranger. "This is a critical juncture for our liberation plan. Can he be trusted? He's a pirate after all." Ivankov, knowing he was somewhat in the wrong, initially wished to avoid the topic. But when Rorn's personal reputation was at stake, he felt compelled to speak. Thus he stopped the fuming Bentham, fixed his gaze on Betty, and countered sternly, "Dragon has met Rorn and has already given him his approval. What are you doubting?" As merely the Grand Line Army commander, and having wasted years in impelled down, his authority was somewhat limited. Now on the home turf of the Eastern Army commander in the East Blue, Bello Betty showed no deference to her senior. "Ivan, he is nothing but a pirate, his every known deed steeped in slaughter. How is such a brutal creature any different from those kings? How can you expect me to trust him?" It was only then that Ivankov had a sudden realization. A strange expression crossed his face as he retorted, "Do you have a problem with this plan?" Betty did not deny it, merely venting her dissatisfaction. "Our Revolutionary Army aims to overturn the sea's inequities and overthrow the world government. This is no child's play. Years of meticulous planning are being altered on a whim because of a single pirate. I cannot fathom what our leader is thinking. Now, with the plan on the verge of execution, he comes to meddle. Who does he think he is? The leader of the Revolutionary Army." Bentham listened in bewilderment. Ivankov's expression grew even more peculiar, and he twitched his mouth as he reminded her, "Who told you Rorn came here to join the plan on a whim? He has other business to attend to." At this, before Betty could voice her confusion, the already agitated Bartholomew Kuma finally interjected, interrupting their quarrel. "Ivan, how reliable is his word? Can I afford to trust him? Bonnie can't bear any more risks." Ivankov possessed an inexplicable confidence in Rorn. That man, though he has his flaws, would never speak a falsehood. With Kuma's interruption, Betty opened her mouth to retort, but ultimately abandoned the argument. She lit another cigarette and waited with renewed patience until dusk descended, painting the sea in a crimson tapestry. As she spotted the sailboat finally appearing on the distant horizon, Betty extinguished her cigarette and murmured, "So it truly is the leader's ship." Though the dragon-head vessel was vastly inferior to the Winter Grandma in both size and appearance, the dragon-head was an unmistakable emblem of their leader. She now had a sliver of belief that Rorn had indeed spoken with Dragon and even become his friend. As for the rest, it wasn't that she didn't believe it, as she simply refused to. Her resentment was palpable. Moments later, the Dragonhead ship finally docked at the shores of Shimatsuki village. As the arms controlling the ship receded, Robin lowered her hands and observed the scene on the shore. Captain, seems you're quite popular. Though she had yet to engage directly with the Revolutionary Army, the wanted posters of these individuals were ubiquitous, making them impossible not to recognize. With the highest-ranking officers of the East Blue Revolutionary Army present to welcome him, it seemed her captain's prestige was even greater than she had imagined. Despite being somewhat taken aback by the presence of Bello Betty and Ahiru, Rorn maintained a calm exterior. "Hey, didn't I tell you? Your captain has connections everywhere." With that to maintain the facade, he stepped forward. With two faint sounds of air bursting, Rorn appeared on the shore in an instant before the astonished quintet. A single glance sufficed for him to discern the identities of all five. Aside from Bentham, they were all Revolutionary Army cadres. He was vaguely familiar with Bello Betty and Ahiru, knowing only their names. His focus was on Kuma. Having just begun his modifications before being forcibly halted by Ivankov, the humiliating PX0 mark had yet to be etched onto him. Though somber, he still emanated a sense of life, far from being a cold mechanical husk. Rorn's sudden appearance elicited varied reactions from the five. Ivankov remarked with surprise, "Rorn boy, it's been a while. Your strength has grown considerably." "Boss, you're so handsome," gushed Bentham, his face flushed with adoration. "So fast." Betty and Ahiru exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This butcher was no ordinary man, as the news had portrayed. Truly worthy of the title butcher, Betty mused. Kuma, however, remained indifferent. Such speed was trivial for him, and he paid it no heed. Yet, given the purpose of his visit, Kuma's gaze never left Rorn from the moment he appeared. However, Rorn, his heart surging with anticipation, was too preoccupied to discuss matters with Kuma immediately. He first turned to Betty, who harbored an inexplicable hostility towards him, and offered a humorless smile. "Eastern Army Commander, please retract your ability. Otherwise, I fear I might be compelled to land a punch." As he spoke, his pupils contracted, and crimson lightning crackled forth. A precise application of Conqueror's hockey. Without even a trace of killing intent, it struck the unprepared Betty, causing her mind to go blank and forcing her to stumble back. "Commander." Ahiru, unaffected as she was not the target, quickly steadied her, preventing a fall. Betty, covering her now exposed top, regained her footing and spat the half-smoked cigarette to the ground, her eyes locked onto Rorn. "You?" Betty, covering her now exposed top, regained her footing and spat the half-smoked cigarette to the ground, her eyes locked onto Rorn. "You?" Having regained his composure, Loren interrupted her words while marveling at the formidable power of the cheer fruit. "You what? Using your ability upon first meeting. Is this the hospitality of an Eastern Army commander? I don't know if you've misunderstood something, but it seems I've never offended you. If you continue with this attitude, ill-informed dragon, and terminate the cooperation." At these words, Ivankov and the others finally grasped the situation. "Betty, how could you do this? Didn't I just tell you?" Ivankov immediately stepped forward to defend Loren, launching a tirade against Bello Betty. His vehement reaction stemmed from Laurent's mention of terminating the cooperation. The partnership between Baroque Works and the Revolutionary Army in the Grand Line was still in a delicate phase, especially concerning military and supply provisions, unprecedented in scope. On this foundation, the Four Seas also benefited. Otherwise, how could the Revolutionary Army have launched multiple operations in the East Blue while persistently executing grander plans? Thus, even for the sake of continued collaboration, he could not permit any mishap. Moreover, Loren was a friend he acknowledged, and he would not allow his friend to be treated thus. Bonclay directly stood behind Loren, glaring at Betty and demanding an apology. Kuma, who had intended to speak, remained displeased, silently continuing to read his book, waiting for another opportunity. Yet everyone present could sense his mood. Knowing she was in the wrong, Betty had no choice but to lower her head and apologize. "I'm sorry I was prejudiced. I admit my mistake. Haha, it's all just a misunderstanding." Loren magnanimously let the matter go without mentioning compensation, displaying the demeanor of a captain. This, however, did not please Betty, as it meant she now owed him a favor. Due to this commotion, no one knew what to say next, and an awkward silence fell among them. Fortunately, the strange atmosphere did not last long. It eased as Robin disembarked and approached. "Captain, has something happened?" Robin noticed the oddity and asked, but Loren did not explain much. Instead, he pulled her forward and introduced her. "This is the genius archaeologist of my crew, Nico Robin." Robin opened her mouth to say something, but hearing Loren's introduction, a faint smile curled at the corners of her lips as she introduced herself. "I'm Robin. Pleased to meet you all." At these words, aside from Ivankov and Bonclay, who already knew the other three, turned to appraise her. Nico Robin, the devil child. Bello Betty was the most astonished, having heard of Robin in her early years and admiring her pursuit of the true history. However, the recent bustle in the East Blue had kept her from noticing Robin's reemergence after years of obscurity. At this moment, the influence of the butcher column was evident. Even the report of the devil child boarding a ship was overlooked. Afterward, as Robin got acquainted with the group, Betty, perhaps to ease the tension or out of genuine interest in history, pulled Robin aside along with the hero. What they discussed was unknown, but they seemed to be enjoying a lively conversation. His crew member being more popular than the captain, coupled with his earlier words before disembarking, made Loren feel his face flush. "Who slapped my face?" His sudden outburst left Ivankov bewildered. "What slapped?" Loren pursed his lips unembarrassed and changed the subject. "Ah, nothing. I'd like to have a private word with Kuma." "Then talk." Ivankov, already aware of certain matters, asked no questions and left with Bon Clay to return to the village, seemingly to prepare something. And so Loren and Kuma finally met alone. Out of politeness and some impatience, Kuma's deep voice broke the silence first. Well, he intended to exchange pleasantries, but words failed him, so he put down his book and spoke bluntly. "Though it may be rude, I must confirm. Do you truly have a cure for Bonnie's illness?" "It's only natural. I understand." Loren smiled confidently and explained without hesitation. "There are certainly ways, and many at that." Hearing the affirmation, Kuma felt a surge of joy, but Loren's overconfident demeanor made him frown. "I've traveled the world and found no doctor who could treat her." Though it was a simple statement of his past experience, his skepticism was unmistakable. Loren remained unperturbed, casually asking, "Have you heard of the op-op fruit?" "The op-op fruit?" Kuma paused, then nodded. "Of course I have." The op-op fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit with spatial and medical properties, was legendary for its ability to perform the perennial youth operation. The world government once offered a bounty of 5 billion berries for its whereabouts, underscoring its immeasurable value. However, in an accident nearly a decade ago, the fruit vanished from public knowledge. Given the legendary nature of devil fruits, Kuma held on to a sliver of hope and asked eagerly, "Do you know where the op-op fruit is?" Yet to his disappointment, Loren shook his head, but his next words brought surprise. "To be precise, I know who the op-op fruit user is and where they are now." The current user of the op-op fruit is none other than the future supernova future Shichibukai, the one who challenged and defeated one of the 4 emperors' Big Mom, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Of course, the world knows him by his concealed name, Trafalgar Law. From the moment Loren finalized today's meeting with Ivankov on the Grand Line, Baroque Works had been searching for Law's whereabouts. And perseverance paid off. A week ago, he had successfully pinpointed Law's location. "Really?" Kuma asked in disbelief. How could someone no one could find be so easily located by Loren? Was it that simple? Moreover, he still harbored doubts. In his quest to save Bonnie, he had researched extensively. "I know something about the op-op fruit, but its ability seems focused on surgery. Bonnie's condition doesn't seem to match." Loren was prepared for this and smiled mysteriously. "Of course, there's more than one doctor. Beyond Law, the seas boasted many extraordinary individuals. Not to mention Ivankov, known as the Miracle Person. There were also Roger's ship, Dr. Crocus, and the Witch of the Sakura Kingdom. Loren's chosen target was the latter. The greatest surgeon paired with a witch doctor who had lived over 100 years. What problem couldn't they solve? If that failed, he could kidnap Caesar, who was proficient in bloodline factors, to clone a new body for Bonnie. And if even that didn't work, he had a backup plan. Worst case, he could extract Vegapunk. Well, that might be tough, but having Kazan pass along a message to seek a medical solution was quite feasible. In short, this world was full of hidden talents. A mere case of sapphire scale was nothing to worry about. Of course, behind these methods lay considerable costs, and Loren wasn't doing charity. Having said so much, Kuma was mostly convinced. It was time for Loren to reveal his hand. "Kuma, have you decided to join my ship?" Indeed, Loren's primary target had always been Bear himself. He never engaged in a losing venture. The condition for treating Bonnie was to have Bear join the crew. Once Bear boarded the ship, they would be family. As captain, how could he neglect Bonnie's affairs? Yet when this was mentioned, Bear fell into hesitation. "Bonnie still needs my care." In response, Loren waved his hand, having anticipated this. "No matter, bring the child along." Joined the ship together. Leaving that aside, the renowned Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates each had several apprentice crew members. Among the most famous were Buggy, Shanks, and Teach, all of whom would become emperors in the future. Though Bonnie was young, her combat prowess, thanks to the power of the age fruit, was not to be underestimated. After all, she was the female version of Nika. No matter the gap in strength, she was still Nika. Her combat ability relied entirely on imagination for the future. "If I believe I am, then I am. I wonder if I can turn into light." Of course, Bonnie had potential, but he was not yet at the point of needing a child to fight. By then, the pirate crew would likely have been annihilated. "What did you say?" He hadn't even officially formed a crew yet. "Well then, never mind." As Loren's mind wandered, the two unconsciously walked to the outskirts of Shimatsuki village. At this point, Bear still couldn't make up his mind. "Sorry, I can't gamble with Bonnie's life." If he continued with the modifications under St. Saturn's terms with Vegapunk as a guarantor, the chances of Bonnie recovering in the future were high. He could exchange his own consciousness for Bonnie's new life. This was a deal he could accept. As for Lorne, though his words seemed plausible, they were ultimately baseless. A mere 50-50 chance. Either everything he said was true and Bonnie lived, or it was all fabricated and Bonnie died. This was pure gambling, hard to accept. Comparing the two, Bear naturally leaned toward the former. I understand, after all, I'm just a pirate now, Lorne said, voicing understanding while inwardly feeling exasperated. What irritated him about Bear was this lack of decisiveness, always hesitating. Put nicely, it was being thoughtful and cautious. Put bluntly, it was cowardice, the foolishness of an honest man. Over a decade ago, when Ginny was captured by the Celestial Dragon's dragon, and Bear took no effective rescue action for the sake of the Revolutionary Army's stability. It wasn't until a few years ago that Ginny, already ill, suddenly returned to the sea from Holy Land Mary Geos, bringing with her the equally sick Bonnie. Bear, the honest man, while cherishing his childhood friend, also acknowledged Bonnie as his daughter. For this reason, in the original timeline, Bear was ultimately reduced to a robot for Bonnie's sake, becoming a soulless weapon of war. Until the Egghead incident, a spark of humanity emerged, but that was all. To save his daughter, he risked everything. Such a story sounded moving, but in Lorne's eyes, Bear was too foolish, too naive. As a half-buccaneer with a formidable physique and the incredible pop-off fruit, his strength, though not comparable to an admiral or emperor, allowed him to come and go freely. Going out to sea to slaughter celestial dragons was too radical, but kidnapping one in exchange for Ginny shouldn't be a problem, right? Yet he did nothing, lacking even the courage to burn his boats drifting with the tide, destined for tragedy. Especially since Dragon was also unhelpful, sweating whenever trouble arose, letting one of his top commanders go to waste. If he couldn't even protect his own Eastern Army commander and ignored the plight of a Corps executive when they fell, how could he talk about overthrowing the world government? His actions were too timid. But now with him present, the Revolutionary Army had changed somewhat. As for Bear's choice, it was up to him. With this in mind, Lorne gave him one last chance. No rush, I plan to stay here for a while. So think it over carefully. If you decide it's best to bring Bonnie to your side first to avoid any mishaps. He had said all he could, given all the warnings. If Bear still didn't trust him, there was nothing more he could do. Though he did want to recruit this formidable ally, if fate wasn't on their side, he wouldn't force it. For him, those who hadn't boarded the ship weren't yet comrades, and comrades were never indispensable. But once they boarded, they were his people, and as captain, he would shoulder the responsibility. Bear, thinking he needed to talk to Dragon later, nodded solemnly and said sincerely, "Thank you." Up. Lorne waved his hand, intending to say you could thank him after boarding, but ultimately held back. His reason for helping, aside from self-interest, was partly out of pity for the father and daughter. But now, let go of the urge to help respect others' fates. The final outcome would depend solely on Bear's choice. At the Ishin dojo. As evening approached, the dojo, which should have been brightly lit, was eerily silent. The master Kushuru had already instructed his disciples and apprentices to leave early. In the courtyard, aside from Kushuru, Lorne, Robin, and the Revolutionary Army members had all gathered. Though not a member himself, Kushuru maintained close ties with Dragon and the others. Thus, Shimatsuki Village also served as a secret stronghold for the Revolutionary Army in the East Blue. Before a modest dinner began, Lorne raised his teacup, looking at Kushuru, who wore glasses and had slitted eyes, and said formally, "Mr. Kushuru, I've long admired your reputation." Kushuru chuckled modestly and replied, "I am but a commoner of the East Blue, Mr. Lorne flatters me." Lorne smiled and said directly, "That's too humble. Your father, Mr. Kushuru, was a legendary swordsmith. Especially the Inma he forged, which ranks among the 21 great grade swords. I've heard of it, but regret never meeting the elder." Kushuru had passed away years ago, otherwise he would have liked to ask if the old man had any stock left. A man who could forge Wado, Ikamanji, and Inma. Even if there were no blades of equal caliber, perhaps there were slightly lesser ones. Though Siren was decent, it was already struggling to keep up with his combat intensity at this stage. Forging his own black blade was a genuine goal, but it was far from achievable in a short time. Thus, if he could upgrade to a better sword, Lorne naturally wanted it. But unfortunately, there was no hope left in the East Blue. He had no interest in the Sandai Kitetsu in Logtown. He had already told Des Bones to let Zoro with his hard fate claim it. As for other hidden famous swords, there might be some, but he didn't know. Searching for them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, wasting manpower. Baroque Works had already put out bounties for famous swords. But Lorne felt the chances were slim. He'd rather wait until they reached the Grand Line to find the blades he knew of. Especially the black blade Shusui from the Thriller bark, Lorne was somewhat interested. If a better sword appeared by then, he'd give Shusui to Zoro. If not, he'd keep it for himself. At worst, when they reached Wano, he'd snatch Inma and give it to Zoro. It suited him well. As for Rima's Shusui, the waters were too deep for Zoro to handle, better for his captain to take charge. His mind teemed with thoughts, yet Lorne never ceased speaking, not to exchange idle pleasantries with Koshiro, but to seize the opportunity to inquire about the theoretical knowledge of swordsmanship from its fundamentals to advanced techniques, thereby remedying his own shortcomings. He was essentially self-taught, having only received 2 systematic infusions. His foundation was too weak, so naturally, he had to grasp this chance. Meanwhile, beside him, Robin, under the introductions of Betty and Ahiru, was gradually learning about the ties between Koshiro and the Revolutionary Army. They seemed to be getting along famously despite having only met that day. The three already appeared as close as bosom friends. Whether it was the maturity Robin had gained from her experiences in recent years or simply her personal charm that captivated the other two. Ivankov and Bon Clay were discussing the bright future of the Kamabaka kingdom, planning to return to the island after the East Blue affairs were settled to implement reforms and a new parliamentary system. As for Bartholomew Kuma, he sat alone, drinking in silence, his mind seemingly elsewhere, his thoughts not present, until Luan suddenly dropped a bombshell. Zoro has already joined my ranks. 2 days prior, Mr. One had officially relayed the news. After a fierce battle, the still young Zoro had been subdued by him and would soon be en route to the Grand Line. By now the two of them should be in Low Town acquiring the Sandai Kitetsu. I wonder if it's going smoothly. Upon hearing this, Koshiro's movements froze. His teacup was a hair's breadth from his lips, yet he had lost all desire to drink. Sir, what do you mean? At that moment, Robin and the others turned to look, exchanging bewildered glances. What had suddenly happened? The previously warm atmosphere instantly chilled, and Koshiro's tone became distant and wary. It was clear that Zoro held a significant place in his heart, and he would not tolerate anyone harming or exploiting him. Luan immediately signaled that he meant no harm and explained, "Don't misunderstand. Zoro, a hopeless, directionally challenged person, chose to set sail regardless of the danger solely to pursue the pinnacle of the sword. I deeply admire his character, so I wish to nurture him. However, I still felt I should inform you. Directionally challenged." Koshiro's focus, however, was elsewhere. At that moment, his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes flew open in surprise, and his mouth gaped wide, mirroring Zoro's expression of astonishment, as if from the same mold. It somewhat detracted from the refined image of a renowned master. Luan couldn't help but sigh. Truly like master, like disciple. Some traits were indeed inherited. After recovering, Koshiro suddenly stood and bowed. "Thank you for valuing that child, Zoro. This was indeed my oversight. Sending a directionally challenged person out to sea was practically suicide." He had overlooked this point, which explained why he had never heard news of Zoro entering the Grand Line, only that a three-sword-style swordsman known as the Pirate Hunter had appeared in the East Blue. Luan quickly sidestepped the bow and said politely, "Rest assured, I will take good care of him." Seeing that it was all a misunderstanding, Robin breathed a sigh of relief. Luan stopped chatting and, noticing the table full of food growing cold, helped by calling out, "The food is getting cold. Let's eat, let's eat." After the meal, having finally met Zoro's mentor, Luan naturally wanted to seek some guidance. The name Shimatsuki from Wano country in the New World has long reached my ears. I hope Master Koshiro won't hesitate to enlighten me. Koshiro produced 2 wooden swords, tossing one to Luan, while removing his white robe to reveal a gray training uniform. He saluted solemnly. "It is merely a sparring session in swordsmanship, you flatter me." Beneath the eaves of the courtyard, save for Kuma, who had stepped away for a call, Robin and the others sat in a row as spectators, their eyes filled with anticipation. Aside from Robin, the others were primarily eager to witness the level of swordsmanship of the butcher. After all, some had never seen Luan fight, while others hadn't witnessed his strength after he had grown. A cool evening breeze rustled by, swaying a few weeds and stirring the hems of the 2 men's clothes. By now they had taken their stances, their gazes locked intently on each other. The battle was on the verge of erupting. "Pleased," Koshiro indicated with a smile. "Good." Luan accepted without hesitation, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. As the words fell, 2 depressions cratered the ground. A swift gale arose, and both vanished from their spots simultaneously. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the 2 wooden swords clashed. The impact surged outward as a fierce gust, making the gentle evening breeze seem to grow wild. Swish, swish, swish. Within the courtyard, the azure and gray figures constantly shifted and dodged. The wooden swords in their hands clattered loudly, their garments cutting through the air, producing faint sonic booms. Amidst the flashing blades and clashing shadows, the surrounding air was cleaved apart, whipping up gale-force winds that swept up the fallen autumn leaves, which writhed like sinuous dragons roaming the area. The 2 exchanged blows, parrying and thrusting in equal measure. Since it was merely a friendly exchange of swordsmanship, they confined themselves to using only sword techniques, refraining from employing any overly powerful moves. Even so, their foundational strength and speed provided a spectacular display, captivating Robin, Betty, and the others. Bon Clay instantly transformed into a fervent fan, continuously shouting encouragement, injecting life into the silent courtyard. Not long after the sparring came to a halt only when the wooden swords used as training tools could no longer withstand the force and snapped. Crack! Within Robin's sight, accompanied by a crisp, resounding noise, Koshiro and Luan finally revealed their full figures while two broken pieces of the wooden swords fell to the ground. At the same time, the wind ceased and the leaves settled. However, compared to before, the ground was littered with pulverized dead leaves, all shattered unintentionally by the sharp sword aura unleashed in their final clash. Witnessing this scene, the spectators, Robin and the others, couldn't help but marvel. The mere residual effects of a duel between two swordsmanship masters had produced such a spectacle. Had the two truly fought with all their might, this courtyard would surely have been demolished. At that moment, Ivankov couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Luan's strength had progressed at an astonishing rate. Such talent was truly top tier even across the entire sea. Betty and Ahiru exchanged a glance, their perception of Luan beginning to change. Not only because of their interaction that evening, but also because of Luan's humble and courteous demeanor, which made Betty feel increasingly ashamed. Likewise, this sparring session had allowed them to glimpse a mere fraction of Luan's hidden strength. They inwardly cursed how much of what the news reports is fabricated. The title Butcher was by no means merely a confirmation of his alleged brutal slaughter as the news suggested, but rather a testament to his formidable strength, which was considered robust even by Grand Line standards. Let alone the news portrayal of him as opportunistic and merely a vicious renegade marine. As the spectators were lost in thought, Luan put down his wooden sword and praised, Master Koshiro is truly one who keeps his talents well hidden. Indeed, the saying that all slit-eyed characters are monsters held true. Setting aside his overall combat ability purely in terms of swordsmanship, Koshiro was in no way inferior to the so-called great swordsmen of the sea. Compared to them, living in seclusion in the East Blue, all he lacked was fame. Once he set sail, he would surely make a name for himself. This sea was truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Even the Four Blues were not to be underestimated. Not at all, not at all. Koshiro demurred, but inwardly he was quite astonished. Aside from his admiration for Luan's swordsmanship, his main surprise came from seeing traces of the Ishinryu style in Luan's sword techniques. Had Luan's style not been more aggressive and his more powerful moves uniquely his own, he would have suspected that Luan was a lost child of the Shimatsuki family. Amidst his swirling thoughts, he maintained his polite demeanor on the surface. You are the truly remarkable one, sir. To have achieved such mastery at such a young age, in the future you may well contend with Hawkeye for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. You flatter me too much, Luan said with a wry smile. Such words were practically a backhanded compliment. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present, nor those pesky journalists. The existence of the photo-taking guy was of course no secret to Luan, who possessed observation haki potent enough to cover an entire island. Before arriving at Shimatsuki village, he had already shaken off that pursuer, so he wasn't worried about any secrets being exposed. Otherwise, tomorrow's headline would likely read, The Butcher sets his sights on the title of world's greatest swordsman, challenges Shichibukai Hawkeye to a duel. Despite the formalities, the sparring session proved immensely beneficial for Luan. It not only validated his swordsmanship, but also allowed him to digest the insights he had accumulated and even sparked new realizations. If he could continue sparring and exchanging ideas with a master swordsman like Koshiro for a while longer, he felt confident that he could not only solidify his fundamentals, but also build upon his past gains and reach new heights. In simpler terms, given some time, he might take that crucial step towards becoming a grandmaster swordsman. This too was one of the reasons Luan chose to linger in Shimatsuki village. Having not rested properly since setting sail, he understood the importance of balancing work with leisure. Of course, the main reason was the rarity of finding both a good teacher and worthy friends. Here he had not only the sword-wielding Koshiro, but also Ivankov, Kuma, and others. They were all excellent partners for discussing the development of devil fruit abilities or sparring to test individual strength. Of course, he hadn't forgotten Robin either. Taking the towel Robin handed him, Luan wiped his sweat and informed her of something in advance. Get ready. The teacher I found for you should arrive tonight. Be sure to communicate well with them. Having been mentally prepared long ago, Robin wasn't too surprised. She smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I'm all set. Besides, Betty just told me about it. Hearing this, Luan was taken aback, then feigned a troubled expression. Well, that makes me feel redundant. Redundant? I didn't mean that. Seeing Robin, who had been secretly smiling, panic and try to explain, he gave her a thumbs up in praise. I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying your social skills are incredible. As a captain, having capable crew members was a point of pride, not a reason for dissatisfaction or jealousy. Realizing she had almost been tricked, Robin chided herself for being too complacent and relaxed lately. Her expression changed as she snatched back the towel and snorted. How could I compare to our great captain? A pirate who calls the shots in the Revolutionary Army, one might think the chief had been replaced. Before she could finish, Luan covered her mouth. Oh, please don't pin that on me. I concede. Didn't I find this teacher for you? Robin gently bit his palm to make him let go, made a funny face, and then walked into the house with a smile, presumably to chat with Betty and the others. Having grown soft from the peace in the East Blue and overexerting himself after a short burst of intense activity, Koshiro lamented his age, apologized for his rudeness, and retired to his room to rest. Thus, besides Luan, only the two new humans remained in the courtyard. Feeling unable to join their conversation, Luan simply laid down on the ground and looked up at the sky. The boundless night sky, adorned with brilliant stars, exuded a unique tranquility, quietly soothing his heart, which had grown restless from too much killing. In the dead of night, when all was silent, just as Luan and the others were about to rest, a special squad from the Revolutionary Army arrived in Shimatsuki village. Kuma, who had left alone earlier, was standing on the shore to welcome them. Seeing the blond, curly-haired boy carrying a metal pipe, a rare flicker of emotion crossed Kuma's face, and he smiled gently. "Sabo, it's been a while." Sabo laughed excitedly and stepped forward to embrace him. "Long time no see. Welcome back." Having not seen each other for years, the two, who shared a master-student bond, were both deeply moved. Until the girl in the Little Red Riding Hood among the three squad members reminded them, "It's getting late. Are you planning to sleep outside?" Hearing this, Kuma remembered there were two others. He smiled warmly to ease the awkwardness. "Koala, Hack, it's been a while." Besides the leader Sabo, the arrivals included Koala and Hack. The former, once a slave in the Holy Land Mary Geos, had ties to the Sun Pirates and now shared a close relationship with Sabo. The latter was the fishman karate teacher Luan had specifically invited for Robin, the red snapper fisherman Hack. After some polite exchanges, led by Kuma, they arrived at the Ishin dojo. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Ivankov immediately stood up to greet them. "Hee-haw, Sabo boy, Koala girl, Hack boy, welcome." Having spent too long in Impel Down, he wasn't overly familiar with the younger generation like Sabo. But having already talked and become acquainted over the phone, Ivankov's outgoing personality ensured there was no awkward silence. Instead, the atmosphere quickly became lively. Through his introductions, Luan, Robin, and the others soon got to know Sabo and his group. Upon meeting Luan, Sabo stepped forward earnestly and shook his hand. "Mr. Luan, I've heard so much about you." Luan didn't act arrogantly. Returning the handshake, he joked casually, "Heard so much about me. I hope it wasn't for the wrong reasons." Sabo quickly denied it. No. Our teacher said you are ambitious and farsighted with a mindset and vision beyond your years. He said even he feels humbled by you." Such high praise. Betty, Koala, and the others who were unaware were stunned. Kuma also recalled the recent call, and some of his inner convictions wavered even more. He gripped the book in his hand tightly, but controlled himself, not letting it get damaged. "Perhaps I should ask Bonnie for her opinion." Standing on the shoulders of giants, Luan could theorize with confidence, but he wasn't foolish enough to think himself a great man. Thus he straightforwardly said that Dragon was overpraising him, then dropped the subject and pulled Robin over to Hack. "Instructor Hack, I entrust my crew member to your care." Having been informed beforehand, Hack wasn't surprised, but seeing Sabo's respectful attitude towards Luan, he didn't dare to be presumptuous. "It's my duty. It is an honor to teach Miss Robin." The Devil Child was also a name of great renown, and he had seen her walk out together with Commander Betty. From any perspective, Hack dared not put on airs as a teacher. Koala also stepped forward. "Mr. Luan, Miss Robin, if you don't mind, I think I can help too." She also practiced fishman karate and had long since mastered it. In the original timeline, she was the one who primarily taught Robin, so how could Luan refuse? Robin immediately put away her smile and gave a slight bow. "Then both instructors, I look forward to your guidance in the future." "Not at all. Our instructor is too formal." Thanks to her good looks and high emotional intelligence, Robin quickly built a rapport with them. Seeing this, Luan, feeling like a wallflower, was happy to be left alone. However, it was too late at night for lessons, and the Revolutionary Army cadres hadn't gathered for a fun team-building activity. They naturally needed a meeting to finalize plans for their subsequent operations. Thus, Luan declined Ivankov's invitation, not wanting to intrude by listening in, and instead took Robin back to their respective rooms to sleep and rest. The next day, it was not until the sun had climbed high into the sky that the fully refreshed Loren finally rose from bed. Stretching his limbs and flexing his joints, his body, which had slumbered through the night, emitted a series of cracks and pops, as if awakening from a long rest. Indeed, sleeping at home is far more comforting than on a ship. What a blissful rest. With this thought, Loren was reminded of his plan to commission a ship at Water 7. He added another requirement for the pirate vessel: the cabins must be spacious, the beds soft and plush, ensuring a truly comfortable sleep. Lost in thought, Loren casually threw on a training robe and stepped out of his room. Compared to the lively bustle of the previous night, the courtyard now felt empty and desolate. Koshiro, the master of the dojo, was instructing his students. The youthful yet spirited voices echoed from the training ground, filling the air with a refreshing, vibrant energy. Moreover, most of the Revolutionary Army cadres had departed. as the leaders of the East Blue Branch Betty and Ahiru had already left overnight to manage affairs. Ivan Kun and Bon Clay had also left this morning reportedly to recruit like-minded individuals, not just patriots, but those who shared their unique sense of identity. Additionally, Bartholomew Kuma had taken his leave the previous night. Before departing, he specifically sought out Loren, mentioning he was heading to the South Blue. Loren was quite curious about this journey, wondering if Kuma would return with company. Although Kuma had not yet confirmed his place on the crew, the matter was almost certainly settled. At this point, the pirate crew was gradually taking shape. By the time they officially set sail for the Grand Line, the makeshift team he had assembled would be formally established. Otherwise, if things dragged on, it would hinder the development of a sense of belonging and cohesion. As captain, he would feel ill at ease, lacking proper recognition. An awkward situation indeed. Just as Loren was pondering what to name the future pirate crew and design the Jolly Roger, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Has the sun finally reached your backside? Robin, who had been practicing fishman karate, stopped and turned, feigning surprise as she saw him emerge. Loren looked over, and out of instinct his eyes couldn't help but appreciate the sight. Today, to facilitate her training, Robin had tied her hair into a high ponytail and changed into a loose-fitting training uniform. However, drenched in sweat, the fabric clung tightly to her body, outlining her graceful curves. Such an alluring sight caused Loren's throat to tighten. For a moment, he indulged himself, silently stealing a few more glances. His decision to invite Robin aboard was indeed the right one. Even just for the visual pleasure, it was worth it. Robin had somehow approached him, standing on a rock, to look down at Loren with a mischievous grin. "Captain, do you think I'm beautiful?" "Beautiful," Loren admitted without a trace of embarrassment, his shamelessness causing Robin to blush slightly, her cheeks tinged with red. Ahem. With koalas still present, Loren restrained himself. Clearing his throat, he turned and picked up a towel from nearby, handing it to Robin. Pretending to be nonchalant, he said with concern, "Look how exhausted you are. Wipe yourself off first. Why push yourself so hard? It's too much." Robin took the towel gracefully and wiped away the sweat, the flush on her face fading as she spoke with earnest determination. "If I don't work hard, how can I hope to keep up with you?" Still groggy from sleep, Loren failed to grasp the hidden meaning and replied with infuriating honesty, "Oh, Robin, no matter how hard you try, you'll never catch up. Besides, I never plan to leave you behind. I'm only training you so you can protect yourself, not expecting you to fight anyone. So don't overdo it, take it easy." Hearing this, Robin felt a flicker of annoyance. Why must he be so discouraging? Oomph. With a cold snort, she ignored the man who only knew how to say the wrong things and returned to Koala for further guidance. Koala whispered comfortingly, "The more muscles a guy has, the less brain he has. Don't take it to heart. Once you've mastered your training, you can come back and show him up." Realizing he had misspoken, Loren scratched his head, but decided not to disturb them further. Activating his observation hockey for a moment, he located his target and left the dojo, heading for a desolate mountain. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground trembled, causing even the mountain to shake. Loren found Sabo wielding a metal pipe, relentlessly smashing against the rock face. Only when Loren approached did Sabo stop. Sabo inquired politely, "Mr. Loren, what brings you here? We're of the same generation, or just call me Loren." Marveling at Sabo's supreme-grade metal pipe, Loren exchanged pleasantries before asking with a smile, "Having returned to the East Blue, have you remembered anything yet?" The timing hadn't been right the previous night, so he hadn't had the chance to say much. Now, with just the two of them, there was time to talk and perhaps resolve some lingering questions and regrets. "What do you mean?" Sabo was taken aback, momentarily forgetting the issue of addressing Loren, curious as to why he would ask. Loren pointed at the scars around Sabo's eyes and reminded him, "After losing your memory, didn't you ever think of returning to the islands near where you were found to retrieve them?" "Lost memory. I suppose the teacher told Mr. Loren." Sabo, having long since made peace with the idea, responded without hesitation. "Retrieve my memories? I don't see the need. After all, if I was sailing alone at such a young age, I was practically an orphan anyway. Why should I go searching for a painful past? I'm perfectly fine now. I have my teacher and a group of like-minded comrades." At that moment, Sabo didn't resemble a Revolutionary Army cadre at all. He was simply a cheerful, sunny young man. It seemed that the mere stimulus of returning to the East Sea wasn't enough, especially since they were in Shimatsuki Village, not the Goa Kingdom's capital or Windmill Village. With that thought, Loren refrained from saying more. "Never mind. I might take you to meet some old acquaintances that could help with your memory." In the original timeline, Sabo regained his memory upon seeing a photo of Ace's death. The idea of recovering memories from a photo was far-fetched, but the notion of regaining them from witnessing the death of a stranger was even more absurd. In any case, the process of recovering memories was quite ridiculous, so Loren didn't intend to waste time on futile attempts. When he visited Windmill Village to see Garp, Loren planned to bring Sabo along to meet Luffy and see if that would trigger anything. "Old acquaintances. You know my background. Sabo was shocked, wondering if he had some connection to the human butcher. Don't misunderstand. Oh, I just happen to know a few things that might help you. Loren quickly explained. Realizing his mistake, Sabo chuckled awkwardly, but then turned serious. I'm sorry. While I would personally like to go with you, my mission in the East Blue isn't for personal gain. Before he could finish, Loren waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry, it won't interfere with your operations. Hearing this, Sabo was visibly tempted. Loren pressed on. He'll take that as a yes. He'll inform Dragon beforehand, so don't worry about it affecting your plans. It was worth noting that the Revolutionary Army's upcoming target was the Goa Kingdom. As a member nation of the world government, any attack on the Goa Kingdom would inevitably draw the world government's attention and retaliation. Thus, this operation was not only significant, but also exceedingly difficult, bound to have far-reaching consequences. To ensure thorough preparation and prevent any mishaps, Sabo and the others had decided after last night's discussion to launch the operation in a month's time. Originally planned for 2 months later, the timeline was moved up by a month to avoid unforeseen failures. A month was neither long nor short, and Loren found it acceptable. He decided to rest and prepare for the same duration. After a month, he would accompany Sabo and the others to the Goa Kingdom. However, he didn't intend to participate in the operation itself. His goal was to meet the marine hero Garp. He would bring Sabo along to visit the Yedo set sail, Luffy, curious to see what might unfold. Time flew like an arrow, and 3 weeks had passed in the blink of an eye. At the Holy Land of Merigios, within the Pangaea Castle in the Chamber of Authority, 5 elders, each second only to the one representing the pinnacle of worldly power, were seated or reclining on sofas. From left to right they were. An elder with a middle-aged appearance, clad in a deep crimson suit, his chest scar exposed with golden hair and beard, the god of agriculture, Shepherd Tenpitter Saint. A bald, bespectacled elder in a white Taoist robe, cradling the first-generation Kitetsu, the god of finance, Izambalin V. Nasajuro Saint. A bald elder in a dark green suit, sporting an oversized handlebar mustache and a birthmark on his forehead, the god of law, Topman Warcury Saint. An elder in a deep blue suit with long white hair and beard, the god of environment, Marcus Mars Saint. An elder in a pure black suit, a black flat cap on his head with fluffy white beard and curly hair, and a scar on his left cheek, the god of science and defense, J. Garcia Saturn Saint. These 5 also bore the titles of the 5 stars: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Hence they were known to the world as the 5 elders. At this moment, the faces of the 5 elders were shrouded in a dark cloud. Warcury Saint clenched his fists and said in a harsh tone, "What exactly is going on with the Revolutionary Army? A council system? How could there be such a sudden, massive change?" In just a few short months, the royal families of several kingdoms in the East Blue had been overthrown and a council system had been implemented. By electing councillors and a council leader, they were to govern the nations together. The existence of a council leader seemed similar to the 5 elders, but it was fundamentally different. If the 5 elders represented autocracy, then the councillors were still subject to the constraints of the people, ensuring a degree of democracy. Perhaps this system had its flaws, but it was still in its early stages of implementation, coupled with an independent swordbearer position. Thus, according to preliminary assessments, as long as no major chaos erupted, democracy could be sustained for centuries. For a time, under the sensationalized spread of the news, the hearts of the people in tyrannical kingdoms were filled with fear and disloyalty. The reason the news had already been reported and the seas were in an uproar, yet the world government remained inactive without any intention to intervene, was because they were all non-member nations. Even if their countries were destroyed, it had nothing to do with the world government. Not to mention reporting the matter to the Chamber of Authority for disposition, even the Navy would not interfere in the affairs of non-member nations. Thus, to a certain extent, the world government even adopted a laissez-faire attitude precisely to force those non-member nations to seek their protection willingly and then exploit them ruthlessly. However, as things stood now, not only had the council system's influence exceeded expectations, but the Revolutionary Army had also become increasingly audacious. Saturn Saint spoke with a grave expression. The CP agents report that the Revolutionary Army is currently brewing another plan, even intending to strike against member nations. We cannot allow this to continue. Send someone to stop them. Upon hearing this, the other 4 furrowed their brows, both surprised and deeply angered. Those bastards, they used to scurry around like rats in the sewers, which is why we never bothered with them. Now they're getting too big for their boots. Since they dare to jump out directly, let's just crush them. Are their targets the Goa Kingdom, the Oikit Kingdom, the Bridge of Hesitation, Tequila Wolf, or other member nations? Unknown. The Revolutionary Army's specific targets haven't been disclosed to their lower ranks, only the High Command. Even CP agents have no way of knowing. No matter. Once confirmed, we can teleport there directly. Those scoundrels won't escape. It was then that Mars Saint suddenly interjected with a reminder. It's best if it's not the Goa Kingdom. That bastard Garp is on vacation in the East Blue. Even with pre-existing conditions, given his personality, we must be wary. These words instantly evoked some unpleasant memories among them. He was the one who let Monkey D. Dragon go back then. How audacious. He truly deserves execution. What nonsense are you spouting? Back at the God Valley incident in the West Blue, he dared to stand up to Sama himself. Anyway, as long as that old bastard doesn't cause trouble, we'll just leave him be. After all, Dragon is his son, and now his grandson is also in the East Blue. How can we ignore that? What then? Do you think he'd listen if we ordered him back now? Sengoku said he approved a long leave for him this time. That bastard won't return until his leave is up. Do we have to go down there ourselves? As they argued, Nasajiro Saint, cradling the first-generation Kitetsu, said casually, "Isn't Kizaru still at headquarters? Send him." Before he could finish, the other four looked at him, as if he were an idiot, causing his voice to trail off. Use a Navy Admiral to restrain a Navy hero. Preposterous. Realizing his folly, Nasajiro Saint fell silent, bowed his head, and quietly drew the first-generation Kitetsu, beginning to wipe it. Schemes and plots were too much of a headache. Indeed, the blade was simpler. If you didn't like something, you just cut it down. Seeing this, Warcury Saint cleared his throat, took over the conversation, and made a decisive call. In that case, let Shamrock go along. Hasn't he recently applied to descend to the lower world? Then let's grant his wish. The next moment, Nasajiro Saint immediately sheathed his sword and nodded in unison with the other three. Seconded. 4. Not long after, as the meeting was about to adjourn, Saturn Saint suddenly spoke again. "Oh, and the CP0 agent sent earlier to investigate that butcher has disappeared. Though I don't know what accident occurred, I believe we should settle this matter this time as well." The butcher naturally referred to Rorn. A mere traitor to the Navy, even if he had gained some notoriety, hardly warranted his attention, let alone a personal mention for action. The main issue was that Kuma had been somewhat out of control since going to the East Blue, and Bonnie had vanished without a trace 2 days ago. Investigation revealed a connection to Ivankov, who had escaped from Impel Down. Rorn was also in the East Blue, and his ties to the Revolutionary Army were not simple, coupled with previous clues. Furthermore, according to CP's investigation, the Revolutionary Army's transformation is inextricably linked to this butcher. Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent four instantly became serious. The bald Warcury Saint finally said gravely, "Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Tell Shamrock if he encounters him, eliminate him as well." Seconded. 4. Outside the Pangea Castle. Creak. As the great doors swung open, an elder and a young man emerged. The former's hair had faded from gold to pale yellow with age, his long locks and beard merging into a crescent moon shape. Combined with his sideburns, it formed a four-pointed star shape, highly distinctive. At his waist hung a unique Western sword, symbolizing his formidable strength, far surpassing that of ordinary celestial dragons. He was none other than the current supreme commander of the God's Knights, Figureland Garling Saint. The latter bore a striking resemblance to one of the four emperors' red-haired Shanks, but with longer hair, intact arms, more dignified attire, and a demeanor befitting a world noble. A distinctive Western sword also hung at his waist. He was the current captain of the God's Knights, Shank's twin brother, Figureland Shamrock Saint. Glancing at his son, who filled him with pride, Garling Saint said in a flat tone, "Being personally summoned by the 5 elders shows that the Revolutionary Army has truly overstepped this time. I don't know what you intend to do in the lower world, but it's useless to say more now. I can no longer stop you." Shamrock naturally perceived the implication in his words, but chose not to engage, replying irrelevantly, "Father Shanks is also your son. Why must you fixate on him?" At the mention of his second son, Garling Saint's anger flared, and he said coldly, "That little bastard gave up his status as a world noble to become a pirate and one of the 4 emperors on the sea. How utterly absurd." After a long silence, he refrained from speaking further of Shanks, and instead warned him in the capacity of a father. "Be careful on this descent. That old bastard Garp is not easy to deal with. An immortal body does not mean true immortality. Do not engage in a death match." Shamrock was slightly surprised, but still nodded. "Rest assured, father." Another week passed. In the East Blue, at Frostmoon Village, in the rear courtyard of the Ishin Dojo, a pink-haired girl huddled in her room, cautiously peering through the window at Lorne and the others outside. Her eyes brimmed with anticipation and longing, yet due to the jewel-like crystals on her face, she could not bear the light and could only shrink in the shadows, quietly observing the world of light. She was Kuma's adopted daughter, the 80-year-old Jewelry Bonnie, afflicted with the incurable sapphire scale disease. A user of the Toshi Toshi no Mi, she would become one of the worst generation supernova pirates, standing on the same stage as Luffy at just 10 years old. A truly extraordinary feat. Yet now she was still young and naive, without facial piercings or lipstick. Aside from the unsightly crystals, she was merely an ordinary, adorable little girl. Not only was she innocent and lively with a sunny disposition, but she was also remarkably sensible, requiring no one to worry about her. Yet at times her excessive maturity could not help but evoke pity. Robin smiled as she approached the window, pointing at the overcast clouds overhead. "Bonnie, it's cloudy today. Come out and play for a while." Bonnie, who should have been excited, replied listlessly, "No, Dad said we're leaving the village today for something important. I can't hold you all back." The smile on Robin's face vanished, replaced by unprecedented sympathy and tenderness. After a week of uninterrupted sunshine, a cloudy day had finally come. Instead of thinking about finally playing outside in daylight, she was proactively considering the adults. How could this not be moving? At that moment, Robin couldn't help but think of her former self, also 8 years old, enduring a similarly tragic fate. Yet compared to her, Bonnie was fortunate. At least she had a loving adoptive father, and now a turning point was approaching, with everything moving in a positive direction. Unlike her own past, where CP agents had killed her loved ones' friends, and even her mother, and the Buster Call had destroyed her homeland of O'Hara, leaving her homeless for over a decade. Just as Robin's eyes reddened, and she sank into memories, a warm hand patted her shoulder, pulling her back. Lorne, who had just woken up, stretched and said with exaggerated flair, "Robin, the sun didn't shine on my butt today. Why didn't you wake me?" Seeing her unreliable captain, Robin unconsciously curled her lips upward, her grief dissipating. She smiled and said, "Captain, even Bonnie knows to get up on her own. Don't set a bad example for the child, or Kuma won't forgive you." Lorne quickly raised his hands in mock surrender. "I'm just a captain. He'll leave the child rearing to you." Seeing him, Bonnie recalled some of Kuma's instructions and asked, "Brother Lorne, will Dad be okay?" Hearing this, Lorne, with his observation hockey still active, ruffled her hair and promised earnestly, "Bonnie, rest assured. Kuma will be fine, and so will you." Having held back for a week, Bonnie couldn't help asking, "Dad said Brother Lorne can cure me. Is that true?" Lorne was momentarily stunned. Kuma had said that. Announcing something before it was accomplished didn't seem like his style. Meeting Bonnie's expectant gaze, Lorne nodded firmly. "Of course it's true. Leave it to me." This was a captain's promise, not the transactional bargain of before. How could he betray the trust of this father and daughter? Receiving confirmation, Bonnie couldn't help but dream aloud, "Then I can play outside during the day. I can bask in the sun, join outdoor banquets." Of course. After Kuma came and carried Bonnie out to play, Lorne noticed that Robin had quietly slipped away again, secretly going to train. "Sigh, how did I never realize Robin was a potential training maniac? Give me back my book-loving Robin. I really regret it." After a month of hard training, Robin hadn't mastered the complete fishman karate, but the main technique she focused on, palm force, had been fully integrated. The rest was less important. As for other physical techniques, there was no need to continue studying. Once Robin's physical fitness met the standards, Lorne would personally teach her the 6 powers. In particular, Shurgan Rankyaku and even Tekai were highly practical when combined with the Hana Hana no Mi. The former two focused on explosive offense, while the latter was for defense, serving as a prerequisite for Busashoka Haki. Lorne had already planned everything for her, setting goals that were achievable with moderate effort. Robin wasn't a combatant. Her current strength was more than enough to handle the Paradise half of the Grand Line. Thus, when Lorne arrived at the makeshift training ground and saw Robin immersed in her training, he earnestly advised, "Stop training. This is enough. Strength can't be rushed." Robin, however, ignored him, completely absorbed in integrating the newly mastered force techniques into her devil fruit abilities to develop new powers. It must be said, with the goal providing motivation, she had become increasingly addicted to this feeling of training and growing stronger. Lately, she often had nightmares, forcibly revisiting her painful past. To ensure that the current bliss was lasting, not a fragile illusion that would shatter at a touch, she wanted to gain enough strength to hold tightly onto everything before her, to prevent herself from waking up one day and finding these days were just a dream. Besides, she was no longer the weakest on the ship and naturally had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting those even more vulnerable. "I feel like I'm about to awaken observation hockey. Can you help me one more time?" Facing those big, sparkling eyes, Lorne instinctively wanted to agree, but reality didn't allow it. "We need to go. We'll talk on the way." At this, Robin finally stopped asking in surprise, "Huh? Aren't we going with Kuma and the others?" Lorne handed her a towel to wipe her sweat, while explaining helplessly, "Plans have changed. It seems CP has someone infiltrating the Revolutionary Army, so the operation needs adjustment. I've decided to set off ahead." Robin bit her lip. "What about Bonnie? Aren't we bringing her? Isn't she also our crew member?" "Kuma is participating in this operation too. Who will protect her?" Lorne took the towel and wiped the sweat from her forehead, explaining softly, "You know her condition. War could break out in the Goa Kingdom at any time. It's not safe to bring her." As a captain, abandoning a crew member was indeed too irresponsible, but reality left no other choice. "Don't worry. Bonnie will wait for us in Frostmoon Village. Not only is Master Koshiro here, but I've also arranged for someone to protect her secretly. Nothing will go wrong. Once we leave Windmill Village, we'll come back for her. Then we'll take her to the Grand Line for treatment. When she's cured, she can stick to you every day." Robin reluctantly accepted this reality. Regaining her composure, she asked, "Just the two of us?" Lorne thought of a certain blonde and scratched his head. "Well, we're bringing Sabo too." As for why Sabo agreed, it was because Lorne said he would take him to find a helper for the mission. Although that person wouldn't actively help them, he might be able to block some powerful hyenas sent by the world government. As for the odds, at least 50%. Everything depended on Old Man Garp's mood and Sabo's own efforts. After all, grandfathers have soft hearts. A month had passed. The Dragonhead sailboat set sail once more, leaving Frost Moon Village far behind. On the shore, Koala and Hack had already departed, but Kuma still stood there holding Bonnie in his arms, gazing into the distance. When the ship was no longer in sight, Bonnie suddenly spoke. "Daddy, when are you leaving?" "Bonnie." As Kuma hesitated, Bonnie asked again. "When you come back next time, can we sail with Brother Lorne and Sister Robin?" This time Kuma nodded firmly without hesitation, of course. Initially, when he decided to board the ship with Dragon's advice and support, Kuma's heart was filled with anxiety. After all, there was an element of transaction involved, not the so-called bond of comradeship, which was ultimately worrying. But after a week of getting along, he saw Robin's sympathy, care, and genuine affection for Bonnie. And Lorne's unusual promise and assurance, along with his serious attitude, finally put his mind at ease. Moreover, the information Lorne provided was verified by Dragon and the others, making him feel that his gamble this time was right. Perhaps I really made the right choice this time. Having faced countless tragedies and fallen into confusion throughout his life, Kuma at this moment hoped that the light he saw ahead was not false, but a truly bright future. 3 days later, the morning sun rose high, illuminating the sailboat's path. Whoosh, whoosh. On the deck, Lorne wielded a wooden stick, swinging it at the blindfolded Robin, but she easily dodged every strike. Until, slap, a hand, sprouting from her shoulder, caught the stick, proving that she had successfully awakened her observation haki. "Not bad." Lorne released the stick and praised sincerely. "Your observation haki is getting more proficient, improving fast." In fact, back in Frost Moon Village, Robin had already initially awakened her observation haki, but she hadn't fully mastered it yet, so she humbly asked Lorne to help her continue training. Now, after 3 days of special training, she had not only fully mastered it, but was also improving at a remarkable speed. Yet Robin showed no pride on her face. The more she understood observation haki, the more she realized how terrifying Lorne's talent was. "I'm still far behind you, Captain." Lorne shrugged. "If you surpassed me, how would I survive?" Before his cheat code arrived, his innate observation haki was the only thing he could boast about. Robin couldn't help but retort, "So are you praising me or belittling me?" As she spoke, she casually removed her blindfold, tidied her disheveled hair, and glanced at Lorne. As the gentle sea breeze blew, her long hair lifted, revealing her perfect face. In that fleeting glance, Lorne said inexplicably, "Robin, have you ever considered changing your hairstyle?" While straightening her messy clothes, Robin looked up and asked, puzzled, "What's wrong? Isn't it good now?" Lorne recalled Robin's appearance 2 years later and offered a suggestion based on personal preference. "Nothing, I just feel that compared to this cut a hairstyle that reveals your forehead suits you better." Hearing this, Robin's lips curled slightly. As she gathered her hair to try a different style, she said with a chuckle, "Oh, is that so? Thank you so much for your careful observation, Captain." Lorne's mouth twitched. He felt there was a hidden meaning in her words. Hey, I suspect you're implying something." Robin activated her Hana Nomi ability, sprouting a row of hands that transported a plate of meatballs freshly heated from the kitchen and handed it to Lorne. "How could I want some?" Faced with Robin, who was gradually letting loose and returning to her mischievous nature, Lorne was helpless and grudgingly took the meatballs. "Eat. Why not?" He popped them into his mouth one by one. As the juices burst, a rich, meaty aroma filled his mouth, and Lorne immediately gave a thumbs up. "The taste is really good, but the portion is too small." Robin, who had just skewered one, looked down to find the plate empty. "That was too fast, wasn't it?" Lorne reached out and pinched Robin's cheek. "This is the price for slandering the captain." Just then, Sabo suddenly emerged from the cabin. "Ahem. Mister Lorne, is there any breakfast for me?" Lorne immediately let go and turned to look at this ill-timed fellow, saying irritably, "You only come out when the sun's scorching your backside. Do you think there's any food for you?" After more than a month of getting along, Lorne often sparred with Sabo in hand-to-hand combat, and they had become familiar with each other. So as friends, an occasional joke was nothing. Who told Sabo to not only ruin the mood, but also deliberately call him Mr. Lorne? "I haven't eaten all night, I'm hungry." Sabo rubbed his stomach, trying to brush off Lorne's anger with a silly hee laugh. Remembering that Sabo had been on night duty steering the ship, Lorne couldn't say much more and just snorted. "The kitchen's over there. Make it yourself if you want to eat." To ease the awkwardness, Robin brought out another plate of grilled meat from the kitchen and handed it to him. "We're almost there. Eat this to tide you over for now." "Thanks, Sister Robin." Sabo quickly took it and began eating without hesitation. Robin turned to Lorne and changed the subject. "Captain, your appetite is too big. If this continues, the berry we brought won't be enough to buy food." Ever since arriving in the East Blue, Lorne had been spending money non-stop without earning any. The treasures from taking down Arlong and Buggy were all left for the oppressed townspeople. He didn't keep a single berry for himself. What kind of pirate behavior was that? Lorne had already planned for this. Of course I know. That's why we're going to freeload. On no rob the rich to help the poor. As he spoke, an island began to appear faintly on the horizon, and the large windmill in the village gradually came into view. Goa Kingdom waters. Outside Windmill Village. Just as the Dragonhead sailboat was about to dock, the sea suddenly exploded with surging waves. A massive Lord of the Coast emerged, its shadow casting over the entire ship. Woa, Lord of the Coast. The mandatory event for Windmill Village. Lorne, standing at the bow, was not alarmed, but delighted, raising his fist with a smile. In that case, take this punch. As he spoke, he threw a punch. The force of the tremor erupted, effortlessly shattering the gaping maw that lunged down. The headless Lord of the Coast fell backward, raising a towering wave that caught the attention of many in Windmill Village. Meanwhile, Lorne thought with great anticipation, check-in. Windmill Village was, after all, the hometown of the Navy hero, and the place where Luffy and his brothers grew up. It was where red-haired Shanks lost his arm, giving rise to the dual legends of the Mountain Bandit King and the Sea King. For such a significant place, shouldn't it grant some special reward? Soon the system responded. Ding. Check-in successful at Windmill Village, Goa Kingdom, East Blue. The place where all stories began, where brothers swore allegiance, and where an emperor lost his arm. Reward: Conqueror's Hockey Infusion Technique. Note: exclusive version of red-haired Emperor Shanks. Shanks Conqueror's Hockey Infusion. Lorne was taken aback. This thing,